Revelations. By Xiefeng, the spirit, Tao, of the greatest creator and the universe are inseparable, just as the earth and life are intertwined. The human body's organs, blood and marrow, sensory organs, hair, and consciousness are also interconnected as a whole. The greatest creator has never engaged in direct conversations with any individual in human-created languages. However, this does not mean that the greatest creator is distant from humanity. The greatest creator is constantly in dialogue with humans, but the form of communication is not through our human languages. Instead, it occurs through the language of the greatest creator. All things in the natural world are the language of the greatest creator, and all phenomena in nature are the utterances of the greatest creator. The sun, moon, stars, rivers, lakes, oceans, wind, clouds, rain, snow, humans, animals, birds, insects, trees, flowers, mountains, rocks, and the earth itself are all the language of the greatest creator. The movements of celestial bodies, the rushing of rivers, the roaring of the sea, the changing of weather, the falling of rain and snow, the shifting of seasons, the growth and decline of living beings, including the chirping of insects, the calls of birds, the shouts of humans, the neighing of horses, earthquakes, floods, thunderstorms, and lightning are all the speech of the greatest creator. Everything that humans perceive through their eyes, ears, nose, tongue, and body is the language and speech of the greatest creator. To understand the language of the greatest creator and comprehend his speech, one cannot rely solely on sight, hearing, smell, taste, and touch. It requires spiritual perception, but spiritual perception alone is not enough. Wisdom is also necessary. Without spiritual perception, we will never understand the language and speech of the greatest creator, and without wisdom, we will never grasp what the greatest creator is saying. Having spiritual perception alone without wisdom, we can only sense the presence of the greatest creator but cannot accurately understand the workings of the greatest creator's spirit, Tao. In other words, we may only know that we are destined to live and destined to die, but we are unclear about the reasons why we exist and why we must face death. This is referred to as knowing the what, but not knowing the why. Having wisdom alone without spiritual perception, we cannot truly perceive the existence of the greatest creator. We can only rely on accumulated human knowledge, experience, lessons, rigorous logical reasoning, and scientific experiments to uncover some mysteries of the universe, nature, and life. In other words, we may understand why we live and why we die, but we cannot comprehend the ultimate reasons behind the necessity of life and death. This is referred to as knowing the why, but not knowing the what. With the exception of a very small number of individuals who possess both spiritual perception and wisdom, generally speaking, religious figures have spiritual perception but lack wisdom, while scientists have wisdom but lack spiritual perception. The majority of the general population, who fall between these two categories, lack both spiritual perception and wisdom. They merely exist blindly, living their lives without a clear sense of purpose. The chapter of Revelations is the divine revelation given to me by the greatest creator. Before completing the chapters on unconventional thinking, the greatest creator, universe, time and space, humanity and human life, self-improvement, self-cultivation, and physical and spiritual health care, it is necessary to first complete Revelations. However, considering that Revelations directly involves the mysteries and secrets of the universe, it could pose significant risks if known by individuals with malicious intentions. It is akin to nuclear weapons. If in the hands of peace-loving individuals, they can deter those who seek to cause war and unrest, instill fear in them, and prevent their recklessness. But if controlled by evil individuals, humanity will suffer greatly. Jesus warned me, "Do not give holy things to dogs, nor cast pearls before swine." The Buddha enlightened me, "Speak for the Mahayana practitioners." The spirit of Laozi advised me, Tao, when obtained by a noble person, becomes the foundation of their self-cultivation, while when obtained by a petty person, it is treated lightly and without reverence for life. What should I do? I must heed the admonitions of gods, Buddhas, and immortals. However, in the vast sea of humanity, It is impractical for me to individually seek out noble individuals who practice the Mahayana path. Moreover, time is limited, and I don't have much time to patiently guide each person. Therefore, I have no choice but to follow the doctrine of the mean and adopt a middle path. I will conceal the mysteries and secrets beneath the surface of phenomena, only hinting at them. This way, those who possess spirituality and wisdom can see beyond the surface, transcend the vastness, and more easily discover the gems and gold beneath the earth's surface. As for the rest of the people, they will be like what Jesus said, though seeing, they do not see. Though hearing, they do not hear or understand. In addition to Revelations and the other mentioned chapters, there is another chapter in Life Genuine called the Preaching of the Tao. This chapter is entirely different from the Tao Te Ching, and it can be said without exaggeration that the wisdom contained in the preaching of the Tao far surpasses that of the Tao Te Ching. For instance, when it comes to beings who are destined for or already in hell, Jesus' attitude is, lest they repent and be forgiven. On the other hand, in Buddhism, Bodhisattva Ksitigarbha vows, I vow to save all sentient beings in the world, and I will not enter the Elysium world until hell is empty. Who is right and who is wrong? Whose guidance should we ultimately follow? Preaching of the Tao specifically addresses such challenging questions. However, the timing is not ripe at the moment. Only when Life Genuine is widely accepted by all human beings can preaching of the Tao be shared openly. It is similar to constructing a building where exquisite chandeliers cannot be hung until the main structure is completed. Laozi said, when the highest type of followers hears Tao, the truth, they try hard to live in accordance with it. When mediocre types hear Tao, they seem to be aware and yet unaware of it. When the lowest types hear Tao, they break into loud laughter. If it is not laughed at, it is not Tao. Regarding the chapter of Revelations, those who understand will discern its true essence, while those who do not will merely spectate. Apart from that, I have nothing else to discuss. 人生需要一条跑道. Life needs a track. Xiefeng. February 27th, 2007. Edited by Kayer. Many talented people living among us appear to be mediocre, not because they are of low intelligence or are not gifted, but because they have either not found their own tracks or they have taken the wrong ones. Everyone has unlimited potential, but the main reason for not having given play to their potential is not because they are born stupid or have insufficient mental skills, but because they have never found their best life track from start to finish. No matter how excellent an aircraft is, it will never fly if there is no runway, for an aircraft with no runway will never be more than a pile of metal. No matter how much potential an excellent sprinter or long-distance runner has, his or her talents would remain buried without a racetrack, knowing not whether they are a mediocre horse or a swift horse until death. Life needs a track and battlefields. Business markets, officialdom, farms, and social realms all have lots of them. We must choose the track that best suits us, because it is only with the right track that we can give full play to our talents. Generals Eisenhower and Patton demonstrated their outstanding military talents because they had the track of war. But if there had been no tracks of war, who would even know their names? Zhu Jun, Yang Lan, and Ai Ping, and others have become the focus of millions of people, sparkling with brilliance, simply because they shared the track of television. Who would they otherwise be? Jet Li and Andy Lau rose to fame far and wide simply because of the track of movies. Throughout the history of Communist Party of China, many outstanding politicians, strategists, and diplomatic talents have emerged and many commoners became generals. It was because they took the track of the communist movement that they had brilliant lives. But without this track, their talents would have been drowned in life's ocean. Many people turned onto this track and formed the backbone of the state, and many others became millionaires or even billionaires because they took the business track after China's reform, when it opened up, and they gained much wealth. But what would their lives be like today without this track? Nobody knows. Many eminent Buddhist monks showed their superior wisdom because they followed the track of Buddhism. If you want to make something out of life, you must choose a track that suits your personality because you cannot give play to your talents without the right track. Without the correct track, you will drown in the crowd. The internet is a track and many people are shining with brilliance upon it, creating their own blogs and gathering their own social connections. A large number of authors, writers, critics, and practitioners are emerging on this track and are demonstrating their talents. You have to find your track, but if you do not see the proper one, you should build your own. Why? Because you will play better, be better at the game of life, and make your life more colorful. Do not pretend to be aloof and say that you are too good to engage in this, because that would be finding excuses for your incompetence and failures. A soldier who does not want to be a general is never a good soldier. A life that does not want to have a glorious course is never a good life. If you want to make big money, be the boss. For being the boss is the track to making the most money, and if you want to be an official, build your social connections. For building social connections is the track to being an official. There are numerous tracks, and they are everywhere, but if you want to play your talents to the maximum, you will have to choose a track with infinite prospect. If you choose a good track, you can have a good life, but if you choose a bad track, you can only have a bad life. Zhang Guotao abandoned the track of the Communist Party and eventually, unknowingly froze to death. On the other hand, Deng Xiaoping stuck with the track of the Communist Party and eventually had his wishes fulfilled. If you choose polishing shoes, then you will unconsciously be on the track of polishing shoes. If you choose to steal, then you will unconsciously be on the track of crime. If you choose to reap without sowing, then you will, over time, get on a greedy, selfish, and parasite track. If you choose a mass movement, you will be on the track of confronting the government. If you choose life genuine, then you are naturally taking on the track of trekking and climbing to the highest realm of life and life. Which is the best track? It depends on you. You must choose your track completely on your own. The best track is one that you can follow for a lifetime. Tracks can be regularly replaced if they are not good, because some tracks have no futures and lead to dead ends with steep precipices. You will have to sharpen your eyes to think and judge. Some tracks seem narrow and bumpy at first, but the more you walk on them, the broader, brighter, and more brilliant they become, while others look broad, densely populated, and big. Yet the more you walk on them, the more your feet hurt, you become confused and frustrated, and the narrower and darker they become. If you have the ability to rule a country, the ambition to ride on top of the world, and have both superintelligence and indomitable willpower, then you had better build your own track. If you do not, then you can borrow others' ready-made tracks. For example, instead of creating your own blogs with few hits, you might want to promote your ideas and display your talents on another's website or bulletin board. Instead of creating your own website with painstaking care and precision, yet having no visitors, you might as well demonstrate your skills on someone else's websites. Once you have chosen your track, you must not give it up too easily, for giving up means failure. Remember, 1,000 sails pass by the shipwreck and 10,000 saplings thrive beyond the withered tree. No one will sympathize with you if you fail. At most, they will express regrets and pity. Once you find that your track has no future, you must give it up as soon as possible and try to blend onto the track with the most brilliant prospects at once, because if you bite the bullet and play hard, you will only miss your opportunity and then grieve it for a lifetime. Remember, the earth will rotate the same, with or without you. A life needs a track. As long as the route is right, you can stride ahead. I hope you follow your splendid life track. 人生的主次先后，轻重缓急. Priorities, the order of importance and the emergence of life. By Xiefeng. From the long-term perspective, we know that each life lasts for only a fleeting moment. Regardless of how capable we might be, we are incapable of escaping our inexorable doom. How to spend this fleeting life is a question deserving our serious consideration and discussion. Look at life from the perspective of life. Life is only a journey, a flash of light in the infinite time and space of life. Since life is so transient, we need to explore the routes and risks of our journey. What kind of life is the most beautiful? As we are all people, we must first consider how to be people. The greatest creator of the universe, created us and meant for us to be people, not ghosts, devils, celestial beings, Buddhas, or gods. If we surrender our humanness to devote our life, time, and energy to becoming higher forms, then we are doing it against the will of the greatest creator. It is only when we first conduct ourselves as people living by the will of the greatest creator that we can hope to attain Buddhahood at the end of our life's journey. It is as if the boss of a company hires someone to be a clerk. The clerk's purpose is to dedicate his efforts toward his own duty, not to ask his boss to consider him to be a section chief, because it is only after he performs his clerk's duties well that the company boss should offer him the opportunity to be promoted to the position of section chief. The intent of the greatest creator in creating us is to enjoy life and not to make us suffer at all. Because for human beings, the greatest creator is love, great love. I do not worship men of the hour or heroes who gallop onto battlefields, nor do I worship those great people who are admired by the masses, or the ordinary people who become Buddhas and gods of the mortal world. I only pay tribute to ordinary, simple, honest, and hardworking people, because those people's lives conform to the way of being mankind. Those who sacrifice their present life pleasures to focus on grace after death do so against Tao. The moralization teachings that people can only obtain well-being after going through affliction and suffering definitely leads them astray. The preaching that asks people to cultivate achievements with intensity, regardless of their family responsibilities, in an attempt to attain special magical powers and arts to glorify the mortal world is questionable. Could it be the devil's temptation? The practice of hyping celebrities, successful figures, distinguished scientists, outstanding entrepreneurs, millionaires, experts, emperors, great men, and heroes will prove to be disturbing, causing people to crowd onto the single-plank bridge and to forget the meaning of life. The benevolent see benevolence, and the wise see wisdom. Life Genuine preaches that the ordinary life is the best life. Life's priorities and orders of importance and emergence should be as follows. The paramount thing in life is to revere the greatest creator, which mainly embodies reverence of nature and reverence of life. If we consider nature as appendages that can be arbitrarily spoiled, treat life, including animals, beasts, insects, fish, trees, flowers, and grass, as dirt, then we are defying and profaning the greatest creator. Our life is one of evil and is doomed to extinction, and we can no longer have a bright future. The first thing to consider and pursue in life is the beauty of the soul, rather than the accumulation of power, money, fame, and desirable people. If one's mind is not beautiful and their soul is dirty, then their life is bound to slip into hell, they are bound to keep company with devils and demons, and their life is a definite failure. The most important thing in life is to explore the mysteries of the universe and the meaning of life. The greatest creator always rewards the wise who have spiritual natures and wisdom and offers them wonderful spiritual enjoyment. If we affix our eyes only to the limited time and space, or even on meeting the needs of our lust, then we are bound to be lost and the water of life will evaporate. The most urgent questions in life are how to elevate the non-material structure of life, its spiritual nature, toward the development of higher life space directions, and how to sublimate our personalities and to perfect our spiritual natures. None of us know what will happen tomorrow. One certain thing is that our life structures will determine the life endings we will have. Everything in life should revolve around this point because if we die tomorrow, all that we own in the mortal world will be gone. All of our efforts will be in vain, and our precious lives will go wasted for nothing. I am talking about the great way of life. You may take time to think about this. Xiefeng is of no importance, but what is important is that Life Genuine can lead a person's life into an infinitely wonderful world. 寻找人生的最佳坐标系和坐标点. Find the best coordinate system and the best coordinate points of life. Xiefeng. Edited by Kair. This article was inspired by the annotation to the Analects, Shui Er, verse I. Once the roots are established, the way will grow therefrom. Having roots is the way to be human and how to learn about the universe. If you understand how to be human, you can lay the foundation to understand about heaven and the earth. If you do not understand how to be human, it will be difficult to learn about heaven and the earth. What is the way to be human? In my humble opinion, we must first understand our place in the time and space of the universe. Namely, that you are neither God, Buddha, a celestial being, a ghost, a devil, nor a beast, but that you are a mortal human. Knowing that you are a human, you need to do human things, speak human words, take the human way, and seek human business. You should not do ghostly things, speak the God's words, take the devil's way, or engage in absurd businesses. How does one do human things? Show filial piety to your parents, respect your teachers and seniors, care for the young and lonely, help your siblings, show concern for your relatives and neighbors, show compassion to plants and insects, and protect the landscape and the environment. These are human things, and anything that is contrary to them is inhuman. How does one speak human words? Consider if others were in your place and speak respectfully. Do not spread unsubstantiated rumors. Help others to resolve their differences and bring them peace. Advise others to do good things and not to go astray. Motivate people to make progress and fight for their futures. How does one take the human way? Be committed to your own duties. Manage your household with diligence and thrift. Be studious and make progress. Cast off your destructive habits. Take only what is right for you. Study that which is worthy of being studied. Take only the way of Tao, and do nothing against righteousness. How does one practice human business? Engage in farming, forestry, industry, commerce, or politics. They are human businesses. Human business is the foundation of social stability, and it underlies the success or failure of the family and the state. People who actively participate in these endeavors and pursuits are doing human business. If it is not a human business, even if it can bring you much quick wealth, do not do it. How does one avoid doing ghostly things? By not being sneaky and afraid of being found out by victims or the legal system, doing things that are offensive to heaven and reason, cheating a superior or deceiving a subordinate, dishonoring one's parents, bullying the young and the weak, wrongly accusing and murdering the good and virtuous, insulting the sovereign, duping the ignorant, speaking ill of one's peers, bearing false witness, rebelling against the clan leader, taking credit for the work of subordinates by bullying them, seeking favor by flattering, disrespecting one's countrymen, disrupting state affairs, rewarding unjust acts, harming and implicating the innocent, slandering the saints and sages, undermining morality, filling the cave and covering the nest, harming conception and breaking eggs, stealing others' achievements, discrediting their good conduct, disclosing their indecent secrets, injuring their appearance, separating children from their parents, wasting other people's money and resources, engaging in illegal conduct, forcing young girls to prostitute themselves, damaging marriages, taking away people's beloved, harboring murderous hearts, blaming others, desecrating ancestral graves, destroying homes, deluding with heretical doctrines, bewitching minds, talking about ghosts and monsters, or by poisoning the spirituality. These are some of nearly 100 items enumerated in Life Genuine, Life and Life's Track. How does one not speak the God's words? They are the words of gods in heaven and are unknown to those who have not attained Tao. And even those who have attained Tao must be very knowledgeable about the truths of the universe. It is not something that ordinary people can understand. If you do not know how to be human but speak the God's words, then you are either talking nonsense or you have lost your mind. How does one not take the devil's way? By not misleading living beings, pursuing special magic arts and powers, inciting to rebel, promoting tyranny, touting heroes, singing the praises of totalitarianism, teaching others not to do the things of ordinary people, and other heterodoxical doctrines. All these are the devil's ways. How does one not engage in deluded businesses? By not farming their own land but still expecting wealth to arrive, not working but scamming, not studying or learning but expecting to know, not attending to their own business but wanting everything, being the blade of grass that wants to be a flower, the flower that wants to be in the orchard, the tiger that wants wings, or the bandit who want to be a deity celestial being. All these are absurd businesses. If roots are not established, then everything will be void, but if roots are established, then everything will be done. First be a person, then be a lady or gentleman. After that, follow the examples of the saints and sages, and then pursue the way to become a deity celestial being. Alas, the secrets of the Great Way are hidden to most people, but they reveal themselves to those who are enlightened. After seeking the Great Way everywhere for 3,000 years, it still hides in narrow margins. Therefore, to be a human being is the best coordinate system and the coordinate points of life. 感恩升华生命的第一要素. Gratitude, the first element of life's sublimation. Xiefeng. Deformities lack beauty and make us feel unutterably upset and irritable or even disgusting. This is not a man-made feeling, but an instinctive rejection response like a physical allergic reaction to certain substances. Those without gratitude have deformed life structures, and this is the reason why we dislike and even hate some people. Life is a non-material structure which can be either deformed and unbalanced or perfect and symmetrical. Lives with more perfect and symmetric structures live in higher spaces of life, while lives with more deformed structures live in lower ones. All animals have life structures which are less perfect than those of human beings, so they can only survive at animal levels, while humans with perfect human natures and standards are celestial beings and live in higher-level spaces such as the 1,000-year world and the 10,000-year world because their life structures are superior to those of mortals and deities. It is like gases that exist at different levels of the atmosphere: the troposphere, stratosphere, mesosphere, ionosphere, and exosphere. Life's ultimate goal is to evolve into higher-level spaces of life which result from the sublimation of one's life. This sublimation of life means letting one's own life, non-material structure transit into perfection. How does one transit? Gratitude. Who and what should we be grateful for? Here are 8 with reasons for each. Thank the greatest creator for giving us bright eyes to enjoy our beautiful universe with starry skies, rivers, lands, and all the trees and flowers. Ears to enjoy the splendid melodies of the nature. Love and affection between men and women to enjoy physical and emotional pleasures which are blissful slices of heaven. Who designed and created the free but invaluable air and rivers of pure water, and who allows our easy survival and reproduction. We are bathed in sunlight and moistened by rain and dew. So how could we not thank the greatest creator? Thank Jesus Christ for his favor when he came into the mortal world to atone for us with his precious life and brought hope to our suffering lives. Then thank Buddha, Muhammad, PBUH, and Lao Tzu for their favor. Their wisdom resolves our inner sadness, sublimates our humanity, maintains our human dignity, and gives us inexhaustible and precious spiritual values. Thank your parents for their kindness, who exerted tremendous effort to bring you up, whose love is so heavy that even a green mountain cannot carry it, and even time and space cannot extinguish it. Thank your children for the joy that they brought to you. Thank your friends and relatives for their encouragement, comfort, and help when you were in trouble. Thank your teachers for their hard cultivation. You see because you stand on their shoulders. Thank people with high ideals for drawing their swords and rendering help to you during emergencies. Thank your colleagues, classmates, and even strangers for their sincere praise and cooperation. Real happiness belongs to appreciative givers of thanks. Real light belongs to them, and bright futures belong to them. Those who are without gratitude, have no love in their hearts, never repent, are short of humanity, and only fall into the evil wallows of power, money, and fame, will never attain the chance to ascend to a higher space of life. It is by giving thanks daily that we can be bathed in the spirit of the greatest creator. Our life's non-material structure can ceaselessly evolve into perfection, and we can finally achieve the quality of becoming celestial beings. Comrades, learn gratitude. Even dogs know how to wag their tails to give thanks. Are we not as good as dogs? 真理, 天启篇之57. The truth. Xiefeng. Translated by Treasure and edited by Care. Pontius Pilate, the powerful Roman governor, asked Jesus, "What is truth?" Jesus declared, "I was born for truth. I have come to the mortal world to give the truth. I have witnessed the truth. Hundreds of millions of people have sought and died for the truth. So what is truth?" Democritus, known to be the greatest ancient philosopher, said, "The truth is inscrutable." The most revered Socrates said, "What I really know is that I know nothing." The French philosopher René Descartes argued that only one undeniable truth exists. Ego cogito, ergo sum, I think, therefore I am. John Spall, governor of the Episcopal Church of the United States, said, "Absolute truth is something to which we may aspire, but that we can never attain." Influenced by Albert Einstein's theory of relativity, many people believe that truth is relative. Many religious organizations claim to be sole possessors of absolute truth. What is truth? Jesus said, "The Word of God is truth." Sakyamuni preached for 49, 49 years. The core of his preaching was but one word, Tao. Lao Tzu mainly repeats one word throughout his Tao Te Ching, Tao. The Prophet Muhammad, PBUH, said, Allah's ruling is based on Tao, truth. Confucius, the great sage of the Chinese nation, thought intensely and sought the truth for a lifetime. He finally grasped the core of Tao as he sighed and said, having heard Tao in the morning, one may die content in the evening. Life Genuine tells people again and again to take the way of the greatest creator. Why is Tao so important? Because Tao is truth and the truth is Tao. Both are the same. That is the reason why God, Buddha, the prophets, celestial beings, and saints have attached such great importance to Tao. In other words, they told us to follow the truth. Truth is truth. There is no absolute truth or relative truth. Truth can be described in eight ways. Truth is not optional. Truth is oneness without ambiguity. Truth is eternal, so there is no truth in the past, present, or future. Truth can be known but cannot be made. Truth is what scientists try to reveal. Truth comes to the Chinese Zen masters, unspeakable but subtle metaphysics to be awakened in the mind. All religions profess to uphold the truth, but they actually contradict it. All parties appear to uphold the truth, but they actually oppose it. Everything in the universe, including humanity, floats in an ocean of truth. Truth has eight attributes: emptiness, universality, trust, reliability, naturalness, justice, kindness, uniqueness, eternity. Let us expand on each of these attributes. Emptiness. Emptiness does not differ from form. Form does not differ from emptiness. Form is emptiness, and its very emptiness is form. Whatever emptiness is, that is form. Form comes from emptiness, and emptiness is Tao, the truth. Universality. All visible objects in the universe, including all living beings, originate from Tao but are the metaplasia of Tao. This is to say that all manifestations of the universe are the embodiment of truth, so truth is everything. Trust, reliability, all the laws of nature are manifestations of truth. They exist and run without the will of mankind. All laws are of conservation, reliability, and dependability, so truth is trust. If one does not keep their word, but lies or breaks their word, they will be acting against the truth. Naturalness. Truth is natural and undoubtedly logical. When fruits fall off trees after they ripen, things are managed easily. Truth is true, not false. People can know it, but cannot create it, and we can neither add to it nor reduce anything from it. If a person or an organization controls themselves with importunity, then they will be acting against the truth. As to a person, regardless of their birth, age, health, or even after death, whether they are rich or poor, and no matter how high or low their status ever was, as long as they have led a natural life without importunity, then they have taken the way of truth. The dying who would rather live, the living who would rather die, the poor who are not content in their poverty, and the rich who are not content with their wealth all act against the truth. Justice. Truth is equal for all things and people, and does not favor anything or anyone, just as death and air are fair and equal to everything and everyone. This is to say that anyone, regardless of their religious faith or party affiliation, no matter whether they are a doctor or illiterate, whether they are a tycoon or poor, and no matter whether they are the president or a shepherd, is equal before the truth. Everyone has the same opportunity to learn the truth and to take the way of the truth. Kindness. We already know that truth is Tao, the consciousness and spirit of the greatest creator. Therefore, truth is alive. Those who come close to the truth will feel natural and cordial as if returning to their hometown from long ago, and will feel sure-footed, calm, and comfortable. Uniqueness. Truth is meticulous and unique. There is no near truth or semi-truth. 10,000 roads lead to the same and only truth, but never lead to thousands of truths. All roads may lead to Rome, but Rome is the one and only Rome. Eternity. Since Wuji generate Taiji, truth has existed eternally. Even if the earth and mankind were to disappear, truth would still exist. As long as there is truth, there is eternal life in the universe. The universe is filled with truth and with life. Life exists not only on earth, but also elsewhere. only in different forms. The Encyclopedia of the United States says, "The truth is often revolting, for it neither supports prejudice nor follows rumor, so that which causes people disgust is against the majority view, and sets people away is most likely to be the truth. The gate of truth is narrow, and only a few will find it and pass through it. Truth can only be known to a few people, for it is lost to the boisterous and noisy. It is a priceless treasure and the top priority to seek, to know, and to respect in life, for anyone who does will attain eternal life and will reach the high-level life spaces such as the 1,000-year world, the 10,000-year world, or the Elysium world. Just take time to comprehend. 走出心灵的埃及, out of the Egypt of the spirit. 写法. The ancient Israelites were delivered out of Egypt with God's help, out of slavery and into freedom. Egypt is defined as the land of slavery, and the believers could only rid themselves of slavery by going out from Egypt. Where is our real Egypt? It lies within our hearts. It is easy for the body to be out of Egypt, but it is much harder to discard it from the mind. We all suffer from the slavery of the Egypt of the spirit in various degrees, and we lead our lives with the Egypt of the spirit on different levels. You are a slave to your own Egypt of the spirit because you have not felt the breath of the new era. An unimaginable era is coming. A wave of energy will reach from the universe to the earth. Its prediction has been shown. When this wave reaches the entire earth, only those who are out of the Egypt of the spirit will be able to survive it, for their common frequency will resonate with it, and those who remain within the Egypt of the spirit, those who cannot resonate with this wave, will completely disappear from the earth. I, Dayform Buddha, have come here to inform you, to give you this sacred inspiration, and to lead you out of the Egypt of the spirit and into the new Life-Genuine era. You should never resist me, for the consequence of such resistance will be your death. I depend on divine power, the love of Jesus Christ for human beings, the profound wisdom of Sakyamuni Buddha, the great ideal of Prophet Muhammad, PBUH, the profound and lasting meaning of Fairy Lao Tzu, and the great mercy of Mao Zedong, who tried to liberate all the poor people who suffer from oppression and deprivation at the bottom. They must all focus on me and came together to form a magnificent picture, a mysterious force which is the strongest and the softest dark energy in the universe, able to withstand all the sludge and turbidity that will lead the people out of the Egypt of the spirit, but who are pleasing to the greatest creator and who are into the new Life-Genuine era. I, Dayform Buddha, by the revelation of the greatest creator, do face all earthly citizens equally today, regardless of your sect, party, organization, nationality, or race, whether you are a king, a president, a civilian, or a prisoner, and no matter what your magnificent feats or unforgivable sins in the past have been, will treat all of you equally. You have an equal opportunity to accept this information and to have an equal opportunity to be out of the Egypt of the spirit. You must not resist me. Upon learning this information, you must think it over quietly, digest it carefully, and sensitize yourself deeply. I will take nothing from you, place no chains upon you, and force no compliance out of you. Instead, I will lead you out of the Egypt of the spirit and into the new Life-Genuine era to enjoy the finest life with the maximum freedom. See the leaves falling. They should have felt the winter coming. See the willow becoming green by the river. It should have heard the footsteps of spring approaching. You do not have much time to waste. I want you to set all your inflexibility aside to no longer attack each other and to waste no more time trying to overthrow political parties and regimes. Do not adhere to the opinion that we are right, they are wrong, because you have to think about your future. You can keep to your beliefs and faiths, but at the same time, you need to master the new knowledge and the new information as soon as possible and never to regard your own belief and faith as the only correct one. You must also not hold the feeling of being able to offer salvation because you have neither enough wisdom nor enough energy. Not only do you not understand the non-material world, but neither can you make the correct judgment nor choice with what happens in your own home. Live on the eve of great changes, you should feel joy and happiness and neither fear nor worry because you have a chance to enter a new era by your own efforts. Do not blaspheme my words, for unhealthy words will hurt and eventually destroy you with a precision. But this is not me, for I am neither ego nor non-ego. The greatest classics are still the Bible, the Quran, the Buddhist scriptures, and the Tao Te Ching. You have to admire Jesus, Buddha, Muhammad, PBUH, and Lao Tzu in your heart. Before you read these four classics, you had better not say more or judge anything because what you would say could never equal to their wisdom. What you would say would be nonsense before you understand these classics, which run in the opposite direction. The majority of people skim across the surfaces of things. You do not see the colossal forces below that support the icebergs above, and you think you are performing deeds of merit, but the truth might just be the opposite and you are actually sinning. I believe that you possess kindness, but kindness without great wisdom will more often than not lead to bad results. Taiji Celestial, the living messenger of Jesus, teaches us how much you have known of Tao and how much you can preach. Never judge or comment on things of which you do not know. Do not be an apologist, but be a preacher. Do not use any of these sentences or paragraphs to threaten or intimidate others, or you might be threatening and frightening yourself unless you can answer a series of questions from others. Family, nationality, race, party, and religion are the Egypt of the spirit. So you must walk out and just keep the greatest creator and your parents as your sacred territory. Do not rack your brains for your own family, nationality, party, race, or religion. It is helpless. It will not benefit humanity and is selfish behavior. These things will not exist in the coming Life-Genuine era. Do not sacrifice for things that are about to disappear. You need to have the courage to fail, to forgive the people who hurt you, and to make your mind up to surrender the mindset of a vengeful and hateful attitude. This kind of attitude is helpless in the sublimation of your life quality, but it will distort your soul and evolve the structure of your life into false, ugliness, and evil. As a conclusion, even trotting our enemies under our feet and killing them is helpless for the evolution of our spirits toward truth, kindness, and beauty. If people do not forgive others, but just want to satisfy their vanity, get some small psychological satisfaction, and have revenge followed by more revenge, the whole human psyche will be trapped in a vicious cycle and never find peace. The greatest creator is pleased by people who revere him. Jesus, Buddha, and Muhammad, peace be upon them, were fond of their loyal disciples, and I, Dayform Buddha, also like those who can be my friends, and I am willing to give the visas of life to those who are willing to be my friends. These visas of life sound ridiculous at first and seem to be nonsense. However, have you ever considered that life is a kind of non-material structure? If our spirit is sensitive enough, we can enter sesame seeds and go forward negative 10,000 kilometers to its center, and we can understand the meanings of life to see its structure. Quantum mechanics and string theory cannot explain the true meaning of life. Einstein and generations of master of scientists have tried to establish a unified field theory, but they have all ultimately failed. The reason is that they never understood the structure of non-material. What kind of life you lead depends on the attitude that you keep. It was said by Taiji Celestial that your state of life depends on your mode of thinking. Although this is true, it is not profound philosophy. It is reasonable and is easy to understand. Understand that you are able to understand the full meaning of the visas of life. The visas of life are kinds of non-material that will be directly embedded into the structure of the non-material substance of your life. Speed up the evolution for the structure of your life to be perfect and symmetrical. Put colorful halos around the structure of your life and protect you in your race along the space tunnel toward the high-level space of life. The soul is total existence, non-material without weight. Bodies will die, but souls will never die. The soul goes through the universe at negative relativistic speed, but man does not understand this. The moment you die, you will become aware that you are not dead, but that you have only abandoned your body as your life carrier, but have taken on board another life carrier to begin a new life voyage. When I say that one who remains in the Egypt of the spirit will disappear from the earth, I do not mean that their life will end, just their life on earth. You will have no chance to enjoy the sun, the sea, white clouds, or blue skies. You will bid farewell to your loved ones, and you will never see them again. You do not understand this now, and it is only at the moment of death that you will. However, it will be too late by then, and your regret will be eternal. Every word in this article is true. You can validate them from the perspectives of religion, classical thought, science, telepathy, from the perspective of logical reasoning, and from all the facts that can be found. It is not only your good fortune to learn the content of this article, it is also your destiny, and I am very glad for you. If you are willing to understand something special, be grateful to the greatest creator. All glory goes to the greatest creator and none goes to Deiform Buddha. And if you share or discuss this information with others, you must always pay tribute to the greatest creator, but never to Deiform Buddha. It would be blasphemous to deify Deiform Buddha, for you and all others would be led astray. If you are offended by this article and think it is heresy, you are innocent. Never doubt the word of the greatest creator, but place all the blame to me. I accept all the responsibility for it and for all who accept it. From where it has come to where it returns. It is demanded that once you read this article, you must pass it on to others without omitting a single word. You may print it or send it as email, but never keep it to yourself. Never cut off the lifeline to other people. If you were to do that, you would have to pay a high price for the lives of others, for this is a curse. If this article is true, you will achieve merit and virtues for spreading it, but if it is evil, you will be held as blameless and without harm for sending it out in its entirety. If you can repost this article onto other websites or even publish it in newspapers or magazines, it would elevate your merit and virtues absolutely. One day you will understand the benefits of the merit and virtues. Why not just lift a finger and do it? A slight error in thought may lead to either paradise or to hell. We hope that everybody will escape from the disaster and enter into the new Life-Genuine era. 最小阻力原则 Taking the principle of least resistance. Xiefeng. A watermelon that is picked violently will not be sweet, and a person acting under duress does not perform efficiently. Rowing a boat down a river is better than sailing up against the current, and buying a needle is better than grinding an iron rod into one. Enjoying hardships is better than struggling against them. So rather than forcing yourself to fight, you should just submit and relax. Cleaning the earth is better than terraforming Mars. Strengthening a nation is better than building the Great Wall. Dredging smoothly is better than preventing forcibly. Feeding a dog is better than training a pig to become one. And singing the praises of the living is better than flattering the dead. Use your head to create knowledge rather than to defend dogma. Using local materials makes more sense than importing them from across the ocean, but if none are available, it is better to move to another place. Obey nature and swim with the tide because everything changes, and do not store rotten apples. When the east is dark, the west will be bright. If it is dark in the south, there will be light in the north. People who were not raised here have obviously been raised over there. Change with the opportunity and take things as they come. Never complain about poverty when you are safe and well-fed. Never miss having meat when you have bread. Little birds that prefer to nest in the woods do not need to take to flying lessons from swans. One whose heart is not content is like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. An inflated desire will cause trouble, but a mind without material desire will remain calm. Ambition to fame may cause bitter revile. No diamond, no porcelain work. There is no need to force one to learn to play the piano if they were not born to love its music. It is vain to dream of singing beautifully without being able to carry even a simple tune. Never mind when you are reviled as bullshit. There is no need to be modest when you are praised as an expert or master. The flower blooms today, but protect its leaves or it will wilt tomorrow. It would be awful to miss the blooming season, for it will be lost when winter comes. You are loved and appreciated. That is a God-given opportunity, so why be cold and distant? The time to achieve your dream with God's blessing is when you are regarded as a sage or saint. So take advantage of the opportunity to realize a glorious life. Do not eat meat on the table, but chew the bones under it. Leave the awarded honor, but go through hardship. Being a crouching tiger with talent, but without carrying a load or playing a role, one will be a pile of broken bones to their death. Butterflies are pretty sights as they fly freely, but a buried gemstone is no better than the soil. People cannot stay pretty for 1,000 days and flowers cannot remain beautiful for 100. Although fine cellared wines exude beautiful fragrances, they are of no use until they are consumed. Drink as we have wine today and never plan for the following 1,000 years. Tsunamis and earthquakes might happen at any time, so who knows how long we will enjoy our lives. Value what you have. Anything that is easy to gain is actually a gift from the greatest creator. If there is a faucet in the house, Why dig a well miles away? Treasure what is coming to you without rejection, but never waste your life daydreaming. If there are many hardships and troubles in that which you are engaged in, you must have misunderstood life. God punishes infatuated people, and hell serves for flaunting people. So why not lead the easy life? Great events are determined by Tao, not by people who do not even understand themselves. The best life can be led by acting along Tao. Wasting a God-given opportunity is acting against Tao. Gangsters should be ruled by demons, but sages should be led by saints. Whether evil or a sage depends on Tao. Speak words to people, talk ghostly when you meet ghosts, keep silent when you meet monsters, chirp and tweet with birds, howl with wolves, describe your aspirations when meet your soulmate, eat when you hunger, void when you must, but never complain to others if you made yourself starve or withheld waste. Buddha guides people with predestination and soulmates can be found in Life Genuine. It is sad to have layers between hearts. Melons are just melons while apricots must be apricots. Everything depends on the telepathy. If melons want to be apricots, or apricots want to be melons, the program will be out of order and the goals cannot be realized. Taking the principle of the least resistance, life will be smooth. 麻将混沌与中华文化 Mahjong, holography, and Chinese culture shuifeng. The root of Chinese culture is holography, or rather, the major vein of Chinese culture is holographic culture rather than Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism. Holographic culture completely conforms to the Tao of the greatest creator. However, to be chaotic also means disorder, thus it is difficult to accurately express the meaning of the way of the greatest creator. So I regard the root of Chinese culture as the holographic culture. Many Chinese intellectuals have written articles calling for the renaissance of Chinese culture. After reading their articles, I feel bewildered and ask them in writing, which part of the Chinese culture do you want to revitalize? Not one of them can give me a definite answer or explanation. This shows that those who want to revitalize Chinese culture only have a good wish, but do not really understand what Chinese culture is. Chinese culture is actually holographic culture, and the renaissance of Chinese culture means the renaissance of holographic culture. The cultural primogenitor of the Chinese nation is Fuxishi, whose main contribution to culture is Hechiluo Book and the Eight Diagrams. Taiji, the Eight Diagrams, Book of Changes, Liujia, Jiuxing, and Feng Shui in traditional Chinese culture all are derived from him. Hechiluo Book is also the origin of the theory of main and collateral channels and acupuncture point in traditional Chinese medicine, and the origin of Book of Changes, Feng Shui, Yin and Yang, and the Five Elements, the 8 characters about one's birth, Zaiwei de Shu, the selection of auspicious dates, divination, and necromancy. What Hechiluo Book expresses is a holographic phenomenon, Fuxishi's telepathy between man and heaven, and the scene of the universe resulting from the unity between man and heaven. The connotation of holographic phenomenon is the hologram of the universe. It's so expansive that nothing is excluded, and it can also be so small that nothing can be included. Every phenomenon and everything has a hologram telepathy with the universe. There is nothing independent of a thing, and no phenomenon independent of a phenomenon. To put it more vividly, the fluttering of wings by a butterfly in Alaska of America can trigger a storm in the Cape of Good Hope in South Africa. A coughing by an Eskimo in the Arctic region may induce the fall of an Australian from a building. When interpreting the thinking of mankind, I discover that the most profound thinking is holographic thinking, which is followed in order by non-form thinking, Taiji thinking, visualized thinking, elusive thinking, and the like. The Confucian thinking is the material thinking, the lowest level of thinking. Taoist thinking is Taiji thinking. Buddhist thinking is non-form thinking. The Western thinking based upon science and technology is image thinking and associative thinking. The currently prevailing thinking of the new era, for example, Seth's thinking, conversation with God, the law of one, the disappearance of the universe, A Course in Miracles, and so on, belongs to elusive thinking. The ultimate road that man will take is holographic thinking, or rather, mankind will inherit, carry on, and promote the holographic culture. We can get to know and understand the holographic culture from the 4 phenomena revelation, the 8 diagrams, Huzi, and Mahjong. Revelation means the observation of the astrological movement in the sky, the search of the law of the earth, and the study of animals and plants, the close examination of what is near, and the speculation of what is far away. In one word, we can have a direct dialogue with the greatest creator. The revelation that I have written may serve as an introduction for others to come up with something more valuable. The 8 diagrams means that Wuji gives birth to Taiji, Taiji gives birth to Yin and Yang give birth to 4 signs. 4 signs give birth to 8 Gua. 8 Gua gives birth to 64 Yao images. 64 images give birth to every phenomenon in the universe. Once the changes of 64 images are understood, it will be easy to understand the dialectical relations between changeable and unchangeable and understand the holographic principles. Huzi was the teacher of Lizi. Huzi could skillfully apply the holographic principles. By studying him, we can understand what holographic phenomenon means. Mahjong is a game popular among Chinese people. Do not disregard Mahjong, because it is really what holographic principle is about. A regular set of Mahjong has 136 pieces, consisting of 4 east, 4 south, 4 west, 4 north, 4 center, 4 fa, 4 white, 36 tiao, 36 bing, and 36 yuan. These pieces combine to form the astronomical numbers. Therefore, we can say that even if a person plays Mahjong every day all his life, he may never encounter a combination that is identical to any other combination or array. You feel as if lost in a maze. You may know things as they are, but do not know why they are so. It seems that everything is a matter of accident. There is no order to anything. Every time you play Mahjong, you hope for chance and luck, and are not sure whether you will win or lose. However, to be holographic is to be orderly. There are rules and laws to what is holographic. The rules and laws are meticulous and allow of no loopholes. What seems to be accidental and random is actually orderly and inevitable. People who play Mahjong all attach great importance to luck. If they win, they say they have good hand-chi, luck. And if they lose, they say they hand-chi is not good. What is hand-chi? Everyone can have a try. If you do not have adequate sleep, if you are not in a good condition, or if you have had sex within the 24 hours, you will not have good hand-chi. And the possibility for you to lose will be much higher than the possibility for you to win, unless other 3 people are in an even worse situation. Meanwhile, the direction you are facing and the 5 elements of all the players all have influence on whether you will win or lose. Therefore, if you want to win at Mahjong, you must maintain your vigor and good health and refrain from sex during the short period. If so, you are likely to enjoy good hand-chi. Now the problem is, the combinations of astronomical numbers, which seem like a series of random occurrences, are actually closely in line with the hand-chi of Mahjong players. If you do not have a good hand-chi, you will lose the game no matter how well you can play it. This is where the holographic principles are working. Now let's take a look at these phenomena in the society. Many rich people and people who are good at making money actually have not received much education and do not work very hard, but they are very rich and can make much money. Many people in the officialdom do not have very high intelligence and are not so kind-hearted, but they have many opportunities and are promoted smoothly. On the other hand, many well-educated, intelligent, kind-hearted, and hardworking people are poor and cannot in any way have any opportunity for a promotion. And the secret is the holographic principle. One may fall victim to his own cleverness by outsmarting himself. Why? This is because of holographic principle. Mr. Zhang Baosheng, who is most accomplished in special skills in China, has not received very high education, but his thinking is in a holographic state, and this is the secret. The more concepts one stuffs in his head, the less holographic he will be. The more moral principles one stuffs in his head, the less holographic he will be. The more knowledge one has and the more reasons one understands, the less holographic he will be. The more rules one masters, the less holographic he will be. The more one pursues, the less holographic one will be. How can we be more holographic? Lao Tzu told us to return again to the innocence of baby. Jesus Christ asked us to become like a small child. Zhang Sanfeng told us that to obey is to be immortal, to disobey is to be an immortal. The matter is always shifting between obeying and disobeying. Buddha teaches us to stay away from all forms, let our minds abide nowhere, which is the highest Buddhist principle. The way of the greatest creator is the way of holography. What Life Genuine conveys is holographic information and holographic principles. And what Life Genuine is doing is building holographic culture and revitalizing the root culture of China and the most quintessential culture of China. This is infinitely profound and very interesting. 石墨和金刚石结构给我们的启示 A revelation from the structure of graphite and diamond. Xiefeng. Graphite is an allotrope of carbon, a transitional crystal among covalent crystals, metal crystals, and molecular crystals. In crystals, the same layers of carbon atoms form covalent bonds by sp2, trigonal, hybridization. Each carbon atom connects with 3 others, and 6 of them form a regular hexagon ring on the same plane and stretch to form laminated structures. These carbon atoms in the same plane also have p orbits, which overlap with each other to form delocalized electrons that can move freely in crystal lattices and can be motivated. That is, the graphite has metallic luster which can conduct heat and electricity. Due to the large distances between the layers, and with small bonding forces, they have soft and creamy textures, are gray-black, opaque, and solid. They have a density 2.25 G/cm3, a melting 0.3652 degrees Celsius, a boiling 0.4827 degrees Celsius, and a Mohs scale hardness of 1. The chemical properties are stable and corrosion-resistant, and not very reactive with acid, alkali, or other chemicals. When burned in oxygen at 687 degrees Celsius, it will produce carbon dioxide. It can be oxidized by strong oxidizing agents such as concentrated nitric acid or mineral chameleon. It can be used as an anti-scuff agent and as a lubricant. Highly pure graphite can be used as a neutron moderator in nuclear reactors and can be used in the manufacture of crucibles, electrodes, electric brushes, dry cell batteries, graphite fibers, heat exchangers, coolers, electric arc furnaces, arc lamps, pencil lead, and much more. Diamonds are allotropes of carbon atoms which are typical covalent crystals. The carbon atoms form 4 sp3 hybrid orbits which connect to each other with covalent bonds. Each carbon atom is in the center of a regular tetrahedron formed by 4 other carbon atoms associated with it, forming a crystal, and the entire crystal can be regarded as a giant molecule. These crystals belong to cubic systems and are usually in forms with 8 faces. The purest quality ones are colorless, transparent, strong, and lustrous, but impurities will make them appear blue, sky blue, light yellow, red, or black. Their density is 3.15-3.53 G/cm3. Their melting point is 3550 degrees Celsius, and their boiling point is 4827 degrees Celsius. With a Mohs scale hardness of 10, they are the hardest of all materials. They are non-conductive and appear pale blue fluorescent under ultraviolet light. They do not react with most chemical agents and can be burned in oxygen at 777 degrees Celsius to produce carbon dioxide. Transparent carbides are known as diamonds after they have been carved and polished and are luxurious ornaments. There are few diamond minerals in nature. Diamonds can be made artificially, such as with graphite, subjected to high temperatures, high pressures, and catalyzing agents. What revelation can we obtain from the above data? Graphite and diamonds both consist of carbon atoms, which means that the material of both is the same, but the differences of their molecular structural permutations lead to completely different physical properties. The Mohs scale hardness of graphite is 1 while that of diamonds is 10. The extreme differences between the two lead to extremely different uses, and that is to say that for the same material, when its molecular permutations change, its material properties also change. This principle can be used in the management of the production, life, and human resources, and that is by the permutation and combinations of the managers. Perfect permutations and combinations will make teams like diamonds, with powerful and efficient managing ability. Conversely, if the team is like graphite, it will be weak, ineffective, and have poor managing efficiency. Graphite has free, radical electrons, while diamonds do not. This shows us the analogy that if one group consists of people with different faiths and viewpoints who act without coordination by their own free will, then it will lack cohesion, capacity, and have low efficiency and internal friction. Conversely, if the group is like a unified diamond, it will be invincible, capable of destroying any stronghold, and energy efficient. The same materials form different material properties because of their different permutations and combinations. So it is with life. If the life's non-material structure is different, then it can be transformed from one form of life into another, and a human may be transformed into a celestial being or a Buddha. We can regard humans as graphite, while celestial beings and Buddhas as diamonds. If the consciousness of a human is out of order, they will likely devolve towards lower life. If the consciousness of a human is in order, they will likely evolve toward a higher life. I have obtained the secrets of transforming humans into celestial beings and Buddhas, and I am aware of how to do this with self-cultivation and self-refinery. As long as one follows my guidance strictly, they will become a celestial being or a Buddha and reach the high-level space of life. This is assured. 若无报应则无天理. If there is no retribution, there will be no natural law. Xiefeng, January 30th, 2019. Translated by Chinyu and edited by Care. What is natural law? Natural law is the set of operational laws and principles of the universe and is the reward and punishment mechanism of Tao for all lives. What is retribution? Retribution is the set of rewards and punishments given by natural law according to each life's thoughts, words, and deeds. Is there natural law? This depends on whether there is retribution. If there is no retribution, then natural law does not exist. But if there is retribution, then there definitely is natural law. To know whether there is retribution, we have to analyze, sort out, summarize, verify, and judge from the ups and downs of human society, the rise and fall of each nation, and the joys and sorrows of each individual. We can also analyze and summarize the history and actual facts of each family and draw our own conclusions. If you find that there is indeed retribution, then you must follow natural law and not violate it. But if you find there is no retribution, then you can do whatever you want. Natural law is shapeless, formless, shadowless, traceless, invisible, intangible, and inaudible. To know whether it exists, we can only perceive, sense, and feel the changes in nature, in human society, and in everyone's status quo. To know natural law by way of retribution is called verification. We can also deduce whether it exists through logical reasoning. For example, if you killed a snake and had no son but then found that most people who killed snakes had no sons either, you could conclude that those who kill snakes generally have no sons. A connection between killing snakes and not having sons could be reached. If you kill a snake, then you will either have no sons or they would be accidents. If this were a common phenomenon, then it would prove that killing snakes is retributive, but if it were not a common phenomenon, then it would prove that there is no retribution for killing snakes and that that retribution does not exist. Another example would be between married couples. As long as the wife's aura exceeds that of her husband's, they will give birth to a daughter, but if the husband's aura surpasses that of his wife's, then they will give birth to a son. The formation of this aura correlates to the degree of love and respect that each person has toward their partner. If the wife's degree of love and respect is low, then her aura will be strong and daughters will be born. But if her degree of love and respect is high, her aura will be low and sons will be born. In the same way, if the husband's respect for his wife is low, his aura is strong, and then they will bear sons. But if his respect is high and his aura is weak, then they will bear daughters. Whether this principle is true or not needs to be verified from a large number of cases. If facts prove that this principle is true, then it proves that retribution exists. Otherwise, retribution does not exist. Due to their lack of experience, young people do not understand retribution, so it requires older people to tell them about it, and that if it exists, then people must be careful not to talk, act, eat, go, or think indiscriminately, otherwise there will be retribution. Once it is proven that natural law exists, then we should follow it because if we do so, we will get its corresponding retribution, but if we do not follow it, then we get the corresponding retribution for not following it. For example, I see a phenomenon in cyberspace that no matter who you are or what you post, you will always be scolded. If you are sincere and have good intentions, then you will be scolded. If you publicize Jesus or Buddha, then you will be scolded. If you promote the goodness of communism, then you will be scolded. If you respect your ancestors, then you will be scolded. If you speak from your heart honestly, then you will be scolded. If you spread truth, goodness, beauty, love, faith, and sincerity, then you will be scolded. No matter what you say, There will always be someone out there who is ready to scold you. Even gods, Buddha, celestials, and saints will be scolded when they appear to preach. This cursing is so harsh that it brings bitter winds and miserable rains and makes dust and stones fly. It is so harsh that even good people bow their heads, thinkers dare not write articles, and those who want to do good deeds dare not do them. In addition, some people demolish other people's houses with plausibility, drive others out of their homes, add drugs to food, inject fake vaccines into children, cheat people out of money, dump garbage into rivers, and so forth. They are very aggressive. But you do not need to worry because if the existence of natural law is proven, then retribution will surely come. Natural law cannot be controlled by anyone. No matter who they are subject to its rewards and punishments. Otherwise, millions of the Ming Dynasty imperial family would not have been killed. All 10 clans of Feng Xiaoru's family would not have been killed because of implication. Emperor Chongzhen would not have hanged himself. Ceausescu would not have been shot, and Saddam Hussein would not have been hanged. Some retributions appear immediately, some take years, decades, or even longer to manifest themselves. Therefore, when we study and explore whether retribution exists, we should not just analyze, sort out, summarize, and judge by only one event at one time by one person. We need to explore across time and space. If the retribution mechanism is real, then it can be foreseen that the Chinese nation will face a catastrophe. But if there is no catastrophe, then natural law does not exist and people can do whatever they want. 从两张图片思考心灵的温度. Thinking about the temperature of the soul from 2 pictures. Xiefeng, May 22nd, 2020. Translated by Qin Yu and edited by Musa. Please look at the following 2 pictures first. They are 2 pictures of the same place. This is the place where I live and work. From the picture we can see that one is a winter scene and the other is an early summer scene. From this, we can see clearly that because of the cold weather and low temperature in winter, everything is bleak and the earth is silent. But when the climate is warm, everything will be thriving. The earth will present a scene of vitality. The enlightenment of this phenomenon is that when the temperature of one's spiritual sky is appropriate, one's soul will be full of vitality and creativity, but when the temperature of one's spiritual sky is very low, one's soul will be dead and lack of vitality or creativity. So, what is the temperature of the soul? The spiritual state that measures the strength of a person's mental state, thinking ability, and creative ability is called the temperature of the soul. People with high temperature of soul are flexible, full of enthusiasm, passion, and vitality, and full of creativity, just like the summer of nature, while people with low temperature of soul are sluggish, rigid in thinking and lack of creative ability, just like the winter of nature. The temperature of the soul is composed of and determined by affection, love, and sex. If a person has rich affection, is full of love, and his sex is not suppressed, the temperature of his soul is high. If a person is effectively discouraged, desperate, dejected, and self-abandoned, lack of gratitude, full of resentment to the surroundings, and his nature is suppressed and cannot be released, then the temperature of his soul is low. From the above 2 pictures, we need to warn ourselves that if the temperature of our souls is too low, our lives will fall into poverty and hopelessness. Our lives will be icy without energy and vitality. Therefore, we need to raise the temperature of our souls consciously and let our lives to be colorful and full of energy and infinite hope, just like the changing and colorful sky and earth in the summer. In addition to the temperature of our own inner soul, we also need the temperature of the outside soul. This requires us to consciously participate and devote ourselves to those people who are full of enthusiasm and passion, full of love, full of happiness, joy, freedom, and blessedness, where it can let our lives bloom brilliant shines. 名牌给我的启示. Enlightenment from famous brands. Xiefeng, May 27th, 2020. Translated by Qin Yu and edited by Care. At the end of last fall, I bought a Zhang Shaoquan kitchen knife from a Chinese store in Vancouver. I cherished my new knife but failed to use it for a long time until I lost my old kitchen knife last month and finally began using it. It was easier and handier to use, and the good experience that it provided was like a cow eating lotus or removing hair from yak butter. A quality product is easy to use and works really well. The old kitchen knife was eventually found, but I never used it again until yesterday when I placed the Zhang Shaoquan in the sink after I had cut some meat and picked up the old kitchen knife unconsciously when I needed to cut some vegetables. The moment I held it in my hand, I found it to be quite unpleasant, and it was at that moment that I realized the value of the famous brand. 10 years ago, Shintao Celestial gave me a Philips razor which is still good after I had used it for 10 years. Then, I accidentally lost a small holder while cleaning my hair half a year ago, so I had to buy a new razor at 100 Mile House. I bought one of the best ones in that store, but it did not work well and failed after only a month. I eventually found the small holder for my Philips, but although I wanted to use the new one, it did not work well, so I returned to using the Philips. The advantage of the Philips is that after charging it for slightly more than 10 minutes, it can be used for about 20 days. After 10 years, the battery is still intact. In addition, it feels comfortable in my hand, shaves cleanly, never pinches me or pulls any hairs out painfully, is fairly silent, and the original blade is still sharp. From these two examples, I have concluded that whether it is appliances, clothes, or other utensils, it is best to use quality brands if one can afford them. They might be more expensive, but in terms of long-term benefits, they are more cost-effective. Thus, I realized that people can also be divided into various grades. If you can get acquainted with, interact with, and cherish quality brand characters in your life, then your blessings will be great. Brand characters are like Zhang Shaoquan kitchen knives and Philips razors. They always make people feel comfortable and bring them wisdom, joy, safety, and tranquility, but never disturb them or make them feel uncomfortable. The benefits of getting along with brand characters are many. The greatest wealth in life is being able to meet and cherish one or several of them. I can be considered a blessed person because when I counted the treasures in my spiritual warehouse, I found several brand characters worth mentioning. Two male secular friends are Shui Binyi and Lu Jinkai. Two male Chanyuan celestials are Tongtian Celestial and Qinxi Celestial. And three female brand celestials are Huiying Celestial, Jingying Celestial, and Xiangrui Celestial. Their common features are that they all have rich personalities and first-class quality. They are picturesque like mountains and rivers or poems and paintings, high in taste and state, treat me sincerely and without deception, have never made me feel uncomfortable in the slightest degree, and have helped me a lot. We should cherish brand objects while using them and treat them with awe because they are expensive, and do the same with brand people. When facing the brand people whom we are lucky enough to have in our lives, we can only venerate and admire them in our hearts without the tiniest secular affection or lust. It is best to enjoy them as quietly as you would appreciate peerless landscape paintings. Never take them down and hang them up repeatedly. When several government websites described Life-Chanuan as a cult several years ago, I, as its godfather, immediately broke off my relations with Shui Binyi and Lu Jinkai because I did not want to negatively impact the futures of my best friends. Sacrificing oneself and protecting brand friends is the best way to cherish and respect them. Brand objects have exquisite structures, high quality, and long service lives, making them easy to use. Brand characters have rich personalities and are transcendent, lofty, exquisite, sincere, selfless, and desireless beyond words. They are inexhaustible spiritual sources from which one can benefit for a lifetime, so they should only be admired without the slightest profane thoughts. Of course, there are still many brand characters who are worth cherishing in my life, most of whom are Chanyuan Celestials. I hope that my existence will be valuable and useful to my dear friends, and I pray that one day my relationships with Chanyuan Celestials will no longer be as ones between a tour guide and tourists, but rather those of close friends. It is not easy to meet brand characters. Not only does it require a gift from the greatest creator, but also the matching of one's own quality. It is even more difficult to become one. It takes a lifetime of self-cultivation and self-refinement to hope to accomplish that. A person who never meets a brand character throughout their life would not know that there are mountains beyond mountains, how high the sky is, or how lush the land can be. They would always use old kitchen knives without knowing that Zhangzioquans exist, but always think that all kitchen knives are the same. This is both pitiful and pathetic, just like a woman who has never experienced an extreme orgasm never knows what it is really like to be a woman. I hope that I can become like a Zhang Shaoquan kitchen knife or Philips razor one day. 日常生活中能获得天启 Revelations from daily life. Xiefeng, December 1st, 2020. Translated by Qinyu and edited by Care. Everything and all phenomena are the words of the greatest creator, and changing phenomena are the greatest creator speaking them. This is Zen, the book without words. Reading the book without words is talking to the greatest creator, and you can listen to the greatest creator's words in daily life without pursuing a lofty posture. I placed a bag of flour inside my refrigerator, but not in the freezer section. When I reopened it a year later, I found that it had formed into lumps, which made it inedible. Revelation. Flour should be placed in a dry and ventilated place because it will rot and deteriorate in a damp place. People should change their homes frequently, and they should always ventilate their thoughts. Otherwise, over time, they will become stubborn. I kept some eggplants in my refrigerator, the temperature in which was kept between 0 degrees C and 4 degrees Celsius. Within a few days, they had turned black, were frozen, and tasted stale. Later, I left other ones at room temperature, and within a few days, they too had rotted. Revelation. Some vegetables cannot be kept too cold or too hot. Some people cannot be loved or hated. If you do not take a bath or change your clothes for a month, lice will appear. Revelation. As long as the conditions are right, species will find them. Viruses appear in the same way. So if humans do not adopt new ideas and new ways of living often, viruses will arrive. The coronavirus is telling people that they must think and live differently. Revelation. People who do not learn to perceive and accept new ideas and new lives often will invite parasitic thoughts to grow in their minds. When boiling mung beans, you will always encounter iron beans. Their shapes and colors are exactly the same as those of mung beans, but no matter how you cook them, they do not soften. In fact, the more you cook them, the harder they become. Revelation. Within groups of people, there will always be some special ones such as saints and rogue thieves who are born thusly and will not change. It is very cold here in the winter, so our window glasses are double layered and there are empty, insulating layers between them. In this way, the cold is blocked out. Revelation. Worries are cold. With 2 layers of selflessness, we can keep our worries out. I bought a water bamboo shoot 2 years ago and placed it in a glass vase and changed the water from time to time, but other than that, I never gave it any nutrient fertilizer. I would sometimes forget to change the water, and sometimes there was only a little bit of water left in the vase, but the bamboo has still been growing well. Revelation. In crowds, some people are like water bamboos. You do not need to establish special relationships with them, and you do not need to give them special care, but they will be happy as long as you smile at them or say hello to them occasionally. They need very little encouragement in order to maintain intimate relationships with you. They are the most content and sincere water bamboo-like people among us. My neighbor moved out of his old house and wanted to store a bunch of his stuff in my place for a while and stay with me for a few days. I said sure, I would love to have him. I told him that he could live with me until he found his new home, that he could stay with me for the whole winter, and that I wanted nothing in return. I even told him that he could treat my home as his own. Was I being extraordinarily generous? In fact, it was not that I was being generous, but because he had been helping me for the past several years. Every winter, this neighbor had driven his snowplow to shovel snow for me, and he never charged me anything. So my door was open to him. Revelation. If you want others to open their doors to you, and if you want to be welcomed warmly, then you need to accumulate merits in advance. If you have merits, then the door will open to you. But if there are none, then the door will be closed. The same is true for heaven. If you have merits there, then you will be welcome. But if you do not, then you will not be. Last year, I bought 2 red leaf trees from a nursery in Vancouver and grew them in flower pots. They grew very well in the summer. One day, one of them blew over in the wind, but I had not noticed it until a few hours later, so I picked it up and replanted the baby tree, but sadly it died soon after. A few days ago, I accidentally overturned some crab cactus pots on a table and poured out the soil, so I hurriedly replanted it. As a result, its growth was unaffected, and it even came into full bloom a few days later. Revelation. People are like plants. Sometimes, once you offend some, it is difficult to restore a good relationship with them, while if you offend others, it will not affect your good relationship with them at all. 天气越优秀者越美满. Revelation. The more excellent, the happier. Xiefeng, December 4th, 2020. Translated by Yu and edited by Care. This year, one of my friends sent me 12 large peaches from Vancouver. The color of them were gorgeous. They tasted tender, crisp, and sweet. They were big and fragrant, and except for some that I had eaten as a child, I had not enjoyed such big and fragrant ones in many decades. Later, I bought several kinds of peaches from a local supermarket, but in terms of size, color, and sweetness, they could not compare with those big peaches from my friend. To satisfy my guests, I always serve a plate of fruit for breakfast. Grapes are a standing item, so I serve them every day of the year. In addition to ones grown locally in Canada, there are also grapes imported from the United States and Mexico. Since I buy and eat grapes often, I discovered their secret. The bigger the grape, the sweeter and more fragrant, the more delicious, fewer seeds, and less residue they have, and of course, the more expensive they will be. From the above revelations of peaches and grapes, I have found that for all things, including lives, the more excellent that they are in some ways, the better they will be in many ways. This revelation even applies to people. The more excellent that people are, the easier it becomes to deal with them. The less trouble they bring to others, the more reasonable they are, the more flexible and accommodating they are in dealing with affairs, the more they give and dedicate, the less they ask for, the more humble, positive, and optimistic they are, and the better the quality of their lives are. The more excellent that people are, the better one feels about getting along with them. On the other hand, the better that people can get along with them, the more excellent they are. A further enlightenment is that only the excellent can create beautiful environments and lives. Perfection creates perfection, but flaws create defects. From this revelation, we can understand that if a region or country is poor and backward, then too few outstanding people must reside within it. But if it is prosperous and its people live and work in peace, then many outstanding people must live within it. By the way, if someone always brings hope, beauty, happiness, and joy to people, and excites and makes them ecstatic, then this person must be excellent and is a big fairy peach or a big, sweet, fragrant, and colorful grape. If, on the contrary, a person always brings worries, anxiety, troubles, confusion, pessimism, and unpleasantness, then they are, you guessed it, 老虎的背上不会长翅膀. Tigers will not grow wings on their backs. Xiefeng, March 6th, 2021. Translated by Yu and edited by Care. Suppose that tigers had wings on their backs and they could give birth to more than 10 cubs at a time like pigs and dogs. What would result? I am afraid that many other animals would have little chance to survive, and it would be questionable whether even humans could survive or not. This revelation tells us that life cannot be perfect and that people's wishes cannot be fully satisfied. If you want to be rich, powerful, famous, have a happy family, and go to heaven, there is no such possibility. You can either be a bird with wings or a fierce tiger, but no desire to be both a bird and a tiger can be satisfied. When we study the scientists who have won Nobel Prizes around the world, we find that they had been trying assiduously to explore the mysteries of the material universe in obscurity. One day, one of them succeeded in discovering one of the mysteries that was sought, but before that success was their perseverance of long and hard work and a devotion to it. Just imagine, if a person wanted to be an entrepreneur, a government official, and a star, could they also become a Nobel Prize winner? Of course not. If you covet too much, then in the end, you will accomplish nothing. Too much greed will not only cause successive worries, but also lead to schizophrenia and, of course, failure. If a man wants to get a beautiful, sexy, charming, gentle, considerate, artful, loyal woman who can entertain guests and cook well, with a successful career and who can make a lot of money and always accompany her husband to serve him tea and coffee, could he find her? No way. She does not exist. That would be like looking for a tiger with wings on its back. For those who are determined to trek to the peak of life and finally reach heaven, when you decide to start, you must say goodbye to your desires for money, power, fame, profit, status, and carnal bliss. You must no longer want to own anything. You must reach the state of zero, possess nothing, and be selfless. In your process of trekking and climbing, you cannot look back, nor look around to compare, but you must remain focused on your way forward. In this process, What you should overcome are not the difficulties and obstacles on your way forward, but rather your inner hesitation, anxiety, pain, fear, lack of confidence, your inner purgatory, and your mental and spiritual torture. Do not expect people around you to understand and support you. That would be impossible. Consider yourself fortunate if they do not try to pull you back. You will taste despair to the point of considering suicide, and at the same time, you will not have the time or energy to explain anything, let alone to get angry, complain, or consider revenge. These kinds of mental and spiritual suffering will be the prices that you will have to pay to go to heaven. Never have regrets in life. They will ruin your good memories of the past and your spiritual power to go toward the beautiful time and space. Over the past years, no matter how much blood, sweat, tears, and hardships we have paid, and no matter how much grievance and helplessness we have experienced, it has become history, and history is a burden. With this heavy burden, it is impossible to move forward lightly and leisurely, to walk a long way, and to reach the most ideal destination. For the past, no regrets; to the future, firm faith. This way, there will be hope to climb to the peak of life and life. 越纯越稳定. The purer, the more stable. Xiefeng. January 26, 2019. Translated by Qin Yu and edited by Musa. Let's first look at a natural phenomenon. According to a report by the British Daily Mail on January 22, 2019, in the attic of a resident named Roderick Cooper in Alaska, there are 2 bottles of water in the freezing weather of -22 degrees Celsius, which are still in liquid state, video shows. It is scientifically explained that this is the phenomenon of supercooling, which means that when a liquid is very pure without impurities, the freezing speed will become very slow, and the liquid will continue to remain in the liquid state, without ice crystals, and will not freeze into solid, even it is 22 degrees Celsius below zero or colder. Let's look at another phenomenon. What do we see when babies and children are with wolf, insect, tiger, leopard, and other wild and domestic animals? What we see is that wild animals do not harm babies and children. No matter how wild dogs are, when they are with babies and children, they become docile, even affectionate, when they are with babies and children. They not only do not harm babies and children, but also take care of them. Dogs are like this. Horses, cattle, sheep are like this. Even wild wolves are like this. According to the legend of the city of Rome, when the 15th king of Numitor was reigning, his brother Amulius usurped the throne. For fear of revenge from his brother's descendants, Amulius killed his nephew and forced his niece Silvia to be a priestess who was not allowed to marry. In this way, his brother would have no offspring, and Amulius thought that there would be no crisis in his regime. But his niece Silvia secretly fell in love with the god of war Mars and quietly gave birth to twins. When Amulius learned the news, he ordered the execution of his niece and asked the slave to throw the twins into the Tiber. The river washed the twins to the shore, and their cries led to a female wolf who was drinking water by the river. Instead of harming the twins, she lovingly licked them dry and brought them back to her cave and feed them with her own milk. In 1920, in a small town called Midnapal in the northeast of Kolkata, India, people found 2 human-like monsters walking on all fours trailing behind 3 big wolves. The 2 human-like monsters turned out to be 2 naked girls. It was later confirmed that the 2 girls were raised by wolves since childhood. By the 1950s, it has been discovered scientifically that 30 children were raised by beasts, 5 by bears, 1 by leopards, 14 by wolves, as well as by monkeys and sheep. Let's look at another phenomenon. There are many kinds of gemstones in nature. No matter what kind of gemstones, their value and price are related to their purity. The higher the purity, the higher the value and the price. This also applies to people. The purer and more beautiful they are, the more likable they are. The more complex they are, the more they will be hated by others. To sum up, we can come to the conclusion that the purer a thing is, the less susceptible it is to external factors, just like the rare gas helium, neon, argon, krypton, xenon, and radon in the periodic table chemical elements. Similarly, the purer a thing is, the higher its stability is. It can also be concluded that the higher the purity of things, the easier for it to get the love of the environment, that is the care and cherishment of the environment. Hence, we can understand why Jesus Christ said that if we want to enter the kingdom of the greatest creator, we must become a child. And we can also understand why Lao Tzu taught us that we must return to the state of infancy if we want to unite with the Tao. Because only by returning to the state of infancy, becoming a child, can you be qualified to enter the kingdom of heaven. Let's extend this principle. If you want to enter heaven, the key is to become pure. Only pure things can show their nature. Nature is Buddha. Nature is celestial. Showing nature is equivalent to becoming celestial and Buddha. Celestial and Buddha will definitely enter heaven. Babies and children are very pure, and what they expose are completely nature. So even a ferocious wolf will not hurt them but will love them. Therefore, whether one can enter heaven or not has nothing to do with learning, knowledge, and wisdom, how many classic books you have learned. It has nothing to do with religion, how many good deeds you have done, how much truth you have understood and spread. It has nothing to do with kowtowing, burning incense, or making pilgrimage. The key is whether a life is pure. In this way, the content of self-cultivation and self-refinement is very simple. What we need to do is to let ourselves become pure, return to the state of infancy. So, we know that the more complicated people are, the farther away they are from heaven. The purer, the more stable. Is it a universal law? Let's analyze it. Most people will have friends. At the beginning, the friendship is very pure, so they can maintain a friendly relationship. But gradually, the friendly relationship cannot be maintained. Why? The reason is that the friendship is becoming more and more impure. If interests are added to friendship, the friendship will become complicated and impure, so it can no longer be maintained. Many people set up companies and business. At the beginning, the company developed smoothly, but as time passed, the company began to decline and close. What is the reason? The reason is that the company has become impure. Some companies began to marry politics. Some companies began to get involved in the real estate business. Some companies began to get involved in the stock market. Some industrial companies became interested in the cultural field. And some companies that only provided food began to engage in business of restaurants, breeding, and planting. Although they are consistent with the content of providing food, their scope of business is different after all, so they will eventually decline. Let's look at the social fields. Romania, Yugoslavia, the Soviet Union, Venezuela, Vietnam, and China all are socialism. The result is they all have almost collapsed. China's socialism is also on the verge of collapse. The reason is that none of them is pure. Socialism is socialism. If you mix it with the market, family and party interest and corruption, it will surely collapse. Pro-socialism is definitely superior to capitalism, but if you make the socialism rather impure, how can it be better than capitalism? Collapse is inevitable because it violates the rule of the purer, the more stable. Flies always find the cracked eggs. Why? Because if there is no crack on the egg, it can keep relatively pure, so flies won't bite it. Once there is crack on the egg cannot keep pure. Flies will certainly come to bite. In the process of founding Life Genuine, I found out that people with more complex thoughts are more likely to be disturbed by external factors and gradually leave, while those with simpler thoughts are more likely to remain. This fact also proves the rule that the purer, the more stable. Thus, we can get another conclusion. For a person, the more knowledgeable, the more complex the thinking, the greater the ability, the more mindful and smarter, the more experienced, the more deeply involved in society, the more flexible, the more he is unreliable, because he or she violates the rule of the purer, the more stable. He might vow to you today and part ways with you tomorrow. Thus we can get one more conclusion that the more complex one is, the most silly and stupid the person is in the world. 小便渐渐发，大便瞬间生，天启篇之三. The small changes gradually occur, while the big changes happen in an instant. Xiefeng. Translation edited by Jiejing. The setting sun cast a magnificent crimson hue over the plateau. Amidst the rolling yellow dust, shepherds herded their flocks back home, and wisps of cooking smoke rose from the rooftops in the village. The sound of human voices, barking dogs, and bleating sheep created a picturesque scene of early spring pastoral return. Suddenly, the earth trembled. Like a giant bomb exploding, a dense yellow column of smoke billowed up from the tranquil summit of Mount Sail. The livestock scattered in panic, while people, unable to escape in time, struggled to comprehend the disaster unfolding before them. The towering Mount Sail abruptly shrank in size. Then, the ground beneath their feet began to shift, causing the unsteady individuals to stumble and fall. In an instant, walls collapsed, houses crumbled, and village after village was reduced to rubble. Halfway up the mountainside, a rolling wave of mud suddenly surged forth, roaring as it rushed down towards the valley. People screamed and cried out, desperately trying to escape. However, in the rapid downhill slide, traveling at nearly 20 meters per second, they couldn't outrun the pursuit of the Grim Reaper. Over 400 head of livestock and 237 men, women, and children from 3 villages were tragically buried alive. The massive landslide on Mount Sail lasted only a few short minutes, and as the dust settled, the desolate wilderness returned to its dreadfully serene state. This is not a myth or a futuristic science fiction story. It is a factual account of the catastrophic landslide on Mount Sail in Dongxiang Autonomous County, Gansu Province, as described by Mr. Zheng Yi in his urgent report on China's ecological collapse. Was it a natural disaster or a man-made calamity? My home is not far from Mount Sail, so the news of the devastating landslide quickly reached my temporary hometown. To my knowledge, the general consensus among people was that it was a natural disaster. But was it truly a natural disaster? There is a profoundly heartbreaking true story that may help answer this question. My hometown was once a picturesque place, but later, the government decided to construct the Lujiaxia Reservoir. This massive machinery of the state forcibly relocated us to a place full of gullies and ravines, where we had to rebuild our homes. At that time, several villagers from our village were irrigating a field. My distant uncle, while irrigating, had his young son playing nearby. Within just 2 hours of irrigation, suddenly, the ground beneath where the little boy was standing gave way. By the time my uncle realized it, his son had vanished without a trace. He helplessly watched as a young life was mercilessly swallowed by the earth. My uncle and aunt cried for 3 days and 3 nights. Why did the sky, Mount Sail, collapse? Why did the ground sink? The sinking of the ground was due to irrigation. So, why did Mount Sail collapse? Is it because the water accumulated by the Lujiaxia Reservoir seeped into Mount Sail? Furthermore, the Mount Sail region has traditionally relied on nature's bounty for sustenance. Since the agricultural reforms and the remarkable transformation of barren mountains into fertile fields depicted in The Great Achievement of Dazai and the film Red Flag Canal, people have exhibited heroic determination by constructing irrigation channels on the mountainside. The Mount Sail region has also built terraced fields, redirecting water from the plains to the plateau. Perhaps the fragile Mount Sail couldn't withstand the relentless human intervention, surrendering and bowing down to the heroic individuals who fought against both heaven and earth. Otherwise, why would such a tall mountain collapse? The collapse and landslide of Mount Sail were monumental changes, and significant transformations occur in an instant. This is what we call a big change that happens in an instant. The Tangshan earthquake in 1976, the 9/11 attacks on the World Trade Center in the United States, the atomic bomb explosion in Hiroshima, the Chernobyl nuclear power plant disaster in the former Soviet Union, train derailments, plane crashes, car accidents, cerebral hemorrhages, heart attacks, and so on. These major changes all erupt suddenly when people least expect them. In my article, Perplexities and Insights of Life, I wrote, "Is worrying about the future of humanity groundless? Do you believe that the Titanic wouldn't have hit an iceberg? The sun and the moon are always in the river, flowing towards the vast ocean. But can they not suddenly turn into a sea of fire? Noah was mocked for building an ark on top of a mountain. People cheered when Apollo landed on the moon. There's a reason behind every event. Don't laugh without justification. Wise people are anxiously working day and night." In my article, Life is a Journey, I wrote, "Life is a journey, and at its end, there awaits a celestial gate." When Noah's Ark wasn't yet sealed, the world outside was still in a frenzy. But once the Ark's doors were closed, countless beings vanished without a trace. As the massive Titanic sailed through the ocean, the people on board were filled with joy. But when the colossal iceberg quietly approached, the clutches of death took hold of their lives. Whether you believe it or not, big changes happen in an instant. Why do big changes happen in an instant? It's because of the gradual occurrence of small changes. Who has witnessed the growth process of plants? Can you see it by staring? As people age day by day, who can see the specific changes? The sun rises and sets. Can you see it clearly? Someone undergoes a medical examination and is diagnosed with a heart condition. When did it start? Do they know? Small changes gradually occur, leading to big changes happening in an instant. Do you have any further questions? 万物皆有声，天起偏之舞. Everything has a sound. 写风. As long as there is movement, vibrations will occur. With vibrations, waves are produced. And with waves, sound is generated. All moving machines make sounds. All living animals produce sounds. All growing plants have sounds. Plants grow with sound, white clouds drifting across the blue sky have sound, butterflies gracefully dancing among flowers have sound, mosquitoes buzzing as they suck blood have sound, and the movement of the intestines has sound. Flowing water has sound, and even seemingly still mountains, rocks, and the earth itself have sound. This is because they are not only moving with the Earth's rotation and its revolution around the sun, but also because the molecules within them are in motion. Any frequency of oscillation produces sound. The crashing waves of the sea have sound. Animals running and walking on the earth have sound. Birds flying in the sky have sound. And signals emitted by television stations, radio stations, communication towers, including the signals from our mobile phones, have sound. All light has sound, not only the radiant waves of the sun, but also the faint glow emitted by a lit candle has sound. The flowing underground springs have sound. Blood flowing through our veins has sound, and the upward flow of nutrients within the branches of ancient trees that have lived for 100 years also has sound. The brain has brainwaves, the heart has an electrocardiogram, and our mental activities, thinking consciousness have sound. The universe has sound, empty space has sound, positive objects have sound, and negative objects have sound. The greatest creator who created everything in the universe has sound. 难破难解的36道八卦阵，天启篇之一. The 36 8 trigrams formation which are hard to conquer. Xiefeng. Translation edited by Jiejing. It was the summer of 1983 when I was working on the Chilean mountains at an altitude of nearly 4,000 meters. One morning, as I emerged from my tent, I suddenly noticed that the surrounding mountains and fields had donned a green attire overnight. How could the previously desolate earth, which was yellowish just yesterday, transform into a vibrant green overnight? Bending down, I carefully observed and discovered that the grass, which seemed to have been sleeping with its head covered yesterday, appeared to have responded to the call of some divine force. Within a few hours, all of them broke through their constraints and grew more than 5 millimeters upwards. What amazed me even more was that a few days later, the wildflowers bloomed all over the mountains and fields. What astonished me further was that after a few more days, those flowers bore fruit. What left me in awe was that, within a few days, those fruits had already ripened. What startled me the most was that, after a few more days, the lush green mountains and fields reverted back to a desolate yellow. Everything seemed like a dream. Why did the grass on the plains require half a year to go through the entire process of growth and decline, while the grass in the high-altitude region completed the entire cycle of growth and decay in less than a month, perfectly and swiftly? Is this a kind of sorrow or a kind of happiness? Is it a hymn or a lament? I don't know. It must have been around 1986. At that time, Hainan had not yet become a province. After visiting Tianya Haijiao and Sanya, I returned to Haikao. One day, I had a bowl of stir-fried noodles in a small restaurant. As I licked my lips and stepped out of the restaurant, I noticed an old man selling a book under a tree near the entrance. I wondered if it could be a book on Taoist practices. Curiosity prompted me to take a quick glance, and I saw the title, The Art of Becoming Invisible. Taoist Magic, written on the cover of that ancient-looking book in a pale yellow color. I had never heard of such a strange book title before. I flipped through a few pages, filled with terms like heavenly stems, earthly branches, and five elements, but I couldn't understand a single sentence. People who love books have a peculiar habit. The more incomprehensible a book is, the more they enjoy collecting it, at least for the sake of appearances. This book was indeed quite expensive, but I still bought it. Back at my workplace, I occasionally flipped through The Art of Becoming Invisible, Taoist Magic, but I couldn't understand it. During a visit to my hometown, my younger brother mentioned an unfortunate incident that occurred in a particular family in our village. He said that the calamity that befell them was said to have occurred on a highly ominous day, coinciding with a joyous event they had organized. He proceeded to inform me of the specific day on which they held the celebration. Puzzled, upon opening The Art of Becoming Invisible, Taoist Magic once again, I discovered that the date my brother had mentioned was indeed recorded in the book, highlighting it as a highly ominous day. It turns out that the knowledge of selecting auspicious dates in Chinese cultural treasures is not superstition after all. The Art of Becoming Invisible, Taoist Magic is fascinating. I delved deep into the world of The Art of Becoming Invisible, Taoist Magic. To my surprise, I realized that it was an extraordinary and unparalleled book. It turns out that the wisdom of Jiangxia, Zhongliang, and Zhuge all stemmed from The Art of Becoming Invisible, Taoist Magic. Ancient Chinese sages were truly remarkable. My grandmother once told me a story. She narrated, in the distant past, there was a peculiar individual who constructed a door using stones in a flat area. There were no walls, and both the front and back of the door opened up to vast fields, completely unobstructed and visible at a glance. People could walk around the door to reach its front or go to its back. However, this eccentric person informed everyone that this door was a celestial gate, and once someone entered, they could never come out again. The crowd burst into laughter, commenting that this peculiar person must be crazy or mentally ill. There was a young man who, in a carefree manner, wanted to prove that the peculiar person was indeed crazy. He walked towards the door, and as soon as he stepped over the threshold, he was stunned by the sight before his eyes. He beheld ancient towering trees, verdant rolling hills, distant peaks shrouded in mist, graceful cranes soaring in the sky, waterfalls cascading down cliffs, and the gentle sound of flowing water. It was a magnificent and enchanting scene, like a splendid paradise. The young man forgot his original intention and continued walking along the forest path. After a few turns in the mountains, he came across a house nestled at the foot of a hill, with wisps of smoke rising from the chimney, emanating an atmosphere of tranquility and elegance. As he approached the door, intending to knock, to his surprise, a beautiful woman dressed in colorful attire, resembling a budding peony, appeared before him. With a graceful nod, she beckoned him and said, "I have been waiting for you for many days. Please come inside quickly." As he stepped into the hall, he saw a middle-aged woman with a kind expression, neat attire, seated gracefully in a high-backed chair. She beckoned him, saying, "Come, come. You have a destined bond with our young lady spanning several lifetimes. Today is an auspicious day, and I shall arrange your marriage." The story continues with a joyous wedding night, filled with candlelight and bliss. They went on to have children, and it is said that they had a total of 5 sons and 5 daughters. The whole family lived happily together, and this young man lived until the age of 99 before peacefully passing away as an immortal. As for the onlookers outside the stone door, they witnessed the young man entering the door, but he suddenly vanished without a trace. They searched frantically, running here and there, but they couldn't find him. In the end, they demanded that the peculiar person remove the magic and return the young man to them. The peculiar person said, "Be patient, be patient. Wait for another 6 hours, and you will see him." After less than an hour, the eagerly awaiting crowd saw the young man, who was still unconscious. Just as they were about to inquire about what had happened to the peculiar person, they realized that both the peculiar person and the stone door had disappeared without a trace. It was then that the people realized they had encountered an immortal. My grandmother continued to speak to me, saying, "Silly boy, if you contemplate the mysteries of the heavens and earth, profound truths may one day become clear to you. Do you want to become that young man? I replied, Grandmother, you're talking about mythology. We are now studying science, and mythological stories are made up by people. How can I become that young man? Grandmother responded with, I don't understand science. Let everything be determined by fate. Later, when I read The Story of the Magic Mirror, the scenes of the White Flower Fairy descending to the mortal world and the children of Luo Binwang and Su Jingya breaking the Yu-Water Formation, Fireless Formation, Ba Knife Formation, and Kai Bei Formation, I couldn't help but recall my grandmother's stories and reflect on the process of growth and decay I had personally witnessed in the grass on the Chilean mountains. It was then that I realized the boundless mysteries that exist in the universe. I have just realized that the magic of the art of becoming invisible, Taoist magic, lies in its ability to create and break formations. I have just realized that the greatest creator has laid out 36 8-diagram arrays in the universe. I have just realized that we humans exist within one of the greatest creator's formations. Who can decipher the greatest creator's formation? Who can unravel the secrets like Xie Sun did with the dragon-slaying saber? It all depends on our destiny. 联想思维天启篇之75 Associative thinking. Xiefeng. Translation edited by Jiejing. Being able to grasp a particular phenomenon in the natural world, and then through that phenomenon, draw analogies, make inferences, and establish connections with other related factors is called associative thinking. The most typical example of associative thinking is Newton, Apple, universal gravitation. Newton, observing the common natural phenomenon of an apple falling to the ground, associated it with gravity. From gravity, he made connections to factors such as mass, velocity, and spatial distance, and subsequently derived the three laws of motion. This is an example of associative thinking. The phenomenon of swirling water in a bathtub drain can be associated with the direction of Earth's magnetic field lines. The spiraling ascent of a bean vine can be associated with the direction of celestial bodies' movement. The natural phenomenon of wood floating and iron sinking on the water surface can be associated with buoyancy and the shipbuilding industry. The discontinuity observed in certain events can be associated with quantum mechanics. The concepts of motion, mass, and gravity can be associated with the curvature of space-time. The role of consciousness can be associated with the holographic nature of the universe, and so on. All of these examples fall under the category of associative thinking. A qualified detective can deduce the character traits, motives, and whereabouts of the parties involved from the smallest clues. A qualified forensic expert can infer the physical characteristics, facial expressions, and even the appearance and attire of the perpetrator from the victim's injuries and facial expressions. A qualified traditional Chinese medicine practitioner can identify internal organ disorders based on a patient's complexion. A qualified fortune teller, based on a person's facial features, can make predictions about their past actions, future fortunes, and misfortunes. A qualified feng shui master can assess the quality of a person's living environment based on their handwriting and habitual movements. A qualified politician can anticipate a dynasty's transition and the arrival of a new era based on common psychological and behavioral patterns among people. A qualified economist can predict stock market fluctuations, the future economic development of a company or a nation based on specific events. A qualified sociologist can associate the prevalence of prostitution, drug use, and organized crime with the loss of a nation's belief systems and moral values. Even a fashion designer can envision future clothing trends based on popular colors and the pace of people's footsteps on the streets. Associative thinking possesses qualities of originality, inventiveness, novelty, and uniqueness. It is a divergent thinking process. Many people may appear to have associative thinking, but in reality, they are merely applying the associative knowledge of others or drawing from long-standing experiential summaries. For example, many farmers can relate the changing seasons to spring plowing, summer growth, autumn harvest, and winter storage. However, this is not the result of their own associative thinking, but a reflection of their accumulated experiences in their conscious minds. Similarly, many individuals can associate joint pain with changes in weather, which is the effect of knowledge and experience rather than the result of associative thinking. Many businessmen make decisions on what goods to import or export based on regional differences, timing variations, and seasonal variations. Again, this is a result of experience, with few exceptions. When we look at the professions of engineers, technicians, experts, scholars, ordinary detectives, doctors, economists, and others, it may seem like their work relies on associative thinking. However, in reality, they are simply applying the knowledge or experience acquired from education or accumulated through their work. For instance, Newton's association of an apple falling to the ground with the concept of universal gravitation is a result of associative thinking. But if a college student claims to associate an apple falling to the ground with universal gravitation, they are merely stating the knowledge they have learned, recounting Newton's discovery, rather than expressing their own associative thinking unless they have never heard of Newton or were unaware of the concept of gravity. Strictly speaking, associative thinking refers to the type of thinking that leads to new discoveries, inventions, creations, and theories. In this sense, individuals who possess associative thinking are primarily scientists, inventors, forensic experts, traditional Chinese medicine practitioners, fortune tellers, feng shui masters, exceptional politicians, military strategists, and engineers or technicians who can develop new products to some extent. The individuals who primarily drive the slow progression of human civilization are those who possess the ability of associative thinking. Without them, the civilized society we have today would not exist. Materialistic thinking is rigid thinking, while associative thinking is divergent thinking. It breaks free from the rigidity of materialistic thinking and surpasses the imitation and copying of image thinking. It directly extends its tentacles into unknown territories, leading to new discoveries and inventions and finding new pathways. However, associative thinking still falls far short of truly grasping the profound mysteries of the universe. I can see this point from the thinking of great scientists such as Newton, Einstein, Planck, Hawking, and others. I also see it in the efforts of scientists attempting to establish a unified field theory of the universe. For the entire human race, I hope to see a significant emergence of individuals with associative thinking abilities. This is because when it comes to transporting a 6-ton cargo from point A to point B, which is 800 kilometers away, an individual with associative thinking can simply drive a heavy truck and complete the task in a day. On the other hand, if we rely on individuals with material thinking, even if each person can carry 50 kilograms and walk 100 kilometers a day, it will still require 120 people and 8 days to accomplish the task. This approach would be wasteful, laborious, and inefficient. As for individuals with image thinking, they simply cannot achieve this task. From an artistic perspective, image thinking may be greater than material thinking. However, from a practical standpoint, when one is hungry, a steamed bun can provide sustenance, whereas a picture of a bun, no matter how realistic, cannot solve practical problems. For Life Genuine members, I hope that everyone does not limit their thinking to associative thinking because associative thinking is still a lower-level form of thinking. It's like the situation where information needs to be exchanged between the two shores of the Atlantic Ocean. Materialistic thinkers would build ships and send people across, imagery-based thinkers would lay undersea cables, and associative thinkers would use radio waves. However, our approach is 近处无灾殃，闹处有祸患以天启偏之期. Quiet places are free from misfortune, but places of excitement may breed disaster. Xiefeng. Translation edited by Jiejing. My kitchen at home is 20 square meters. Occasionally, I would see a few light red ants here and there. On the floor, by the sink, on the countertop, or hurriedly searching for food on the cupboard. Since their numbers were small, my partner and I never paid them much attention, allowing them to roam freely and do as they pleased. Later on, we noticed that their numbers kept increasing. Sometimes, we would see more than 10 of them scurrying around, so we had no choice but to take appropriate measures to remove them. One day, I suddenly discovered that they were gathering in large groups, marching back and forth through a gap beneath the kitchen cabinets and sink. Curiously, I opened one of the cabinets and to my surprise, there were nearly 1,000 ants crawling inside a box of rock sugar, which a friend had brought from my home country a few days ago. This was unacceptable. So I fetched a can of insecticide called Super Kill EM and sprayed it along their trail, covering their entry and exit points with a substantial amount of the spray. In less than 10 minutes, the ant colony was completely wiped out. After that, I didn't see a single ant for the next 2 weeks. This incident illustrates that nothing should not be allowed to develop excessively, nor should it reside in a place that is not its own territory. Otherwise, there will be a catastrophic outcome. It also highlights the fact that one should not rush into things or join the crowd without careful consideration, as there may be hidden dangers in chaotic situations. Think about the rabbits and cacti that once proliferated uncontrollably in Australia, the kudzu vines that spread extensively in a certain state in the United States, the overpopulation of elephants in Zimbabwe, and the sparrows that covered the mountains in China during the 1950s. All of them encountered disasters as a result. Let's take a look at China's trade with Russia in the 1980s. Initially, it was smooth and unimpeded. Then it prospered and flourished, but eventually it faded away. The main reason behind this was that things got too lively. The Great Leap Forward was very lively. The race to surpass the UK and the US was very lively. The Cultural Revolution was very lively. The nationwide practice of Qigong was very lively. The sit-in demonstrations at Tiananmen Square were very lively. Venturing into business after the market reform was very lively. Engaging in corruption and abuse of power was very lively. Online commenting was very lively. There is a connection between two extremes, and when something reaches its extreme, there will be a backlash. Following trends and seeking excitement inevitably lead to disappointing outcomes. When university students choose their majors without considering the future rise and fall of professions 4 or 5 years later, blindly pursuing popular fields of study, they will face disappointment upon graduation. Similarly, if farmers only see the high value of peaches this year and everyone rushes to plant peach trees, when the planted peach trees bear fruit 3 years later, it will be a period of devaluation for peaches. Observing the prevalent trend in China today where many people exhaustively strive to strike it rich through primitive accumulation, alongside government officials eagerly leveraging their positions to amass wealth, it appears to be considered normal, a case of to gain without working. However, when this fervor reaches its peak, it signals the commencement of tragedy in many people's lives. In chaotic situations, there are hidden dangers, and wise individuals should avoid them. 贵者不清闲，天启偏之六. The noble rarely appear. Xiefeng. Translation edited by Jiejing. There were 3 strange encounters that made me realize the noble do not easily reveal themselves. The first one was in March 1994, in the Kiarokio area of Matabiland North Province in Zimbabwe. It was a quiet day, and I was driving my pickup truck along an abandoned path, venturing deeper into the jungle. As I reached a small hill, I turned off the engine and was about to get out when I suddenly saw a white deer on the hill. It turned its head and looked at me for just a few seconds before swiftly disappearing into the forest. I quickly got out of the car and chased after it, looking left and right, but I couldn't catch a glimpse of it again. I had asked the local villagers if there were any white deer in the area, and they replied, "Never seen one." I also asked many colleagues if they had ever seen a white deer, and they responded, "Nonsense. There are no white deer." The second time was in August 1995, but the specific location is now a fuzzy memory. We were drilling a well by a lush riverbank. It was a cold day when suddenly 3 cranes descended from the sky. Their bodies were gray, with long necks that turned white at the head, topped with red crowns. Their claws were also red. There were 2 larger cranes and 1 smaller crane. They landed about 30 meters away from us. I had seen this type of crane before in 1964 when I was herding sheep near the Yellow River. According to the elders, it is rare to encounter these cranes, and those who do are believed to have good luck and are likely to prosper financially. I have now seen 5 of them but still haven't struck it rich. At that time, there were 2 Zimbabwean people who witnessed these 3 cranes with me. I asked them, "Do you often see this type of crane?" They replied, "This is actually the first time we've seen this kind of crane." The third time was on a day in February 2003. The location was my residence at 46 Pendennis Road, Mount Pleasant, Harare. It was around 6 o'clock in the morning. Having lived in Harare for nearly 8 years, I often observed birds in the early morning. I visited 2 bird parks and had seen dozens of bird species. However, what excited me was that particular morning when I encountered a peculiar bird. It was slightly larger than a sparrow, with a green head, black body, and a red tail. What stood out the most was its tail, which was vividly red and measured approximately 25 centimeters in length. It perched among the treetops for only about 10 seconds before flying away. The white deer, cranes, and exotic bird. What do they signify? They signify that the noble do not easily reveal themselves. This leads me to think of the Emperor of Japan, who seldom appears in public because of their nobility. Diamonds are hard to find because they are precious. Reclusive hermits in the mountains do not easily emerge because of their nobility. Some households keep their extraordinary treasures hidden from the market because of their value. This leads me to the realization that anything that is esteemed, rare, and of infinite value is not easily found. This leads me to ponder how many rare and precious things are yet undiscovered in this universe, in this world? How many wise and enlightened sages and immortals are hidden, like dragons and tigers lying in wait? Truly, the mysteries are boundless. Wise ministers choose their lord, while virtuous birds select their tree for perching. Tigers do not descend upon plains, and horses do not venture deep into mountains. The phoenix does not land in a place devoid of treasures, and immortals do not associate with ordinary people. Blinded by a single leaf, one cannot see Mount Tai, and without destiny, it is difficult for a person to encounter extraordinary experiences. Indeed, the noble do not easily reveal themselves, and those who readily display themselves are not truly noble. 我奶奶到底是谁？我又是谁？天启偏之二。Who is my grandmother after all? And who am I? Xiefeng. Translation edited by Jiejing. If one contemplates the heavens and earth incessantly, profound principles will eventually become clear. Let's leave it to fate. These are 2 phrases that my grandmother often said when telling fairy tales. Contemplate the heavens and earth? How does one contemplate? Profound principles? What are these profound principles? Fate? What does fate mean? This ignorant and foolish grandson, why didn't I ask my grandmother about these questions in the first place? It wasn't until more than 20 years after her departure that I remembered to inquire about these matters. I have asked the sun, moon, stars, inquired about the mountains and rivers, questioned the gods, Buddhas, and immortals, and even inquired about the winds, clouds, rain, and snow. The answer I received was mystery. I have no choice but to trace back to my grandmother and suddenly realize that this grandmother of mine is extraordinary. Grandma was illiterate, yet she knew countless fairy tales and could speak eloquently, presenting one set of principles after another. This left my highly educated uncle and other learned individuals with no opportunity to interject, but instead compelled them to listen attentively. Grandma's cleanliness and tidiness were renowned. Her cleanliness was not only reflected in her immaculate attire and perfectly arranged hair, but also in the spotless and bright tables, chairs, and benches, as well as the orderly interior decor. It was further evident in the often overlooked dark corners that most people easily neglect, such as under the table and cabinet, in the corners of the walls, behind the door and under the food steamer, and inside the bucket next to the stove, where cleanliness surpassed even the external appearance. In my memory, Grandma never went to burn incense or worship Buddha, yet she strictly abstained from meat. Not only did she refrain from eating beef, mutton, chicken, duck, or fish, but she also never even tasted eggs, involving any of these. One summer during the harvest season, while Grandma was cutting wheat, a wheat awn got stuck in her throat. As my uncle and father recounted, Grandma immediately threw down the sickle, stood up, and said, "Whether you continue harvesting this wheat is your business. I will never engage in farming again." The next day, she rented a storefront in the county town and opened a Zhang family steamed bread shop. Within a year, this Zhang family steamed bread shop became renowned far and wide. When my father was young, during an argument with Grandma, he wanted to show her a little lesson. He took a pig-killing knife and a rope, stabbed his own ankle bone and tendons, then looped the rope through and hung himself upside down on a forked tree branch in the courtyard. If such a scene had occurred with an ordinary mother, she would have been terrified, at the very least shouting and screaming. However, my grandmother, witnessing her son's foolish act, calmly and disdainfully pointed at her own neck and said, "Son, stabbing your ankle is nothing remarkable. If you want to stab, stab here next time." After saying this, she completely disregarded her own son hanging upside down on the tree as if nothing had happened and walked away. My father, watching Grandma's receding figure, was completely conquered. Instead of giving Grandma a little lesson, she ended up giving him a little lesson. My mother held great respect for Grandma and often exclaimed to me, "If your grandmother were a man, she would pierce a hole through the sky." It is vulgar and intolerable to simply describe the extraordinary and unconventional actions of my grandmother. How could she, an illiterate peasant woman, possess knowledge of so many fairy tales? Why would a person who does not burn incense or worship Buddha abstain from meat? In the ever-changing weather of the scorching summer, when the golden ripe wheat must be urgently harvested, why would my grandmother, just because of a minor incident of a wheat on getting stuck in her throat, angrily abandon farming without hesitation? When her own son pierced himself and hung upside down from a tree, why didn't the mother feel any distress and simply walked away as if nothing had happened? It's a mystery. I remember my grandmother telling me, I was in the 5th grade at the time, "Let me tell you about the origins of our family. Take some time to write it down." But being ignorant and playful, I didn't take it to heart and casually replied, "Grandma, let's talk about it later." Little did I know, shortly after, my grandmother passed away. Opportunities once missed may never come again. One misstep became an eternal regret. I lost my roots. As a lost individual without roots, I'm like a drifting duckweed, aimlessly floating on the vast sea, carried by the currents without a sense of direction. I don't know where I came from or where I'm heading. While reading the Bible, it suddenly dawned on me that everything my grandmother did was for my sake. Before Jesus came to earth, heaven sent John as a precursor to prepare the way for him. Before I came to this world, the kingdom of heaven sent my grandmother to enlighten and guide me, who was about to be born. So, who is my grandmother after all? And who am I? Countless sleepless nights of realizations and the wonders of nature have led me to contemplate the profound principles and discover my own roots. I have come to understand why the greatest creator has laid down the 36 8-diagram arrays in the universe and have unraveled the mysteries of deciphering these 8-diagram arrays. Oh, the greatest creator. Your love for me is immeasurable, and even if I had billions of years, it would be difficult to repay. 伊甸园是这样失落的，天启篇之时. The Garden of Eden is lost like this. Xiefeng. Translation edited by Jiejing. I have 2 German shepherds, belonging to the military dog breed. One of them is named Luanbei, and the other is called Lambua. Whenever the night is deep and quiet, I enjoy taking a leisurely stroll on the lawn in my courtyard, which is even bigger than a soccer field, and ponder in tranquility. During this time, the 2 dogs joyfully run around me, both guarding the courtyard and providing me solace. Due to their loyalty, I treat them well. They receive meat every day, and their monthly food expenses are at least 200 yuan. I bathe them once every 2 weeks, and I never scold or beat them. There exists a harmonious and mutually beneficial relationship between humans and animals. 3 months ago, my animal-loving wife brought home a small pet from a friend. Its scientific name is West Highland White Terrier, belonging to the small hunting dog breed. These dogs have a small size but are highly alert and intelligent. They are capable of both being affectionate and understanding human emotions. Due to their likable and adorable nature, they often live indoors with humans and enjoy all the luxuries and comforts of a dog's life. The next day, my partner bought a large circular plastic basket specifically for it, lined with a thick layer of old window screen folded into a mattress inside. The little dog lies on it, and the level of comfort is no less than me lying on a memory foam bed. To address the issue of the pet's waste, my partner deliberately found a large box made of hard cardboard with only a 3-inch high edge. Inside, she laid a layer of clean sand as the dog's bathroom. Everything was prepared, and only enjoyment remained. Unfortunately, This little dog doesn't use its bathroom and insists on urinating and defecating on the carpet. My partner searched for information, sought advice from experts, and repeatedly tried to train and guide the dog, but it remained stubborn and unchanged. Helplessly, we had no choice but to let it spend the night outdoors with Luanbei and Lambwa. The treatment it should have enjoyed has been lost. Who should we blame? Do we as humans also experience the same kind of sadness as our dog? There was a tall and strong African man named Paul. He, along with his spouse and two underage children, lived in a less than 10 square meter room made of old wooden boards, in a very pitiful condition. When I spoke with him, I discovered that he was psychologically and mentally stable. Moved by sympathy and compassion, I invited their entire family to live with me. I assigned Paul to manage the garden and clean the courtyard, so that he could earn a wage through meaningful labor, enough to provide a relatively normal life for his whole family. A month passed, yet the weeds in the courtyard remained unattended, and the flowers continued to wilt. When I was at home, I often saw Paul squatting to weed, but as soon as I left, I discovered he had gone back to sleep. I assumed Paul didn't enjoy this task, so I brought him to the store to handle cleaning and organize merchandise. However, after a week, the dust accumulated, and the store appeared even more disorderly. What is the reason? Upon observing, I noticed Paul spent a considerable amount of time cleaning rags. He'd stand by the sink, dedicating an hour to washing a single rag. Feeling helpless, I assigned him as a security guard at the club, providing him with a brand new security uniform that suited his tall stature. He looked remarkably enthusiastic, unable to wipe the smile from his face. I assumed this would finally please him. I briefed him on his duties, specifically instructing him on handling disruptive individuals and theft incidents. However, much to my surprise, he still didn't put much effort into his work. He would stand at the entrance like a statue. When a thief took the camera, he lacked the courage to even ask a question. Feeling utterly helpless, I had no choice but to ask Paul and his family to leave, allowing them to fend for themselves outside. Such examples have occurred more than 20 times in my vicinity alone. How was Eden lost? It wasn't because God was unjust or the deities lacked compassion. It was because we as humans are unworthy of living in Eden. We do not deserve it. I had a colleague who, a few years ago, begged me to send him an invitation letter to help him do business abroad. Despite the difficulty of the situation, I actively assisted him in handling various procedures. When everything was ready and only the departure for overseas remained, he became arrogant and boastful. In a dark corner with his group of friends, he started devising an evil plan. First, they belittled me, saying, he, a nameless and insignificant pawn in the company, can survive overseas only because of the government's support. If he can survive abroad, aren't we all better than him? They then developed a detailed plan on how to initially rely on my assistance to establish themselves overseas, and subsequently, how to kick me aside and surpass me. Upon hearing this news, I immediately sent him a fax message. There has been a change in circumstances, and I am unable to accommodate you temporarily. Let's discuss this in the future. How was Eden lost? The expulsion of Adam and Eve from Eden had special reasons, but one factor was their own actions, disobeying the rules and taking the forbidden fruit. When individuals face misfortune, the majority of people's initial reaction is to seek various reasons to absolve themselves. They can always find sufficient reasons to blame the heavens, the earth, society, and others, but they rarely look within themselves for the causes. When humanity as a whole faces misfortune, many people begin to blame the greatest creator, gods, and Buddhas, unwilling to look for reasons within human moral behavior. Alternatively, they may pray to the greatest creator, gods, and Buddhas, seeking salvation for humanity, yet they are reluctant to reflect on their own actions and make necessary changes for self-improvement. The old Eden has been lost, and the new Eden has long been established, with its gates open to everyone. My disobedient little dog would certainly not be able to enter Eden. Paul, being lazy and irresponsible, an unproductive individual, cannot be allowed into Eden. Despite my colleagues' active pursuit, their intentions are impure, and I cannot permit them to enter the sacred Eden. The blind cannot see the blue sky. so they claim there is no sky. The deaf cannot hear sounds, so they say rivers have no ripples. Those without spiritual awareness cannot see God, so they say there is no Eden. God loves the humble, and Buddha enlightens those with affinity. As for the rest, they are like Paul, destined to fend for themselves. 从青霉素过敏到舍利子形成，天启篇之八. From penicillin allergy to the formation of Saraira. Xiefeng. Translation edited by Jiejing. In 1999, I drove a Nissan car with my lover and child from Harare to visit Victoria Falls, which was over 800 kilometers away. During that trip, what amazed me was not just the grandeur of the waterfall, but a young European girl, not even 20 years old, who was bungee jumping. Between Zimbabwe and Zambia, there is an iron bridge over the Zambezi River. The bridge is approximately 1 kilometer above the river surface. Standing on the bridge and looking down, the river water surged and huge rocks protruded, making one feel dizzy and amazed. On that bridge, people often came to play bungee jumping. It involved tying a specially designed rope around the waist and feet, and then jumping from the bridge. This jump wasn't from a 3-meter-high wall to the ground. It was a leap beyond the limits of death, not to mention those who have acrophobia, heart disease, or nervous disorders. 90% of people in general wouldn't dare to try it. Some men could be seen playing bungee jumping, which seemed acceptable, but seeing a delicate and beautiful young girl doing it left people dumbfounded and speechless, unable to break a sweat. Even some men still had pale faces after finishing their jumps. However, when this girl was pulled up to the bridge, someone asked her how she felt, and she excitedly exclaimed, "Wonderful. Oh my." While others were almost scared out of their wits, she found it wonderful without changing her expression or heartbeat. Is she even human? It suddenly dawned on me that this girl's mental and emotional makeup was different from others. What ordinary knowledge considers strange phenomena held no strangeness for her. She treats it as simple, ordinary, and normal. It turns out that people are fundamentally different from one another. Despite all being human, the differences between individuals are immense. Some people are allergic to penicillin, while many others are not. Some people are allergic to pollen, while others are not. Some people are allergic to metals other than gold and silver, while others are not. When reading Strange Tales from a Chinese Studio by Pu Songling and Ji Xiaolan's Notes from the Orchid Pavilion, we discover that some people turn pale at the mention of ghosts, while others, upon encountering a ghost, treat it as casually as they would treat a cat, showing no signs of fear or disturbance. Perhaps some would argue that Strange Tales from a Chinese Studio and Notes from the Orchid Pavilion are metaphorical stories and should not be taken literally. I believe there is some truth to that. However, in broad daylight, when someone puts on a ghost-like mask, some children tremble in fear while others not only show no fear but even burst into laughter. This is a fact. I remember in 1989, after the students in our school watched the movie Painted Skin at a theater in Zhangjiago City, Hebei Province, some of them were afraid to stay alone in the dormitory that night, and they didn't dare to go to the bathroom alone. Yet, many others were completely unfazed. I still remember when I was in middle school, Dongxiang County No. 3 Middle School in Gansu Province. One day, a classmate carried a 1-meter-long snake and stood on the podium, shaking it to intentionally scare the female students. The girls laughed and giggled, but a tall male student sitting in the back row screamed and turned pale. The image of fear from that student is deeply etched in my mind. It has been 30 years, but the memory remains vivid, as if it were yesterday. What's there to be afraid of a dead snake? Yet, my classmate reacted as if he had seen a ghost. Freud or parapsychologists might be able to explain it, but regardless of the explanation, it is a fact that this classmate's psychological makeup is unique compared to ordinary people. On the eve of a life-and-death battle between enemies, some people sleep soundly, snoring loudly, while others toss and turn, unable to fall asleep. Beethoven could compose the heroic symphony, so why can't we? Da Vinci could paint the Mona Lisa, so why can't we? Newton could discover universal gravitation from a falling apple, so why can't we? Einstein could find the equation for mass energy equivalence, so why can't we? Because people are fundamentally different. This means that using our own understanding to judge the thoughts and actions of others often leads to incorrect conclusions. In the future world described in the Bible, everyone is free from illness. In the Buddhist scriptures, the Pure Land is described as a realm where everyone lives eternally. In the Life-Genuine description of the 10,000-year world, people can fly. Do we believe in these descriptions or not? After the death of Buddha Shakyamuni, his remains were cremated, and numerous crystal-clear, colorful, and steel-like solid sarira were discovered among his ashes. In December 1990, after the passing of the Singaporean Chinese monk Master Hongchuan, 480 colored crystal-like sarira were found in his ashes. In 1994, during the cremation of Master Yuanzhao's body at the Fahua Temple on Mount Guanyin in Shaanxi, his heart remained intact and transformed into a dark brown, hard relic. For the past 10 years, I have been almost free from illness. On rare occasions when I feel discomfort, taking a painkiller quickly relieves it. Why is that? It's not because I have naturally good health, but rather because of my cultivation practice. I have developed a simple and effective method, and the results have been remarkable. When practicing, I am oblivious to extreme cold or hot weather. My mind becomes empty during the practice, and afterwards, my mind is exceptionally clear. The Viagra that can excite human nature, as well as opioids, heroin, and other pain-relieving drugs that can evoke intense emotions and a sense of transcendence, may have no effect on some people. Perhaps you have not heard of this before. In the recent days, in the article, The True Face of Chinese History in 5,000 Years of Up and Down, published on the website Chinese Soul, the author Xin Yuan stated, "The perfect return of the Yellow Emperor indicates that human beings can return to the heavens through cultivation. The only channel of communication between humans and gods is cultivation. The Bible, the Quran, the Diamond Sutra, and the Tao Te Ching all contain basic knowledge. However, many people are allergic to this basic knowledge. Regardless of the content of these scriptures, as soon as they hear the word scripture, they become allergic. Furthermore, some people randomly interpret the scriptures, making the originally profound and spiritually scientific wisdom appear mysterious and unfathomable, causing people to feel intimidated. When the seasonal flu virus arrives, many people may catch a cold, but when SARS strikes, some people will never get SARS. In 1348, the Black Death, a widespread outbreak of bubonic plague, claimed the lives of one-third of Europe's population. But why didn't the remaining two-thirds die? When periodic cosmic waves arrive, many people die. Whether you flee to the ends of the earth, dive underwater, or burrow underground, you cannot escape the impact of these waves on your nerves and psychological structure. Only those who have cultivated and practiced to an advanced level, whose nerves and psychological structure resonate with these waves, not only do they not feel the arrival of cosmic waves, but they are also unaffected by their negative effects. If you receive the cowpox vaccination, you won't get smallpox. If you enter Life Genuine, you won't fear periodic cosmic waves. In the next 3 years or so, perhaps several extraordinary phenomena will occur, and by then, people will understand the true meaning of the birth of Life Genuine. Are you allergic to penicillin? What are you not allergic to? Do you have sarira in your body? When will you have sarira? People, what are you really living for? Where are you rushing to in your busy lives? What have you truly understood? 意识能听到上帝的声音，天启篇之4. Consciousness can hear the voice of the greatest creator. Xiefeng. Translation edited by Jiejing. In the vast universe, there are billions and trillions of voices, each expressing their own thoughts. As long as we use spiritual perception, consciousness, to listen, we can hear them. Common sense tells us that hearing relies on ears, and without ears, we cannot hear any sound or better understand the intentions of others. However, I advise we discard common sense and explore whether we can hear without ears. Let's start with an example. Helen Keller, an American blind writer, hailed by the Encyclopedia Britannica as one of the most accomplished representatives of disabled individuals in history. She embodied blindness, deafness, and muteness in one person. Despite being deaf, she could hear the voices of others, not through her ears but through touch. She would place her index finger on the speaker's lips, her middle finger on their nose, and her thumb on their throat, enabling her to hear their voice clearly. By placing her hand on a violin, she could hear the melodies played on it. This fact demonstrates that we can understand the voices of others even without using our ears. We can hear through the sense of touch. People with arthritis, as long as they pay attention, can be the first to hear the sound of climate change. When the river water warms up, ducks are the first to know, and sunlit flowers and trees meet spring early. The sounds of spring are first heard by certain animals and plants. Listening can be categorized into three levels. Using ears to listen is the primary level, using senses to listen is the second level, and using spiritual perception, consciousness, to listen is the highest level. What ears hear are the appearances of things. What senses hear are the processes of things. What consciousness hears are the essences of things. If someone says, "I love you," and you hear it with your ears, you perceive a sweet and pleasant sound, which is the superficial aspect. However, if you can feel the sound of love, then love has taken on a process. And if you can hear the sound of love with your consciousness, that love becomes a selfless and enchanting love. The love heard with ears is fleeting, the love sensed is enduring, and the love heard with consciousness is eternal. The supreme love is silent. To generalize further, the sounds heard with ears are often illusory. The sounds sensed are a mixture of reality and illusion, difficult to discern truth from falsehood, while the sounds heard with consciousness are genuine. The loudest sound is silence. The sound of silence can only be heard through consciousness. When a strong wind blows across the wilderness, we can hear the sound of the wind with our ears. When a gentle breeze passes through the wilderness, we can perceive the sound of the wind through our senses. However, there are countless sounds of the wind that we cannot hear with our ears or perceive with our senses. We need to use spiritual perception, consciousness, to listen. On a hot day, if you can quiet your mind and listen with consciousness to the sound of the Arctic's icy landscapes, you will immediately feel cool. On a cold night, if you can hear the sound of the flowing lava from a volcanic eruption, you will not feel cold. In this statement, there's a fundamental difference between what's imagined and what's actually perceived with consciousness. For instance, during hunger, envisioning eating lavish dishes doesn't solve the hunger issue. Yet, when consciousness is used to simulate eating, the sensation of hunger isn't felt. This pertains to a matter of different levels. If one exercises consciously, like Helen Keller did, they will discover many natural mysteries. On a calm, windless night, you raise your palm and feel in all directions. You will notice a cool breeze coming from certain directions and a warm gust from others. Over time, your palm will be able to discern the sound of any object, whether it's directed towards mountains, rivers, trees, flowers, houses, cars, people, or tables. You can hear their sounds. For example, when you hold your palm against a thin book rolled up in your hand, you can sense its essence. Some books emit warmth, others coolness, while some books have no discernible temperature. If you can't feel anything, the reason lies not in the material itself, but in the lack of conscious training within yourself. It's like an ordinary piece of iron that lacks magnetization. It has no magnetism and therefore lacks north and south poles to distinguish between them. If we plug our ears and place our fingertips on someone's lips, we won't hear the person speaking, but Helen Keller could. The reason is that we haven't undergone conscious training. The creator of the universe created human beings, but did not grant us extraordinary hearing. Instead, our range of hearing is limited to 20 to 20,000 hertz. We are unable to hear sounds outside of this range. If we were able to hear infrasound and ultrasound, our days will have no peace. The sound of our heartbeat would be louder than drums. The sound of brushing our teeth would be like the earth shaking, and the sound of drinking water would resemble the roaring of the Victoria Falls. How could we bear such intensity? Everything has a sound. Any movement generates sound. When a jet plane takes off, it creates a deafening noise. However, if the frequency of its sound during takeoff exceeds 20,000 hertz, it becomes silent. In reality, it is not truly silent, but rather beyond our range of hearing. There are certain sounds we cannot hear because we are ordinary individuals. and only a few exceptional people can hear them because they are extraordinary beings. There are certain sounds we cannot hear because we are listening with our ears, while some individuals can hear them because they are listening with their consciousness. The thoughts and activities of the human mind have sound. The processes of conscious thinking have sound. These sounds accurately and unmistakably reveal the inner world of every individual to the vast world. Consequently, the greatest creator also accurately and unmistakably knows the nobility and baseness of our inner world. In Chinese history, many extraordinary individuals emerged who possessed knowledge of numerous mysteries of the universe. They warned us, even whispered words are heard by heaven like thunder, hidden intentions are seen by divine eyes like lightning. Keep your heart pure and your thoughts clear. Desire no guilt in the open. Offend not in the unseen. In all matters, advise against concealing the truth, for within 3 feet above your head, there are divine beings, and so on. They explicitly conveyed to us that any activity within our inner world generates a sound that may be inaudible to humans, but is distinctly heard by the greatest creator and gods and Buddhas, resonating like thunderous lightning. Jesus, Shakyamuni, Laozi, and others have left us with wisdom rather than the mysteries of the universe. Jesus explicitly stated that pearls should not be thrown to pigs, and that he spoke in parables so that those with wicked hearts would not understand. Shakyamuni also primarily spoke for those on the path of the Mahayana. Laozi similarly understood that if the petty-minded individuals were to grasp the mysteries of the universe, it would bring endless harm. Life Genuine has made the greatest efforts and has led everyone to the edge of the mysteries of the universe. Looking at human history, the current state of human hearts is worse than before. In truth, humans no longer qualify to continue existing on this beautiful blue planet. However, gods and Buddhas are unwilling to give up and still want to make one last effort, even though the chances of realizing this desire are only 1 in 10,000. Everything within our inner being is heard without omission by the greatest creator. Similarly, the greatest creator selflessly communicates his intentions to each and every one of us. The reason we cannot hear the voice of the greatest creator lies in the fact that our spiritual perception, consciousness, has become deaf. We have been misled by appearances. Our consciousness is too chaotic and restless, and we lack concentration and focus. Shakyamuni sat under the Bodhi tree for 7 days and nights, fully concentrated, before hearing the voice of the greatest creator and attaining enlightenment to become a Buddha. Any individual who can hear the voice of the greatest creator will undoubtedly achieve Buddhahood. The souls can resonate with one another, and extraordinary consciousness can hear the voice of the greatest creator. May all beings become Buddhas. 知识与智慧，天启篇之九 Knowledge and Wisdom. 雪峰 Xiefeng. Translation edited by Jiejing. In the movie Fearless, Hua Yuanjia is a master of martial arts. His shadowless fist allows him to overcome enemies, catch them off guard, and make them defenseless. It is an unstoppable technique that leaves opponents unable to defend themselves and provides them no room for counterattacks. The power of the shadowless fist lies in its lack of a fixed pattern. It is highly versatile, constantly changing, and adaptable to any situation. It may seem complex with only one move, yet it contains endless variations and techniques. The shadowless fist is a technique without a technique. If you were to ask Hua Yuanjia, Master Hua, how many patterns does your shadowless fist have, and how can one learn it? Hua Yuanjia would not be able to give you a definitive answer because even he himself is uncertain. The secret of the shadowless fist lies in its embodiment of the essence of martial arts. Regardless of the specific martial art, philosophy, thoughts, or methods, once it becomes one with the Tao, it becomes unfathomable, only to be comprehended through personal insight, impossible to express in words. Confucius once questioned Laozi about the Tao and later said to his disciples, "Birds, I know they can fly. Fish, I know they can swim. Beasts, I know they can run. Running beasts can be caught in a net, swimming fish can be caught with a mesh, and flying birds can be shot down with an arrow. As for the dragon, I simply don't know. It rides the winds and ascends directly to the ninth heaven. Today, having met Laozi, isn't he just like a dragon?" Confucius, a sage renowned for his profound knowledge and wisdom, when faced with the wisdom of Laozi, lacked the ability to fully comprehend it. He could not perceive the limits of Laozi's wisdom because Laozi's wisdom, much like Hui Yuanjia's shadowless fist, is something that is without action yet accomplishes everything. It is elusive, just like not seeing its head when approaching, nor its tail when following. It is like a tiger trying to swallow the sky, with nowhere to find an opening. The Buddha, Shakyamuni, spent over 40 years teaching the Dharma, yet in the end, he stated that he had not truly said anything, nor had he given any teachings. He said to Subhuti, Subhuti, do not say that the Tathagata thinks, I must expound the Dharma. Do not have such a thought. Why? Because if someone says so, he will truly slander the Buddha and be unable to understand my teachings. Subhuti, when the Tathagata expounds the Dharma, there is truly no Dharma to teach. Yet, this is expediently termed as teaching the Dharma. He went on, circling around, reversing and repeating, but ultimately, he informed us that he had not said anything at all. Wonderful, because Buddha Shakyamuni attained enlightenment. When I was contemplating how to explain the origin of the universe, unsure of how to effectively articulate it, one evening, as I was reading the Diamond Sutra, I burst into laughter. I laughed so hard that I had to bury my head in the blanket and suppress my laughter. I saw Buddha Shakyamuni laughing heartily too, and saw the greatest creator smiling as he walked away with hands behind his back. In the novel Heavenly Sword and Dragon-Slaying Saber, by the renowned Master Jin Yong, Zhang Sanfeng teaches Zhang Wuji a unique sword technique. The peculiarity of this technique lies in the ability to forget about the sword technique itself. No matter how many moves or forms are taught, the ultimate goal is to reach a state where, after learning everything, one realizes they haven't learned any specific sword technique. Yet it seems as if they have mastered all sword techniques. In reality, the sword technique taught by Zhang Sanfeng to Zhang Wuji bears a resemblance to Hui Yuanjia's shadowless fist in its profound nature, with the essence lying in the entering of the Tao. The entire universe is composed of different levels of life. We can liken this universe to a courtyard of life, or a home of life. However, to understand the mysteries of this courtyard of life, one must utilize Zen. Zen, in this context, refers to ascending to a state of great wisdom through profound insights into life. The significance of life genuine lies therein. The purpose of the Revelations section is to provide explanations and insights into everyday phenomena, inspiring everyone to gain enlightenment. By extrapolating from specific instances and making connections, one can ultimately enter the Tao. In Revelations, I only write 100 articles, but in reality, I could write 100,000 articles, a billion articles, even countless articles. However, if readers cannot attain self-realization, no matter how much I write, what purpose does it serve? In order to expedite everyone's path to enlightenment, let me provide a definition for knowledge and wisdom and explain their meanings and differences. What is knowledge? It refers to the understanding and experiences acquired without personal contemplation and profound insights. Everything learned from schools and churches, everything acquired from parents and masters, and everything obtained from books, magazines, movies, and television are considered knowledge. What is wisdom? Wisdom refers to the ability gained through one's own brain's contemplation, analysis and judgment, or the perception of the heart. Wisdom cannot be obtained through sight, hearing, taste, smell, or touch. Wisdom is the crystallization of thinking, the child of thinking, and the outcome of thinking. When entering life genuine, one should not focus on acquiring knowledge, but instead strive for wisdom. Otherwise, no matter how much I said, it will be in vain. Silence might be better. The more I speak, the more confused you become. In order to stimulate the birth of wisdom, I will now present several questions for everyone to contemplate in their free time. By the time I finish writing the 100 articles of Revelations, I hope to witness the emergence of a large number of individuals who can attain Anuttara Samyak Sambodhi, supreme, profound, and perfect enlightenment. If fate allows, I will then discuss advanced spiritual cultivation and the chapter of preaching the Tao. Why are there so many stars in the sky? Where is the greatest creator exactly? How did the Earth start moving initially? Why is there only one moon hanging in the sky? Will the human population on Earth continue to increase infinitely? What is the best way to limit population growth? How was the atmosphere formed? Are wolves the ancestors of dogs? Why don't humans have eyes on the back of their heads? Why do species vary greatly, while human faces differ immensely? Why do orange trees only bear oranges, and peach trees only bear peaches? Despite being born from the same mother, why do siblings have such vastly different destinies? With the same earth and the same sky, why is there so little rain or snow over deserts and wastelands? Why do carnivorous animals have lower reproductive abilities compared to herbivores? Why? In the universe, which direction is up and which direction is down? Is empty space truly devoid of everything? Assuming no major obstacles, to what extent can human development ultimately reach? When someone unexpectedly encounters a car accident, is it a coincidence or a necessity? Who am I, really? 无爱小爱大爱. No love, small love, and great love. Xiefeng. Translation edited by Yu. As a child, I used to herd sheep. I observed that when the lambs knelt to suckle, the mother sheep always turned her head to lick the lamb's bottom, which seemed an unfortunate, unclean habit for a mother sheep. While teaching in high school, my son had 7 or 8 cats at home. Watching the mother cat after giving birth, it hastily licked the sticky dirt off the kittens. I could not agree with the mother cat's unclean habit. While conducting business abroad, my wife kept several dogs. I noticed that within a dozen days after the mother dog gave birth to puppies, she licked the urine and excrement of the puppies inside the doghouse daily, which I found extremely disgusting. Sitting under a tree contemplating quietly, I realized my astonishing stupidity. Isn't all of this the greatest creator telling me what love is? If the mother sheep does not promptly lick the thin stool from the lamb's bottom, it will quickly form a scab, preventing the lamb from defecating, leaving the lamb with only one option: to die. For the lamb to grow healthily, the mother sheep must lick its feces. This is not an issue of hygiene, but a matter of whether life can survive and continue. After the kittens are born, the mother cat must quickly eat the afterbirth. Otherwise, the kittens will suffocate inside the afterbirth. If the mother dog does not lick the excrement and urine of the puppies in the den daily, the den will inevitably emit a foul odor. The puppies will stink, and bacteria will breed massively. Flies and other insects will swarm the den, causing not only the puppies to be unable to grow healthily, but also leading to their rapid illness and death. This is love. For the sake of love, we should not just consider hygiene. We should not hesitate to endure even hardships. So, how to define love? I believe love is an inner liking and selfless dedication without any conditions. Based on this definition, let's compare it to the love in human society. If a person does not properly care for the elderly or raise their children, then that person lacks love. Being unable to show love for both the elderly and children makes such an individual extremely selfish and cruel, nothing short of human waste. Given the opportunity, such a person, apart from neglecting wildlife, deforestation, and polluting rivers, lakes, and oceans, can even betray friends, their own ethnicity, and their country, all for personal gain. Any heinous act is within their capacity as long as it satisfies their self-interest. If a person loves their own elderly, children, and family, yet neglects siblings, neighbors, and nature, then this person possesses only small love. There's not much difference between this person and animals. For the sake of their children and family, if conditions permit, they may not hesitate to engage in actions that violate their conscience, involving deceit or theft. If a person not only loves their own elderly and children, but also cares for the community, nature, and the future and fate of humanity, this person possesses great love. Those with great love do not care about personal gains and losses. For the sake of others and humanity, they are willing to endure all hardships and injustices. In the human world, the one with the greatest love is Jesus. It's the heart of Christ. To save humanity, he sacrificed his blood and his own life. Despite the Roman soldiers cruelly nailing nails into his hands and feet and humiliating him, he not only didn't hate but also prayed for the greatest creator to forgive them. This is a tremendous amount of love. Humanity. Should we doubt Jesus' identity as Christ? Is there any hatred we cannot let go of? Is there any psychological knot that we cannot untie? People should possess great love. This is not just moral preaching, it's not teaching you to be a good person, but because the magnitude of love directly involves the future direction of your own life. In general terms, those without love will definitely end up in inflamed layers, frozen layers, netherworld, or animal world. Those with small love will at best return to this world. Only those with great love qualify to ascend to the higher realms of life. Death is not the end of life. This is not superstition, nonsense, deception, or lies. It's a fact. It's not because other realms of life do not exist, but because our spiritual perception is too dull. It's not because this world lacks light, but it's because the blind cannot see the light. It's not because there's no sound in this universe, but the deaf cannot hear the sound. It's not because the Pure Land does not exist, but our vision lacks that function. The greatest creator is fair and selfless. Gods and Buddhas love humanity. What can I say that you will believe? 快速达标，及时撤退. Quickly attain standards and retreat in time. Xiefeng. Yesterday, I went to the seaside. Normally, during high tide, there's a solitary island not far out in the sea, with a sea view pavilion built on it. Normally, people take yachts to visit the pavilion. Several times, I stood by the sea, gazing at the pavilion and sighing, wishing I could ascend and enjoy the vast sea views. Yesterday, our wish came true. When we arrived at the seaside, the tide was at its lowest, allowing us to walk from the shore to the sea view pavilion. We traversed a stretch of white sandy beach cleansed by the sea waves, encountering oddly shaped exposed rocks along the way. These rocks twisted and turned within the reef cluster for several hundred meters. Ahead was a smooth stone naturally laid out over 10 meters, connecting the North and South Seas. Carefully stepping on the stones to cross this open space, we then crossed several hundred meters of rugged reef jungles, reaching the usual site of the isolated island. Typically, during high tide, the island appears as a dot. But yesterday, due to the low tide, we witnessed the island's vastness, spanning several kilometers. The goal was to reach the Seaview Pavilion, and it was crucial to timely retreat from the island before the tide rose. However, we made two mistakes yesterday. The first error was taking our time, leisurely enjoying the scenery along the way. One moment, we admired the colorful sea anemones. The next, we picked up seashells and caught starfishes. Now and then, we paused to take pictures, expressing emotions like, "Ah, oh mighty sea, how many tales of joy and sorrow have you stirred?" Sometimes we stood atop the rocks, pretending to be philosophers, with a cold gaze over the vast expanse, winds howling, waters surging, myriad events, challenging to comprehend. We lingered too long and reached the island close to high tide. The second error was that after reaching the Seaview Pavilion, we should have retreated immediately. Instead, we dawdled, reluctant to leave, continuously looking around and taking photos, expressing emotions and lamenting. While the people gathering seafood hurriedly left, we remained indifferent until someone shouted at us, "If you do not run now, it'll be too late." It was too late. The open space of over 10 meters was already submerged. Wait? Absolutely not. The longer we waited, the deeper the water would become. So, on this bitterly cold day in the lunar year 2006, wearing thick clothes, we rushed into the biting sea water. What does it teach me? In life, the most important thing must be addressed first. So, what is the most important thing? Going to school, starting a family, establishing a career, making money, becoming an official, all undoubtedly are not the most important things. Achieving fame, gaining honor for the family, contributing to the nation, leaving a lasting legacy for generations, and creating a new era are also not the most critical matters. Love affairs, enjoying leisure activities, pursuing fame and profit, and even fighting and killing are far from the most important matters. The most crucial thing in life is understanding the issue of life and death. If the issue of life and death is not resolved, everything else is futile. Death can arrive at any moment. When it does, there's no time for regrets or remedies. Everything returns to nothingness, to zero. The problem of life and death is the sea view pavilion. Instead of lingering to admire the scenery along the way, we should head straight to the core theme. After reaching the sea view pavilion and understanding all the beauty of the island, we can then slowly appreciate the scenery along the way according to the specific tide conditions. Retreat in time from the sea view pavilion. Grasp the time to handle the matters on this shore, such as settling debts, accumulating merits, processing life visas, buying plane tickets, organizing luggage, and more. Only after resolving these matters can you fully indulge in entertainment and play and fully enjoy life. Otherwise, once the tide rises, it will be too late. We should learn from Sun Wukong's spirit of seeking the truth. Whenever the master wanted to teach Sun Wukong a skill, he'd always ask, "Can this make me immortal?" If it wasn't about immortality, Wukong would say, "Not learning, not learning, not learning." We are facing the same question as Sun Wukong. The mentors of life teach us skills such as how to establish a family, make money, become an official, protect our family and country, gain fame, and cure illnesses. Learning these skills is not wrong. The issue is that we must first learn the essential skill of immortality. The issue of death is not a simple matter. Humanity's sages have been continuously exploring the true meaning of death. Nearly all religions consistently discuss the post-death fate of life, the soul. It's time to ask this question just like Sun Wukong. If someone comes to impart knowledge, teach us skills, we must focus on the theme and ask, can the skills you teach me allow me to understand the meaning of life and death while alive and ensure that I go to the so-called heaven after death? If yes, then hurry up and learn. If not, turn away. If a Christian comes to teach us, we should ask, can I go to heaven? Where is heaven? How do I get there? You must explain the whole story clearly so that I can understand it while I'm alive. If it's vague, unclear, and demands only faith without proper explanation, then, I'm sorry, I will not learn. Whether it's a Christian, Buddhist, Muslim, Taoist, a member of a political party, this master or that master imparting knowledge, we should pose the same question about life and death. If they can explain clearly, we'll learn. If they cannot, sorry, we will not learn. Because time is precious and the tide could rise at any moment, blocking us from passing that vast open space. In summary, we need to quickly meet the standard and then retreat in time. Otherwise, we will regret it. Many things, always urgent. The world turns, time presses. 10,000 years are too long. Seize only the present. 随宇宙周期性演变而变化, changing in tune with the cyclical evolution of the universe. Xiefeng. Translation edited by Qin Yu. That year, my son was 15. We lived at 10 Forest Road, in a detached house surrounded by 63 different plants. Among them was a tree emitting a peculiar and strong fragrance after dinner during the flowering seasons. The scent wafted through the courtyard, drifted into the dining room, living room, bedroom, permeating our nostrils, seeping into our organs and minds, intoxicating and enchanting us. That evening after dinner, I strolled with my child in the courtyard, standing under this divine tree, whose name I still do not know, and began a lecture for my son. Here is what I shared with him back then. Son, since you were 3, I've been teaching you about life. For the past 3 years, every Wednesday evening has been our designated father-son exchange. I may lack the ability to provide you with abundant material wealth. Instead, I'm passing on the little wisdom inherited from your great-grandmother and grandfather and some traditional virtues of the Chinese nation that I've come to understand. Over these 3 years, I've taken you to the Jehovah's Witness Church every Sunday, exposing you to their teachings to make you aware of what's missing in Chinese culture. Your future insights will rely on your perception. Read some books that are not books, like this tree. It's a book. Let's read it now. Son, Dad, how do we read this tree? Child, this tree is a book encompassing everything. Imagine how it grows, what sustains it, its origin, why its leaves are green, why it only blooms once a year, why its leaves and flowers have distinctive shapes. What force is behind this uniqueness? Tonight, let's not discuss anything else. only explore why this tree emits fragrance only at specific times. What can this phenomenon teach us? Son, Dad, is it trying to tell us it adheres to a governing law? You truly are your father's good son, clever with high comprehension. What else do you think is also governed by a law? Son, it seems all plants and flowers follow a law. When spring arrives, they sprout, bloom, and grow. When winter comes, they wither, decay, and hide. This happens every year. Reasonable. What else is bound by a law? Son, seems like weather changes are also governed by a law. Zimbabwe has dry and rainy seasons. During the dry season, rain does not fall for months. When the rainy season arrives, it starts raining. Midway through the rainy season, thunder and lightning occur frequently, accompanied by heavy rains. This happens every year. Anything else? Sun. The moon also seems to be governed by a law. Otherwise, we wouldn't have regular full moons and new moons. Anything else? Son, Dad, are not people also constrained by a law? I do not have a beard now, but you do. You didn't have a beard at my age. When I'm your age, I'll surely have a beard. Isn't this something we cannot control, Dad? Absolutely right, child. What else is bound by a law? Son, can't remember. Child, everything in the universe is bound by laws, like an invisible vast net covering everything. From celestial bodies' movements to insects' reproduction, from tides' ebb and flow to roosters' crowing, everything is within this net. Nothing escapes it. Son, is this net like the palm of the Buddha? You can understand it that way. Son, Dad, since everything is governed by laws, does that mean everything in my life is inevitably constrained by laws? Can I skip school tomorrow? Silly child, trying to stump Dad? I patted his head then, and the child smiled shyly. Since everything is bound by a law, you must go to school. You do not have a choice. Just like when you're hungry, you must eat. Or when your bladder is full, you must urinate. Son, then when can I have control over myself? Haven't I lost my freedom? Child, this delves into something deeper. Firstly, we need to seek out and understand the laws. Without knowing the laws, one's life remains bewildered, confused, and unclear. Everyone believes they are acting according to their own will, but in reality, they strictly adhere to established procedures in their actions and speech. Whether it's Jesus, Buddha, Hitler, or Mao Zedong, it's all the same. Son, Dad, the more you talk, the more confused I get. Child, seeking and understanding laws are one thing. Following them is another. For example, if you discover the law of seasonal changes, you should consider adapting to those changes. When winter is approaching, you should think about how to survive the cold. Are your winter clothes prepared? Is the heating equipment effective? And so on. Farmers aiming for a good harvest must prepare seeds, fertilizers, tools according to seasonal changes and sow, water, weed, fertilize, and harvest on time. Missing the season means no harvest. Discovering the law enables us to grasp the cyclic evolution of the law. Like geese flying north and south, a comet returning every 76 years, women menstruating, and societal cyclic upheavals. Mastering the cyclic nature of laws tells us what to seek and what not to seek in life. Son, Dad, you said that we have no control over everything. So what should I pursue and what should I not pursue? Can I have control over that? This involves whether we have mastered the laws and their cyclical evolution. If we are completely ignorant of the laws and their cyclical nature, we are always out of control, just like mice that must inevitably dig holes or bees that inevitably gather nectar to make honey. However, if we have mastered the laws and their cyclical evolution, we have control over ourselves. The more laws we comprehend, the more freedom we have. Son, so, people should first seek and understand laws. But how many laws are there in the universe? Child, the laws in the universe are endless, like the vastness of the ocean's waters. Son, Dad, with so many rules, when will we ever find them? It seems impossible to grasp them in a lifetime. Plus, we still need to eat, go to school, work, sleep. There is not enough time. Child, it's true that it seems difficult, and it is indeed difficult. However, Saying it's not difficult means it's not. I have a trick. Once you master it, you can navigate effortlessly through endless changes. If I were to place you in a space where the sky is not the sky, where there's no distinction between up and down, how would you find your way out from there? If there's a cycle of significant change in this universe every 5,000 years, how could we escape it? Son, Dad, the universe is unfathomable, and it seems like you are too. But it's already past 10, and I have school tomorrow. Can I go to bed now? Child, school is important. Let's stop our conversation here for tonight. I patted my child's head again, and the child smiled shyly. 识别真假的功夫, distinguishing the truth from the false. Xiefeng. Translation edited by Qinyu. When I was young, I followed my parents to the fields to weed. The wheat was less than 3 inches tall, the field a lush green, seemingly without any weeds growing amidst it. Yet, my parents bent over, carefully pulling out the weeds one by one, while my task was to move the uprooted weeds away from the wheat field and pile them together. Once, while observing the neatly stacked weeds, I thought I discovered a mistake made by my parents. With a proud yet reproachful tone, I called out to my mother, "Mom, you've mistaken the wheat for weeds. Bring it here, let me see," my mother responded. Excitedly, I brought the uprooted wheat to show my mother, aiming to prove her wrong. However, without even looking at it, my mother said to me, "Compare it to the wheat growing in the field. See if it truly is wheat." I compared it repeatedly, but I was still convinced that what she had uprooted wasn't grass but indeed wheat. "Mom, I am sure what you've pulled out is wheat." My mother then, with a gentle smile, had me squat down and said, "Look, this grass is called barnyard grass. It looks almost like wheat, but upon careful observation, there are differences. The color of barnyard grass is slightly darker than wheat. Its leaves are a bit wider, and when you touch it, its leaves are not as soft as wheat. This barnyard grass has a stronger vitality than wheat. If we do not pull it out now, it will absorb all the nutrients nearby, hindering the wheat around it from growing well." I earnestly compared it again and found my mother's point to be completely accurate. I mimicked her actions, searching the field, and discovered many barnyard grasses that looked like wheat among the seemingly wheat-filled field. I uprooted one barnyard grass and asked my father to identify it. He glanced at it, his dirty hand touching my head, and praised, "My child is so clever." At that moment, the pride I felt was no less than Columbus discovering a new continent. Now, I can also tell the difference between barnyard grass and wheat. But as an adult, I've been deceived time and again. Why cannot I distinguish between the wheat and barnyard grass among people? Bull can distinguish between horses, identifying the outstanding ones among the many, discerning which are inferior, which are good runners, and which are exceptional. This ability, akin to my parents' differentiation between wheat and barnyard grass, requires considerable effort and stems from long-term observation and analysis. It's a skill that's challenging for an amateur to master. Thus, I admire all those who possess such skills, and I realize that in every matter, it requires experts to make judgments. The flamboyant words of novices not only create confusion but also distort the truth, making it difficult to distinguish between true and false, right and wrong. I imagine how wonderful it would be if in this world, all novices refrained from interfering in matters of experts, refraining from meddling in what they do not understand, refraining from casually writing articles to critique. What I cannot comprehend is why those with shallow understanding and superficial skills are so fond of criticizing and commenting on philosophy, thoughts, politics, arts, and spiritual studies. Without deep expertise or unique talent, how do they comprehend the deeper truths? Why not be a bit humble? Displaying one's limited knowledge only shows shallowness and immaturity. Boasting shamelessly only signifies arrogance and conceit. Unconditionally affirming or denying only reflects ignorance and foolishness. Denying the greatest creator is due to dull spiritual perception. Negating deities is because of worldly eyes. Not acknowledging other spaces is due to ignorance about non-material and negative universes. Human understanding of the mysteries of the universe and life is quite limited, so why deny it? Our vision, our hearing, are confined to a relatively narrow and limited area, But through perception, we have the capability to transcend these limitations and enter an infinitely vast space. With such a beautiful future, why not explore? Why not pursue? I see that human society is filled with isolated lakes that do not connect to rivers and oceans. Christianity, Buddhism, Islam, Taoism, science, they're like individual lakes. Evolution, the Big Bang Theory, genetic studies, socialist theories, capitalist theories, democratic theories, human rights theories, and more. They're like drying up small ponds. Why not connect them to understand and contemplate? In his book, Morals, Naked Ape, physicist Mr. Jam Cumming vividly likened this situation to studying the elephant's toenails, legs, tail, ivory, ears, without anyone truly studying the entire elephant. If there were someone studying the entire elephant, those studying just the toenails or tail would sneer. What? I cannot even figure out the elephant's toenails thoroughly, and you claim to understand the entire elephant? The fable of the blind men and the elephant tells us that if we confine our thinking to what we've touched and cling to our biases, we'll never understand the complete picture of the elephant. We'll forever remain in endless debates of the elephant is a pillar, the elephant is a wall, the elephant is a rope, the elephant is a fan, but we'll never unravel the eternal question of which came first, the chicken or the egg. In the past 20 years, many knowledgeable, aspiring, and idealistic people have been exploring ways to end authoritarianism. However, very few have explored from the perspective of studying the entire elephant. Most have confined their vision to the narrow field of elephant toenail studies, leg studies, focusing solely on emperors, political parties, and systems, as if you could both nurture fish and grow crops in water equally. I lack profound moral virtues, but I've learned from my parents how to distinguish wheat from barnyard grass and understand the method of integrating human culture. But how many are interested? Continue with your debates. Jiandan plus chunpu equals mei. Simple plus unsophisticated equals beautiful. Xiefeng. Translation edited by Qinyu. The most complex thing in the universe is within holography, which is the negative universe, entirely composed of non-material. Holography has no specific structure. It's a unified world of spirits. Holography controls everything in the universe at negative universe speed. Events occurring on Earth can be sensed almost instantly on another planet tens of thousands of light years away. This is called heaven-human resonance, also known as cosmic holography. All scientific theories and hypotheses lose their efficacy within holography. This includes Einstein's general theory of relativity, quantum mechanics, superstring theory, and many assertions by scientists about the universe, such as those by Hawking in A Brief History of Time. Even people's imaginations hold no value within holography. Currently, we do not need to understand holography. Let's analyze what is most beautiful in the universe from the origin of matter. No one denies that everything in the universe originates from structure. A fertilized egg can develop into a relatively perfect life form, depending on the structure of that egg. The type of life form corresponds to the structure of the fertilized egg. A dog's fertilized egg cannot develop into a pig, and a monkey's fertilized egg cannot develop into a human because the structures of their material origins are different. Though the superstring theory is fascinating, it relies on structure, just as the sound from a flute and an era differs, depending on the different structures of the instruments. However, for us humans, structure is elusive. We cannot grasp it. Melody is beautiful, but it has no visual effect. Quarks, protons, neutrons, photons, electrons, etc., cannot exhibit their beauty to humans. A single molecule may be simple, yet its beauty eludes our appreciation. From holography to structure, from structure to superstrings, from superstrings to particles, from particles to molecules, from molecules to matter. This process is a journey from complexity to simplicity. Why simplify? Because simplicity aligns with the way of life on Earth. Without simplicity, the emergence of human society is impossible. Gazing at the sky at night, stars twinkling, we feel beautiful. During the day, gentle breeze and sunshine, clouds drifting, we feel beautiful. Blooming flowers, flowing rivers, babbling brooks, towering mountains, all evoke a sense of beauty. Simplicity is beautiful. For humans, being merely simple might seem foolish. Human beauty primarily lies in intrinsic qualities, and among all intrinsic qualities, unsophistication is the most precious quality. People in urban areas polluted by consumerist society, if they go to remote, untainted, simple countryside areas and see green hills, leisurely cattle and sheep, shy yet respectful greetings from the villagers, they will undoubtedly experience beauty because the countryside is not only simple but also unsophisticated. Rural people going to big cities, witnessing the hustle and bustle, flashing neon lights, charming men and women, apart from amazement, may not experience much beauty because the city is too complex and superficial. Recall, how many people have provided you with a sense of beauty? What exactly are the factors of their beauty? If someone looks beautiful but is superficial, can you feel beauty from them? When people are young, they experience more beauty because everything is simple and pure. The older people get, the less beauty they feel, because through simplicity and unsophistication, they see complexity and superficiality. Human society is becoming increasingly complex, vulgar, and superficial, deviating from the true path, losing not only beauty but everything. People, do you not long for beauty? 垃圾的作用和价值 The function and value of garbage. Xiefeng. Translation edited by Qinyu. In 1997, while tidying the courtyard, I collected a carload of trash. Following municipal regulations, unlike in my homeland where one might handle garbage as they wished, I obediently took the trash to the designated dump. At the dump's entrance, after paying the dumping fee, I precisely disposed of the trash in the specified area, as directed by the dump staff. After dumping the garbage, I glanced around and noticed that over the years, the garbage pile had become a thriving mound of plants and flowers. It was hard to imagine a vibrant world of flowers and lush grass growing atop a massive heap of rubbish. Nature is truly amazing. It can turn decay into wonders and death into eternal life. This was a remarkable revelation that urged me to treat garbage with kindness. Garbage is treasure. By collecting various types of trash in one place and allowing them to undergo exposure to the sun, rain, wind, and heat, the garbage can transform into potent organic fertilizer, providing a continuous source of nutrients for the plants growing above it, creating a beautiful garden. Expanding on this revelation, if material garbage can become nourishment for plants, can spiritual garbage become nourishment for spiritual life? Deliberately, I began collecting spiritual garbage. I discovered that human-created culture contains a considerable amount of garbage. If we gather this garbage and let it ferment and decay within our minds, it will surely turn into something extraordinary and magical. Scavengers in cities know where to find scrap iron, discarded cans, old papers, and bottles. Similarly, I gradually learned where to find cultural garbage. Aside from picking up garbage from historical cultural repositories, I also collected garbage from modern political doctrines, religious studies, scientific inferences, especially from newspapers, magazines, and online forums, where I could gather large amounts of trash every day. I loaded all this garbage into my mind, allowing them to contradict, refute, and generate a biochemical reaction. Eventually, I used this as nourishment for life genuine, providing fertile soil for its germination and growth. Just as grass and flowers grow on piles of material garbage, life genuine has sprouted from heaps of cultural refuse. Just as grass and flowers purify the earth, life genuine purifies the soul. Anticipate the future of earth, verdant, blossoming, filled with talented individuals and harmonious. Watch with anticipation. Now and in the future, humanity's cultural treasures will radiate brilliant light within life genuine. The writings of saints and sages will find their place here, sparkling like stars, galloping like 1,000 horses. And those articles deemed cultural garbage will continue to provide nourishment for life genuine. 小脑袋聪明，大脑袋笨. Small minds are clever, big minds are foolish, shrewd but unwise. Xiefeng. Translation edited by Qinyu. It was a summer day in 1976 when I, age 19, served as the Deputy Secretary and Document Officer of the Production Brigade. This brigade comprised 5 natural villages with a total of 11 production teams. 5 teams were made up of relocated residents from the Lujiaxia Reservoir, while the other 6 were local residents, including 2 Muslim villages. Due to the diverse composition, I handled matters and spoke with extreme caution. I never dared to offend any production team. The best way to maintain smooth production operations, I learned, was to be fair and humble, respecting all the elderly. My father taught me, wherever you go, as long as you respect and show politeness to the elderly, you will not have major troubles. Therefore, I always held respect for all the elders in the brigade close to my heart and translated it into my actions. Strangely enough, just this tactic of respecting the elders allowed me to serve as the local emperor for 3 years peacefully and smoothly. Among all the elders in the brigade, there was one who left an indelible memory with me. He was a landlord. His family's courtyard walls were the highest and thickest, and their gate tower was the most magnificent. Before liberation, he gradually gave his land to tenant farmers and distributed his property among relatives and neighbors. Therefore, after liberation, the government gave him the classification of an enlightened landlord. He escaped the hardships of various political movements, including the Cultural Revolution. He also sent his son, in the 1950s, to Tsinghua University. I knew this elderly man was quite astute. Whenever I met him, I was always respectful. He seemed to have some fondness for me, a son of a poor farmer. Between us, there seemed to be no class hatred, and certainly, there was no ethnic resentment. That day, in my leadership capacity, I went to the greening station for an inspection, wanting to assess the survival rate and growth status of the fruit trees planted there. Coincidentally, this elderly man was there too, and we started chatting. First, I praised the young people in their village for being smart. During our middle and high school years, several young people from their village dropped out to earn money and support their families. All those who continued their education ultimately returned to the village to farm, seemingly wasting a few years of their time. Unexpectedly, this elderly man said something that deeply resonated with me. He said, "Those young people have clever small minds and foolish big minds." "What do you mean?" I asked, puzzled. He adjusted his beard and explained, "In a person's life, especially during adolescence, laying a good foundation is essential. If the foundation is poorly built, no matter how much effort you put in later, there will not be much future. With a solid foundation, efforts pay off double. Without it, efforts pay off half as much. Those with clever small minds are always lazy in laying foundations, eager for fame and profit, while those with clever big minds prioritize laying a solid foundation, even if it means temporarily giving up fame and profit. The result is that those eager for fame and profit end up with nothing, while those who temporarily gave up fame and profit for the foundation eventually achieve fame and profit. Those young people in our village who didn't go to school but went to earn money may seem to have gained a lot, but they've ruined their lives. So, I say they have clever small minds and foolish big minds. Small minds being clever and big minds being foolish has been a guiding light for me since then. If one seeks mere survival, having a clever small mind is sufficient. But to attain wisdom and expand the meaning of life, the smarter one's small mind, the more they cause trouble and harm. One must abandon small cleverness and strive to develop a clever big mind. Although both small cleverness and big cleverness are forms of intelligence, they operate in vastly different dimensions of time and space. One is concerned with pursuing immediate gains in the present moment, while the other looks to the future, seeking long-term gains. Ordinary people are clever with small minds, but foolish with big minds. Only those accomplished saints and sages possess a foolish, small mind and a clever big mind. The clever small mind focuses on the present, while the clever big mind plans for the future. The clever small mind is eager to display itself, while the clever big mind is busy seeking the truths of the universe. The clever small mind aims for the brilliance of life, while the clever big mind aims for the eternal nature of life. 使生命不朽的小法则 Laws which keep life immortal. Xiefeng. Translation edited by Chinyu. Every morning, turning on the tap to wash my face, I noticed that the initial water flow was murky and not clear. This happened every day. It then dawned on me that life truly resides in movement. The house I lived in had 3 bathrooms. Once, one of them had a leak and was temporarily closed. Since there were 2 others available, there was no hurry to repair it. To prevent anyone from using it, my partner not only covered the toilet seat but also sealed it with transparent tape. However, she overlooked dealing with the water remaining at the bottom of the toilet. About 10 days later, we noticed tiny flies frequently flying in the hallway. Our room was cleaned daily by the floral workers, and it was challenging to find even a speck of dirt. Throughout the year, we rarely saw flies. Why did they suddenly appear? Despite searching everywhere, my partner and I couldn't locate the source of the issue. My partner prefers cleanliness and tidiness. She not only got upset at the sight of a group of flies, but if even a single fly appeared in the room, she had to either crush it to dust or chase it out to feel at ease. As expected, while I was typing at the computer, I suddenly heard her excitedly exclaim, as if she had discovered a new continent, "Honey, I found it." I went over to take a look, and there were already hundreds of tiny flies hovering inside the toilet she had opened. The water at the bottom of the toilet, once clear, had turned murky and filthy. We used a bucket to flush the water and then sprayed it with a solution called Toilet Active Kills Germs for washing. Finally, we scrubbed it with a cleaning agent. After more than 3 hours, all the flies retreated and the room returned to cleanliness. The lessons from these two natural phenomena are: flowing water does not stagnate, and a door hinge does not get worms. With both coming and going, peace naturally prevails. A further lesson is, water only stays pure when it keeps flowing. Life remains eternal only when it keeps moving. Movement is life. Stillness is death. As life comprises two parts, the physical body and the spiritual soul, it demands simultaneous movement in both aspects. For the physical body, a person must be active regularly to keep the circulation of qi and blood flowing. This circulation effectively delivers nutrients and oxygen to all parts of the body, keeping the body vibrant. For the spiritual soul, this movement requires continuous thinking without allowing the brain to remain dormant. Similar to water flowing from its source to rivers and oceans for eternal existence, life must connect with the past and envision higher-level life spaces to endure eternally. We often lament someone's rigid thinking, likening them to rigid wood that's difficult to carve. The reason behind this is that they adhere to their own views and confine their thinking within a dead pool of specific doctrines, ideologies, thoughts, or isms. Over time, they unknowingly become rotten and stinky, neither accepting new thoughts, fresh water, nor willing to come out of their closed well to flow into rivers and oceans. As a result, not only does their original purity deteriorate, but they also create many flies, polluting the surrounding air and environment. For instance, major religions consider their own religion as the only true one, branding all others as false. They clutch onto a few scrolls and seek disciples everywhere, advocating the pure nature, eternity, and truth of their dead pool, showing such stubborn bias and ignorance that they are unaware of their own extremity. What future could they possibly have? For example, some scientists believe that only scientific matters are universally applicable truths, and that only science can ultimately save humanity. They prefer to run vigorously on a one-way street, completely ignoring the existence of the non-material world and negative universe. Can they see through everything? For example, 最后一趟航班, The Last Flight, Xiefeng. Translation edited by Yu. A friend of mine, busy buying gifts, ended up running late on the way back and encountered traffic due to another accident. Helplessly, they missed the last flight and were forced to stay at Bangkok Airport in Thailand for a day. During journeys, missing the last mode of transport often happens. Whether it is a bus, a ship, or a plane, there is always one last trip within a day. If missed, one has to wait for several hours, or even days. However, when it comes to life's final flight, missing it means waiting not just for a few days, years, or several decades, but potentially for centuries, millennia, or tens of thousands of years. The saying, "too late for regrets," profoundly resonates with those who've missed life's final flight. During life's journey, it's crucial to be aware of the departure time of the last flight and allocate sufficient time to catch it. To board that last flight, it's better to temporarily let go of less important matters. Avoid spending too much time sightseeing or shopping to prevent deep regrets. The timing of life's final flight can be calculated through Nostradamus prophecies, Mayan prophecies, the 9-year-old Martian from Russia, descriptions in the Lungyan Sutra by Buddha Shakyamuni, and the descriptions in the 3rd chapter of 2 Timothy in the Bible. These can help calculate this time. Below, I've transcribed a passage from 2 Timothy for your reference. I urge you to compare it with the current human society to check if it is worth your reflection. However, you should know that in the last days there will be very difficult times. People will love themselves, love money, boast, be proud, abusive, disobedient to their parents, ungrateful, unholy, without love, unforgiving, slanderous, without self-control, brutal, not lovers of the good, treacherous, rash, conceited, lovers of pleasure rather than lovers of the greatest Creator, having a form of godliness but denying its power. Turn away from such people, always learning but never able to come to a knowledge of the truth. Do not miss life's final flight. Once missed, your wealth, power, and fame will be worthless. Crying out will be in vain. The flight of life will not be delayed because you're a president, CEO, scientist, master, professor, scholar, billionaire, or an engineer of human souls. Do not assume that being kind or poor would allow for changing the date and route of life's flight. Truly just is the last flight of life. 道德法人义理智信素 Tao, virtue, law, benevolence, righteousness, rituals, wisdom, credibility, magical art. Xiefeng. Translation edited by Qinyu. Observing human history, it always seems like a tangled mess. Looking at the current state of humanity, it appears as a complete mess. Where do the problems lie? Can we organize this tangled mess and find some order? The universe operates in order. Seasons change in a timely manner. Does human society have to remain forever like history, forever like the current state? Must humanity forever repeat its mistakes? Let me first provide definitions for Tao, virtue, law, benevolence, righteousness, rights, wisdom, trust, and art, and then examine the causes behind human history and its current state. Tao, it's the spirit of the greatest creator. To put it simply, the consciousness of the greatest creator. Tao is non-material, belonging to the negative aspect of the universe. It's the force governing the evolution and changes of the universe, representing laws, principles, vitality, and the blood of the universe. Virtue, it's the quality of gods and Buddhas, celestial beings. The thinking quality that strictly conforms to the essence of Tao while aligning with the flow of Tao. Law, it's a way for gods, spirits, Buddhas, and demons to utilize Tao and manifest their respective abilities. Benevolence. It's the internal standard used by sages in human society to restrain themselves and all people to uphold the inner quality of virtue. Righteousness. It's a behavior of noble people and gentlemen. Rituals. It's a method used by rulers to maintain their rule. Wisdom. It's the cleverness and ingenuity acquired by the common people for survival. Trust. It is a mutually binding covenant devised and created to maintain the orderly life of humanity. Magical art, it's a trick played by lower-class individuals in society to highlight themselves through abnormal channels. By analyzing human history and current state from these definitions, when humanity prioritizes Tao, all aspects of human society can operate in order, presenting a state of national peace, favorable weather, natural harmony, and genuine modesty and accommodation. When humanity forsakes Tao but prioritizes virtue, the trend of seeking gods and Buddhas starts to prevail. Waves of religious movements emerge, the mindset of seeking divine blessings becomes increasingly prominent, and religions begin to dominate various social domains. People refrain from arrogance and recklessness, thus maintaining effective societal functioning while preserving harmony between humans and nature. When humanity abandons both Tao and virtue in favor of law, the situation of warlords rising gradually emerges. Inevitable wars and plundering escalate, intensifying the destruction of nature. Humanity plunges into a phase of frenzied development. When humanity esteems benevolence, with Tao and virtue in decline, law can receive appropriate restraints. However, cunning and sophistry begin to prevail. Various doctrines, thoughts, and ideologies proliferate, and humanity gradually loses spirituality, relying more on rationality for survival. When righteousness becomes a trend, numerous political parties, social groups, and civilian factions emerge, intensifying the competition for self-centered interests. Human society becomes restless and unstable. When rituals dominate society, the essence of human nature begins to degrade, and beastly behavior finds its way. Everyone strives vigorously to climb upward, leading to prevalent acts of oppression, slander, false accusations, mutual deception, opportunism, and a surge of deceitful practices. These phenomena proliferate like mushrooms after the rain. When wisdom is promoted as human cleverness, people become excessively shrewd, constantly striving for personal gain. Seizing every inch of merit, their hearts and words at odds, lies pervading streets and alleys, faith completely lost. Their small minds exceedingly bright while their larger minds are exceedingly foolish. They appear human but resemble ghosts, making it difficult to distinguish between the two, making it hard to differentiate between humans and demons. When credibility is recognized by the masses as the best tool to restrain humanity, constitutions, laws, regulations, and systems multiply, becoming increasingly intricate. Coupled with religious doctrines and ritual constraints, human nature is almost entirely lost. Everyone becomes a cog in society's machinery, struggling and fighting, yet finding it challenging to realize their noble ideals. When magical art takes center stage in society, superstition prevails, the distinction between humans and ghosts becomes blurred. Falsehoods, ugliness, and evil replace truths, beauty, and goodness. People become akin to those under a spell, chaotic, disordered, rendering it almost impossible to find a remedy for humanity. Isn't this the cause of human history and its current state? 关闭一扇门，另几扇门会自动打开. Close one door, and others will open automatically. Xiefeng. Translation edited by Qin Yu. Many movie theaters, auditoriums, conference halls, and such have multiple entrances and exits. After watching a movie, all the doors in the cinema open, but we can only choose one to leave. One person cannot exit through two doors simultaneously. Similarly, one cannot enter through two doors at once. There are 36 doors in the universe, but available for humans, there are only 12. We can only choose one. We cannot simultaneously pick several doors. The 12 doors available for human entry and exit remain open at all times. They never close. We have the power to choose at any moment. However, once we choose one door, the other 11 automatically close. Similarly, when we close one door, the remaining 11 doors open automatically. It's like going to an airport to board a plane. Dozens of planes wait on the tarmac for passengers. We can only choose one. We cannot fly on two or several planes simultaneously. Likewise, a high school graduate who passes the university admission score has dozens of universities to choose from. They can only make selections from the list and ultimately enter one university. They cannot study at several schools simultaneously. The saying, "A man fears choosing the wrong profession. A woman fears marrying the wrong man," implies this philosophy. If we regard Tao, virtue, law, benevolence, righteousness, rituals, wisdom, credibility, and magical art as doors within the human value system, we also face the issue of choice. Moreover, it's a situation where we can only choose one, unable to possess them all. If we choose Tao, virtue becomes void. If we choose virtue, law is forfeited. If we opt for law, benevolence is sacrificed. If we choose benevolence, righteousness is relinquished. If we prefer righteousness, rituals are forsaken. If we choose rituals, wisdom diminishes. If we opt for wisdom, credibility is forfeited. If we select credibility, magical art is relinquished. Conversely, choosing magical art means no credibility. Choosing credibility means no wisdom. Choosing wisdom means no rituals. Choosing rituals means no righteousness. Choosing righteousness means no benevolence. Choosing benevolence means no law. Choosing law means no virtue. Choosing virtue means no Tao. Regarding this, 99% of people might disagree, thinking Tao, virtue, law, benevolence, righteousness, ritual, wisdom, credibility, and magical art are like 9 dishes on a banquet table, and individuals can freely pick and choose. If one holds this view, he fails to grasp understanding of the contradictory nature among these 9 dishes. Some may believe they can perfectly embody both Tao and virtue, which is impossible. Having Tao would inevitably mean lacking virtue, and possessing virtue would surely mean lacking Tao. If someone claims to have both Tao and virtue, then the Tao they possess must be a facade, a false front. The complexity of human history lies here, and the root cause of human confusion resides here. Please contemplate this on your own. Closing one door automatically opens several others. Opening one door automatically closes others. Choosing death, the door to life automatically closes. Opening the door to life, the door to death automatically closes. The key is to be clear about which door you are currently in. Once you become a farmer, you have no connection with being a worker. If you become a thief, you cannot become an upright gentleman. If you become a corrupt official, you are no longer a representative of the people. If you become a prostitute, you cannot be called a lady. Many people know which door they are in, and they are aware of the difficulties in their current door. However, they lack the courage to close it, fearing that once closed, there will be no door to enter. In fact, such concerns are unnecessary. There are only 12 doors of life, speaking only in terms of human existence, and there are countless paths in life. Regardless of which path you take, eventually, you will enter one of the 12 doors of life. All roads lead to Rome, but not all roads lead to heaven. Many paths lead to hell. It's time to choose which door to enter. Delaying decisions will only lead to lifelong regrets. Life Genuine is one such door, primarily leading to the thousand-year world. Xier de Sanliang, Evil Kindness. Xiefeng. Translation edited by Qin Yu. The noble die for their confidence. As someone influenced by Confucian culture, I also hold this view of life. While I doubt whether I could die for a confidant, walking the path with those who understand me, sharing joys and sorrows, is what I pursue. Drinking tea, chatting, climbing mountains, traveling with those who understand me always brings a sense of delight. True friends are hard to find in life. Although they say, grass is green everywhere under the sky, in this finite life, if one finds a confidant, discovers a patch of green grass, and fails to cherish it, assuming there's an abundance ahead, they are likely to miss opportunities and regret for a lifetime. If we do not walk with those who understand us, should we stay with those who do not? Repay kindness received with gushing gratitude is a value I adhere to. When someone helped me at a critical time, pulling me out of a predicament, guiding me out of confusion, showing me hope, healing wounds, how could I forget the pain? Repaying kindness is the virtue of a true gentleman. Repaying kindness with enmity is the conduct of a petty person. Before going abroad, I encountered a confidant who was the CEO of a limited industrial development company that I met after starting my own business. I mentioned his name in the postscript of Life Genuine, saying, "Meeting you during my journey, receiving your help is like being nourished by the rain. I throw a spiritual beam toward the sky, wishing you a smooth journey ahead." This is my blessing for him and for all the other confidants I've encountered on my life journey. After going abroad, I discovered a massive potential market. In gratitude, I soon wrote to this CEO, informing him about the considerable profits from overseas markets. He was excited and promptly replied, appointing me as the manager of the company's overseas department. Everything was running smoothly for a while. To expedite progress, I made a request to the CEO. I need to rent an office, set up a telephone, and buy a car. Please have the corporate headquarters consider this request. Anyone who has run a company overseas knows that an office, a fax machine, and a car are basic necessities. However, those who haven't traveled abroad might think riding a bicycle or taking public transportation suffices. Stalled. After my request, I received no further response from the CEO. Later, I learned that the hitch occurred due to several vice presidents, the CEO's spouse, and caring friends who concerned about him. Upon learning of my request, they cautioned him, saying, "Be cautious, do not fall for his tricks. This person is ambitious, he might be a fraud." A great opportunity, capable of bringing the CEO immense wealth, fizzled out, vanished, and miscarried. This happened in the name of kind concern. Later, the increasing success and growth of many Chinese compatriots in this place confirmed my initial judgment. Instead of the kindness and warnings from those around the CEO, if he had taken swift action and seized the opportunity, this industrial company would have evolved into an entirely different entity. Upon pondering this for a long time, I realized the kindness around the CEO was a kind of evil kindness. Evil kindness always presents itself as sincere, considerate, caring, and it's for your own good. Yet, it consistently sets invisible obstacles in the way of others' development, ruining their bright prospects. You must be careful. Be cautious not to fall for it. Always be cautious of others. This person is ambitious. You must be cautious. Allow me to speak frankly. I'm doing this for your own good. Evil kindness not only ruins someone's bright future, but can also crush their beliefs, create discord among brothers and sisters, make friends and colleagues turn against each other, cause divorce between spouses, sow hatred between parents and children, lead partners to court, cause the downfall of political parties, dissolve organizations, bring turmoil to nations, and bring disgrace to ethnic groups. Evil kindness is everywhere, always cloaked in kindness, making it hard to guard against. Those with a twisted mind, lacking genuine talent, those with a cunning mind but no substantial intellect, insistent on displaying themselves as frogs at the bottom of a well, and those who cannot argue logically, provide evidence, and thrive on baseless speculation are the breeding grounds of evil kindness. Sanlang de Shiera. Benevolent evil. Xiefeng. Translation edited by Qin Yu. Once while watching Animal World on TV, I came across a scene. A tall tree with a bird's nest, a big bird cruelly driving away a young bird seemingly not fully feathered from the nest. The young bird, panicked, tried to hide, squeezing back into the nest. The bird mother, seemingly lacking any sympathy for her daughter, flapped her wings, squawked, not letting it take a step back, eventually forcing the young bird to fly away from the tree nest and clumsily spread its wings for the first time. The fledgling bird landed clumsily on the grass, and the big bird promptly flew to a branch not far from it, preening its feathers. But observing the newly liberated young bird, chirping and hopping joyfully on the ground, it seemed to say, "Mom, look, I can fly. I can hop on the ground. Life outside is so much freer and comfortable than in the nest. Look, Mom, I can even catch insects. Oh, the outside world is wonderful." At first glance, the mother bird's act of driving away her offspring seemed evil. Yet, upon seeing the joyful scene of the young bird on the ground, I immediately recognized that the mother bird's seemingly evil actions were, in fact, a form of benevolent evil. Inspired by the big bird, I employed a kind of benevolent evil in raising my own child. Starting at 13, my child took charge of the family's dinner, learned to drive at 14, and began driving to school at 16. I never did tasks he could manage himself. At 16, he competed for the position of the student company's general manager and succeeded. Regarding university, I said he could choose any university in the USA, UK, Australia, or South Africa, except elite schools like Harvard or MIT due to unaffordable tuition fees. Eventually, he researched online, contacted universities, and chose a top-ranked university within the global top 100. At 18, he left home, the nest, went to the US and UK embassies to apply for his visa himself, bought a plane ticket, registered in the USA, found accommodation, opened a bank account, and everything went smoothly. Finally, like the big bird, I drove my child out of the nest. Consequently, just like the young bird landing on the grass, he discovered a broader world and a space of freedom beyond the nest. His academic performance remained outstanding, and he received care and support from various quarters. People who know us envy our obedient and sensible child, but little do they know that I employed an evil educational method. Whether educating children, managing employees, or governing countries, leading people should adopt benevolent evil. Pure kindness ultimately harms oneself and others. Only benevolent evil can save both. To those who are ignorant, The most effective approach is to employ a strategy of benevolent evil, as they are unresponsive to reason and unmoved even in life-threatening situations. Resorting to a fascist dictatorship is inhumane, leaving us with no option but to employ evil methods. To those who damage nature, those who cause trouble without reason, those who lazily parasitize, and those who are fanatics, the most effective way to rescue them is through a form of benevolent evil. If we spend too much time waiting for them to understand it, it is too late and humanity will be on the brink of catastrophe. Children who cannot swim insist on bathing in the river. Those unfamiliar with electricity want to touch high-voltage wires. Those lacking faith insist on freedom. And those unfamiliar with Chinese culture and the human spiritual world insist on advocating private ownership. Is it wise for them to follow their own whims without considering the consequences not only for themselves, but also for the future of others and the entire nation? Humanity faces an immense potential disaster. We are standing at the edge of a precipice. It's time to wake up. 98% of people are currently in the nest. Don't you want to fly freely like the young bird? All authoritarian systems are nests. Can there be prospects for those crowded and fussing within these nests for an extended period? All religions are nests. Can there be prospects for those dreaming with closed eyes within these nests for an extended period? Like the big bird, Life Genuine aims to encourage the young birds to leave the nest. Only by flying out of the nest can you understand the benevolent evil of Life Genuine. Soar into the world, and it becomes yours. Remain behind, and it leads to a dead end. 时来运转. Time brings changes in fortune. Xiefeng. February 7th, 2007. Translation edited by Qin Yu. All things await their opportune moment to act. When it arrives, greenery flourishes, insects take flight, solid ice melts, thunder is born. When the time has not come, no storms brew, flowers lack buds, gold appears as iron, and even geniuses seem mediocre. All things await their moment to act. When it arrives, injustices are revealed, secrets come to light. The scenery changes from fortune to misfortune. When it's not time, the oxen bully the tigers, cats fear mice, diligent studies go unnoticed, exceptional talents seem worthless. Time, geographical advantage, support of people, time takes precedence. Even with remarkable talent and ambitions spanning the universe, without favorable timing, one can only sip the northwest wind. Even with a heart of passion, without opportune timing, one's efforts find no outlet. Time brings changes in fortune. Without opportune timing, fortunes do not change. Even with full seeds, they'll lie dormant underground. Even with brilliant minds, they'll reside in obscure places. Even with perfect plans, they'll gather dust. Even with resounding voices, they'll only shout in vain. At the right moment, in the turning of fortunes, the ugly duckling may become a white swan. A cowherd leads 1,000,000 valiant soldiers. A golden phoenix emerges from a mountain nest, and barren lands transform into lucrative markets. Those who bowed their heads lift them high, while those who once held their heads high bow their heads. For some, wealth flows in abundantly, and their career paths are clear. For others, they stumble and face poverty and illness. The heavens have their fortune, nations have theirs, individuals too. If the heavens' fortune falters, so does a nation's, and thus an individual's. If a nation's fortune wanes, it's hard for an individual's fortune to turn. Grass and trees know their seasons. In spring, they thrive. Wise individuals discern opportune moments and create grand achievements in due time. Failing to act when necessary leads to missed opportunities and bad luck. Inappropriately, forcefully, or foolishly acting when one should not turn good fortune into misfortune. Sprouting in winter leads to inevitable demise. Budding in autumn leads to fruitlessness. Sprouting in spring is opportune. Time is fortune. When time brings change, it might be favorable or adverse, depending on one's perception. Time, ever-changing, constantly seeks auspicious winds and timely rains, seeking prosperity for the nation, peace for the people, and harmony throughout the world. With everyone's well-being, there comes good fortune. In the face of widespread misery, personal good fortune is elusive. Fortune is transformative. Apparent good fortune may be substantial misfortune, and apparent misfortune may be substantial good fortune. If heaven intends to grant people good fortune, it might first befall them with misfortune. If heaven intends to bring misfortune to people, it might bestow apparent good fortune first. Whether it is calamity or fortune, it all depends on one's own perspective. Three elements constitute fortune: life structure, genes, gestation period, and timing. Life structure determines the broad trajectory of fortune. An egg can only hatch into a chick, not into an eagle. A dragon begets a dragon. A phoenix begets a phoenix. A mouse's offspring dig holes. We cannot grow into corn. Ordinary people cannot become geniuses. Not all cowherds can command 1,000,000 soldiers. Not all music students become Bach, Beethoven, or Mozart. Not all compassionate individuals become Jesus, Buddha, or Muhammad. Not all college dropouts become Bill Gates. The transformation of fortune requires a gestation period. 10 months pregnancy leads to 1 day of childbirth. Peach trees take 3 years. Apricots take 4, and walnut trees need 18 years to bear fruits. Without or insufficient gestation, even with opportune timing, fortune is hard to transform. Inspiration favors the contemplative, opportunities embrace the prepared mind, and miracles do not happen on the desert of the soul. Those who eagerly await good fortune must accumulate the basic materials in that direction. Waiting aimlessly will not bring good fortune. All preparations ready, just waiting for the east wind. Only with complete preparation can one utilize the east wind. Without readiness, even with the wind blowing, the fire cannot burn at Chibi. Similarly, without the wind rising, all prior preparations are meaningless. Therefore, good fortune also depends on timing. The 5th, 9th, 11th, 14th, 16th, 17th, 34th, 53rd, and 56th hexagrams of the Book of Changes primarily discuss cultivating and awaiting the opportune moment, awaiting changes in fortune. The cart travels on the road. The horse runs on the track. People walk on paths. Immortals tread immortal paths. Without changing the trajectory of life, a dog remains a dog, and commoners remain commoners. Even when the time comes, it only smooths the trajectory but does not change it. It means that people cannot become immortals. To transition from the trajectory of a human life to that of an immortal, one needs to foster the structure of an immortal life, then step into the immortal path at the opportune moment. Times are changing. Take the opportune moment. The era of networking, combined with the consciousness of the new age, acts as a catalyst for transforming one's life fortune. Today, the information we receive in a day surpasses that of an entire year in the past. Old systems are gradually disintegrating, even collapsing. The times create heroes, and the consciousness of the new age shapes higher dimensional lives. When the time comes, seize the opportunity, align with the international system. Embrace the lifestyle of the immortals, and in doing so, great fortune awaits. 魔鬼的钓饵, Satan's bait. Xiefeng. Translation edited by Qinyu. A friend once shared the art of fishing with me, mentioning the method of using pig feed, vitamins, essential balm, and eggs as bait to lure fish to the hook. The revelation was heart-stopping. Poor fish. How would they know that this tantalizing aroma was nothing but pig feed? How could they comprehend that this bait, disguised as something appealing, spells disaster once consumed? To these fish, the fisherman is the devil. For the devil, these fish are utterly naive. A few simple tricks and they're hooked. In the water, fish only see the fragrant food, oblivious to the devil on the shore. The fish's devil is humans. Then, who is the devil for humans? The mantis hunts the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. The oriole hunts the mantis, unaware of the cobra behind. The cobra hunts the oriole, unaware of the eagle behind. The eagle hunts the cobra, humans behind. Humans hunt the eagle, the devil behind. The devil hunts humans, and behind the devil is the greatest creator. All seek immediate gain, ignoring what comes after. Humans fish, and the devil fishes humans. Humans employ all sorts of tricks to lure the fish. The devil uses all sorts of tricks to hook humans. Adding vitamins, essential balm, and eggs to pig feed lures fish to the hook, just as the devil casts money, power, and lust into the human world, luring humans to the hook. The fish do not know it's a human trap. Humans do not know it's the devil's scheme. The fish cannot see the person behind the trap. Humans cannot see the devil behind the scheme. Ah, fish. Ah, humans. Beware. 生命是这样腐烂发臭的. Life rots and stinks like this. Xiefeng. Translation edited by Yu. Today, July 14th, 2004, while preparing dinner for my beloved and child, I was frying eggplant and thought of adding some garlic. I fetched a plastic bag containing stored garlic from the storage, opened the bag, and picked a clove. To my surprise, the garlic was darkened, and upon breaking it open, it was rotten. Emptied out all the cloves. Not a single one was spared. It's odd. Normally, garlic does not rot for several months. So why did this bag, purchased just a month ago, turn rotten and stinky? Suddenly, I recalled an incident during a summer business trip within the country. After washing my face with a towel in the morning, I absent-mindedly placed the damp towel inside a plastic bag. I forgot to remove it that day, and the next day when I retrieved it to wash my face again, a gentle twist broke it into two sections. The reason lay in the fact that the moist towel, in the sweltering heat, confined within the plastic bag without contact with external air, turned stale. The gases of staleness within the plastic bag caused the towel to decay, reducing its strength and elasticity, thus making it easily breakable. Yes, the garlic's rot and stink in the plastic bag resulted from its lack of contact with external air. Ordinarily, garlic is placed in a basket, allowing air circulation, hence it remains unchanged for months. It seems that everything material, when not allowed to circulate with external air, inevitably rots and stinks. If material things are like this, then what about non-material things? If a family only allows internal marriages without intermingling with other families, after several generations, this family will inevitably perish. A nation that does not interact with other nations, confined within a singular cultural circle, will eventually decay. A country that isolates itself, refraining from interactions with other nations, will surely decline. Now, what about an individual? If they do not learn from others, avoid communication, isolate themselves, and keep their mental windows closed, over time, they will inevitably become rigid, stubborn, experience ideological stagnation, leading to decay, stagnation, and eventually death. An individual, a family, a nation, a country, such is the case. What about religious groups? Historically, some disappearing religions have also attributed their decline to self-righteousness and arrogance. It's foreseeable that present religions like Christianity, Islam, Buddhism, etc., if they hold on to an attitude of superiority, refusing to engage in mutual exchange, cutting themselves off contact with the external air, will inevitably rot and stink as well. The question now is, how can human life prevent rot and stench? The human being is composed of two parts, a material body and a spiritual soul. If the material body does not engage in exchange with the external elements such as air, water, and energy, it will inevitably decay and emit an unpleasant odor, ultimately leading to death. Similarly, if the spiritual soul does not connect with the divine source of the universe, the greatest creator, the soul will also decay and emit an unpleasant odor, resulting in death. A more intriguing question is, if life on Earth chooses to seal itself off and refuses to engage in spiritual communication and contact with life forms beyond Earth, will it also rot, stink, and eventually die? 有眼无珠与买椟还珠. Seeing without recognizing and the folly of buying the casket and returning the jewel. Xiefeng. Translation edited by Yu. Everyone desires to possess treasures, be it rare diamonds or exquisite jade, be it wise mentors and supportive friends or virtuous and beautiful women. It's the intrinsic value that triggers people's longing and pursuit. Among all treasures, the most valuable is the truth that allows life to extend towards higher-level space, the spirit of the greatest creator and the pure and kind hearts of humanity. Treasures are everywhere, appearing and hiding at every turn. Why can't we see or find them? It's because we are blind to the jewel. In 1995, our family hired a lady for the first time. This lady, named Rebecca, learned to cook Chinese food in just 3 days. After she tidied up the house, it was sparkling clean, spotless, well-organized, and neat. Every day, after my beloved and I returned home from work and the kid came back from school, she stood at the door to welcome us, showing concern and casually taking the kid's school bag and our purchases. It felt like we were reuniting with long-lost relatives. Inside the dining room, a table of not-so-sumptuous yet delectable dishes always awaited us. The day's fatigue dissipated in this warm and harmonious atmosphere. At that time, my residence had no flowers or plants outside. However, since Rebecca arrived, she managed to bring in some exotic plants and flowers. 2 months later, flowers blossomed in front and behind the house, creating a splendid scene. Unfortunately, due to our move, we had to let her go after 6 months. More foolishly, we lost the note with her address. A rare and precious jewel was thus lost. Every time we think of Rebecca, my beloved and I deeply sigh, regretting immensely. Such a wonderful woman. Where else could we find her? I am someone who is blind to the jewel. The gem is right in front of us, but we do not cherish it. Once it's gone from us, it's hard to trace it again. One wrong step causes everlasting regret. Discarding the jewel hurts the heart the most. Who should be blamed when blind to the jewel? Blame no one but your own blindness. Blindness to the jewel not only hinders its discovery, but also ensures its eventual loss even if acquired. The story of buying the casket and returning the jewel is due to the people of Zhang State only seeing the gorgeously decorated wooden box but not recognizing the gem inside, leading to a lamentable event spanning ages. The ancients had their foolishness, just as modern individuals can be ignorant. Often encountering bookworms, their memory may be strong, their reasoning abilities not weak. They can eloquently expound on principles, citing references after references. Yet, besides regurgitating some worn-out cliches, there's not a glimmer of wisdom in their discourse. It's not problematic if they lack their own thoughts. However, they insist on using history to shackle and restrict the development of reality, speaking only in traditions and orthodoxy. It's akin to the scholars and Pharisees of Jesus' time. Although Jesus preached the truth, they spouted dogmas, pretending to uphold orthodoxy, vehemently hindering the spread of truth. These individuals are like the people of Zhang State, interested not in the gem within the box, but in the gorgeously adorned wooden box containing the gem. The truly invaluable gem lies within people's hearts. If we do not protect the gem in our hearts, but blindly pursue the externally decorated wooden box, are we not like the people of Zhang State buying the casket and returning the jewel? 回应天启，走出迷途. Responding to the revelation, finding the way out. Xiefeng. August 16th, 2005. Translation edited by Qinyu. A lightning bolt streaks across the expansive sky, accompanied by distant rolling thunder, foretelling an impending storm. On September 11th, the towering and sturdy World Trade Center collapsed abruptly, trapping people inside. If someone had warned those inside the building of its imminent collapse and urged them to evacuate, would they have heeded the advice? Nonsense. How could such a solid world-class building collapse? They might have replied in disbelief. Humans, how much do you understand the mysteries of the universe? How much do you comprehend? Why don't you respond to the revelations? Someone explicitly tells you that he is a messenger of the greatest creator. Here too, harvest the crops, yet you mock, ridicule, and scorn him. Even when, in humility, he kneels before you as a commoner, begging for your response to the revelations, you continue to mock, ridicule, and scorn him. What kind of person do you need to save you? The immense love of the greatest creator for humanity, the care from God Jesus Christ, and Buddha Shakyamuni for humanity have been clearly and evidently revealed to you. Do you desire wealth or life? Life or your status, wealth, and reputation? Which is more important? There was a notorious pirate who amassed countless treasures. One day, he was caught. In court, he arrogantly told the judge, "I have countless treasures. I'm willing to give up 1/3 of my wealth to buy my freedom." The judge replied, "You've committed robbery and murder. Your wealth cannot buy your freedom." Judge, "I'm willing to give up all my treasures to save my life. You should know, my wealth is enough for the whole nation to spend for 3 years. People die for wealth, Birds perish for food. Don't people love wealth? The pirate began pleading. The judge resolutely replied, debts must be repaid, and life must pay for murder. Your wealth wasn't rightfully earned. It was plundered. The law is not negotiable. I declare that tomorrow at 3 in the afternoon, you will be hanged. The pirate, with tears of regret, lamented, had I known that wealth couldn't spare my life, why did I strive so ardently to amass it? Human laws are not child's play. They cannot be bargained with, let alone the laws of the greatest creator. Don't be stubborn, do not falter, do not retreat midway, do not be captured by demons. Ignite the divine lamp within your heart, seize the moment. Transcend the shackles of life and death, reclaim your true nature, discard conventional thinking, advance at superluminal speeds, abandon all possessions, firmly believe in the journey of life. Don't look around, do not heed others' words, do not run with the crowd, do not feel lonely and forsaken. The key to opening the gates of heaven lies in your hands. You need only ponder quietly, listen to the guidance of your inner spirit. Don't wait for torrential rains to build an ark. Do not wait for the Titanic to hit an iceberg to search for life jackets. Do not wait to see a bombing plane before rushing out of the building. Once everything becomes apparent, it's too late. Your eastern land, due to its vastness, sparse population, and abundant resources, has fallen into a state of excessive greed, rampant killing, widespread falsehoods, and deceitfulness. Many are unfaithful, unfilial, unkind, and unjust. Now, I bring the Tripitaka, capable of transcending life and death, to save all beings. Your eastern land, ignoring the Tripitaka Buddha scriptures, your sky is low, your earth thin, your resources scant, and your population dense. You do not believe in gods, Buddhas, despise laws and heaven. Yet you still indulge in excessive greed, rampant killing, widespread falsehoods, and deceitfulness. Many are unfaithful, unfilial, unkind, and unjust. Your eastern land disregards Buddhas and the greatest creators, unaware of how to be human. Ears but deaf, hearts but void, as fragile as paper, as lofty as the sky, spirits desolate, hearts like stones, still stubbornly refusing to heed teachings, superficially humble, but inwardly arrogant. I now call again, hoping for a response to the revelations, a return from the misguided path. If delayed or procrastinated, divine punishment will follow. The vast heavens perceive your hearts. The myriad gods know your names. The sun, moon, and cosmic laws observe your deeds. In the vast expanse of existence, life takes precedence. In the limitless desert, retracing steps leads to the oasis. Every millennium is but a fleeting moment. The righteous path is the only way. Respond to the revelations and find your way out of the maze. 别人不信,我信. Others may doubt, I believe. Xiefeng. Translation edited by Qin Yu. A friend from Tianjin visited my office the day before yesterday and inquired about matters related to space and time. I asked him why he was interested in such questions. He said, not long ago, I had a dream. My grandfather appeared and told me that after using the toilet, he suddenly fainted before standing up, unable to get up. He said he was leaving and urged us to live well while he waited. The next day, my father called from China, saying my grandfather had passed away. He told me my grandfather had collapsed and passed away while using the toilet. I found it quite strange. How could my dream about my grandfather match the actual events? What's going on with time and space? I asked him if he had watched the Life Attenuant section on Chinese Soul, and he mentioned that he had seen some of it. However, due to the extensive content, he hadn't watched it all. I responded, your grandfather left this physical space and entered another dimension of life. Due to his concern for you, he conveyed his inner thoughts to you through a dream before departing from this space. This is entirely normal. Your elevated spiritual sensitivity allowed you to connect with your grandfather's thoughts. There's nothing mysterious about it. Taking the opportunity, I asked, do you believe in the immortality of the soul and in the existence of other dimensions of life apart from our current space? He replied, while others may doubt, I believe. Belief, Such a mysterious and profound word. Peter, a disciple of Jesus, walked on water because of belief, but almost drowned when he saw the wind and waves and lost belief. Those with belief are blessed. Those without belief are miserable. Those with belief have roots. Those without belief are like floating duckweeds. Those with belief know how to navigate life. Those without belief randomly fly like headless flies. Those with belief are humble. Those without belief are arrogant. Those with belief have a bright future. Those without belief have a bleak one. What to believe in? Believe in facts. Believe in what you see, hear, and experience. Whom to believe in? Believe in Jesus, Buddha, Muhammad, Laozi, and the sages. What to believe in? Believe in the negative universe information sensed by your spiritual perception. Whom to believe in? Believe in the greatest creator. Many people doubt everything, do not believe in anything, lack faith in themselves, and have no confidence. Some start with belief, but, swayed by phenomena and others' opinions, lose faith even in facts. They cannot sustain their faith, vacillating between belief and doubt until they believe in nothing. Some seem to believe but harbor doubts, so when confronted with storms, they lose their foothold and are devoured by demons. Some people's faith is mere lip service, steering with the wind, changing with their immediate self-interest. In reality, their hearts lack genuine belief. Today, they believe when it's advantageous, and tomorrow, they do not when it's not. How can one live without faith? What is the purpose of such a life? Where is it headed? Job in the Bible is an exemplar of faith. Apostle Paul is an exemplar of faith, and several bodhisattvas in Buddhism have also set examples of faith for us. Many believers in Islam are also exemplars of faith. Without faith, one cannot stand firm. I said to my friend, your dream aligning with reality can be considered a revelation. While the world may harbor doubts, you cannot afford to. Doubting would betray your grandfather's wishes and the revelation. In the end, my friend reiterated, while others may harbor doubts, I remain steadfast in my belief. Friend, do you also believe? 于无声处响惊雷. Shocking thunderclap in silence. Xiefeng. August 16th, 2005. Translation edited by Qin Yu. That was a day on the Christmas of the previous year. I was driving a van, transporting 8 employees from my store to a fast food restaurant and bar I owned, about 10 kilometers away, to celebrate Christmas. Just as we pulled up to the entrance of the bar, we heard a clack sound, and the left front wheel dropped, tilting the vehicle to the left. Quickly checking, I discovered the axle supporting the left wheel had completely snapped. After a week, I had the car towed to Sadie Motor for repairs. The shop owner, holding the fractured axle, asked me, "Why didn't the car overturn?" I replied, "The axle broke only as the car came to a stop. That's why it didn't overturn." That British gentleman sighed, saying, "A miracle, the greatest creator's protection. In such a situation, the car should have flipped, causing injuries. How did it break only after the car stopped?" He then pointed at the fracture and explained, "This axle began breaking at least half a year ago. It didn't snap suddenly but deteriorated bit by bit. Its complete fracture was inevitable. It should have happened during driving. You're very lucky." Initially, I didn't care for the analysis, but after hearing his explanation, I felt terrified. I usually drive fast. If the axle had snapped during high-speed driving, not only would everyone in the car have been in danger, but other vehicles around might also have faced disaster. That was close. The axle had been gradually breaking for months, yet I remained oblivious. Thunder lurked in silence. Disasters hid within calm waters. Unseen perils surfaced unnoticed amid the excitement and joy. How can one prevent such occurrences? Since then, I have started contemplating the latent crises within nature. Earthquakes, typhoons, volcanic eruptions, tornadoes, plagues, wars, floods, landslides, droughts, pestilence, sandstorms, accidents, plane crashes, collapsed walls, dam breaches, land subsidence, strokes, sudden power outages, water stoppages, social unrest, riots, and other unforeseen calamities all exhibit early signs of axle fractures. People typically care about results or consequences rarely focusing on the gradual axial deterioration leading up to them. People often live in regret, never considering early checks and preventive measures. Furthermore, since axial fractures happen gradually and invisibly, they are easily overlooked. Even if someone predicts a disaster in advance, not many believe it. This guy's exaggerating, talking nonsense, or has ulterior motives. What's the solution? Think about Noah building his ark on the mountaintop. How many ridiculed and mocked him? Currently, Life Genuine has faced and will continue to face ridicule, mockery, and cold indifference from many. Among all these axial fractures, my focus is on the fate and future of humanity. It seems that the greatest creator, God Jesus, and Buddha Shakyamuni have particularly favored me, granting me the key to unlock the treasury of wisdom and authority to establish Life Genuine, bestowing upon me the honor of harvesting crops. People, I know you will not easily believe me. In Jesus' era, how many truly believed in Jesus? How many truly believed in Buddha Shakyamuni? How many truly understood Muhammad and Laozi? Many talk about the greatest creator, Allah, the ancestor of Buddha, Emperor Chakra, the heavens, or the divine, but how many genuinely follow them? Many speak of Tao manifests itself in nature. What is nature? Do you understand? Some claim that Xiefeng is creating the greatest creator, that he aspires to be its spokesperson. Oh, ignorant ones, can the greatest creator be created? Is Xiefeng's, the chapter of the greatest creator, creating the greatest creator? Who in human history has explained the greatest creator as comprehensively as the chapter of the greatest creator? Thunder and silence exists. If you don't believe it, just wait and see. But I'll caution everyone in advance. Do not come running later, shouting, "Greatest Creator, now I believe," after the axle breaks. By then, it'll be too late, and no one can save you. 上帝对人类的审判随时随地进行. The greatest creator's judgment of humanity occurs at all times and in all places. Xiefeng. Translation edited by Qin Yu. All major religions mention Judgment Day, or the judgment by the king of hell in the netherworld. However, after exploring the 36-dimensional spaces, I haven't discovered a designated place for judgment. The greatest creator has never assigned a fixed date for a collective or individual judgment of humanity. So, how did this notion of a judgment day originate? One reason could be a mistaken understanding of divine teachings. Those who recorded the words of gods or Buddhas might have misinterpreted the meanings or added their own cleverness and wisdom when translating the divine words. The other reason is that people mainly focus on outcomes, neglecting the processes that lead to them. People see death as life's conclusion, ignoring the process itself. Consequently, they believe that death marks life's end, and after death, souls face a final judgment. Such beliefs are erroneous. The concept of Judgment Day blasphemes the greatest creator, confuses humanity, and exacerbates life's hardships and misfortunes. It's a kind of magical power, a spell, a barrier and hindrance placed within human consciousness. The greatest creator's judgment and selection of humanity, both collectively and individually, occur anytime, anywhere. There is not a final judgment. It's immediate, executed by Tao rather than by gods, Buddhas, or any celestial beings. How does Tao judge people? Up to this point, I've outlined in other articles what Tao is. In the Bible, it says, Tao is the greatest creator. However, there's a meaning not yet revealed. The greatest creator is not Tao. Tao is the greatest creator. The greatest creator is not Tao. How to understand this? Mao Zedong thought is Mao Zedong, but Mao Zedong is not Mao Zedong thought. Wang Mazi's consciousness is Wang Mazi, but Wang Mazi is not consciousness. China's laws represent China, but China is not its laws. Tao manifests itself in nature, means Tao follows the will of the greatest creator. The will of the greatest creator corresponds to the spirit of the greatest creator. Tao and the spirit of the greatest creator are synonymous. Although the meaning of Tao is vast and profound, in this context, Tao is specifically defined as the spiritual law that upholds the orderly functioning of the universe and the cycle of life. Although the Diamond Sutra may not explicitly expound on the concept of Tao, Those of superior wisdom who comprehend the sutra would undoubtedly understand that what Shakyamuni Buddha repeatedly elucidates is essentially Tao. All phenomena are illusory. The Dharma cannot be grasped, expressed, nor is it truly Dharma or non-Dharma. What is referred to as the Buddha's Dharma is, in reality, not the Buddha's Dharma. The Dharma is neither real nor unreal. The Dharma is a quality, without high or low. Regarding the Dharma, there is no notion of extinction. That which is referred to as the appearance of the Dharma is, in fact, not the appearance of the Dharma. This is called the appearance of the Dharma. All sages are differentiated by the Dharma of non-attachment. If we purely understand Tao as the greatest creator's law, it might lead us to liken the greatest creator's law to the country's laws. It's easy to regard the greatest creator's law as dead dogma. The laws of the greatest creator, Tao, cannot be fully explained in words. Why? Because the greatest creator's law is spiritual, alive. Laozi and Buddha earnestly imparted to us this layer of meaning regarding Tao. Now we understand. Tao is the spiritual law that sustains the orderly operation of the universe and the cycle of life. So, let's see how Tao judge humanity, both collectively and individually, at any time, in any place. When Chinese people cook, it's inevitable that frying and cooking will lead to the accumulation of grease around the kitchen walls and ceilings. We have to ask whether this layer of grease formed all at once or gradually built up with each instance of frying and cooking. Look inside a smoker's teeth. They turn dark due to smoking. When did this discoloration occur? Not after one cigarette, right? It's the accumulation of repeated smoking. When someone suffers a sudden heart attack or stroke, is it caused by a single instance of low vitality or inadequate blood supply, or an immediate surge of heart fire? Unlikely. Was the sudden earthquake in Tangshan the result of a single tectonic shift? Does the emergence of a dust storm result merely from pulling out a few blades of grass or cutting down a few trees? When someone is abruptly elevated to a central government position, is it purely coincidental? When someone unexpectedly gets a chance to study abroad, is it solely an opportunity? When someone dies in a car accident, is it just misfortune? Aren't there accumulations of various factors behind these events? 10 years to nurture trees, 100 years to cultivate individuals, gathering streams to form rivers, accumulating grievances to lead to disasters. If one consumes 9 steamed buns, does it mean only the 9th bun satisfies hunger, while the preceding 8 are wasted? Is poverty the fault of the heavens? Does it not have its own causes and consequences? Is it unfairness of the greatest creator? When a billionaire is suddenly assassinated, does it lack causes and consequences? Is it the injustice of the heavens? Without the accumulation of quantity, there can be no qualitative transformation. Without personal effort and dedication, there can be no happy life. Without profound contemplation, wisdom is unattainable. Without the manifestation of love, the spirit will not descend. Without spiritual living, one can never enter the higher realms of life. Enumerating the above simple truths, I want to illustrate that the judgment of Tao on humanity, punishment, and reward is happening at all times and everywhere. When thirsty, drink some water to solve the problem immediately. When in need to urinate, release it promptly to make the body comfortable right away. In an instant, there is eternity. Understanding that the judgment of Tao, reward, and punishment is immediate, accurate, impartial, and intangible, a life of wisdom should be lived like this. Regardless of the circumstances, rich or poor, influential or powerless, renowned or scorned by others, the key is to pay attention to one's next action. Avoid punishments from Tao and strive to receive rewards. Specifically, first, believe in the greatest creator and hold gratitude in your heart. Second, listen to the teachings of gods and Buddhas. Do not dismiss them as superstition. The teachings of gods and Buddhas are treasures of wisdom and the guidebook of life, absolutely devoid of any malice. When tempted to engage in corruption, remember that Tao is present. Tao wields a knife in one hand and holds the gem of life in the other. If you engage in corruption, the knife will be at your throat. If you resist corruption, Tao will embed the gem of life in the non-material structure of your life. Likewise, when you have trash in your hands, do you casually throw it on the street? Or do you take a few extra steps to put it in the trash bin? When seeking revenge, do you continue to retaliate and harm others? Or do you forgive and show mercy? When encountering a prostitute, do you engage in promiscuity? Or do you go home to your spouse? When presented with a bargain, do you scheme to take advantage? Or do you live an honest life? At the entrance of a casino, do you go in and gamble? Or do you turn and leave? When a brother or sister is in trouble, do you do your best to help? Or do you abandon them? When faced with conflicting interests, do you compete? Or do you yield? When you see the nation on the verge of collapse, do you actively strive to turn the tide? Or do you act opportunistically and add fuel to the fire? Sow thorns, and they will obstruct your path. Plant willows, and you will not taste apples. Reap what you sow, gourds from gourd seeds, beans from bean seeds. Divine punishments, though slow, are always sure. With big meshes, yet letting nothing slip through the law of cause and effect is precise to the smallest detail. Human management often leads to numerous mistakes due to insufficient wisdom and spiritual flaws, whereas the operation of Tao never errs. The greatest reward by following Tao is the evolution of your life's non-material structure towards a higher level of life. Understanding this principle, even if someone were to offer us all the treasures in the world, we would remain unmoved. Ascending to this level of life allows one to act effortlessly and tread the path of life smoothly. Tao is judging us at all times and in all places. Let us follow Tao. 花香蝶自来，心境仙人至. Fragrances will attract butterflies to flowers, and pure hearts will be frequented by celestial beings. Xiefeng. Translation edited by Qinyu. Foreign dignitaries visiting often opt for stays in five-star hotels, never considering ordinary roadside inns. Recluses choose picturesque mountains and rivers as their places of cultivation, avoiding desolate and barren lands. Virtuous ministers select noble leaders to serve, while birds choose worthy trees for their nests. Harlots attract promiscuous men, and debauches specialize in tempting women seeking extramarital affairs. Gamblers revel in murky, obscure environments, while sages prefer abodes with serene and fresh air. The environment not only shapes species but is also shaped by them, just as filthy places attract flies, while blooming flowers welcome bees and butterflies. Planting different trees attracts different birds. People who browse the internet daily tend to favor websites that suit their temperament and personality, occasionally visiting other sites. Birds of a feather flock together, and individuals group based on shared interests. Scammers and thieves find it easy to communicate with each other, while sages seek companions with kindred spirits. In the eyes of lovers, beauty lies in the beholder, while evildoers may perceive others as troublemakers. Tyrants often surround themselves with sycophants. In the heart of enlightened beings, there are few living souls in the mundane world. A phoenix avoids barren lands. Enlightened souls do not consort with common folk. Rain avoids deserts. Peonies do not grow in the Gobi Desert. These are common sense, not needing exhaustive illustration. To those who have entered life genuine, I wish to convey, a pure heart attracts celestial beings. Consider this. When in a chaotic place, overwhelmed by countless tasks, it's hard to deeply contemplate a single matter or write a valuable article. Only in tranquility, free from desire, does the mind become sharp and clear, writing effortlessly, a state called, when the mind is calm, ideas flow naturally. A tangled mess is distressing for anyone who encounters it. In a society with disorder, it is difficult to establish a positive moral atmosphere. Noise is irritating, music brings joy, orderly lines are soothing, and the chaotic arrangement of structures in a painting disrupts one's thoughts. Higher quality life tends to favor order, while lower quality life leans toward chaos. Saints and sages would never guide people towards rebellion, rioting, plunder, or bloodshed. Those with distorted mindsets eagerly anticipate chaos in the world, hoping for frequent government overthrows, thinking, why isn't the world in chaos yet? Chaos is good. Amidst the chaos, one can fish in troubled waters and seize power. The virtuous individuals who enter the life-genuine community appreciate order and abhor violence and plunder. Even amid a storm, they remain as the wind blows, the mountain stands still, leaves fall silently. This is not a matter of moral quality, but rather a question of life quality. Disorder ravages life. If scorching sun today, biting cold tomorrow, morning serene, afternoon a deluge, month after month, year after year, can there still be traces of life on this earth? If a person's emotions fluctuate unpredictably, desiring to engage in business today, aspiring for politics tomorrow, thinking of marrying Xiao Wang in the morning, and wanting to wed Lu in the afternoon, month after month, year after year, can they still lead a long life? So, what does a pure heart attract celestial beings mean? A pure heart signifies a state of tranquility and order within the mind. In this state, the heart resembles a babbling brook, a field adorned with blooming flowers, a serene and elegant garden, towering and overlapping mountain ranges, a tranquil lake with rippling waves, a blue sky with drifting clouds, and the vast expanse of the starry night sky. When the heart resides in such a state, life thrives, divine blessings abound, and celestial beings visit. How to achieve purity of heart? In the intermediate stages of cultivation, I discussed that a heart harboring evil thoughts is impure, a deluded and fantasizing mind is impure, an incessantly greedy heart is impure, seeking undue advantage taints the heart, deceitful behavior soils the heart, speaking nonsense stains the heart, insulting gods and Buddhas clouds the heart, disrespecting parents darkens the heart, engaging in conflict, killing, and robbery contaminates the heart, ambiguous thoughts obscure the heart, and impure body defiles the heart. A dirty and disorderly living space pollutes the heart. Deception, fraud, and manipulation sully the heart. Lacking compassion stains the heart. Ignorance and irrationality darken the heart. And blasphemy against the greatest creator stains the heart. A purified state of mind is the realm of celestial beings. Achieving this state naturally attracts the presence of celestial beings for spiritual guidance. A pure heart attracts celestial beings. The words spoken by Jesus, Buddha Shakyamuni, and Laozi all emanate from a pure state of mind. Attaining purity of heart enables one to tap into the wisdom of Buddhas and celestial beings. Understanding the teachings of Jesus, Buddha, and Laozi becomes as effortless as turning one's hand because, as the saying goes, fragrances attract butterflies to flowers, and pure hearts are frequented by celestial beings. 无能为力需外力. When powerless, seek external help. Xiefeng, May 30th, 2021. Translation edited by Chinyo. The tender branches of the rose bushes in front of the guest rooms have grown to a length of 2 inches, while those by the roadside are just starting to sprout. Why? I had always thought it was due to temperature. The rose bushes in front of the guest rooms are sheltered from the wind, resulting in slightly higher temperatures, while those by the roadside are constantly exposed to the wind, leading to lower temperatures. This morning, when I finally got around to clearing the weeds next to the roadside rose bushes, I realized it should have been done earlier. As I cleared the weeds, I discovered that their roots had deeply penetrated the rose bushes, particularly a type of weed resembling alfalfa, which had grown vigorously, with roots extending more than 3 inches and a well-developed root system. Along with other grasses, they not only tightly wrapped around the rose bushes, but also made the soil extremely compact and impermeable. It turns out that the weak growth of the roadside rose bushes was mainly caused by the weeds, not the temperature. I cleared the weeds around the rose bushes in front of the guest rooms more than 20 days ago and loosened the soil, resulting in vigorous growth. However, due to the failure to timely clear the weeds, the roadside rose bushes lacked energy and their growth was weak. While clearing the weeds around the rose bushes, I realized a truth. If there is no powerful external force to help the rose bushes remove the weeds competing for energy, although the rose bushes will not die, their growth will definitely be weak, and they probably won't even produce a few bright flowers. The revelation is, when powerless, seek external help. Many people in the world are like the rose bushes by the roadside, trapped in difficulties. Without the intervention and assistance of external forces, they will never be able to escape their predicament. The outcome is like that of the 6-member Yang Galen family who committed suicide. Even though many people continue to struggle to survive in difficult circumstances, They live without dignity, confidence, hope, or joy. So, where does external help come from? There are many factors that constitute external help, but the most fundamental and effective one is the greatest creator. For example, for the rose bushes I nurture, the only reliable external help is me because I am the one nurturing and caring for them. Similarly, as human beings are created by the greatest creator is looking after them. They rely on the greatest creator, their ancestor, just as the rose bushes can only rely on me, their caretaker. When we find ourselves in difficulties, instead of praying for other external forces to help us overcome them, we should rely on the greatest creator. Whether the greatest creator sends a small boat, a speedboat, an airplane, or mobilizes other more powerful people or factors to help us out of difficulties, it is all part of the arrangement of the Tao. Zero Du Qi Sir. Revelation of Zero Degree. Xiefeng. March 4th, 2022. Translation edited by Chinyo. Living in the northern part of Canada, there's a particular sensitivity to 0 degrees. If the temperature remains at or below 0 degrees Celsius, the snow won't melt. But once the temperature exceeds 0 degrees, even reaching just 1 degree above zero, the melting of ice and snow begins. 0 degrees is a turning point. Below zero is solid, while above zero is liquid. I have a cold storage room where the temperature is maintained at 2 to 4 degrees Celsius. This helps prevent food from rotting and being damaged by freezing. However, whenever the outdoor temperature drops to over minus 30 degrees Celsius, if I'm not careful, the temperature in the cold storage room can drop below zero. Once it reaches 0 degrees Celsius or below, most of the preserved vegetables will freeze and become inedible. 0 degrees is a sign of life or death. Above zero means life. Below zero is death. In physics, there's a term called the critical point, which is the point at which a qualitative change occurs in a substance. Similarly, in the realm of the mind and psychology, there's also a critical point. For example, when you insult or criticize someone, once your insults, criticisms, or accusations exceed the recipient's threshold, they will become angry, even violent. When mental pressure exceeds the threshold one can bear, a person may become depressed or even contemplate suicide. Once the development of something surpasses the critical point, 0 degrees, a qualitative change occurs. When an animal's consciousness surpasses the critical point, it becomes human. When a human's consciousness surpasses the critical point, they either become like animals or become immortals or Buddhas. This insight into 0 degrees reveals a law. Regardless of how many years one practices cultivation, if the perfection and transformation of life have not exceeded the critical point, they won't see any qualitative change. Even after tens of thousands of years of cultivation, if one's life evolution remains below the critical point, they will still be the same person. They won't become immortals or Buddhas. Therefore, many cultivators give up halfway because they can't see any results after years of cultivation, feeling discouraged and lost, and they stop practicing. The fundamental reason is that they haven't exceeded the critical point. Perhaps they were just one step away from it, but unfortunately, they didn't persevere, which is regrettable. Fruits fall off when ripe. If the stem doesn't fall, it's because the fruit is still growing. As long as the fruit is still growing, it's not considered ripe, and it hasn't surpassed the critical point. As long as the fruit isn't ripe and hasn't exceeded the critical point, the stem won't fall. Once the fruit ripens, the stem will surely fall. All things hover around the 0 degree point, sometimes below zero, sometimes above zero, constituting the cycle of life and death. If it remains below zero, it's dead. If it stays above zero, it's alive. If it perpetually remains above zero, it lives forever in paradise. Why does the greatest creator reside in the world of 0 degrees? Because the greatest creator is the pivot and origin of all movement and change. All transformations in the nature of life must pass through the greatest creator, the 0 degree point. Without passing through the greatest creator, the nature of life cannot undergo any changes. This is why we must reverence the greatest creator and follow the path of the greatest creator. 釜底抽薪是修炼成仙的最低成本途径. Pulling out the firewood from under the cauldron is the lowest cost path to immortal cultivation. Xiefeng. September 10th, 2022. Translation edited by Chinyo. Recently, I received an insight. The cold storage door at the headquarters of Genuine in Canada was difficult to open and close. It seemed that the ground was rising. With every rise, it blocked the door's movement. So, I filed the bricks on the ground multiple times. Each filing made the door slightly easier to open, although it still remained stiff. I even decided to call in professionals from a refrigeration company to address the issue. Not long ago, my son came to my place. I explained the problem with the cold storage door to him and asked if he could solve it. After carefully observing the situation, he proceeded to inspect the basement. He proposed two solutions. One was to remove all the floor tiles under the cold storage door and lower the height of the wooden boards underneath, while the other was to address the humidity problem in the basement. He found that the reason the floor tiles under the cold storage door had risen was due to excessive basement humidity. This humidity caused the wood beneath the tiles to swell. When I asked which solution could permanently solve the problem, he said it would be best to address the root cause by thoroughly resolving the high humidity in the basement. Otherwise, the problem would persist in the long term. It's worth noting here that the Genuine headquarters in Canada is constructed entirely of wood. Now that the root of the problem was identified and removing the firewood from under the cauldron was the best solution to permanently resolve the issue, I decided to eliminate the high humidity in the basement. So, I sent my son to town to buy a dehumidifier. After the dehumidifier ran for 24 hours, the cold storage door became much easier to operate. 3 days later, the cold storage door was opening and closing smoothly. The phenomenon with the cold storage door led to an insight. Pulling out the firewood from under the cauldron is the lowest cost path to solving problems. For example, in various marital difficulties, these problems have persisted for thousands of years without resolution, despite attempts to address them through moral, ethical, social, or emotional teachings and constraints. In such cases, the most cost-effective way to eliminate marital problems is simply not to get married. As the saying goes, it is easy to have good relationships with everyone if we do not ask any favor from them. I would not care about the price of wine if I did not drink it. I don't drink, therefore, whether a bottle of Maudai sells for 300 or 30,000, I couldn't care less. Similarly, if someone feels that being a civil servant is restrictive and leads to poor relationships, the best way to address this annoyance is not to become a civil servant but to start a business. Likewise, if someone feels that the United States is not good or safe, the solution is simple. Leave the United States. If a company is plagued with numerous problems and the common people are struggling, the best way to address this issue is not to establish various regulations and legal provisions, nor is it to rely on moral teachings and various expert opinions to deceive people, and certainly not to increase punishment and fire more people. Instead, it is to directly replace the leader. History has proven that the leader is the core guarantee of the people's happiness and social stability. If this core is not functioning, replacing it will lead to a complete transformation at the lowest cost. So, what is the lowest cost path to becoming celestial beings? The answer is eliminating selfishness and ego. Without removing selfish desires and ego attachment, the path to becoming celestial beings becomes unreachable. 天才之路, the path of genius. Xiefeng, September 12, 2022. Translation edited by Chinyo. Elon Musk is undoubtedly a genius. Had Elon Musk remained in South Africa, would he have attained his current achievements? Unlikely, as South Africa lacks the nurturing environment necessary for such genius to thrive. Suppose Elon Musk were Chinese and lived in China. Would he dare to propose plans like colonizing Mars and creating the Starlink project? No, he wouldn't. At this point, he might have already been confined to a mental institution. The fact tells us that geniuses exist everywhere, but without the right environment and nurturing soil for growth, all geniuses will become waste. Therefore, finding the suitable soil and environment for one's growth is the primary choice on the path of genius. Christopher Columbus, who is credited with discovering the New World, was undoubtedly also a genius. Suppose Columbus's wife were still alive at the time. Would Columbus still dare to venture out to sea? The responsibility of providing for the family alone is demanding. How could one then find the time or inclination to embark on a perilous voyage? Additionally, supposing his wife possessed a narrow-minded and jealous nature, would she agree to his maritime adventures? She might ask, "Don't you love me anymore? Are you already planning to abandon me for another woman? How will I and the children survive if you don't return?" No, absolutely not. I refuse to let you go on a sea expedition. An unreasonable wife might assert, "As long as I'm alive, you'll remain at home and not go anywhere." I firmly believe that marriage and family bury half of the world's geniuses. Therefore, the second rule on the path of genius is not to be bound by trivial matters and mundane people. Hua Tuo, Li Shizhen, Bian Ke, Sun Simiao, Zhang Zhongjing, and others are undoubtedly medical geniuses. Suppose these famous doctors lived in today's China. They would be considered quacks. They would have either been detained on charges of practicing medicine without a license or forced to give up their medical practice. This means that for geniuses to fully utilize their innate talents, the timing of birth and growth must be appropriate, as even exotic flowers cannot survive in winter. In summary, soil, environment, freedom, and fortune are the path of genius, and none of these four elements can be lacking. This suggests that for every 10 geniuses, 9 go unrecognized or wasted. Without the appropriate soil and environment, geniuses will perish. Without a free living environment, geniuses cannot fulfill their ambitions, and unfavorable timing of birth and growth will suppress and oppress geniuses. People who can become celestial beings or Buddhas must be geniuses. Otherwise, how could they possess such high spirituality and perseverance? Since only geniuses can become celestial beings or Buddhas, the path to becoming a celestial being or a Buddha must also follow the path of genius, which includes suitable soil and environment, freedom to express one's personality and talents, and opportune timing. Therefore, to become a celestial being or Buddha, one must first seek and choose the soil and environment that can lead to celestial being and Buddha. Secondly, one must break free from all constraints on one's freedom. As for fortune, it is something beyond one's control. One can only leave it to fate. 门缝的启示, the revelation of the door gap. Xiefeng, December 21st, 2022. Translation edited by Chinyo. Is there a gap between the door and the door frame? Even if the door fits snugly into the frame, there will still be a gap. When the temperature inside and outside the room is not significantly different, standing inside by the door, one may not feel any gap at all. However, when there is a substantial temperature difference between the inside and outside, standing by the door inside, one can feel the biting cold wind rushing in through the gap like a powerful stream of air. With the outside temperature below -30 degrees Celsius and the inside temperature around 15 to 16 degrees Celsius, even though there is no wind blowing outside, the huge temperature difference between inside and outside causes the cold air outside to rush in through the door gap like a hurricane. A pinhole-sized hole is not noticeable most of the time, but when there is a significant temperature difference between inside and outside, one can feel a continuous jet of cold air entering through the pinhole. This gives us some insight. Even between two people who are very close, there are still gaps. When the demands of two people are significant and cannot be satisfied by each other, cold air will enter through the gap. This is probably the fundamental reason why extramarital affairs continue to occur, let alone when the relationship between two people is not very intimate. The same applies to relationships between friends. When the temperature difference between them is not significant, friends can support each other through thick and thin. However, once the temperature difference increases, betrayal becomes inevitable. From this, we can draw a conclusion. In all relationships, whether between nations, individuals, or between humans and society or nature, harmony will prevail only by maintaining a balance of temperature between each other. Once the balance is disrupted, conflicts and disputes will arise. The greater the temperature difference, the greater the destructive power and severity of disasters. For example, in a husband-wife relationship, if both partners have similar abilities and there are no significant income disparities, the relationship is generally stable. However, once one party's abilities and income far exceed the others, there will be significant gaps in the marital relationship, and divorce may occur at any time when conditions are ripe. Similarly, in the relationships between nations, why are the relations between countries like the United States, the United Kingdom, Australia, New Zealand, and Canada relatively close and strong, while countries like China, Russia, Iran, North Korea, Cuba, and Venezuela can come together in special circumstances. The reason is that the temperature difference between them is not significant. Once the temperature difference is stark, cold wars and hot wars become inevitable. This further suggests that to maintain harmonious and intimate relationships with others, the first step is to maintain a basic balance of temperature between each other. For peace and prosperity in the world, countries need to interact with each other and avoid isolationism. To prevent extreme cold, heat waves, droughts, and floods in nature, humans must maintain a balance with nature, and human exploitation of nature must not exceed the limits it can bear. Once exceeded, extreme heat, extreme cold, droughts, floods, and various viruses will emerge and wreak havoc. 利益越高路越宽. The higher the aspiration, the wider the path. Xiefeng. October 20th, 2023. Translation edited by Chinyo. In places where competition is fierce, survival conditions become harsher and relationships between people become more tense, making the acquisition of survival resources more brutal. The simpler and easier the pathway to obtain survival resources, the more intense the competition becomes. For a job that anyone can do, the more sought after it becomes, the fiercer the competition. For a job that only 1 in 10 people can do, the competition is relatively less fierce. Then, for a job that only 1 in 100, 1,000, a million, or a billion people can do, we find that the fewer people who can do it, the less competitive it is because there are not many people competing with oneself. For example, a surface coal mining company recruiting miners will attract many applicants. However, the Mariana Trench Exploration Company, due to the high difficulty involved, would likely struggle to find more than a few suitable candidates worldwide. A government unit recruiting civil servants, hiring 10 of them, may attract hundreds or thousands of applicants, making the competition fierce. But if Elon Musk is recruiting someone capable of controlling the global nuclear weapons button to prevent nuclear-armed countries from launching nuclear weapons, probably only very few people can be found in the world at present. In 1997, I went to the Harare labor market to recruit a male flower worker and a female worker for laundry, cleaning, and hygiene. When the car arrived at the market, before I could even get out of the car, many people surrounded it. There were many people who wanted to do flower work and household chores. Later, when I went to the market to recruit shop assistants, the situation was the same. Then, when I opened a bar and tried to recruit a bartender, there were very few suitable candidates. Later, when I opened a nightclub and tried to recruit a DJ mixer, I couldn't find one. I had to hire a DJ mixer instead. From this, we discovered a small secret, which is that if you want to find a job with low competition and high income in society, you must have special talents and be different from others. Without putting in effort and undergoing rigorous training during our upbringing, we can only compete with many others for our livelihood. This involves the question of the meaning of life. That is, from an early age, we must consider what kind of work or career to engage in. Each person has 24 hours a day, and where we allocate our time and energy is a major factor in whether we will be happy or not in our lives. Now, there are thousands of job types in front of us. Which one will you choose? For example, shining shoes, making shoes, repairing shoes, herding sheep, herding horses, farming, gardening, being a shop assistant, a police officer, a taxi driver, a delivery person, a grocery store manager, a restaurant owner, a teacher, a civil servant, a worker, a soldier, a workshop technician, an engineer, a professor, a painter, a doctor, a lawyer, a judge, a musician, a performer, an entrepreneur, a writer, and so on. We find that the faster the income comes, the simpler and more accessible the job is, and the more people can do it, the more intense the competition will be. For example, shining shoes on the street can bring income on the same day. Working as a laborer, a teacher, or a civil servant can bring income in the same month, and farming and gardening can bring income in the same season. However, to become a professor, an engineer, or an entrepreneur requires upfront investment, effort, and more investment. In conclusion, to avoid fierce competition and maximize income, one must first invest. The longer the investment period, the fewer competitors there will be, and the greater the benefits will be. At this point, we find that due to the need for survival or the pressure of survival, most people have given up investing and turned to seeking quick profits. They go where they can make money quickly and engage in work that can bring immediate gains. As a result, the number of elite individuals in all walks of life is decreasing, while outstanding individuals are becoming fewer and fewer, and the number of ordinary people is increasing. Everyone is familiar with the story of Mencius' mother moving 3 times. Why did Mencius' mother move 3 times? It was actually for her son's aspiration. In the end, because of his high aspirations, Mencius became a great thinker who has been passed down through the ages. The higher the aspiration, the more one must endure long-term solitary struggles. One must endure rigorous training and withstand the temptations of money, power, fame, and beauty. Additionally, one must persevere in focusing one's mind and spirit on one's ideals. Finally, one must invest one's time and energy in one's own career. Do not be hasty for quick success. Those who are hasty for quick success will never become outstanding figures. So, what is the highest aspiration? Whether it is herding sheep, shining shoes, farming, or becoming a professor, a doctor, or a financier, the ultimate result is death. It's considered good to live safely until the age of 70 or 80, thinking about life's brevity, tossing around, and eventually becoming a handful of ashes in a bone ash box. Thinking of such an end, all hopes are dashed. Therefore, we find that becoming a celestial being is the highest aspiration in life. Not only can one enjoy the joys of life to the fullest, but there is also a wonderful future ahead. Do you want to become a celestial being? 来世不落帝王家的启示. The revelation of not born into a royal family in the next life. By Xiefeng. November 25th, 2023. Translation edited by Chinyo. Looking through history, countless individuals born into royal families have met tragic fates, with many facing massacres or even complete annihilation. Even those who ascend to the throne, how many of them meet peaceful ends? Fathers and sons vie for power. Family members turn against each other, and siblings are torn apart. Once ousted from power, those associated with the emperor are often massacred. If they are imprisoned or exiled instead of being completely slaughtered, it could be seen as a result of past blessings. Not only do those born into royal families suffer, but individuals born in war-torn regions also face hardships. Moreover, being born into a certain family can lead to being implicated and even result in the massacre of staff and servants. Similarly, joining a particular organization, be it a political party, religious group, or organized crime syndicate, can lead to dire consequences if it falls from grace, with imprisonment being inevitable. In places where power struggles are fierce, standing with the wrong person or joining the wrong side can have dreadful consequences. Throughout history, soldiers from both sides have shed blood in battles. But have we ever considered that these soldiers are beloved children of mothers, cherished husbands of wives, and respected fathers of children? Why do they engage in mutual slaughter? There is a tale of a criminal who complained to the greatest creator when the ship he was on sank, saying, "Why, to punish just me, did you have to drown over 200 people?" A distant voice from the heavens responded, "It wasn't an easy task to gather over 200 people who were destined to perish, was it?" During an earthquake, tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands, may perish in an instant. A flood can separate the living from the dead in a village within moments. An airplane crash can cause hundreds of people to vanish without a trace in an instant. Timing, luck, destiny. What do these phenomena teach us? Beneath the glory of power lurk invisible dangers and threats of violence. Beneath the glimmer of wealth hide endless servility and misery. Underneath the extravagance of pleasure lie numerous tears of helplessness and lurking crises. Underneath the allure of beauty lies endless bitterness, endurance, and looming danger. Beneath the radiance of fame hide indescribable impurities and corruption. Beneath the clamor of excitement lie countless disasters, misfortunes, and despair. These give us some insights into how to live our lives. Do not be misled by surface glamour, honor, and wealth. Do not walk towards power, status, wealth, fame, beauty, or excitement. For those who do, inevitable strife and misfortune await. The reverse is the movement of Tao. Walk towards places where crowds are sparse, towards auspiciousness and brightness, towards simplicity and tranquility, towards joy, happiness, freedom, and bliss, towards the path of nature. By doing so, you can minimize disasters and unexpected blows. So, where do you intend to be born in the next life? 摄像头的启示 The Revelation of the Camera by Xiefeng, February 20th, 2024. Translation edited by Yu. In this era, no matter where you go, there is likely a camera watching you, recording everything you do. This is especially true in important places like banks, jewelry stores, airports, and stations. But don't forget, many homes and even hotel rooms are monitored by cameras. Sometimes it's unimaginable that someone might secretly install a camera in your bedroom to record everything. This phenomenon tells us that no matter where we go, whether there is a camera or not, we must be prepared for the possibility of being watched by countless cameras. We must behave honestly and decently, otherwise, our actions may be captured by others and become irrefutable evidence for blackmail. What does this phenomenon reveal to us? It reveals to us that the sky has eyes, the earth has eyes, everyone has a pair of eyes, there are gods 3 feet above our heads, there is a space called retention information space in the 36-dimensional spaces. This space tells us that everything in the universe is a camera. Our daily words and deeds are meticulously recorded by the retention information space. As long as the universe exists, everything from our past, including a few years ago, hundreds of years ago, thousands of years ago, tens of thousands of years ago, hundreds of millions of years ago, is fully recorded, not in photo form, but in documentary form. Many people see their past like watching a serial drama after being hypnotized. Therefore, never do evil. Never have the mentality that if I do this, no one will know, especially when you are alone. Don't think that no one knows what you do. The actual situation is that heaven knows, earth knows, the greatest creator knows, everything knows. So don't sneak around doing bad things. You can't escape the law. Now let's think about another question. Does anyone know every thought in our hearts? Before we get this answer, let's think about whether anyone will know every word we type on our computer and mobile phone. The truth is, as long as our computers and mobile phones are connected to the internet, no matter what content we type on our computers and mobile phones, the network terminal knows and even records it. We know that every person is connected to the entire universe, so we know that the universe knows all our thoughts and ideas, and they are all recorded. How can the universe know our thoughts and ideas? How does it know our inner activities? It turns out that all our thoughts and activities in our hearts will turn into a frequency wave and be emitted into the universe, and our biological wave color will also change with our inner activities. Even our expressions, emotions, and postures will change with our inner activities. How can the universe not know? The universe knows everything means that Tao will record everything that has happened and is happening in the universe. This means that the greatest creator knows everything. Our every little bit, including inner activities, can't escape the greatest creator's eyes and ears. So we understand the reason why miracles appear when we cry out to the greatest creator for help in times of crisis. We will understand the value and significance of praying or confessing to the greatest creator. So we further understand that our current life situation is all caused by our past words and deeds and all the activities in our hearts. Everything is just right. There is no favoritism and injustice. So we understand how to live this life, understand which path to take in life. 反常思维篇10生物基因工程万魔正在出动 All the devils are coming out of caves. Xiefeng, edited by Kair. There is no doubt that the genetic engineering now underway is of epic significance and its future is immeasurable. But when we are complacent and blindly optimistic about it, believing that each moo of a field can produce 10,000 gene of grains and each fruit tree can produce 10,000 gene of fruits, that tomatoes can be bigger than watermelons and peaches can be sweeter than honey, that pigs can weigh 100 kilograms after only half a month's growth and skin and organs can be reproduced, that a new kind of medicine will satisfy people's need for food for 3 months and needed species can be cloned, and that diseases can be eradicated and cancer can be conquered to make people enjoy unlimited longevity, Who would imagine that all the devils are coming out of the caves and that we might be facing doom at any time? Genetic codes are the golden locks that maintain the relative ecological balance and stability of nature, and that prevent the devils from coming out of the caves. But once they are unlocked, the following scenes are not just to scare you because they could happen at any time. You wake up to find that some people around you have grown tails and that their features and voices have changed because they have eaten animal meat from mutant genes. You call a friend who is thousands kilometers away, but only hear chirp chirp noises coming out of your phone. You do not know that your friend has grown feathers and a beak from his mouth because he has eaten poultry or bird meat with mutant genes. You and your guests are happily drinking tea and chatting in the living room when suddenly hundreds of cockroaches, bigger than eagles, crawl in from the kitchen because they have drunk water contaminated by specific genes. You are driving your family in your car when suddenly the road ahead disappears as tens and thousands of hills rise before you. It turns out that potatoes have absorbed the soil nutrients contaminated by specific genes and are growing wildly like hills. You are sleeping soundly one night when you are suddenly awakened by the sounds of walls collapsing and sharp screams. So you open the windows and see hundreds of large rats, bigger than dogs, running through the yard and staring at you covetously. You come home from work and turn on a national television channel to watch the news, but no matter which channel you tune to, you find nothing, not even test patterns. In fact, the country has been infected with a gene that has rapidly mutated and spread, and everyone has gone mad and died within hours. You see plants growing wildly one day and learn that their reproduction and growth rates have grown faster than ants running. They spread over highways and bridges, climb mountains, float across rivers, occupy towns and cities, climb up tall trees and skyscrapers, and enter into caves and buildings, sweeping through to the ends of the earth. In places where they reach, from hill to hill no bird in flight, from path to path no man in sight. The devils are out of the caves and strange things will happen. The mortal world is no longer the one that we have known. People do not look like human, wolves are not wolf-like, and some plants grow wildly as some animals die instantly. At this point, any regrets are much too late. Perhaps people believe that through the efforts of scientists from different places, we will be able to handle the issues of genetic engineering rationally and cautiously and will not act recklessly. We can only hope. The point is that no one can be so sure that they have mastered all the secrets of gene interactions and can guarantee that there will not be gene hackers. Computer hackers can only crack passwords and disrupt programs, but gene hackers could push all of us into an abyss. In order to protect nature's ecological balance and in order to maintain our survival and development, we hope that governments and scientists who are involved with bioengineering will be extremely cautious. It would be better to suspend its development for a century than to act recklessly or to compete with each other for the most radical and extreme advancements. We must avoid catastrophes that are waiting to happen. 民主是平庸者们的追求. Democracy is the pursuit of mediocrity. Xiefeng, June 23th, 2011. Translated by Transcending and edited by Care. 3 cobblers could never exceed Zhuge Liang. Neither 3,000 nor even 30,000 cobblers could outwit him. When critical decisions are to be made, an individual of lofty vision and great strategies can outperform the collective decisions of tens of thousands of the mediocre. Democracy leads to mediocrity and to dead ends. We can illustrate this point by the several ups and downs of Chairman Mao Zedong during early 20th century Chinese history. June 1929. In the 7th CPC National Congress of the 4th Red Army held in western Fujian, Mao Zedong was forced to leave his position of the Frontline Committee Secretary of the 4th Red Army. November 1931. In the Southern Jiangxi meeting held in Yeping, Ruijin, Chairman Mao was mistakenly criticized by the party and was elbowed out of the Central Committee during the Soviet era. October 1932. At the Ningdu meeting, the chairman was excluded aside again and even lost his post of political commissar of the 1st Red Army. January 1934. During the Second Congress of the Soviet era, he was made a mere figurehead and removed from his position as chairman of the Central People's Committee. The result of these demotions was the gradual shrinking of red bases and the revolution ushered low tide, resulting in the failure of the 5th counter-campaign against encirclement and suppression. The Red Army was forced to make a strategic shift to start the solemn and stirring move in the war history of mankind, the 25,000 Li Long March. The central base, personally created by Mao Zedong, was destroyed overnight. The whole universe is run in a unilateral manner under the one unique greatest creator. It is only when all life in the universe follows the will of the greatest creator that the universe can run orderly and all life can survive and live effectively. In any other way, the universe would collapse. If a cat or dog were not convinced and cried out, "Oh, greatest creator, you have been too autocratic and domineering. The throne of the greatest creator should be shared in turns, and the greatest creator should be chosen by democratic elections from the whole universe," then all would disappear. As it is with Life Genuine. If the guide were to be decided through a democratic election and if I were not elected as such, then Life Genuine would inevitably dissolve. And if that were to happen, the hopes and dreams of all the Chanyuan Celestials would become impossible to achieve. Napoleon famously said, "Nothing is more difficult and therefore more precious than to be able to decide." It is only when the chief commander makes the decisions that they can be effective and orderly. The sage embraces the One and becomes the model of the world. The greatest creator is the One in the universe. The state leader is the One in the government. The boss is the One in a company. The conductor is the One in an orchestra. This is the model of the world, and sages must comply with it. Whoever creates a business should be the boss, with all big and small decisions being made by or delegated by that boss. Question: what types of people want democracy? Answer: 8 of those types are described here. Irresponsible people, people with mediocre minds, people who scramble for power, people who do things stealthily, people who are selfish, people who shift responsibilities, people without definite views of their own, profiteers from others' labor without sacrificing. All matters, big and small, must be managed by responsible individuals. They should be the ones to make decisions within the scope of their responsibilities. There should be no arguments, debates, discussions, or consensuses. Whenever 2 or more people jointly control anything, the result becomes a resource-consuming process with low efficiency and mutual finger-pointing, with no one ultimately being held responsible. No matter how democratic a flock of sheep is, it can never resist a wolf. No matter how democratic a group of people with mediocre wisdom is, it can never match the vision and insight of a saint. The Life Genuine era does not practice democracy, but each one has their duty and accountability. Like the 8 immortals crossing the sea, each one shows his or her special prowess. Each undertaking is in the hands of one responsible person. Others should cooperate fully and follow the exact requirements of the one in charge strictly and meticulously. If a leader cannot control their rule, but decides every affair through compromises and consolidations, then they are not being responsible and are incapable of assuming their responsibility. They are consuming and wasting everyone's time and energy, as well as their natural and human resources. Democracy always leads to mediocrity, and the wise should guard against that. But what should we do when a leader is self-willed, domineers their power, and exercises tyranny? I do not know. What do you think? 为别人而活的人最自私. The most selfish are those who live for others. Xiefeng, July 3, 2010. Translated by Treasure and edited by Care. The world always sings praises for those who live for others. Therefore, the world is full of lies and deceit. Those who claim to live for others are selfish and hypocritical. They are criminals. Everything and every life must maintain its individual character. This was the intention of the greatest creator when all was created. It is wrong for the peach tree to live for the grapevine instead of producing peaches, as not only does it lose its value as a peach tree, but it also interferes rudely with the nature and freedom of the grapevine. To be a human, one should first cherish themselves and promote their own nature and personality. If not, they disobey the will of the greatest creator. Every molecule must maintain its structure. It must be selfish, or the universe will regress to its random state. Every life must struggle to maintain itself, or they would go extinct. Every person must ensure their own survival first, or the devil wins. It is a fact that very few people live completely for others, but for themselves by nature. Anyone who claims to live for others is lying and is concealing their true, selfish nature. Is there an emperor who lives for the people within his jurisdiction? No, none. Is there a parent who lives for their children? No, none. Did Christ Jesus and the Buddha Sakyamuni live for others? No, not at all. As the guide of Life Genuine, I keep myself busy with the creation of the Life Genuine era. Do I do it for others? Not at all. I do this for my own achievement. As long as the reason for living is spelled out for everyone, we find that people live for themselves. What kind of people claim to live for others? Those who are false, crafty, incompetent, and without a sense of independence. Those who are selfish and deceitful want to impose their will on others, and those who are good at lying intend to control and disrespect others. Those who put their own faults and blame on others want to use and abuse others, and they prefer to interfere with others' lives. Those are the kind of people who claim they live for others. Let everyone live for themselves, and let everyone live upon themselves according to their own nature. In such a situation, the stars will shine brilliantly, the flowers will blossom lively, and the world will be prosperous, diverse, and splendid. Why do I say those are criminals who claim that they live for others? Firstly, they burden the spirits and souls of others because people would feel a great deal of gratitude and a need to serve them, perhaps all their lives. Secondly, they rudely interfere with the nature and freedom of others and make them feel guilt and shame, so it becomes impossible for their natures to bloom. Thirdly, they disturb the program running with Tao, create social disorder, and make lies and deception popular. It is only when everyone is responsible for themselves that they live well by themselves within their own natures and by their own styles that society will be orderly, peaceful, and warm. Only those who can stand responsibility on their own can be responsible for others, and only those who are living for themselves will respect others, be considerate of others, and understand others. Only those who live well by themselves will bring pleasure, joy, freedom, and happiness to others. If you do not know who you are, if you are an imperfect person filled with jealousy, ego, resentment, complaints, anger, and aggression, then what can you possibly bring to others? How can you live for others? If you are unable to even deal with your own issues of life and are unable to smooth away your own trouble and pain, then what can you do for others and how can you live for others? Xiefeng advocates for everyone to be responsible for themselves first, live for themselves first, consider themselves first, live well by themselves first, and not to consider the feelings of others or lose yourself for them. Would it lead to a social disorder? Facts speak louder than words. In the second home life pattern founded by Life Genuine, nearly 100 people live together and everyone lives according to the above standard. Do not bother with others or regard other people's business, and I will not help unless help is asked for. We just consider ourselves first. How has this practice gone on for more than 9 years? Everything is in order, everyone is happy and free, and we are living in a peaceful and sociable paradise. People who want to confer benefit on society should live for themselves first, and people who want to commit sin should live for others. 知识不是力量. Knowledge is not power. Xiefeng. October 11th, 2017. Translated by Treasure and edited by Care. Knowledge is a combination of the experience and cognition accumulated by our social and productive practical activities. One can possess a wealth of knowledge, which means that they possess the foundation to gain power, but no matter how much knowledge they have, it does not mean that they will ever have power. It is like a library which has abundant knowledge but no power. From the point of storing knowledge, a person's brain is only like a library. Knowledge is power is from Meditation, written by the 17th century British philosopher Francis Bacon, which teachers delight in using to arouse students' learning interest at school. As a result, students blindly believe that as long as they learn their lessons well, which are set by schools, and as long as they grasp that knowledge, they will have the power to achieve their own pursuits and ideals after they graduate. Knowledge comes mainly from our sense organs. However, in the view of the Greek philosopher Protagoras, human is the measure of everything. This was refuted by Francis Bacon, who wrote that it is a great mistake to conclude that our limited sense organs measure all things. In other words, it is wrong to judge and measure all things and all forms from the limited knowledge that our sense organs can provide. Consider a scenario in which a sexy young girl with a middle school diploma is standing next to a more mature, older lady with a doctorate degree, and both are in front of an interviewer. Which one is more likely to arouse the man's rich imagination, alter his mood, and motivate his intense vitality? If it is the young girl, that is because knowledge is not true power, since even beauty can have more power. It is reckless and dangerous to believe that knowledge is power. Not only is it a cognitive misconception, but also a thinking one. For example, to accept that when a son is grown, he takes a wife, and when a girl is mature, she finds a husband, as a life knowledge is bound to bring anguish and suffering throughout their whole lives. This knowledge has led people to make such common mistakes for thousands of years, but which accomplish no good. Some more are. There are three forms of unfilial conduct, but the worst is to have no descendants. Filial piety is the most important of all virtues. Lewdness is the worst of all sins. He who does not endure hardship cannot stand up to others. Another example is how education and guidance are passed from parents to their children. Can a parent's knowledge conduct and educate their children with both a full range of healthy spirits, minds, and bodies, as well as the ability to lead their own independent lives? Most fall very short. When great changes take place in objective knowledge, but we stubbornly insist on applying our traditional knowledge, we will certainly be rebuffed. Look at various religious dogmas and concepts. As they feel a loss of power, they become reactionary, resist social development, and impede natural human liberation. In fact, prejudices and fallacy are knowledge. What are the benefits of such knowledge? None. Our most powerful intellectual force is the power of flexible and tactful thinking. I believe firmly that Albert Einstein's power came not from his knowledge, but from his thinking. How would I perceive the universe if I were riding on a beam of light? Those who read more and get more diplomas and more experience, but form rigid ways of thinking, have rarely been found to wield much power. Lasting power comes from neither knowledge nor from powerful economic strength and national defense forces, but from sincerity, kindness, virtue, love, faith, and honesty. Sincere deeds have power, kind behavior has power, things of virtue have power, love is a powerful force, honest quality has power, people who keep their words and their faith have power. Conclusion. Knowledge must be learned and accumulated, but knowledge has limitation, danger, and can be reactionary. Never believe blindly that having knowledge is synonymous with having power. Rather than spending your precious time on chasing knowledge, you would be well advised to concentrate your efforts on sincerity, kindness, virtue, love, faith, and honesty. For those are the people who will enjoy lasting power. Meanwhile, take pains to develop your way of thinking by never spending time and effort reciting your former knowledge, or stubbornly judging and adapting to a changing, living reality with dead, prejudicial knowledge. 思维是一种法力. Thinking is a magical power. Xiefeng. August 16th, 2005. Translated by Treasure and edited by Care. Sun Wukong was pressed for more than 500 years at the foot of the five-element mountain, but after the Tang priest took the post away from the top of the mountain with Om Mani Padme Hum, he was able to break out. It seemed that the weight of the post was more than that of the five-element mountain. So what was the post and how did it have such great power? Some people cannot be crushed by great hardships or difficulties, but when their hopes are dashed, they will collapse easily. Some people who are unaware that they have a horrible disease can live happy lives every day, but once they find out the truth, they become paralyzed from the knowledge. There was a young boy in my village of about 11 or 12 years, and every time he crossed a bridge on his way home from school, he would scream with a pale face, even in the daytime. We eventually discovered that the reason for this behavior was that he had overheard some adults in the village talking about ghosts without heads residing under all small bridges. People's casual words controlled his thinking like a spell. The above are extreme examples. In fact, our thinking is more or less confined by some incantations. Consider the 8 kinds of suffering described in Buddhism: birth, aging, illness, death, encountering enmity and hatred, separation from a loved one, inability to attain what is pursued. The 5 aggregates. These all result from our conventional thinking. But none would exist if we would embrace unconventional thinking. All laws, regulations, concepts, ethics and behavioral rules, authoritative theories and sermons, religious regulations and rituals, scientific theories and methods, and exemplary models and habits are magical powers that constrain our thinking. These magical powers benefit the maintenance of social stability greatly, but they also bind our minds, and ordinary people can never be freed from them any more than fish can be freed from water. What are magical powers? They are informational waves that restrain people's thinking. When their energy is greater than the energy of our own conscious informational waves, then we are controlled by them. Thinking is a magical power. Thinkings of God, Buddha, great people, and great scientists are all magical powers which ordinary people can do nothing about unless their wisdom and thinking abilities exceed them. Thinking seems to be invisible, traceless, and illusory, but it can actually change the developmental directions and forms of objects, transform the intangible into the tangible and the tangible into the intangible, and interfere with a person's conventional thinking. 人与人的特殊关系会毁掉前程. Special relationships between people will ruin their lives. Xiefeng, March 15, 2019. Translated by Chinyu and edited by Care. How many times have we watched quietly the sunrises and sunsets in our lives, and how many times have we listened to the sounds of wind and insects while standing in a courtyard on an evening with a full moon? How many times have we observed carefully the sprouting of grass and the blooming of willows? When distant mountains are hazy and the green hills are dark, when water is gurgling and blue waves are rippling, when wild ducks flutter and mandarin ducks play in the water, when light rain drizzles or heavy rain beats the plantains, have we ever melted our bodies and souls into nature and felt an unforgettable experience and taste of oneness with nature, oneness with all things, and everlasting, eternal joy? Where has our time gone? What on earth are we doing in this world? Were it not for the deep experience of the meaning of life, then what are we hurrying for all our lives? When flowers fall and beauty becomes old, death separates them forever. The palaces of Qin and Han are now but grazing land for cattle and sheep. Who cares for the cold and lonely west wind? Yellow leaves rustle down by my closed windows facing the sunset. I am lost in memories. Do you not see the mirrors bright in chambers high, grieving over your snow-white hair that once was silk black? How much worry can you have? Just like a river of spring water flowing eastward. Why are we busy all day? Who are we busy for? Are we not colonizing a snail's horn, competing for a flash in time? Is it not that, down in the plain and up on the mountain, all of nature's boundless glory is their prey? But when they have sipped from 100 flowers and made honey, for whom is this toil? For whom is this nectar? Is it not that my clothes hang loosely on my emaciated body, but regrets I have none? It is because of her? Is it not that the young know nothing of woe? To write verse, they feign a throw? Broken walls where foxes sleep, deserted platforms where rabbits walk, all were places of singing and dancing in those days. Yellow flowers covered with cold dew, withering grasses looming in mist, all belong to the battlefields of the old times. When we are old and weak, looking back on the past, will there be regrets? Who took away our teenage time? Who killed our youth? Who made our middle age toil around? Who made us full of sorrow after the age of 60? The answer is that it was those with whom we had special relationships. They were our parents, children, grandchildren, husbands, wives, friends, lovers, brothers, sisters, buddies, and the rest. Whoever made us worry about, think about day and night, hard to sleep, hate but could not rid ourselves of, and so on. All the people who have had special relationships with us. It is they who have made our lives miserable and distressed, who made us restless and fighting day and night, who forced us to remain on our guard day and night and tremble in fear, who forced us to break the law, take risks, and made us unable to eat or sleep. Think carefully. If you would not worry about anyone, if no one in the world would make you worry about them, if you lived on an uninhabited island with plenty of food, and if no one cared whether you lived or died, would you still live this way? Have you ever heard of a punishment method called the implication of 9 generations of families? A young child or a servant woman to a family would be killed because the boy's father or the woman's master made a mistake. Why? Because this child had a special relationship with his father, or this servant had a special relationship with her master. That is the reason that they would be killed. Have you heard of landslide-style corruption? A provincial governor was arrested, and everyone who had a special relationship with and was implicated with them was also imprisoned. Have you heard the story of the man who traveled all the way to Australia to kill a woman? Why did he do that? Because she and he had a special relationship. Once you have a special relationship with someone, their food, clothing, shelter, transportation, life, aging, illness, death, love and hate, frustration and adversity, violations of the law and nightmares, sighs and groans, and pains and itching will all be closely related to you and involve your mood and state of mind to affect your future. Why do people yearn for life in heaven? Because in heaven, there are no special relationships between people. People in the thousand-year world never know who their fathers are, and after spending a few years with their mother, they never see them again. There are no relationships between brothers and sisters, no need to make friends, and no need or possibility to form relationships. People in the 10,000-year world have no biological parents. On the celestial islands continent, no special relationships exist between any two individuals. People are keen to build relationships, develop connections, forge friendships, bond with lovers, and form buddies, but in my opinion, they are looking for trouble, pain, anxiety, and sorrow. In a word, they are looking for death, the death of life in the kingdom of heaven. That is to say that once a person begins to form special relationships with others in their consciousnesses and actions, whether they are of emotions or interests, the person will gradually drift away from heaven. Then, is there any way or mechanism to make everyone live happily and beautifully without having special relationships? Yes. Were this not so, I would not dare to say this, but I am also afraid of being scolded by people. 促人奋进是魔鬼的伎俩. Pushing people to forge ahead is doing the devil's trick. Xiefeng, December 26, 2018. Translated by Chinyu and edited by Care. The kind of individual that each person is and how many blessings and sins they will enjoy throughout their lifetime is a definite number. What kind of achievements each person will rise to is a certainty, whom each person is destined to meet and fall in love with, and who they will encounter and torture are all part of their life's trajectory. Whether you want to be a singer, a politician, a scientist, an artist, a high-ranking official, have lots of wealth, a thief, a beggar, or whatever else has already been written into the script. You cannot just be whoever you want to be. Similarly, who can become a celestial being or Buddha, who can become a monster or demon, who will fly to heaven, and who will fall to hell have long been decided. When a person gets sick, what kind of diseases they will have when they will be born, and when and how they will die have all been determined in the process of life. What kind of life a person can live, and whether they are rich or poor have also been determined, and no one can escape the arrangement of the cosmic script. If you fertilize, water, and maintain a Chinese cabbage, it will grow very plump and fat, but in no case can it become lettuce. Feed a sheep more grass and grain, and it will grow fat, but it will never become a cow. Do not bother with a giraffe's neck, it will grow long naturally. Do not tell lions how to catch zebras, they will figure it out. Do not teach mice how to dig holes, they are born to dig them. Prompting people to forge ahead, encouraging them to achieve things, teaching them how to become successful, grooming them to become officials and make fortunes, instigating them to glorify and illuminate their ancestors, to be outstanding, and so forth are all like teaching hens how to crow or asking bulls to produce milk. Not only is it useless, but it is also the same as compelling a woman to engage in prostitution. Its profound meaning is, go to your death, work hard to die. Look, the grave is not far away, run to it quickly. So, promoting people to forge ahead is a devil's trick. According to Apple Daily, more than 260 officials and corporate executives over the last 5 years have taken their lives by shooting themselves, cutting their wrists, drowning themselves, hanging from beams, jumping off buildings, and lying on rails. All these people were successful and outstanding, but what were their results? Had they been allowed to choose their path again, would they still work so hard to become so successful? Can we see how their past hard work was actually leading them to their deaths? Do you think that the higher an official's rank, the happier and freer they will be? Do you think that the more money they earn, the more freedom and happiness they will enjoy? Do you think that becoming the chairman of a board or a president is joyful? Do you think that the more powerful and capable people you associate with, you will have a better and more satisfactory life? Wrong. The more you possess, the more troubles and pains you will have. Barefoot people and those who wear high-class leather shoes, who are happier. Children with bare butts playing in the mud and those who practice hard, dress in fashionable clothes, and play pianos on stages, who are happier. I used to live in Binka, the most backward area of Zimbabwe, Africa, where most children do not wear shoes. Under the moonlight at night, in the middle of dozens of simple thatched huts, there were bonfires with young people beating drums. The children were jumping and laughing around those bonfires, and a few thin dogs were running around and barking. At that moment, I understood what happiness meant. I lived with a primitive tribe in the Pacific island nation of Vanuatu. During the day, many people would sit or lie down chatting in shabby houses with air leaks on all sides, or sit or lie down drinking tea in the shade of the outdoor courtyard. They live like this for more than half of each year, and who can say that they are not happy? It is said that a wealthy person once came to relax in a seaside resort. They saw a fisherman lying on the bow of his boat every day enjoying the sunlight after having caught only a few fish. The wealthy vacationer felt that this was a waste of good time, so they showed kindness and went to teach the fisherman how to succeed. They told the fisherman that he should hurry up every day to catch and sell more fish, and then if he got enough money, he could form a fishing team to catch even more fish, and then he could set up a fish processing factory. In this way, in a few years, the fisherman could become wealthy and successful. The fisherman asked, "What would I do if I become wealthy?" The rich one replied, "When you have money, you can come to the beach to enjoy your vacation like me." The fisherman asked again, "What do you think I am doing now? Why do you want to forge ahead? Why do you want to be diligent? Why do you have to work hard? Why do you want to be a winner? Is it not good enough to just live in compliance with nature? Life only lasts for 100 years, if that. Playing in the mud in childhood, chasing members of the opposite sex and playing around in your early youth, going to school when you were young, falling in love and working in your prime, drinking tea and chatting when you are old, and watching flowers bloom and fade in your old age. Is this not a good life? Mice dig holes, cats catch mice, seedlings strive to grow, and fruit trees bear fruit. But what about people? Without instigation and encouragement, they will naturally follow their lives' paths. If someone loves to learn, there is no need to urge them on because they will definitely learn. If they love to work, then they will definitely study technology and work hard. But if they deserve to be a boss, without instigation, they would definitely be uneasy working as an employee. If they would like to steal or rob, it would be useless for you to attempt to instill morality and ethics into them. If they want to be a saint, they will study the philosophy of saints and understand the truth of the universe. It is a waste of effort for you to attempt to bring a saint into the world. If they want to become a celestial being or Buddha, they will naturally look for the environment conducive to that end, and nothing can stop them. 20 years ago, I read Napoleon Hill's The Complete Book of Success. I became very ambitious and wanted to earn more money. As a result, I was deceived and defrauded out of more than 400,000 RMB yuan. From then on, I have hated success. For more than 20 years, I have been studying and finally found that promoting people to forge ahead is the devil's trick. Someone might ask, "You, Xiefeng, write articles day and night to create Life-Chanuan and Chanyuan homes. Are you not working hard?" My answer is that I love it. No one urges me to do it. I would like to be like this, but if someone urges me to work hard, I will tell them to go to hell, you a better. Can a hen lay eggs if she has none in her belly? If she has eggs in her belly, can she not lay them? 花心之心最真心. An amorous heart is the truest heart. Xiefeng, March 11, 2019. Translated by Chinyu and edited by Care. People are amorous, so amorosity is the true color of the human heart. Forms give birth to souls and souls give birth to all phenomena. For either a beautiful woman facing 10,000 handsome men or a handsome man facing 10,000 beautiful women, 10,000 infatuations will blossom. The world praises the love of loyalty and concentration, but in fact, this is not in line with reality. It goes against people's hearts. The human world has created monogamy where one man and one woman are expected to love each other throughout their lifetimes. But this does not match the human heart. From the perspective of human nature, a man will never love only one woman throughout his life, and a woman will never want to eat from only one apple tree throughout her whole life. The reason why today's world is filled with worry, pain, anxiety, and sorrow is that people have not returned to their Tathagata nature. Amorosity is the Tathagata nature. The true color is the Tathagata nature. People hide behind masks, so how can they not worry and hurt each other? Not only do people wear their own masks, but they also maintain and praise them and threaten and induce others to wear them, kidnap the Tathagata nature with morals and ethics, and create religious doctrines to restrict people from showing their true colors. This is all really terrible. Where there are chronic sicknesses, there are no dutiful children at bedsides. This is reality, but why have people praised and maintained filial piety for thousands of years? Why have they not faced reality? Most children and grandchildren are unreliable. Very few are reliable. All men long for immortality, yet having sons will not achieve this. Although fond parents are legion, who ever saw a really filial son? If children and grandchildren are unreliable, then how can husbands and wives be reliable? All men long to be immortal yet dote on the wives they wed who swear to love them forevermore, but remarry as soon as they are gone. If they leave after you die, this can be considered their loyalty, and you must have burned some incense in your previous life. Most wives leave before their husbands die. Even if you have not gone, they long in their hearts for your death. If they do not long for your death, then they must still need something from you. Marriages and families have always been a devil's program, a curse, and this curse has kidnapped people for thousands of years. Here is a simple way to identify whether a program is angelic or satanic. It is the input and feedback method. If we reap melons from melon seeds or beans from bean seeds, then we are given the feedback on what we have entered into the program, and this program is angelic. On the contrary, if we reap beans from melon seeds or melons from bean seeds, then this program is satanic. What we enter and the feedback we receive are not the same, or even opposites. In the satanic program, if you input love, you will get hate. If you input true feelings, you will get false love. If you input hope, you will get disappointment or even despair. Too much falseness fills the world. If falseness is taken as truth, then truth is said to be lies. When nothing is taken as being, then being itself is turned into nothing. Since our grandparents' grandparents' we have reversed the truth from the false. So the children, grandchildren, and great-grandchildren regard false as true and true as false. The real is pressed under the five elements mountain, and the fake is rampant in all directions. So people have to suffer hardships, disasters, and pain, and they are hard-pressed to be enlightened to go to heaven. The human heart was originally amorous. The so-called, I will love only you for my entire life, is a lie and a scam which exists for short times under certain circumstances, but when those circumstances change slightly, the fox's tail will be exposed. The man who says that when he is poor and helpless is telling the truth, but if says the same thing after his social and economic status improve dramatically, then he is lying and deceiving. The same is true for women. It is impossible to love only you for my entire life, because human hearts are amorous. If a bright and eye-catching flower blooms only for Zhang San, but it wilts immediately when seeing Li Si, Wang Wu, and Zhao Lu, then I want to ask you if it is still a flower? No, it is not, but rather a monster's spirit. Are people still human if they smile when they see a certain other person, but immediately cross their eyebrows when they see other people? No, they are not humans but evildoers. What men are indifferent to beautiful women? What women are unimpressed by handsome men? If there are such people, then they are not really people, but wood or stone, sculptural robots. Since this world has always been perplexed and deceived by falsities, we cannot know what the truth is. We have already mixed the false with the genuine, so we cannot know that amorous hearts are the truest ones. That is to say that anyone who truly loves you must also love the world, because anyone who does not love the world will never love any individual. To narrow the scope, women who love many men and men who love many women will give birth to true love, because their hearts are true and the love of which they speak is true. There are absolutely no marriages or families in heaven. How do we arrange our lives without them? I can tell you that I have found a way to live a better life than married and in a family. Not only have I found it, but I have also opened it up. We are all expected to live paradisical lives on earth, and not only that, but also have a chance to go to the real paradise. I have designed a game of being a groom every day and a bride every night for everyone. The game will be launched soon. If you participate in it, then you will definitely find that amorous hearts are the truest hearts. 意识决定存在. Consciousness determines existence. Xiefeng. Translated by Qinyu. Edited by Peter. Whether existence determines consciousness or consciousness determines existence is a type of watershed between materialism and idealism. Human beings have not yet had a correct understanding of this issue until now. Jumping to a conclusion rashly will definitely cause confusion in people's minds. If we divide the population into 5 categories: ignorant people, laities, mortals, sages, and saints, immortals, and then according to the attitudes of people of each level towards the material world, we can clearly understand the reason why some people believe that existence determines consciousness, while others are convinced that consciousness determines existence. Ignorant people live by instinct. Although they belong to the family of human beings, they are not much different from animals. They don't know what creation and thinking are. As long as things are necessary for their survival, they will just grab them. If they are put on a deserted island, they will only die. So, for ignorant people, existence determines everything. Without existence, there is nothing. Laities are people who live by their desires. The central content of their lives is money, status, power, reputation, and beauty. They live for these desires all their lives. Once they don't get the above, they will suffer terribly. For laities, existence determines their consciousness, and their daily activities have a clear purpose and goal, which is how to obtain existence. Without this seduction of factors such as money, laities cannot live a single day. Mortals live by affection. The core content of their lives is family affection, relatives and friends, colleagues and classmates, group and clan, country and nation. With these, they can live a flavorful life. Without these, they will feel alone, bored, empty, and lonely. Therefore, for mortals, it is still existence that determines consciousness, and without existence, their consciousness will collapse. Sages are people who live by reason. They are people who often ask why, people who want to understand the essence behind superficial phenomena, existence. Existence is the basis of sages' consciousness. Without this basis, they cannot think deeply. People such as scientists in various fields, philosophers, and thinkers all belong to the category of sages. Although existence is the basis of the consciousness of sages, they also pay more attention to the reaction of consciousness to existence. Therefore, for sages, existence and consciousness are equally important. Because they devote more time and energy to the field of consciousness than on the basis of existence, sages tend to become the best among human beings. Saints, immortals, are people who rely on spirituality. What is perceived through sight, hearing, smell, taste, and touch is not important to them. What is important is what is realized through their spiritual sense. Spiritual perception is purely an activity of consciousness. So, for immortals, it is consciousness that determines existence. To sum it up, for ignorant people, laities, and mortals, existence determines consciousness. If you tell them, consciousness determines existence, it is like casting pearls before swine. They might even give you a back kick. For sages, existence is equivalent to consciousness. There is no question of who decides what. For immortals, consciousness determines existence. If we tell immortals that existence determines consciousness, they can only think that we are ignorant. Then, does existence determine consciousness, or does consciousness determine existence? First, let's take a look at all the things created by human beings. Like cars, how did cars appear on Earth? There are no cars on the Earth, so how could cars appear out of thin air? What? It turns out that people first imagined it in their consciousness, and then created it according to the imagination in their consciousness. How did the first house appear on the Earth? What? It is also people who first imagined a house structure, and then recreated it according to the imagined structure. How did fashion become popular? What? It turns out that fashion designers first realized it in their brains and then made it to guide the trend. It can be deduced from this that all things created by human beings are firstly imagined in human consciousness and then created according to their imaginations. If people had no imagination, that is, no thinking and no consciousness, then all the artificial objects that we use today would not have appeared. This clearly proves that consciousness determines existence. Without human consciousness, how can there be so many artificial things on the earth? Let's look at the dwelling places of human beings and the natural environment. When we enter someone's home, someone who loves to be clean and tidy, we see that the tables, chairs, and beds are arranged in an orderly manner. Whether it is the pictures on the wall or the flowers cultivated on the windowsill, they all give people the feeling of being natural, harmonious, beautiful, and suitable. Why is this happening? Oh, it turns out that the owner of this house has a clear spatial layout in her consciousness. The orderly existence of everything in her house was first imagined in her consciousness. If her consciousness is chaotic, she may put the coffee table on the table, and she can't think of planting a few pots of flowers and placing them on the windowsill. Over the past 10 years, I have observed the residences of many people in Zimbabwe. Generally, the living environment of Caucasians is clean, tidy, and orderly. Their lawns are always neatly mowed. Their flowers are always beautiful, and plants are always verdant and green. Even their washrooms, toilets, are full of flowers, and you will never spot oil stains in their kitchens. Looking at the environment of our Chinese people, weeds are overgrown in the courtyard. Dog excrement is everywhere. The washroom smells bad. Cockroaches are rampant in the kitchen, and the stove is greasy. Why is there such a big difference? Aren't they all human? It turns out that the difference lies not in existence, but in consciousness. Chinese and Caucasians have different consciousness of the environment. The quality of the living environment depends on the consciousness of the people in this environment. If there is a good consciousness, there will be a good environment. Without a good consciousness, of course it is impossible to have a good environment for existence. My child once used his vacation to drive to Washington and New York by himself. I asked him on the phone, "What is your biggest impression after seeing New York?" Unexpectedly, he replied, "New York's Chinatown is too dirty and messy. It does not match the civilization and prosperity of New York." Can it be that existence determines consciousness? If a Chinese has lived in China from beginning to end, it can be barely said that the existence of the dirty, disorderly, and bad surrounding environment leads to the dirty, disorderly, and bad living environment of his own. But after we came to a beautiful country, where the existence is beautiful, why does the environment change when we live there? Isn't it that our consciousness determines our existence? Suppose we Chinese exchange with Japanese and Germans. We all live in Japan and Germany and let Japanese and Germans live in China. Within 50 years, China will become the most beautiful and graceful country in the world, while Japan and Germany will become too dirty, disorderly, and bad countries. Consciousness determines existence, and what kind of consciousness is there, there will be that kind of existence. If everyone is belligerent, the world will be in a constant state war. If everyone loves peace, how could there be wars? Consciousness determines existence. Look at Islamic mosques, Christian churches, and Buddhist temples. Their architectural styles and shapes are quite different. Why? Because the consciousness of designers and builders is different from each other. Consciousness determines existence. When comparing the urban layouts of Harare, the capital of Zimbabwe, and Beijing, the capital of China, Harare's commercial, industrial, and residential areas are clearly separated, with a distance of at least 1 kilometer from each other, while Beijing's commercial, residential, and industrial areas are almost intertwined. The reason for the formation of this pattern of existence is that the British and the Chinese have different consciousness of people, and it is the different consciousness that determines the different urban layouts. Consciousness determines existence. When comparing the wearing and the style of dress of women during the Chinese Cultural Revolution and the wearing and style of dress of people at this present stage, from the perspective of time and space, they are definitely two different worlds. During the Cultural Revolution, women did not bother to perm, dye their hair, draw their eyebrows, and put on lipstick. Even their clothes were mostly yellow, gray, and blue. Skirts and high-heeled shoes were absolutely not allowed. About their breasts, they would find ways to press them tightly to their chest. If you budged a little, people would look at you differently, and you would be regarded as a hot, foxy spirit descending on the world, a symbol of restlessness and flirting. Look at today's women, one by one. They are more enchanting and beautiful, with all kinds of postures, styles, curvaceous beauty, sexual beauty, and temperamental beauty that is fully displayed, living out their individuality, freedom, and elegance, as if all the fairies in heaven have descended to the world. The reason why different eras have different ways of dressing is that people in different eras have different consciousness, and it is the consciousness of different eras that determines the existence of those different eras. Consciousness determines existence. Why is the population of the United States growing more slowly than that of China and India? Why do couples with higher IQs, who are richer, and with higher education levels have fewer children, while poorer, less educated couples have more children? Why can a man have several wives in some countries and regions, while most countries and regions can only be monogamous? Why could a couple in our previous generation have many children, but we can only have one child at this stage of China? Aren't all these differences determined by our human consciousness? Consciousness determines existence. Why are most of the Nobel Prize winners Americans? Why is there not a single Nobel Prize winner from mainland China? Are Americans so smart and Chinese so stupid? The main reason is that Americans and Chinese have different consciousness. If you want to eat hamburgers, you will definitely not make noodles. If you want to eat chicken, you definitely won't put pork into the pot. The reason is so simple. Do we still doubt that consciousness determines existence? Consciousness determines existence. Why do the political systems of various countries in the world differ from each other? Why does the President of the United States only serve 2 terms at most, while the presidents of some countries can serve many terms? Isn't it their existence determined by the national consciousness of various countries? How was the Earth born? How did the plants and animals on Earth appear? Isn't this determined by the consciousness of the greatest creator? Not long ago, I read a review article. Its general meaning is to criticize the only children in China at this stage for being ambitious, unrealistic, greedy for enjoyment, and for their wishful thinking. The article also mentioned a college student who had not yet graduated describing his long-term plan. I want to go to the United States and build a villa in a small city with beautiful mountains and rivers. I want to have a green lawn, a private swimming pool, and a Mercedes-Benz. The reviewer had a good-natured ridicule on this wishful thinking and hoped that such college students can face reality, be down to earth, and not be too ambitious. In my opinion, this commenter is an outstanding representative of the idea that existence determines consciousness. His thinking is still in the narrow field of material existence. He only sees today, values reality, and he cannot imagine that the future of mankind is determined by the consciousness of mankind, that the future of each individual is determined by the consciousness of the individual. This kind of person is a frog at the bottom of a well, and the blue sky he sees is just as big as a sieve. Relying on this kind of person to guide young people is not only misleading young people, but also cruelly oppressing people's spirituality and ruining their bright future. Such people, on the surface, are kind, but in essence, are evil. If I were to comment on this college student, I would say, "Son, you're absolutely right. Visualize it. Your wish will come true." The better and clearer the picture you have of your future in your mind, the more likely you are to realize it. The place you can see is where you are going. The situation you can realize in your brain is where you can go, because your behavior is controlled by your consciousness. If you want to go to the east, your feet can't move toward the west. The existence of reality is constantly changing with the consciousness of human beings. If we limit our consciousness to the existence of reality, we will always be slaves to the existence of reality, and we will never be able to create a better tomorrow. Son, the universe is boundless. There are 36-dimensional spaces, so spread the wings of your imagination and fly freely. A bright future belongs to the generation that can imagine this. Whether existence determines consciousness or consciousness determines existence, it is by no means a game of words or concepts, and it is by no means a question of whether to eat steamed buns or noodles. Whoever comes first directly determines the future of everyone. What kind of consciousness one has, he will have that kind of life. What kind of consciousness determines what kind of existence he will have? Existence determines consciousness is the thinking of animals and plants that rely on instinct to survive. Consciousness determines existence is the thinking of sages and saints, and the thinking of gods and Buddhas. If existence determines consciousness, we have only one Earth. If consciousness determines existence, we will have 36 dimensional spaces. If existence determines consciousness, we can only survive in the contradictions and pains of reality forever. If consciousness determines existence, we can transcend the existence of reality and focus on future development and changes. If existence determines consciousness, we can only passively be constrained by the environment. If consciousness determines existence, we can actively open up a sunshine avenue in the existence of reality. If existence determines consciousness, we cannot see the brilliance of the greatest creator, and we can only live to die. If consciousness determines existence, we can decipher the mysteries of the time and space of the universe, extend this limited life to the infinite wonderful time and space, and then we can die to be reborn. Existence determines consciousness is conventional thinking. Consciousness determines existence is unconventional thinking, and a bright future belongs to people with unconventional thinking. 成功是一个陷阱. Success is a trap. Xiefeng. March 24, 2021. Translation edited by Chinyo. I come from the thousand-year world, where there are no successes or failures, only enjoyers of life from beginning to end. In the thousand-year world, there are no such words or concepts as success and failure. In heaven, there is never talk of success. Everything unfolds and retracts naturally. In the plant and animal worlds, there is no talk of success. Only in the human realm is there talk of success and failure. Most of those who mess up their lives are the ones who pursue success. If you were to statistically analyze and summarize, most of those in prison are the ones who pursue success. The sea of suffering is boundless. Take a look at those in the sea of suffering. They are all lives seeking success. So, I draw a conclusion. Success is a trap. Who invented this trap? The answer is the devil. Is my conclusion correct? Everyone carefully observes human society. Who are the ones that drive people to strive for success? How do those who aspire to success end up? Are most of those who mess up their lives the ones who want success? What is success? Contending for the space of a snail's antler, or contend for a flash of light. Is that success? Did Qin Shi Huang succeed? Broken walls where foxes sleep, deserted platforms where rabbits walk, all were places of singing and dancing in those days. Yellow flowers covered with cold dew, withering grasses looming in mist, all belong to the battlefields of the old times. Who succeeded? You've earned a lot of money, but you've never had time to appreciate the moonlight. Have you succeeded? Do you call that success? I cannot see a single successful person. I only see lives crushed by success, their faces distorted and souls shattered. 反常思维漫谈. Random talk about unconventional thinking. Zuanfeng. Translated by Chinyu. Edited by Peter. Where do people come from, and where do they go to? What is the essence of life? What is the purpose of living? What is the goal of life? What is the value and the meaning of life? Is life accidental? Is death inevitable? Is there a causal relationship between life and death? Do all the phenomena in nature happen accidentally, or are they predestined? Why did Einstein doubt quantum mechanics? Does the uncertainty principle of quantum mechanics indicate that the universe is disordered? How was the universe born? Is there a greatest creator in the universe? Are there gods, Buddhas, angels, and demons? How was life born? Was it created by the greatest creator? Or did it evolve from organisms over thousands of billions of years? It is stated in the Bible that all animals on the earth are intended for humans, and humans can eat their meat. And the Buddhist Shurangama Sutra clearly tells us that we must not kill animals or eat their meat. What exactly is going on? Were Adam and Eve the ancestors of all mankind? Were they also the ancestors of American Indians, Asian yellow races, African blacks, and European whites? What is destiny? Does everyone have their own trajectory of life? If so, can this trajectory of life be changed? What exactly did Lao Tzu mean by Tao in the Tao Te Ching? Can one become immortal by attaining Tao? For thousands of years, sages of all ethnic groups have been exploring the mysteries of the universe and the true meaning of life, but the answer is still far from us. In the last 100 years, due to the development of industrialization, especially the rapid advancement of transportation and the information technology, people's vision has become limited in the field of science, and the light of science has enveloped people's consciousness and thinking, prompting people to gallop freely in the physical realm of common sense, but they cannot enter the higher-level physical realm. Although New Era thinking appeared in the 50s and 60s of last century, it was only a faint glimmer of rational thinking, which could not be understood and accepted by the public. Nowadays, people are too busy with their daily activities due to the accelerated pace of life and have no time to calm down and think. Although universities around the world produce millions of college students and graduate students every year, they are basically biological robots. Their thinking is running according to scientific procedures, and few people can break through this existing way of thinking. In comparison, people today have more knowledge and materials than in the past, and they use more advanced methods to create things that humans need. They eat, wear, use, and play more and better, and are richer than in the past. People are supposed to be more leisurely, freer, and more relaxed. But the reality is that instead of feeling more relaxed and freer, people feel more exhausted and stressed. We can't help asking, is there something wrong with the way that humans have been thinking for thousands of years? Or do humans need unconventional thinking? 从莫比乌斯带谈起. Talking about the Mobius strip. Xiefeng. Translated by Chinyu. Edited by Peter. A piece of paper has two sides. If an ant is placed on the front of the paper and is not allowed to turn over the edge of the paper or bite through the paper, how can it easily and unconsciously climb from the front of the paper to the back of the paper and reach any point on the paper? From the perspective of conventional thinking, this is absolutely impossible, but someone has solved this problem. He is the German mathematician August Ferdinand Mobius. Mr. Mobius' solution is, twist one end of the paper 180 degrees and stick it to the other. At this point, the ant can freely climb from the front to the back, and from the back to the front. This is the Mobius strip. The Mobius strip is the result of unconventional thinking. What seems impossible with conventional thinking is easy with unconventional thinking. So, what is unconventional thinking? Unconventional thinking is a paradox of conventional thinking, a reverse thinking that goes against the usual way of thinking. For example, the Empress Wu Zetian ordered flowers to bloom, which was described in Flowers in the Mirror. Conventionally speaking, only winter plums will blossom on cold days, and the rest of the flowers should be sparse on dead branches, and they should be withered, but Wu Zetian went beyond the norm and ordered, all flowers must blossom overnight. Don't wait for the morning wind to push you. As a result, except for peonies, all the flowers grew overnight. At dawn, the fragrant flowers were in glorious bloom, and the Chuanfang Garden and Shanglin Garden were verdant and pleasing, full of beautiful spring scenery. What is normal to one nation is contrary to common sense and unnatural to another nation. For example, the order in which British, Americans, and Chinese write addresses is a kind of unconventional thinking, such as British and American, 38, Cosbill Street, Columbia District, New York City, United States. China, United States, New York City, Columbia District, Cosbill Street, number 38. For another example, when people die, their loved ones will cry to express their sorrow and sadness, but some nations use laughter to express sorrow. At funerals, some ethnic groups consider it respectful to wear white clothes, while others consider it respectful to wear black clothes. The secular view holds that one is born to pursue enjoyment, while most religions, especially Buddhism, believe that one is born to suffer. Traditional science believes that space and time are absolute. Space is like a box, matter is a particle in this box, and time passes evenly. Modern science believes that space-time depends on the distribution of matter itself, and space-time is curved. Common sense believes that chicken feathers can fly in the sky, but iron blocks cannot fly in the sky, but today's reality shows that iron blocks, weighing tens of tons, can also fly in the sky. It was previously thought that any number could be represented by the ratio of two integers, but later it was discovered that some numbers, such as irrational numbers, could not be represented by the ratio of two integers. After the establishment of the theory of real numbers, the discovery of ethereal imaginary numbers was confusing. What is considered impossible in conventional thinking is easily solved by unconventional thinking. Topology is a kind of unconventional thinking. It can change the position of space and make the inside and outside of a confined space communicate, making it impossible to distinguish inside from outside. Just like the Mobius strip, it is impossible to tell which is the front side, which is the reverse side. How can a person enter a sealed room, and how can one then get out of it? With conventional thinking, it is absolutely impossible. But if you think unconventionally, this matter is easy. It is just a different understanding of space. Can people be invisible? Conventional thinking has to say, this is the dreaming of an idiot. It is absolutely impossible. In fact, it is just a temporary distortion of space and time. Mankind has launched many spacecrafts to explore space. There are many purposes for this, regardless of whether they admit it or not. One of the subconscious purposes is to find out whether there are stars outside the Earth for humans to live on. One side effect of this space exploration is the realization that the Earth's immediate neighbors are not suitable for human habitation, and the farther planets are a few light years or tens of light years away, which humans cannot reach within their limited lifespans. Humanity has only one Earth. This is the pessimistic conclusion obtained by the current exploration of space. Impossible. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. This is the conclusion obtained by conventional thinking. Einstein realized that the speed of light is the limit speed of the movement of matter, but he did not realize that the speed of non-material movement is the negative cosmic speed, and people can instantly reach a planet tens of light years away. Quantum mechanics believes that only one speed and position of a particle can be obtained, and accurate data of both cannot be measured at the same time. This uncertain principle has actually entered conventional thinking. The movement of a particle is disturbed by an infinite number of forces, so it cannot have a constant speed. In addition, the movement path of a particle is affected by other forces, so it cannot have a fixed line, which is why its speed and location cannot be measured at the same time. However, if we have a way to consider all the forces received by the particles and the magnitude and mode of action, then it is not difficult to measure the speed and position of the particles at the same time. Everything in the universe runs in an orderly manner, and particles are no exception. The current problem is that human intelligence has not yet reached the level of understanding all the forces in the universe. Quantum mechanics has entered the frontier zone, but this does not mean that the frontier zone is the marginal area of science, and we can also develop this in depth. Quantum mechanics can only end in the uncertainty principle. The development of science is endless, but the more knowledge humans carry, the slower they will move forward. 100 years ago, if people were able to master all the knowledge mankind accumulated by the age of 20, it is not possible now. Who would dare to say that he has encompassed all the knowledge accumulated by mankind by the age of 30? I am afraid that some people might have become exhausted and powerless before they reached the forefront of science. By extending quantum mechanics to humans, we find that humans are just particles. The gains and losses, misfortunes and blessings, illnesses and lifespans of human beings in the world happen to be within the uncertainty principle. We cannot accurately measure the length of a person's lifespan and his merits, demerits, gains, and losses in one's lifetime. However, all thinking that thinks of impossibilities belongs to conventional thinking. When we know that the universe is orderly and that life has a trajectory, we can analyze the hundreds of millions of factors that affect a person from an inevitable perspective, and we will find several sets of laws that affect life. From these laws, we can accurately measure a person's prosperity, adversity, poverty, lifespan, and fate of his entire life. Newton discovered universal gravitation, which explained a mystery of the universe. While benefiting mankind, at the same time it put a shackle on thinking of mankind. According to universal gravitation, it is impossible for a person to fly freely in the sky without the help of other tools. This has become conventional thinking again. But what people didn't expect is that gravitation is not universal. Gravitation is generated by motion. If the motion is large, the gravitation is large. If the motion is small, the gravitation is small. Where there is no motion, there is no gravitation, and where there is no gravitation, there is no weight. Cannot weightless people fly freely in the sky? Conventional thinking is going to laugh at me again. The earth is an eternal motion, and people are eternally weighty. When the earth stops moving, it is the end of life on the earth. When can people fly freely in the sky? Conventional thinking is really troublesome. It doesn't consider the relationship among thinking, energy, and matter. Fax and email must be true, right? The technology of cloning can't be said to be fabricated, right? Is the fax or email we receive the same as the original? And is the cloned animal similar to the original one? All material things are just a matter of molecular arrangement, order, and structure. If the genetic structure of a pig is arranged in the order of a human genetic structure, then the pig will speak a human language. Could this be false? Then, can't people be faxed? Can't people be cloned? Substances cannot be faxed, but their structure and sequence can be faxed. We can pick up a phone and dial the number of a relative who is thousands of miles away. Although the person is thousands of miles away, the sound you hear is right close to your ears. Is there any doubt about this voice? With negative cosmic speed, a person's life structure and sequence can be faxed to a planet millions of light years away, and then endowed with energy, cloning, a new you will then be born. Since the sequence and structure are the same, your consciousness and memory still exist, consciousness and memory exist in the structure and sequence, and you will still be you, not someone else. Good. Since the Earth can't restrain us, and space distance can't obstruct us, then, can motion restrain us? Let's not talk about absolute motion, but relative motion. On the ComC, while sitting in a ship's cabin, if we don't look out of the window, can we feel motion? There will be no feeling of motion at all. We are living on the Earth that travels 25 million kilometers a day. Can we feel the Earth moving at high speed? No, we cannot. When two objects of the same mass fly in the same direction and at the same speed, there is, relatively speaking, no motion between them. So there is no gravitational force between them, relatively speaking. In this case, for the small object sandwiched between these two objects, neither motion nor gravitational force is felt. In other words, it loses weight and can now fly freely. Is there such a place in the universe? Yes, there is. Please see the chapter of 36-dimensional spaces. Let's look at the Mobius strip again. When turning a paper with front and back sides into a strip without front and back sides, the key to it is to flip one end of it 180 degrees. This flipping process is the process of unconventional thinking. The flip must be 180 degrees. If it flipped less or more, it will not be the true. It would become a way that is perverse, a perverse theory, and it will bring endless disasters. The unconventional thinking of the Mobius strip is by no means a trick played by magicians. It is a key to understanding the truth. 对立统一是宇宙的表象，不是宇宙的实质。The unity of opposites is the image of the universe, not its essence. Xiefeng. Translated by Qinyu, edited by Peter. From the perspective of appearance, the universe embodies its opposition everywhere, truth and falsehoods, good and evil, beauty and ugliness, positive and negative, light and dark, yin and yang, prosperity and adversity, dynamic and static, superior and inferior, noble and lowly, rich and poor, life and death, front and back, big and small, good and bad, etc. But the Mobius strip tells us that there is only unity in the universe, but no opposition to it. Who can tell which is the front side and which is the back side of the M? By a strip. It has only one side, or in other words, there is a back side to the front side of the M, by a strip, and there is a front side to the back side of it. The front and the back side are perfectly intertwined and indistinguishable. Consider below the unity of opposites under conventional thinking. Up and down. Common sense believes that the top of the mountain is up and the foot of the mountain is down. The leaders are up and the masses are down. The sun is up and the earth is down. The head is up and the feet are down. The river has upstream and downstream. Unconventional thinking believes that there is no up and down in the universe, and that up and down is just a matter of concept. For example, the sun and the earth, from the perspective of the solar system, has no distinction of up and down, just the changing of positions. Is there up and down on the earth? The South Pole and the North Pole. Which pole is up and which pole is down? Look at the globe. Assuming that the surface of the earth is full of people, can you tell who is on top and who is on the bottom? Of course, we cannot. If we keep shrinking the earth to nothing, then all people on the earth will stand foot to foot, with their heads in the opposite direction. Now, who can tell whether the head is on top or the feet are on top? Of course, no one can. In the same way, is the top of the mountain up or the foot of the mountain up? Regardless of the direction, as long as we walk along a straight line, we will eventually return to the starting point. So, does the river have upstream and downstream? The masses can have no leaders, but the leaders must have masses. Then, are the masses at the top or are the leaders at the top? To have or not? Is there anything in the universe? In spring, flowers of all kinds are in bloom in the garden, contending in beauty and fascination, and in winter, what is left in the garden? Where are the dinosaurs? Where are our ancestors? If the Earth is hit by a laser beam from outer space, it will vanish instantly, and everything on the Earth, including the Earth itself, will disappear. What else do you have? Since elementary school, we have been struggling and striving in pursuit of possessions, but what do we get after death? A good name forever? Prosperous descendants? Immortal accomplishments? If the earth shakes, will these things still exist? From a transcendental point of view, the more you pursue possessions, the result will be that you will own nothing. The more you pursue no possessions, the result will be that you will own everything. Shakyamuni, Jesus, Laozi, etc. did not pursue possessions, but they own everything. Thieves, liars, and corrupt officials are trying their best to pursue possessions, but they have nothing. If a peasant doesn't stop appropriately and think about his situation, he will always be a peasant. If a worker does not stop and look around, he will always be a worker. If a person does not calm down and perceive, he will always be a human. There is everything in emptiness, and there is emptiness in everything. I once asked a friend to give up everything and practice Taoism with me, but he couldn't let go of everything he had. He also wanted to glorify his ancestors and leave a good name for posterity. Watching him fall into human society and plunge into the real void, I could do nothing. With obstructed thinking, one is powerless. The sea of bitterness is boundless, so repent and be saved. Here repenting is unconventional thinking. Success and failure. There are no successes or failures in life. There are only different life trajectories. Success and failure are just the concepts of the laity. In the eyes of the laity, success is rank promoted, fortune made, and ancestors glorified, while failure is losing one's official position, losing money, being laid off, and being divorced. But from the perspective of the ultimate goal of life, only the eight immortals and the eight immortals crossing the sea, each showing their magical powers, are the winners. Looking back at thousands of years of recorded human history, who was the winner? The Egyptian pharaoh? Alexander? Caesar? Constantine? Charlemagne? Napoleon? King Arthur? Gregorian? Henry? Genghis Khan? Peter the Great? Washington? Lincoln? Hitler? Stalin? Gandhi? Mao Zedong? Bush? The heads of each state? Aristotle? Bacon? Dante? Columbus? Confucius? Martin Luther? Rousseau? Montesquieu? Voltaire? Marx? Darwin? Shakespeare? Newton? Einstein? Planck? Watson? Rockefeller? Bill Gates? If these people are successful, then are the others losers? If the dispossessed, homeless beggars along the street are defined as losers, then are the rest winners? Who is the winner? Who is the loser? Is there really a successful life? If there is no successful life, are all people failures? We annihilated 40,000 enemy troops. We succeeded. Did you succeed because you killed 40,000 lives? I frustrated all the competitors. I succeeded. Does it count as success by frustrating others? Dude, congratulations. We successfully robbed the Reserve Bank. It's so comfortable. I succeeded in swindling him out of all his money. You are so smart that you successfully transferred the company's property to your private account abroad. We successfully blew up the World Trade Center. We successfully released the atomic bomb on Hiroshima. I successfully spread the SARS virus. I successfully cloned people so that people don't know whose father he is or whose son he is. We successfully discharged wastewater into the river, and so on. Are these all successes? The well-known Napoleon Hill wrote a book, The Law of Success. His book has been sold in more than 30 countries and more than 20 million copies in more than 20 languages. He himself is called the creator of millionaires. Great. It's really great. But someone once said, walk along an impeccable line of reasoning. Everything is normal. But at the end, you suddenly find yourself caught in a dilemma. I wonder if Mr. Hill has come to the end and found himself in a dilemma. The law of success teaches people how to succeed. So does it mean that people who have not read the law of success are losers? At what level is one considered successful? How much wealth does one need to have to be counted as successful? How many bank robberies does it take to be considered a success? How many times can piracy be considered a success? How many rivers should one pollute to be considered a success? How much money should one embezzle to be considered as a success? How many children should one have to be considered as successful? How many multinational group companies does one need to establish to be considered as successful? If one side of a piece of paper is success and the other side is failure, then if this piece of paper is turned into a Mobius strip, how do we distinguish between success and failure? Gains and losses. Gaining is losing. Losing is gaining. The more you gain, the more you lose. The less you gain, the less you lose. Without losing, you will gain nothing. Without gaining, you will lose nothing. From middle school textbooks, we know the theorem of indestructibility of matter. Strictly speaking, it is not called the theorem of indestructibility of matter. It should be called the theorem of indestructibility of energy. Matter has birth and death, while energy is eternal in the universe. Energy is conserved, that is, the energy in the universe is a definite number. Energy will neither increase nor decrease. As the energy on the Earth increases, the energy on the Sun decreases, the temperature of water increases, and the amount of fuel is reduced. The more one experiences in life, the shorter one's life becomes. The more wisdom one has gotten, the whiter one's hair will be. Energy is a definite number, so what else is a definite number in the universe? Within the current range of the solar system, the time sequence is a fixed number. The 24 solar terms of the lunar calendar set by Chinese sages, beginning of spring, rain, awakening of insects, spring equinox, Qingming, grain rain, start of summer, lesser fullness, grain in ear, summer solstice, minor heat, major heat, start of autumn, end of heat, white dew, autumn equinox, cold dew, frost's descent, start of winter, light snow, heavy snow, winter solstice are fixed numbers. The five elements, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, and heavenly stems and earthly branches, jia yi bing ding wu ji gung xian ren kue, and zi chou ina meo chen si wu wei shin yu su hai, and the 12 animal signs, rat, ox, tiger, rabbit, dragon, snake, horse, sheep, monkey, chicken, dog, and pig, corresponding to each year, month, day, and hour are all definite numbers. The method of choosing the day of good fortune and bad fortune in the art of becoming invisible, Taoist magic, which was calculated from the primordial 8 trigrams by Wenwang of the Zhou dynasty and was later used by Jiang Zia, Zhang Liang, and Zhuge Liang is a definite number. The Earth's moving trajectory and rotation speed are fixed numbers, the waxing and waning of the moon is a fixed number, the ocean's ebb and flow is a fixed number, women's menstrual cycles are a fixed number, and the lifespan of animals and plants is a fixed number. An elephant will not live 300 years. A poplar tree will not grow for 300 years. The dry and rainy seasons in Zimbabwe are fixed numbers. The mineral resources and water volume on the Earth are fixed numbers. The number of hairs a person can grow is a fixed number. The ratio of height to the maximum distance between the two middle fingers is a fixed number. The number of legs and the number of heads a human has is a fixed number. Springs have an elastic limit, steel has a fatigue limit, various objects have a limit of motion, animals and plants have a growth limit, and all artificial products have a maximum service life. No matter how good the car is, after running for a certain number of kilometers, it is bound to be eliminated and scrapped. Within a certain altitude, the temperature at which water boils is a fixed number, and the temperature at which it freezes is also a fixed number. The ignition point of various substances is a fixed number. The saturation of various compounds is a fixed number. The composition ratio of various colors is a fixed number. The The traveling speed of sound is a fixed number, and the frequency of the sound that humans can hear and the wavelength of the light that human eyes can see are fixed numbers. Everything within the range of rational numbers is a definite number. The amount of money, the length of life, the height of rank, the size of influence, etc., are all within the range of rational numbers, so they are all fixed numbers. Everything about humans is within the range of rational numbers, so everything about humans is definite. Everything that changes with time and space is within the range of rational numbers and is definite. Is everything in the range of irrational numbers not definite? The most famous irrational number is pi. Pi equals 314,159,265,3589. The other is the golden ratio phi. Phi equals 1.61803398874989484821. These are two of the infinite mysteries of the universe that ordinary people know. But where is their ending? Are they also limited by time and space? As a Chinese Taoist saying goes, heaven's secrets should never be revealed. Secular people use this sentence to keep secrets. In fact, the essence of this sentence refers to the development trend and definite number of things within the scope of irrational numbers. Long-term unconventional thinking can lead to one's spiritual transcendence. After transcending the regular ethics, one can realize many heavenly secrets. Heavenly secrets can be leaked. The key is to whom should they be leaked? Jesus taught us, "Do not give that which is holy to the dogs, neither cast your pearls before the hogs." The Yellow Emperor's Hidden Talisman Classic says, after realizing the heavenly secret, virtuous people will settle down and practice it, while the villains will get carried away and act rashly and even ruin their destinies. The Tao Te Ching said, the main path, Tao, heavenly secrets, is easy to walk on, yet people love the small bypaths. He who knows does not speak. He who speaks does not know. Those who understand the secrets of heaven know the art of non-action, but if they reveal these secrets to ordinary people, it will lead to the downfall of unwise individuals who act recklessly and perish prematurely. Chuang Tzu. Shakyamuni once said to Subhuti, the Tathagata expounds it to those initiated into the Mahayana and the Supreme Yana. Those who take delight in the Hinayana, Theravada, and hold the view of an ego, a personality, a being, and a life, cannot listen to, receive, hold, in mind, read and recite this sutra and explain it to others. The heavenly secret is not forbidden to be divulged. The key is that it will lead to a bad result if it is divulged. If I say, what can be imagined in the human brain is real, this will cause countless people to go astray. If you suddenly give a poor man 1,000,000 ounces of gold, he will be restless both day and night. He has to guard against thieves and robbers. He has to deal with his neighbors and friends borrowing money from him, and the many demands of kinsfolks and relatives. He has to deal with the local bureaucrats' apportionment as well as the advice and suggestions of good-hearted people and gentlemen, which will end up hurting him. So, I have to say, what I said is all nonsense. Although the heavenly secrets cannot be leaked, I can reveal a little information from the irrational numbers pi, and phi, golden ratio. One is the universe is infinite and life is infinite. The second is, as a person, one's life is a finite cycle, but once the life goes beyond the category of a rational number, it enters the range of an irrational number. His life becomes infinite and non-repeating. It is like what is said in the Buddhist scripture, beyond the three realms and no longer subject to the five elements. It is also like speed. If the speed of an object is less than 7,900 meters per second, it can only live on the Earth. But if it is greater than or equal to 7,900 meters per second, but less than 11,180 meters per second, it can fly around the Earth. But once its speed exceeds 11,180 meters per second, it can get rid of the gravitational restraint of the Earth, and it enters the huge solar system. When its speed exceeds 16,670 meters per second, it can freely enter the vast galaxy and experience the galaxy's various appearances and exceeding fascination and charm. The third is, time only exists in the world of rational numbers. There is no time in the world of irrational numbers. The wisdom of ordinary people has developed from natural numbers to irrational numbers, which can be said has reached its limit. If it develops further, it will enter the field of complex numbers, which is the field of thinking of gods and Buddhas. For example, the imaginary number 1 is not of the wisdom that ordinary people can understand, because imaginary numbers have illusory properties. You cannot find a practical example in the material world. Although imaginary numbers are used in electrical engineering and quantum mechanics, they are just a drop in the bucket of imaginary numbers, which is still polar away from the correct and comprehensive understanding of imaginary numbers. Let's put aside irrational numbers and complex numbers. Within the range of rational numbers, everything has a definite number. As far as people are concerned, the number of things everyone owns has been limited in their own life structure, just like the amount of water on the earth. If there is more water in the ocean, there will be less water in lakes and rivers, or less water in glaciers, or less groundwater. It is impossible to increase everywhere because the amount of water on the earth is a fixed number, a constant. The things one can own in life are definite numbers, such as health, longevity, beauty, wealth, reputation, freedom, happiness, wisdom, safety, children, etc. If the number of a person's possessions is set as 1, then each factor, assumed to be 10, accounts for 0.1. These factors are all on a very sensitive polyhedral seesaw. When beauty is greater than 0.1, the amount of health will be less than 0.1, or the share of reputation will decrease. When the amount of wealth is greater than 0.1, the quantity of freedom or happiness will decrease. And when the knowledge increases, the lifespan may become shorter and shorter. In a word, if one factor increases, the other or several other factors will decrease, and the total amount remains unchanged at 1. The definite number of people cannot be limited to a few years, decades, or hundreds of years, otherwise, your understanding will go astray. Some people may use examples from real society to deny this theorem and ask, how do you explain a person who became a high-ranking official and made a fortune, has many wives and concubines, lives a long and healthy life, has a good reputation, and has many children and grandchildren? This involves the transformation of time and space and life structure. God Jesus said in the Sermon on the Mount, "But woe unto you that are rich, for ye have received your consolation." Luke 6 verse 24. Buddha Shakyamuni said, furthermore, subhuti, if a virtuous man or woman receives, holds in mind, reads and recites this sutra and is despised by others, this person who is bound to suffer from evil destinies in retribution for his past sins, and whose karmic sins are now eradicated by the other's contempt, will attain supreme enlightenment, Anuttarasamiyak Sambodhi. Diamond Sutra, Chapter 16. Karmic obstructions can be purified. Immortal Laozi said, when one is about to take an inspiration, he is sure to make a previous expiration. When he is going to weaken another, he will first strengthen him. When he is going to overthrow another, he will first have raised him up. When he is going to despoil another, he will first have made gifts to him. Tao Te Ching, Chapter 36. To sum up the teachings of gods, Buddhas, and immortals, it means that if you get more in this life, there will be less in your next life. If you suffer in this life, you will enjoy happiness and blessedness in the next life. If you are overspending from your bank account, you will have no money to use at critical times. If Tao wants to restrain you, it must first expand you. To weaken you, it must first strengthen you. To discard you, it must first make you prosper. To take away your blessings, it will first give you temporary enjoyment. In short, no matter where you go, what you own will always be one. In my opinion, those who are rich and powerful are very poor, and their prospects are very worrying, while those who are suffering, although their lives are extremely difficult, their prospects are very splendid. This is the paradox, which is hard to understand because of the lack of examples in reality. If I say, people enjoy blessings today because they accumulated virtues in their previous lives, and they are enjoying the blessings they gained by self-improvement in their previous lives. It is hard for people to believe it because few people know their own past life and future life, let alone other people's past lives and future lives. Without unconventional thinking, we cannot make the connection between the past life, the present life, and the next life, just like we can't organically combine the front side with the back side. The most valuable and meaningful life is one where you give more and enjoy less. People may be unfair to you, but heaven, the greatest creator, never will. Above I only gave examples of oppositions of up and down, having and not having, success and failure, gain and loss, from which we can see that opposition is the appearance of the universe, while unity is the essence of the universe. 生死是表象，生命无生死. Life and death are only images. There is neither life nor death in life. Xiefeng. Translated by Qinyu, edited by Peter. The Mobius strip tells us that life and death are not opposites. Life is death, and death is life. There is death in life, and life in death. The Yellow Emperor's Book of the Hidden Talisman said, "Life is the root of death, and death is the root of life." Babies cry when they are born. Why do they cry? Because life is bitter. How do you know that life is bitter? This is like a chick in an egg that has been hatched for 21 days, pecking at the shell. Although it does not know how thick the eggshell is, whether it can be pecked through, or whether there is a vast world outside the eggshell, it must peck. That is its instinct. What is instinct? Instinct is a kind of innate performance that biosystems can make without learning, such as chickens in eggshells pecking at them, bees making honey, migratory birds migrating with the seasons, mice digging holes, roosters crowing, etc. Babies cry as soon as they are born, and they know how to suck a breast. This is also an instinct. Everything has an instinct. If they do not have an instinct, everything will perish. So where did the instinct come from? This involves the origin of life. Please see the chapter of life. All things on earth are created by higher life, and instincts are embedded in the structure and order of life. The purpose of this chapter is to talk about life and death. Why do we say, life is death and death is life? To understand the true meaning of life and death, we must proceed from the following 3 points. First, do people have past lives? First of all, let me reprint the full text of an article compiled by Wang Jiankong and Li Liming and published in Reader magazine. Unbelievable, reborn girl. In 1926, a lovely little girl was born in Delhi, India. Her name was Shani Devi. When she was just born, there was nothing abnormal about her at all. But when she was 7 years old, little Shani suddenly said to her mother inexplicably, "Mom, I used to live in the city of Mathura." She also enthusiastically told her mother about Mathura and the situation at her home then. Later, Shanti mentioned this matter several more times. The parents were very worried when they saw their 7-year-old daughter talking about something irrelevant, so they took her to see a doctor. The doctor was puzzled after hearing Shanti's narration. "It's really strange. This child has no symptoms of mental abnormalities at all. How could she say these unbelievable things? Let's observe her for a while." However, at the age of 9, Shanti still did not forget about her living in Mathura. "Mom, did I mention that I lived in Mathura before? I got married there and gave birth to 3 children. My name was Luchi when I lived in Mathura." Shanti also told her mother the names and characteristics of the 3 children. The parents became more and more anxious after listening to their daughter's intoxicated chatter, thinking that the child's condition was probably getting worse. And they often wiped away their tears in secret. One day, a visitor came to see Shanti's mother. As soon as Shanti saw that person, she suddenly called out, "Mom, this person is my former husband's cousin. He also lives in Mathura." The guest was surprised when he heard Shanti's words and said, "Your daughter is right. I used to live in Mathura." But how did she know about it? After the incident spread, it attracted the attention of the Indian government, and a special investigation committee was formed. The committee brought Shani to Mathura for on-the-spot investigation. Shanti has never left Delhi since her birth. But as soon as she arrived in Mathura, she was able to warmly greet the local people who came to meet her in the Mathura dialect, as if she had met a long-lost friend. When she came to the door of a house, she stopped suddenly and said to others, "This is the house I used to live in." She walked in the door, pointed to an old man, and said, "He is just the father of my former husband." Then, she recognized her 2 children, and she also told people about her previous life in Mathura in detail, her association with her friends, the nearby landscape, and the school she was in at that time. The local people were very surprised when they heard her narration. What she said was completely correct, which was exactly the situation at that time. So little Shanti is the one who was reborn. The people who came to investigate this issue had to come to this conclusion. In India, the ancient Buddhist country, there are really many reborn people. Swarata Misho is one of them. One day, when he was traveling by bicycle, he pointed to a house he had never been to and said that he had lived here for a period and talked as if he just thought of it. He also talked about the past. This surprised the accompanying family members. They ran into the village to inquire, and what Svolrada said was exactly what happened here decades ago. Died shortly. On the day a person named Yaki died in a village 35 kilometers away, Gaspier suddenly woke up in the coffin placed in his home. When people pulled him out of the coffin, to their surprise, Gaspiel knew the appearance of Yaki, who was far away in a foreign land, and all the things that happened in that village. There are many examples of past lives recorded in ancient and modern Chinese and foreign books. We can't completely believe what they say, but in the face of the facts, we can't deny everything. We can deny that the statement of Tang Monk in Journey to the West is the reincarnation of Jean Chanzi, but we cannot but believe in the theory of the reincarnated soul boy of the Tibetan Panchen Lama in Tibet. For example, Wendu Gongbao Kaidan, the reincarnated soul boy of the ninth Panchen Lama Sangdang Kyuji Nyama, was able to accurately select the utensils used by the previous Panchen Lama from other identical objects, and even more surprisingly, he was able to call out the name of Gajan Pong, who had sung for the Panchen Lama, from the crowd. Before that, the two had never met. Gongbao Kaidan was not discovered by accident. After the ninth Panchen Lama passed away, the Panchen Xingyuan, an organization dedicated to protecting the personal safety of the Panchen Lama of Tibetan Buddhism, began to search for his reincarnated soul boy. After several screenings and selections among the 17 possible reincarnated soul boys, 6 were initially identified. After many more procedures, it was finally identified that Kutinj Longer Gyatso was the reincarnated soul boy of the ninth Panchen Lama. However, Kutinj Longer Gyatso suddenly died of an illness. Why did he die suddenly? Because the real reincarnated soul boy was not him, but someone else. Having no choice, the Panchen Kinpo Conference Hall took the remaining 5 possible reincarnated soul boys to Kumba Monastery. They wrote the soul boys' names on papers, wrapped the papers in tsampa, kneaded the tsampa into balls, and put them into a gold bottle. After a series of prayers and other activities, they shook the gold bottle in front of the public. A pill jumped out of the gold bottle during the shaking. They opened it, and it was Wendu Gongbao Kaidan's name on it. In fact, anyone who was a human being in the last life and reincarnated as a human in the next life will definitely have a feeling of déjà vu about a place suddenly and dimly in your life. In some places, although you have never been there, once you arrive, they must be reflected in your subconsciousness. You don't know what's going on, you just feel as if you have been here before. Of course, if you were an animal in your previous life, you will not have this kind of memory, but you must have a special love for a certain animal, and you are particularly disgusted or afraid of some animals. If you were a celestial in the 1,000-year world or the 10,000-year world, you will not have this kind of hazy memory, but you will definitely hate the selfishness of human society and subconsciously feel that you don't belong to this world. If you come from the Elysium world, you don't like meat by nature. Many wonderful hallucinations often appear in your mind, and you have an instinctive closeness to Buddhism. Second, do people really have an afterlife? It's hard for us to believe the hearsay of others, but we have to believe the theories and examples based on scientific research and clinical practice. There is an organization in this world called the International Association for Near-Death Studies, whose website is www.nderf.org. The results of this research organization show that people have an afterlife. Please feel free to contact them to discuss where people go after death. As living people, it is impossible for them to clearly know the scene after death, but for those who died but came back to life due to various reasons, it is true that some of them have experienced the scene after death. I myself started to explore the essence of life because of a fact that came into being 20 years ago. That is, no matter whether people in the world believe it or not, I am sure that life has an afterlife, and because of my continuous research and exploration, I discovered my past life and future life and made clear the purpose and significance of my birth. I passed through a happy darkness and saw the bright sunshine. I felt extremely happy. I was pushed into a black hole, and my mind still maintained infinite peace. Suddenly, a ray of light appeared in front of me. It was like a star in the sky at first, and then it turned into a sun at dawn in an instant. The radiant sun does not dazzle me. On the contrary, Looking at this red sun, I feel unparalleled happiness. This is a beautiful place. I am very happy to come to this place. I feel delightful. I seem to have a nightmare. Countless ghosts came to claim my life, and a black tornado also hit me. I was frightened to death, and suddenly I was pulled back by a force. I watched the doctors tossing my dead body. Relatives and friends were mourning and crying, but I drifted farther and farther away from them. I was not sad. I felt extremely peaceful and felt that there was a beautiful place in the distance, and that is where I should be. The above are the memories and narrations of people who died and came back to life. Although they did not describe what kind of place they arrived at, it is certain that they still have a clear consciousness after death, and they also feel the beauty or dreadfulness of the place they are going to. It is certain that people will have an afterlife. There are only two kinds of eternal things in the universe. One is energy and the other is life. Without life, the existence of the universe is meaningless. Without energy, life will have nothing to attach itself to. Life is eternal. The so-called death is just the transformation of the life carrier. After the body of life dies, the spiritual body of life will enter another life carrier. After a dog dies, it may be reincarnated as a human being. Then, as a dog, it died, but it was born again as a human being. That is to say, life is the root of death, and death is the root of life. Where there is no death, there is no birth. Where there is no birth, there is no death. If the life of a dog does not die, then the life of a human cannot be born. To be born in the thousand-year world, the life in the mortal world must die, and life cannot step into two rivers at the same time. So, what is the meaning of "in life there is death, in death there is life"? We know that the aging of the body is gradual and unconscious. If we take photos of the life mileage from birth to death every day, by taking out two adjacent photos and comparing them, you cannot see the difference between the two at all. However, if you compare the photos with the ones which were taken after a period of time, such as 1 month or a year, you can clearly see the difference between them. That is to say, life is dying every moment. In life there is death. So, is there life in death? Yes, there is life in death. We already know that life is eternal, and people have an afterlife. So what factors will determine our afterlife? Is becoming a cow, a pig, a human, an immortal, or a Buddha in the next life accidental or inevitable? We know that every result has an early cause. It is impossible for anyone to suddenly become a president. A desert will not suddenly become an oasis, and a tadpole will not suddenly become a frog. The change is gradual, but the result may be sudden. For a person to reincarnate as a beast in the next life, he needs to continue to do evil, to squander and waste. He needs not only to spend all the savings in his life bank, but also overspend and leave a deficit. Otherwise, he will not be able to reincarnate as a beast in his next life. In the same way, if a person wants to become a Buddha, he must consciously and voluntarily reach the point of having nothing. Not only can he not own money, fame, property, beautiful women, family, status, etc., but he must also not be obsessed with a certain concept or have disputes with common people, and of course he must not kill or eat meat. If you want to go to the thousand-year world in your next life, your humanity must be perfect. So, are there any signs that indicate what kind of reincarnation criteria a person has reached at the time of his death? Yes, that are the different structures of neurons in the central nervous system of the brain at the time of death. Different structures have different colors. If a color scanner can be invented, when a person dies, open his neurocranium and you can see the color of his brain with the scanner. If it is colorful, it can be concluded that his life has gone to the 10,000-year world. If it is purple, he has gone to the Elysium world. If it appears red or green or blue, he must have gone to the thousand-year world. If it appears white, he will be reincarnated as a human. If it shows a faint dark color, he will enter the animal world in the next life. If it is black, he will definitely go to the netherworld, or the frozen layer, or to the inflaming layer. In short, life and death are only images. Life has neither life nor death. Just like Seth said, death is not the end of life. 物种是进化来的吗? Did life evolve from non-life? Xiefeng. Translation edited by Chinyo. Let's examine the validity of the evolutionist perspective, with Darwin as their pioneer, on the origin of species. Upon rejecting the Big Bang Theory and the notion of life arising accidentally from water, and upon analyzing the theory of evolution, we realize its shaky foundation. Without the birth of life, can evolution truly exist? Where do eggs come from without chickens? And without eggs, where does the chicken come from? Like how DNA formation depends on protein formation, without initial protein presence, DNA cannot form. Which came first, protein or DNA? The core tenets of the theory of evolution are as follows. Before evolution, there must be at least one or several lives. These one or several lives have evolved into a diverse array of life forms on Earth today. Organism evolution results from heredity, variation, and natural selection. Evolution follows the logic of natural selection, survival of the fittest, the law of the jungle, selecting the superior and eliminating the inferior. When a species cannot adapt to its environment, or when the environment does not support a species' survival, it evolves into another species. Due to brutal competition and survival of the fittest, the weak are naturally eliminated, leaving behind only the strong. This implies that low-energy forms fade while high-energy forms emerge. From these aspects, we can deduce the following. Earthworms, flies, turtles, dung beetles, cobras, dogs, humans, etc., originate from the same ancestor. Due to deteriorating ecological conditions, to ensure species reproduction, some dinosaurs evolved into humans, while others became lions and wolves. Since weaker organisms are naturally eliminated, all insects are weaker than birds and will evolve into birds or more powerful animals. Similarly, herbivores, weaker than carnivores, will evolve into carnivores for species reproduction. Carnivores, weaker than humans, will undoubtedly evolve into humans for survival. The final outcome of survival of the fittest is that all insects and animals will eventually evolve into humans. Regarding humans, the strong prey on the weak and the fittest survive. People survive by plundering and killing each other. Strong nations only remain invincible by eliminating the weak. All plundering and killing wars in history align with the theory of evolution. Acts of kindness toward other species appear cruel within one's own race. Conversely, cruelty toward other species is seen as kindness within one's own race. Whether it's burning, killing, looting, or cheating, any means to eliminate the weak and strengthen oneself are justified. Hence, Hitler's actions were 100% correct. Humans will continue to evolve. Eventually, wings will grow on their backs, eyes on the back of their heads, and they will breathe out fireworks and emit laser light from their eyes. Further analysis is unnecessary. Based on the 10 outcomes mentioned above, we can assess the viability of the theory of evolution. As we observe humans becoming smarter and more capable with each generation, we assume human evolution. However, this increased capability depends entirely on accumulated knowledge, and the essence of human life has remained unchanged since ancient times. Our genes, as human beings, have not changed. Our ancestors had 2 eyes, and we still do. Our blood was red then, and it remains red now. Our body structure has not gained or lost any organs or parts compared to our ancestors. If modern children could run like deer or zebras at birth, it would confirm human evolution. If monkeys and apes' brains are similar to humans in learning, memory, and thinking, we can deduce that humans evolved from monkeys. I will delve further into the topic of biological evolution in future chapters, particularly in the Greatest Creator chapter of Life Genuine. I encourage you to continue contemplating this issue. Mong Chir, The Blind Zone. Xiefeng. Translation edited by Chinyo. If we observe a blind person, we will find that he is constantly feeling his way forward. He cannot stride confidently on winding roads, nor can he see the potholes and stumbling stones ahead. We feel genuinely saddened by this. But what about those of us with sight? We eagerly unpack our treasures, investing everything in a marriage, only to face the painful experience of divorce a few years later. Why couldn't we foresee the outcome back then? We sincerely invest time in friendships, only to be betrayed, robbed of our savings, and even lose our spouses. Were we blind to the truth from the start? We wholeheartedly support someone's rise to power, only to discover him indifferent to our well-being and willing to trample us underfoot. Why were we blind to their true nature? We extend compassion to someone in need, sparing no effort to help him overcome one difficulty after another. However, once his wounds are healed, he turns around to bite us, not only stealing our wealth but also spreading rumors and slandering us, portraying us as worthless. Did our eyes truly perceive their nature from the outset? Parents toil tirelessly and pour their hearts into raising their children, hoping to have support in their old age. Yet, in an instant, their children die on the battlefield or under the wheel and fail to provide the expected support. Given such outcomes, how accurate was our foresight from the start? We labor tirelessly to raise our children, pouring our hearts and souls into their upbringing. Yet, in our old age, we find ourselves abandoned, without the familial support we hoped for. What was the purpose of our endeavors? Were we blind to the future? When we were at school, we studied certain subjects for getting food and sleep, but after graduation, we were unable to pursue the majors we studied. If we knew this before, why did we bother to waste money and energy? We work from dawn to dusk, live frugally, rack our brains, and work hard all our lives. When we are about to die, think about what we have gained. What were we blindly busying for? We can't see the substances with wavelengths outside the light range of 400 to 700 nanometers. We can't see the epidemic germs flying in the air. We can't see the radioactive elements invading our nerve cells. And we can't see viral bacteria filled in the rivers. The welfare of the public is lost virtually. We also turn a blind eye. What will happen tomorrow? Our eyes are also invisible. How far and how deep can our eyes see? What on earth did we see? How different are we from the blind? The achievement of a general cost many lives. One family becomes rich and another 10,000 will be, relatively, poor. The predecessors are brilliant and the descendants will be bleak. In this life, behave like a tyrant. In the next life, one will suffer. What do we really understand? What did you see again? We are so busy every day. What on earth are we busy for? We are running with high spirits on the seemingly straight road. Is this road the best way of life? What is the point of what we are passionate about? We are working overtime to build a house somewhere, yet an earthquake is imminent in this area. So, the more we do, the greater our loss. And the more we hurry up, the more we waste, isn't it? We were sweating profusely and anxiously queued up to buy tickets for the maiden voyage of the Titanic. The day when you got the ticket, was it the day when the tragedy started? A few years ago, one night, I was driving a four-wheel drive Toyota pickup truck on a jungle path in Binka, Zimbabwe, when a rabbit jumped out onto the path and attempted to cross. I slammed on the brakes, but it was too late. The rabbit was crushed to death under the wheel. Oh, rabbit, why do you hurry across the road? If you slowed down for a few seconds, you could pass safely. Does speed really make you safer? Recently, while typing with the window open in the study room of Villa number 46, at night, a few bees would often fly in to look for light. By the next day, all these bees would be found dead. Oh, bees, why do you seek out the light instead of staying in the darkness of the night? Is any bright place a good place? How many tragedies in the world happen in haste? How many joys of life are ruined in the pursuit of brightness? People, where are we going in such a hurry? There was a farmer who heard that there was gold far away, so he sold his property and went to a distant place to pan for gold. A few years later, he returned to his hometown empty-handed. Upon returning to his hometown, the first news he heard filled him with regret. The news is that the man who bought his property dug up a lot of gold on the land he sold. Everyone finds themselves in a blind zone, and it appears that we are navigating blindly. It appears that there are few individuals, both in ancient and modern times, from China and abroad, who can clearly guide us toward a path to happiness. The scriptures of major religions are profoundly deep, and we have yet to grasp their true meanings. How much farther must we tread within this blind zone? 野生动物为什么不培养自己的医生? Why do wild animals not cultivate their own doctors? Xiefeng. Translation edited by Chinyo. Humans meticulously care for themselves, always fretting over and preparing for unforeseen future events, being precautious and preventative. Contemplating the future and taking precautions isn't inherently wrong, but the question remains. Are we devoting too much time, energy, and resources to the future? By excessively fixating on the future, Are we neglecting our present? Today, people seem to form friendships mainly for utilitarian purposes, rather than fostering genuine connections as our ancestors did, where hearts were in sync. At home, rely on parents. Outside, rely on friends. But why do we rely? We cloak our true intentions, compromising and pandering to friends, just to safeguard against unforeseeable future events, leaning on them, correct? Despite forced smiles, reluctant engagements, and considerable reluctance, we still go out of our way to garner support for others. Are we still being true to ourselves? How much of our time is squandered on fruitless pursuits? Why do we engage in this behavior? Is it all in anticipation of the unforeseeable future? We install security doors, set up alarms, erect fences, hang electric wires, manufacture weapons, construct hospitals, and purchase insurance. As humanity progresses, it appears the less secure we feel. Why is this? Will there come a day when everyone must wear bulletproof vests and dwell in heavily fortified underground bunkers? Is this truly the path of human advancement? Birds and wild animals do not have doctors or hospitals. Does that mean they cannot survive? The day before yesterday, I visited the Marandra Wildlife Sanctuary for observation. A large elephant mingled among a group of water buffaloes. According to the park staff, this elephant has been alive for nearly 30 years. It struck me. This elephant has lived for 30 years without ever seeing a doctor or receiving treatment from a hospital. How did it weather the storms and extreme weather conditions over these 30 years? Among humans, who among the 30-year-olds has never visited a hospital or seen a doctor? Can one not survive without doctors and hospitals? I'm not suggesting that having doctors and hospitals is detrimental. The extension of human lifespan partly hinges on the advancement of medical services. The question remains, why don't birds and wild animals have their own doctors and hospitals? Are they not living freely and happily? In the courtyard of the villa where I reside, the vegetation flourishes. Every day around 4:30 in the morning, birds chirp in unison, and around 5 o'clock, when I open the window, I can observe a dozen or more species of birds merrily chirping and catching insects. They appear so carefree and liberated, utterly unconcerned about world affairs, currency fluctuations, the Iraq crisis, or the Asian financial turmoil. I wonder, should humans take a cue from birds? If we eschew reliance on anything and nothing can be depended upon, if we refrain from worrying excessively about the future, will we live more freely? Let what comes, come, and let what goes, go. Wouldn't life be simpler? 思维误区 Misconceptions in Thinking. Xiefeng. Translation edited by Chinyo. Failure is the mother of success. Is it really so? The original intention of this argument is to encourage people not to be discouraged by failure, but to learn from it in order to achieve success. It seems that the great inventor Edison once said, "Who says I failed? I already know 9,900 ways that won't work." From this, people mistakenly believe that Edison's success is entirely due to failure, thus failure is the mother of success. In fact, Edison's success is entirely based on his repeated successes. Without the multiple successes in the early stage and the confidence gained from other successes, he would undoubtedly fail. The truth is, from the perspective of probability theory, success breeds success and failure breeds failure. Successful people will continue to succeed, while failures will continue to fail. Individual or minority examples are not sufficient to establish a theorem. True lovers eventually become a couple. Is it true? This idea seems to tell us that all married couples in the world are loving and affectionate lovers. Let's ask ourselves honestly, have you and your loved one become a married couple? The fact is it is difficult for lovers to become married. If lovers do become married, the outcome is often the drowning of affection. Live and work in peace and contentment. Is it possible? Without a job, how can one live in peace? Would pies fall from the sky? It should be only by enjoying work can one live in peace. In today's world, many young people start their careers first and then start a family, which is correct. Safe and sound. Half right. Being safe leads to being sound, but being sound leads to being safe. Steel is refined through 100 trials. Try it. After 100 attempts, will it become steel or gas? Ever changing. Yes, without rules to follow. Acting without rules, indeed it is ever-changing. Wisdom comes from experience. Must we experience everything to gain wisdom? Time flies, life is short. If we cannot cleverly make use of things, if we cannot learn from others' experiences and lessons and apply them to different situations to gain wisdom, and instead insist on trying everything by ourselves, isn't that foolish? The only way to catch tiger cubs is to go into the tiger's den. How many spy satellites are hovering over us, observing our every move? With interconnected computers, the world situation can be observed in an instant. In this era, do we still need to risk our lives to catch tiger cubs in their dens? Truth lies in the coffin. Don't expect to find truth just by closing the coffin. People will review history from thousands of years ago for comments. We should still follow Tao and not care about the content of the eulogy when we die. Associate with the wise and you become wise. Associate with the foolish and you become foolish. Nuns think about having a drink in the lively place, and prostitutes want to get away early and cultivate virtue. There are many corrupt officials among the emperor's followers, and there is justice among the gangsters. Who says, associate with the wise and you become wise. Associate with the foolish and you become foolish? A newborn calf is not afraid of tigers. The opposite is, a newborn tiger is most afraid of cows. The viewer sees better than those involved. The truth is, those involved see better, while the viewer is confused. He who has the truth on his side has the majority. Aside from negative cosmic energy, the rest seems to be, the strong have more help, the weak have less help. A dog relies on its master's power. Similarly, people rely on the power of dogs. A bosom friend afar brings a distant land near. Without anyone recognizing oneself, one's neighbor is as distant as the ends of the earth. Once called, it comes. Once waved, it goes. It comes when called, but it's hard to make it go when waved. The strong wind reveals the sturdy grass. Sturdy grass recognizes the strong wind. Do not do unto others what you do not want done to yourself. What you do not want done to yourself, you easily do unto others. Listen to both sides, and you will be enlightened. Heed only one side, and you will be benighted. Heeding only one side leads to darkness, and listening to both sides also leads to darkness. If you want something, you must give something in return. If you give something, it's definitely in order to get something back. Exhaust oneself in service, and only rest in death. Exhaust oneself in service, merely for the sake of reputation. A long road tests the strength of a horse. Time reveals a person's heart. Carrying a heavy load tests the strength of a horse, and money reveals a person's heart. Better to be a shattered jade than an intact tile. Better to be an intact tile than a shattered jade. If the skin is gone, what can the hair attach to? If the hair is gone, where can the skin hide? A broken mirror can be put together again. It's hard to mend a broken mirror. People fear fame as pigs fear fattening. People want fame as pigs want to grow fat. Youth is wasted on the young. Workers don't work hard, and bosses suffer. He who sees the trend is a wise man. He who sees the trend is a smooth talker. If one separates himself from physical labor, he cannot differentiate between the 5 grains. If one separates himself from physical labor, there will be an abundant harvest of the 5 grains. The whole year's work depends on a good start in spring. The whole year's work depends on a good start in winter. All crows are black. All crows are not as black. To spin a cocoon and trap oneself in it. To spin a cocoon for self-defense. Of the 36 strategies, running away is the best. Of the 36 strategies, intangibility is the best. 3 shoemakers surpass Zhuge Liang. 3 shoemakers are still shoemakers. Traveling 1,000 miles is better than 10 years of reading. 1 year of reading is better than traveling 1,000 miles. If you don't listen to the old man, suffering is in front of you. If you only listen to the old man, suffering lies ahead. 颠倒思维, reverse thinking. 斜think. Translation edited by Chinyo. Not having is having is not having. Up is down is up. Success is failure and failure is success. Gain is loss is gain. You are me and I am you. Humans are Buddhas, and Buddhas are humans. People are ghosts, and ghosts are people. Humans are demons, and demons are humans. Life is death, and death is life. Moving forward is moving backward, and moving backward is moving forward. Destruction is construction, and construction is destruction. Being intelligent is being foolish, and being foolish is being intelligent. Science is a form of superstition, and superstition is a form of science. Politics involves governing people, and governing people involves politics. Workers are laborers, and cadres do nothing. Disorder is order, and order is disorder. A child is an old person, and an old person is a child. The infinitely large tends towards the infinitely small, and the infinitely small tends towards the infinitely large. The darker the place, the brighter it seems, yet the brighter it appears, the darker it becomes. The slower, the faster, and the faster, the slower. The richer one is, the more distressed one becomes, and the more powerful one is, the more dangerous one becomes. The kinder you are, the more foolish you may seem. Yet the more foolish you appear, the wiser you may be. The poorer one is, the less trustworthy one is perceived, and the richer one is, the greedier one becomes. The more useless something seems, the more useful it may be, and the less one possesses, the freer one may be. The more enticing something appears, the more it may consume one's life, and the more delectable something seems, the more it may harm one's health. The more one has, the more one will gain, and the less one has, the less one will be bestowed. Looking at people from afar, they appear beautiful, but up close, they seem ugly. Similarly, pigs appear hateful from a distance, yet charming up close. The nourishment for humans is not food, but the different molecular structures of energy, qi, within food. If one consumes this energy directly, they may bypass the need for food altogether. When God created humans, humans began creating gods. When humans raise cows, cows start to raise humans. When humans invent computers, computers will eventually invent humans. Because we have eyes, we don't see what we should see, but we see what we shouldn't see. Because we have mouths, we don't eat what we should eat, but we eat what we shouldn't eat. Those who achieve success early often decline early. Early intelligence can lead to early confusion. Early sorrow can turn into early joy, and early happiness can turn into early sorrow. Those who rise early tend to sleep early, and those who sleep early often rise late. The more one loses, the more one gains. Conversely, the more one gains, the more one loses. In having nothing to lose, one has nothing to gain, yet in losing everything, one gains everything. The ultimate objective of life is not to approach death, but to journey towards another world. Much like the ultimate aim of a fetus is not to grow within the womb, but to enter the world. Thus, human society acts as a grand womb, through which individuals must pass, seemingly through the gateway of death, to reach another world. Consequently, death is not the end, but rather the beginning. The you in dreams is not your true self. The true self slumbers in the real world. Similarly, the you in the present is not the true self. The true self is sleeping in another world. The dream, you, is unaware that your real self is slumbering in the real world, just as the present you is unaware that the true self sleeps in another world. Upon awakening, the dream ends. When the true self awakens in another world, life concludes. If one dies suddenly, it is because the true self in another world did not awaken naturally but was abruptly awoken by others. Thus, regardless of age or manner, death is not an inherently negative event, and the living need not sorrow but should rejoice in their timely cessation of illusion. From the perspective of conventional thinking, the sun unquestionably revolves around the earth, as observed rising from mountains, water, and the horizon, and setting on the opposite side at dusk. The ancient text, Shan Hai Jing, contains a fable titled Quafu Chasing the Sun, wherein the protagonist Quafu perishes due to his adherence to conventional thinking. Similarly, Copernicus was burned alive for expressing a treasonous and heretical notion. The earth revolves around the sun, rather than the sun around the earth. Consequently, conventional thinking is often the folly of fools. We frequently refer to sea level, yet it is not a level surface but rather a curved one. When traveling by Boeing 747 from Johannesburg to Hong Kong via Bangkok, The altitude of the plane remains relatively constant, leading us to assume it flies straight and parallel. However, the flight path is not linear but rather curved. You take a globe, imagine yourself standing in Oslo, Norway, and then picture the people in Cape Town, South Africa. Can you tell me who is on top, who is on the bottom? If you consider yourself on top, then the people in Cape Town would be below. Since they are below, and everyone's feet are planted on the earth, it is without doubt that the people in Cape Town live with their heads facing down. However, when you visit Cape Town, you find that people are heads up, making it seem like the people in Oslo are the ones with their heads down. Thus, our conception of up and down may be erroneous. Though we claim airplanes soar in the sky, changing spatial perspectives reveals they travel beneath the earth. Extending from the spatial positions of up and down to the abstract concepts of high and low, we often say, the greater the hardships endured, the more esteemed the person, man struggles upwards, water flows downwards. This erroneous perception of hierarchy makes people forget the meaning of life, trapped in the quagmire of upward ascent since childhood, unable to extricate themselves. By the time old age approaches, they still don't understand, remaining confused, thus muddling their once very beautiful lives. The more energetic a person is, the more susceptible they are to straying from the path, and the smarter and more talented a person is, the easier it is for them to become ensnared in the mundane. Conversely, those who are frequently ill, seemingly hopeless, are more likely to grasp the truth. This is reflected in the Taoist saying, illness breeds Tao in the mind, and the reason lies therein. Let's look at time again. We say, today is March 3rd, 2004, and 10 years from today will be March 3rd, 2014. Upon waking in the morning, we glance at the clock and exclaim, ah, it's already 7 o'clock. When conversing with friends, one might remark, time flies so quickly. I'm almost 40 years old. We feel as though we're swimming in the vast ocean of time. Life is fleeting, and the years are unforgiving. The older one gets, the more prone they are to sighs and regrets. The sunset is infinitely good, but it's almost dusk. Knowing today, why regret yesterday? Time, like a demon or cancer cell, consumes people's happiness, hope, and lives. But let me ask you, where does time come from? Does time truly exist in the universe? Is time really so precious? You may find yourself perplexed. If I were to tell you, time is a construct of humanity, it doesn't truly exist in the universe, and time isn't inherently valuable, you might find it puzzling. If I were to further assert, you've created time as this specter, this illusion, to intimidate and torment yourself, you might begin to question my sanity. Delving deeper, have you ever dreamt of deceased loved ones? The relatives you see in your dreams aren't truly dead. They've merely transitioned to a different realm of existence or shifted to another space. Would you then consider me delusional, spouting nonsense? The truth is, if you were to think so, you'd be correct, indicating your normalcy, practicality, and rationality, but lacking the concept of unconventional thinking. 3 meals a day are considered essential. The diet should be varied. Otherwise, malnutrition may ensue. This is conventional wisdom. If you firmly believe it to be an absolute truth, then indeed it is. You become accustomed to 3 meals a day. Should you miss one, you'll feel hunger and uneasy. If you believe 2 meals a day suffice, then indeed they do. If one day you were to consume an extra meal, you'd experience stomach discomfort. If you believe 1 meal a day is adequate, then it is. Regarding food, if you subscribe to the theories of nutritionists, you'll include chicken, duck, fish, various fruits, vegetables, etc. in your diet. If you adopt a diet that is too simplistic, it will result in your physical and mental emaciation, accompanied by fatigue. But if you reject the conventional nutritionist's approach, believing that consuming only 1 egg and a glass of milk per day provides ample energy, then indeed it does. Furthermore, if you firmly believe that subsisting on a spoonful of honey, an apple, and an adequate amount of spring water per day is sufficient, then it is. Should you believe that abstaining from food and drink altogether, existing as your own cosmic entity, allows for longevity, then you've grasped the mechanics of animal hibernation, attaining the wisdom of Bodhidharma. Expanding upon this, should you experience faint stomach pains one day, subsequently suspecting stomach cancer and thinking daily, "Oh no, I have stomach cancer," within 3 months, a medical examination confirms your fears. Conversely, after an examination reveals lung cancer, should you firmly assert, "This cannot be lung cancer. My lungs are perfectly healthy, and there's no way I could have lung cancer." 3 months later, the lung cancer dissipates. The key lies in the power of the mind. It only works when one believes sincerely. With sincerity, one can split gold. "I'm old. I'm no longer capable. I'm already 40. What else can I do? This life is what it is. If there's an afterlife, I must. I'm already 80. This illness cannot be cured. This is impossible. This is too fantastical." These sentiments, born of conventional thinking, lead one down a path of negativity, a suicidal mindset, a misconception of human nature, a spreading virus. Some may argue, "I'm already in my 70s, nearing the end. Even if I were to break free from conventional thinking, what good would it do?" Let me tell you, every day of a person's life, every age, marks both an end and a new beginning. Each day heralds the birth of a new self. People can live not only to 100, but even 200 years. The reason for disbelief lies in the millennia of conventional thinking constraining minds and thoughts, coupled with the misleading notions of shallow science, claiming a pituitary gland at the back of the brain secretes a fluid controlling lifespan and asserting that humans undergo only 7-cell divisions from birth to death. These are all negative inductions. Be practical and realistic. Don't aim too high. Human lives rarely exceed 70. You're almost 80. Be content. Do you really believe in a second youth? The next time someone dares to preach such wisdom, tell them to take their ignorant babble elsewhere. An elephant can be tied to a stake with only a thin rope. A farmer can be tied to the ground with only a bit of land. A worker can be tied to a workshop with only a few sets of tools and a workplace. An intellectual can be tied to a job with only a few hundred yuan salary in the hope of being promoted. A businessman can be tied to a business field with only a little profit. A follower of a religion can be bound within a certain religion by a scripture, and an official can be tied to a post with only one position. The moral creed of children whose parents are still alive should not travel too far away from their parents has tied a high school outstanding classmate of mine near his home forever. The absurd causal preaching of "there are 3 forms of unfilial conducts, having no male heir is the gravest of the 3, has made countless respectable people suffer from inner torment forever. For their parents, for relatives and friends, for children, for traditional virtues, for reputation, countless men and women who do not love each other silently endure and live together for a lifetime. Everyone is more or less tied by invisible ropes, and everyone's mind is covered by an invisible net of thinking. Everyone is carrying a heavy cross, but they can't feel it. Or they can feel it, but do not have the strength and courage to break through the fetters. Seeing that the people around them are living like this, they feel at ease, get used to it, become numb, so they bear it. Someone asked me, "It's easy for an elephant tied by a string to break free, but where will it go if it breaks free?" Yes, if you break free, where can you go? With no fodder, no jobs, no wages, no position, and even no housing and the surrounding relationships, how can one survive? There was a group of swans. Every autumn, they flew over thousands of mountains and rivers in a group, singing songs all the way, admiring the green mountains and blue waters under their wings, and going to the far south to open up new living areas. A few of them were captured and fed by humans. They grew fatter and fatter, having no worry about food and drink, and carefree. Even in the cold wind and snow, there was a shelter protecting them from the wind. As time went by, they got used to the food given by the master and got used to the joy with the chickens, ducks, pigs, and dogs. Their brothers and sisters flew back the next year, and they met with a burst of kisses and hubbub. Autumn was here again, and the brothers and sisters came to encourage them to fly to the warm south together. But they advised their brothers and sisters in turn, "Stay here, there is food, drink, and housing here. Why bother to fly back and forth every year? Besides, the place you fly to may not necessarily be lush with water and grass. Even if the food is abundant, You have to find food yourself. How can it compare to us here having food and drink and being free and easy?" The brothers and sisters shook their heads in puzzlement, one by one. They spread their wings and flew away. In the third year, spring had come, and the flowers were in bloom. The brothers and sisters flew back again with singing. But except for two nephews and nieces, their original brothers and sisters were nowhere to be seen. They asked their dirty nephew, "Where did your uncles and aunts go?" The lame niece rushed to cry. A few uncles were killed by the master to entertain guests. Other uncles were killed by the mistress, saying that she wanted to nourish her body, and the aunts were taken away by relatives and friends of the family. Don't know whether they are still alive. When I was grabbing food with the puppy, my leg was bitten by the mother dog. What should my brother and I do now?" As she spoke, she squatted on the ground in despair. All the swans came around at once, stroked and comforted with their white wings. "Children, don't cry. We will take you out of here this autumn." "Where can we go?" asked the poor nephew. Long-term habits have formed a fixed thinking. Once the thinking is fixed, it is difficult to break through. Let's look at another phenomenon. The wholly devoted state of Africans praying for blessings. Groups and groups of Africans on the African land are all dressed in white clothes, regardless of the wind or rain. They go to the big tree, or kneel on the grass to repent and pray. What kind and honest people! The wholly devoted state of Africans praying for blessings. Groups and groups of Africans on the African land are all dressed in white clothes, regardless of the wind or rain. They go to the big tree, or kneel on the grass to repent and pray. What kind and honest people! I respect these kind-hearted people and hope that all people will go to mosques, Buddhist temples, Taoist temples, churches, and kingdom halls to participate in activities and listen to teachings. I bring this up just to talk about the problem of thinking. All religions have their own rituals and forms, and they have fixed activities every day, every month, and every year. What I want to ask is, can these rituals, forms, and activities alone enable you to be liberated, reborn in heaven, in the Elysium world, or the Millennium world? I have no objection to your beliefs. The problem is that you must figure out what you believe in and whether its past and future are clear. If you don't know, will all your efforts be in vain, and will you go astray? Just take Buddhism as an example. Shakyamuni Buddha said in the Diamond Sutra, "Those who see me in form and seek me in sound are treading the heterodox path and cannot perceive Tathagata." What is form? Form refers to material forms, things that can be seen and touched. Then, is paying homage to Buddha statues, burning incense and kowtowing and praying in accordance with the teachings of Buddha? If a physical body goes all the way to a temple to worship a physical statue, does the behavior itself violate the teachings of the Buddha? Is it already on the heterodox path? Everyone who worships the Buddha statue, I want to ask you, where is the Buddha? Is the Buddha in the temple? If you don't have Buddha in your heart, even if you travel all over the world, you can't find Buddha. If you have Buddha in your heart, there are Buddhas everywhere. If you really want to worship Buddha, you must keep in mind the teachings of Buddha. First, worship Buddha in your heart and learn from Buddha in speech and behavior. Only in this way can you understand the principles of Buddhism, perceive the nature of Buddha, and finally become a Buddha. Worship that emphasizes form but ignores content is a kind of blasphemy against gods and Buddhas. Rituals and forms are a kind of restraint, a kind of pretense, just to strengthen people's beliefs, and a means and process of dissemination. Whether you attain Tao depends entirely on your own psychology and actions. If you don't have it in your heart, it is useless, and not even if you burn incense and kowtow every day. Go to temples and Taoist churches to worship statues of gods every day. If you have it in your heart, even if you have never been to a temple or church, you can become a loyal disciple of gods and Buddhas. Due to the limitation of conventional thinking, most people think that gods and Buddhas are in temples, Taoist temples, and churches, or in some places that are indefinable. They believe that as long as they participate in religious activities and hold ceremonies, they can get the blessings of gods and Buddhas, and their merits and virtues are fulfilled, and they will attain the state of spiritual immortality. It is actually very wrong. In fact, gods and Buddhas are one with humans, and gods and Buddhas are on us, and gods and Buddhas cannot be deceived. Everyone has divinity and Buddha nature and interacts with the gods and Buddhas in other dimensions. Whether we can go to the space of gods and Buddhas after death is entirely determined by the response information waves we send out from our body and the intensity of the visible light colors which we have but cannot be seen and distinguished by the naked eye. Just like a networked computer, the program has been determined, and it all depends on how you apply it. It is impossible to get away with it if you want to be opportunistic. The great world seems chaotic, complicated, unpredictable, and elusive, but it is actually very simple. Our every word, deed, every action, every thought is recorded on our body without omission. Even in the pitch dark night, one does things secretly, thinking that the gods do not know it, and the ghosts do not notice it. In fact, the information waves and light emitted from us have changed and have been clearly revealed. Divine punishments, though slow, are always sure, with big meshes yet letting nothing slip through. Who can you fool? Thuwei de Wei Li. The Power of Thinking. Xiefeng. Translation edited by Chinyo. Let me begin with an example. In the 5th issue of Reader in 1997, there was a short article with the following content. One day, during a casual conversation, Zhang Jindua asked Lu Jimin, "Do you know how one can die the most peaceful death?" Jimin was at a loss for words. Jindua remarked, "The best way for someone to die is by falling from an airplane. It's the most peaceful death." Ironically, on October 17, 1958, while leading a cultural delegation to Afghanistan, Jindua's plane crashed, and he passed away at the age of 61. You must have recognized the power of thinking. Zhang Jindua's death from falling out of an airplane was not accidental, but rather a result of his thinking. There are numerous such instances. You can explore them on your own. Thinking is a form of non-material that communicates with negative cosmic energy. The path ahead of us is not determined by our actions, but rather controlled by our thinking. Whether positive or negative, once our thinking is set, the energy of the negative universe will fully align to achieve our goals. I'd rather not delve deeper into this, to prevent others from mastering its laws and causing harm to others. Let me offer a few unique examples for you to ponder or experiment with. Take a piece of paper the size of a bank check and firmly believe in your mind that it's a flawless bank check with the exact amount written on it. Head to the bank to cash it, and the teller will surely comply. However, any trace of doubt in your mind will lead to failure. Lock yourself in a room with closed doors and windows and practice how to exit it. If you eliminate the presence of tangible objects like walls and doors from your thinking, you can easily leave. But if even a slight doubt exists, you'll inevitably hit a wall. Those who can walk on water don't perceive it as such beneath their feet. If you start to panic or doubt the water's ability to support you while walking on it, you'll sink immediately. Attempt to infiltrate a heavily guarded location. By envisioning yourself as invisible in your mind, you can confidently enter and exit. However, the slightest fear will immediately alert the guards. Stand atop a high-rise building or a cliff's edge and imagine flying to another high point without any tools. Conventional thinking deems it impossible and reckless, yet unconventional thinkers can achieve it. By conventional standards, the aforementioned scenarios are mere fantasies and delusions. If you hold this view, it indicates your normalcy, rationality, and scientific mindset. Finding them intriguing suggests you possess the capacity for unconventional thinking. Recognizing the superficiality of our understanding of the material world implies that such feats are entirely plausible, signifying a departure from conventional thinking. Further development will unveil more mysteries of the universe. Thinking is one of the most potent energies in the cosmos. Those who master it wield boundless power and can invisibly influence life and death. Mastery depends on our self-cultivation, while accessing higher realms hinges on our self-improvement. Here, what I want to declare is, when it comes to unusual endeavors, start with the small steps. Don't rush to summon winds and call forth rain or command the wind and clouds right from the start. As your self-cultivation improves, many things will naturally come to fruition. If you're eager for success and attempt to achieve it overnight, pushing hard before it's time, you do so at your own risk. The path to attaining great power is deceptively simple. Once hinted at, it becomes clear. With heightened spiritual power, compassion becomes paramount. Avoid arrogance, complacency, or actions that may harm others. If you stray onto a darker path, don't blame me when regret sets in too late. Should you ever ascend to higher realms, remember the origins of your unconventional thinking in your heart, so as not to violate the rules of heaven and end up like water without a source or a tree without roots. 我反常思维的契机及过程. The origin and process of my unconventional thinking. Xiefeng. Translation edited by Chinyo. To explain the origins of my unconventional thinking and to provide insight into the scientific approach to unconventional thinking, let me briefly outline the process through which I began to think unconventionally. The first person to recognize my unconventional thinking was my wife. She always said I was peculiar, different from others, and later she even labeled me as a monster. Because of this, we often couldn't reach a consensus on many family matters due to our different ways of thinking. But because I insisted on my own views and was unwilling to change my mindset, she had no choice. I said to her, "You may be right, but give me a chance. As long as you do as I say, our lives will undergo a significant change every 5 years. If there's no major change in the first 5 years, I'll always listen to you." Of course, practice proved that my thinking conforms to objective laws. In fact, in my opinion, normality is abnormal, and abnormality is normal. Normal. The thinking of ordinary people is confused by dazzling surface phenomena, focusing only on immediate interests and the present time and space, without understanding what emptiness is, what reality is, what existence is, and what non-existence is, so they cannot understand unconventional thinking. Some people are purely blinded by their own arrogance, selfishness, and jealousy. Their conventional thinking confines their minds. Some people are blocked from wisdom by inferiority, poverty, stubbornness, illness, and prejudice. In my view, the vast majority of people are covered by layers of nets and can never break free without external force. Some may ask, am I not doing fine? Where should I break free from? Aren't you just like me, living on the earth? Indeed, I am just like you, living on this earth. The difference is that I know why I'm alive, while you are living in confusion. When I die, I know where I'm going, while you may end up in hell. Now, let's get back to the point. In the first issue of the Reader's Digest in Gansu, China, in 1987, there was a question in a reader survey. What are your hobbies? My answer was, self-anesthesia. This statement appeared in another issue under the Report on the Reader's Survey Form section, with a comment. A reader pessimistically wrote, self-anesthesia? He made very pertinent comments on our publication while sharply criticizing certain social phenomena. He did not sign his name. Self-anesthesia is probably just self-deprecation. He is actively contemplating and feeling the responsibility on his shoulders. Why did I choose self-anesthesia? Because I found that this world is upside down. People live upside down, and everything they see is inverted. The opportunity that triggered such thinking for me was in 1982 when I was generating electricity in the Chilean mountains at an altitude of nearly 4,000 meters. I had altitude sickness, with my heart beating 120 times per minute. I often had headaches, felt weak all over, and had to stop and catch my breath after walking a few steps. I choked while eating, and 2 months later, my nails started to indent. I raised my difficulties to the leadership, hoping to be transferred to the temporary workshop below the mountain. At that time, Dr. Lee, who later committed suicide, from the team also helped me plead with the leadership, but the answer I got was, this is the arrangement of the organization and the revolutionary work needs it. Other places are already full, and you only have this position. At that time, the leader who had previously worked as a laborer and later became a political instructor stabbed me, saying, you have no sense to appreciate favors. Helpless, I thought of running away, but to my surprise, all the drivers entering the mountain didn't let me hitchhike. It turned out that there was a rule that drivers were not allowed to take people out of the mountain without the permission of the leadership. I thought about walking out, but it was not easy. Trucks from Human City, where Iron Man, Wang Jinsi had worked, would take nearly 7 hours of bumpy driving to reach our work site. Along the way, except for occasional tints of Tibetan herdsmen, there were almost no signs of human habitation. Could I walk out? I realized that I must have incurred this ordeal because I had offended the brigade leader. Understanding this, I felt relieved. My first thought at the time was, to save myself, I thought, if grass can grow on the mountain, it must have the ability to withstand the cold. So, I began to look for edible grass. Fortunately, there was a wild onion on the mountain that looked like garlic and tasted like onions. I started to eat it in large quantities, firmly believing that eating this onion would relieve my altitude sickness. Whether it was a psychological effect or the effect of wild onions, I gradually adapted physiologically. Once I found that my life was no longer in danger, I felt that the world was vast. Apart from the time for sleep each day, I remained silent and reserved, no longer seeking approval from others. I concentrated all my time on sitting on the top of the mountain, starting a few months of intense contemplation of life from the simple and practical slogan, organization arrangement, revolutionary work needs, commonly used by leaders. Although I didn't realize the true meaning of life at that time, I already knew many mysteries of life. The mystery is to look at the world and life in reverse, using reverse thinking to understand the connotations and extensions of things and phenomena. For example, organization arrangement, revolutionary work needs can be understood as personal arrangement, leadership needs. Labor is most glorious is interpreted as being an official is most glorious. Model worker is seen as ignorant model. Three goods becomes three bads. Advanced individual transforms into brainless individual. Moving closer to the organization signifies moving closer to the leadership. Revolution equates to deprivation. Obeying the organization's arrangement implies suppressing one's own personality. Reactionary individual may represent thoughtful individual. Good comrade might signify someone who doesn't adhere to principles. And mischievous person could indicate someone with some talent, and so on. Outwardly, I went with the flow, following nature, trying to maintain harmony with people and leaders as much as possible. Sometimes, I also showed off and competed for excellence or the three goods, but inwardly, I didn't care about the people and things around me at all. But all this couldn't be discussed with people. Everyone was busy chasing colorful bubbles, and they didn't understand what I was talking about. I thought it was better to self-anesthetize first. 4 years before going abroad, when I was still a middle school teacher, Mr. Li Zhengrui, the director of the Lanzhou Information Office, asked me to contract his office. I wrote to him, telling him that I wanted to go abroad first, because my thoughts at the time were out of sync with the times and the surrounding environment, and I was afraid of becoming a frog at the bottom of the well. I could only leave my homeland, go to a foreign country, and breathe different air to verify the correctness and universality of my thinking. Today, my ability to write Life Genuine abroad is the result of unconventional thinking. Some may perceive it as mere good fortune, but in truth, it was a deliberate plan on my part. However, don't mistake it for scheming. I'm simply employing unconventional thinking and the principle of non-action, Wu Wei. Who can predict what will happen to themselves 4 or 5 years from now? Probably 90% of people can't do it. After descending the mountain, I set aside orthodox works like Marxist-Leninist writings and Mao Zedong's selected works, and instead delved into the thoughts of Sakyamuni and Laozi to experience their thinking. Then I studied the I Ching, Book of Changes, Bagua, 8 Trigrams, Chiman Duanjia, the art of becoming invisible Taoist magic, palmistry, chiromancy, astrology, feng shui, 8 characters divination, solar term picking, yin and yang 5 elements, name mysteries, Huangdi Neijing, Yellow Emperor's inner canon, and basic traditional Chinese medicine, among others, which are considered by some to be superstitious or unorthodox. I also scrutinized Maslow's hierarchy of needs theory, Freud's psychoanalytic theory, and Nietzsche's philosophy of the Übermensch. None of the above fully answered my questions. After that, I worked as a translator, a truck driver, a salesperson, a street vendor, a shopkeeper, a nightclub manager, a restaurant owner, a fast food operator, and a bartender in a foreign country, using real-life experiences to verify my insights and experience the ups and downs of life. Apart to my experiences abroad, I worked as a farmer, a construction worker, a cargo handler, a clerk, an accountant, a party branch secretary, a cultural propaganda team instructor in a commune, a fitter, a welder, a car mechanic, an electrician, a high school teacher, a department clerk in an office, and an office director after going into business. In my childhood, I herded sheep for several years. I picked wild vegetables and cleaned up dung. I scavenged for scrap and sold fruit in a county town. I visited villages and households to sell vinegar. Additionally, I caught pigeons and smashed bird nests. I raised squirrels and used a bamboo basket to catch fish by the Yellow River. Furthermore, I picked wild vegetables and flowers in the mountains for cooking. I participated in various forms of gambling, including five dragons, 10 and a half, coin flipping, dice throwing, drawing the nine tiles, mahjong, blackjack, and roulette. I also smoked, drank, to the point of causing stomach bleeding, and used opium for pain relief. I started dating at the age of 13 and was publicly criticized and warned by the school principal at a school-wide assembly, ridiculed, mocked by classmates, almost dropped out of school, and served as a Red Guard platoon leader during the Cultural Revolution, where I was beaten, resulting in a nosebleed, betrayed by colleagues, deceived by respected individuals, and cheated and extorted by international criminal organization. In 1960, I almost starved to death, nearly drowned while swimming in the Yellow River, almost got bitten to death by a snake on the mountains of Bandura district in Zimbabwe, and narrowly avoided rolling down a hill in Mutare district in Zimbabwe due to a car accident. The highest-ranking person I ever came into contact with was Prime Minister Zhu Rongji. Our interaction was limited to a handshake, and he simply said, "Hello," to which I replied, "Hello," and that was it. Next was the Minister of Posts and Telecommunications of Zimbabwe, who also served as the chairman of an international organization. I rented his villa for 3 years. During my time abroad, I worked with an American, two Botswana nationals, several Zimbabweans for over 6 months, and had extensive business dealings with many Indians, Pakistanis, and a few South Koreans, British, and Portuguese. I spent a considerable amount of time studying, chatting, dining, and going on outings with British and Portuguese individuals. I also established a good friendship with a Brazilian family in Mozambique. The least privileged people I encountered were the blacks living in the remote Panka area of Zimbabwe, where I stayed for over 2 months and gained a deep understanding of poverty, destitution, kindness, friendliness, and optimism. My education primarily consisted of 3 years of study at Zhangjiago Geological Technical School after graduating from high school, where I learned mechanical drawing, engineering mechanics, metallurgy, drilling, and the repair and installation of various machine tools. I later studied Chinese literature at Lanzhou Education College, where I memorized the Book of Songs, Chu Yuan's Li Sa, and Tang and Song poetry. I also studied English at Jiuquan Education College and International Trade at Beijing University of International Business and Economics, focusing on import and export business, foreign trade telegrams, trade negotiations, marketing, and business management. I spent 6 months reading through Mao Zedong's Selected Works Volumes 1 of 5 at the Party School, and also studied popular science literature Volumes 1 of 4. My wide-ranging and colorful experiences, extensive learning, and social engagements did not lead me to fully grasp the essence of life. It was the opportunity of delving into the study of the Bible for a span of 4 years and continuous contemplation that truly brought me enlightenment. I first tackled the question of the origin of life. I had earnestly explored Darwin's On the Origin of Species, intending to use Darwin's theory of evolution to refute the theory of God creating humanity. However, the results of my investigation, comprising tens of thousands of staggering facts, led me to completely overturn Darwin's theory. I came to a profound realization that Darwin merely scratched the surface on the question of the origin of life and fundamentally failed to grasp the essence of life. Richard Dawkins' theory regarding the origin of life from water was pure nonsense. Fortunately, Darwin and Richard were individuals with scientific acumen and self-awareness. Darwin admitted that the initial forms of life may have been created by God, while Richard advised people to regard their theories as hypotheses or scientific fantasies. Unfortunately, most people mistake conjecture for certainty, using the ambiguous theories of Darwin and Richard to deny the indisputable fact of God creating life. In doing so, they close the door to wisdom, leaving generations to wander outside the treasury of true understanding. The treasury of wisdom refers to entering a higher level of thinking, which is the state of mind described by Buddha Shakyamuni as abiding nowhere and generating the mind. It is also the kind of thinking advocated by us communists as seeking truth from facts. Of course, many communists say one thing and do another, which is another matter. It is to enter the universe's way of thinking scientifically, devoutly, selflessly, and non-actionably, entering the way of thinking of Jesus, Buddha Shakyamuni, and Laozi, entering the thinking of the greatest creator, and in this way, to understand the universe, life, and the things that are invisible to the naked eye, inaudible to the ear, and imperceptible to the body, but still affect the material world. To validate that one has entered this advanced thinking state, there is a very obvious change that everyone can try. Our usual dreams are mainly in black and white, and the scenes, emotions, and people we encounter in dreams are closely related to our real life and the world. However, when we enter an advanced thinking state, our dreams are different from before. The majority of our dreams become colorful, and the people encountered in dreams are ones we have never thought of or seen before. The environments in dreams are unimaginable, some are horrifying, and some are incredibly beautiful. As our thinking delves deeper, the mysteries of the universe will unfold one by one before us, and the 36-dimensional spaces will appear clearly. We will discover that we possess many extraordinary abilities. Soaring through the clouds, walking on water, passing through walls, becoming invisible, flying, and more. Here, I raise the issue of time once again. We typically think that a matter of seconds is just a snap of the fingers, but within this mere instant, we can experience intricate events in our dreams and even enjoy a long passage of time. We transcend time that cannot be measured in space that is infinite. The original title of my book is Trip of Transcending Time and Space, and I hope everyone can grasp the mysteries within it. Well, that's the journey of my unconventional thinking. Whether you believe it or not, it's up to you to ponder. Unconventional thinking is the best way to explore the mysteries of the universe and find the true meaning of life. As long as we proceed step by step, we will eventually enter a vast world. At that time, we will be amazed to discover the essence of the universe and the mysteries of life. We will be excited about the beautiful celestial realm of the afterlife and will love life and humanity even more, cherishing the present life more than ever. The purpose of unconventional thinking is to explore the mysteries of the universe, the role and value of time and space. Let's now move on to the second chapter of Life Chanyuan, the Universe, Time and Space chapter, to explore its mysteries. Fan Chang Si Wei 18 Tao, 18 Items of Unconventional Thinking. Xiefeng, October 8, 2005. Translation edited by Chinyo. There is no absolutely closed space. Time does not exist. Everyone is a cell of the greatest creator. Going straight forward, one will return to the origin. You can put on your shoes first and then your socks. Rotating 360 degrees, one cannot return to the origin. Stones can also cross rivers. Life is not life, but death. Death is not death, but life. Parallel lines can intersect. What the eyes see is not real. Human beings cannot manage themselves well. Man has no original sin, only primitivity. Consciousness determines everything. Paradise exists in every possible way. Truth and falsehood, good and evil, beauty and ugliness, love and hatred coexist with each other. There is no absolute truth, goodness, beauty, and love, nor absolute falsehood, evil, ugliness, and hatred. What the brain can imagine is real. The more you possess, the more you lose. People can live completely in consciousness. Entering Life Genuine without new content may disappoint visitors. Today, I don't feel like writing an article, so let's just piece something together and consider it plain water to drink. 两点之间直线最长曲线最短. Between 2 points, the straight line is the longest and the curved one is the shortest. Xiefeng, April 25, 2007. Translation edited by Chinyo. Between 2 points, the shortest distance is a straight line. This is common sense in mathematics, and I have no objection. I'm just thinking about it from another angle. I tried to connect the 2 points of Beijing and New York with a straight line, because the straight line between the 2 points is the shortest, but after tossing about for a long time, I found that the straight line between the 2 points is the longest. The principle is that the Earth is round, and there is no straight line connection between any 2 points. Once you want to connect with a straight line, the connection must go straight out along the tangent, and it is difficult to connect with another point. Only a curved connection represents the shortest distance. I took a Coca-Cola bottle and marked 2 points on its surface and tried to connect the 2 points with a straight line but failed. The result still proved that the straight line between the 2 points was the longest, and the curve was the shortest. As a result of various thinking and experiments, it is found that the conclusion that the straight line between 2 points is the shortest only holds true in two-dimensional space, and beyond the two-dimensional plane, this conclusion becomes invalid. In addition, this conclusion is valid in theory, but not in practice. That is to say, 2 points that are not in the same dimension cannot be connected by a straight line. The more you want to use a straight line to connect, the farther the distance will be. At the same time, what is correct in theory cannot be applied in practice. What will be the result of extending this discovery to other fields? In the field of thought, 2 points cannot be connected by a straight line. For example, the thoughts of Jesus, Buddha, Laozi, Muhammad, Marx, Lenin, Mao Zedong, Osho, Seth, etc., represent points that cannot be linearly linked. The shortest distance is a curved line. In the social field, such as the systems of the United States and China, there is no straight line between these 2 points. The shortest is only the curved one. In the field of belief, such as atheism and theism, evolution and creation, idealism and materialism, cannot be connected in a straight line. In human culture, for example, the values of Eastern and Western cultures cannot be linearly connected. In terms of love, the more direct the connection, the shorter the lifespan. A winding path leads to a hidden spot. A meditation chamber lies deep within the flowering trees. The more curved, the more nerve-wracking, the tastier. In terms of happiness, the more you want to get happiness in a straight line, the less you can get happiness. Many people have walked for a lifetime and finally find that the more direct road is the farthest way from happiness, and it does not lead to any destination. In fact, the Chinese know the truth of the curve best. Bribery is not done directly to oneself, but through his wife, his sisters, or his wife's sisters. It is not necessarily the bribe being his money, but to provide convenience for profit. They do not go directly to the office to ask for help, but invite people to go to the hotel first to talk about it. Although they are anxious, they pretend to be okay. Strategies such as playing hard to get, relieving the state of Zhao by besieging the state of Wei, crossing the sea under camouflage, making a feint to the east and attacking in the west, advancing secretly by an unknown path, resurrecting a dead soul by borrowing a corpse, abusing the locust tree while pointing to the mulberry, stealing the beams and pillars and replacing them with rotten timbers, using seductive women to corrupt the enemy, sowing discord among the enemy, etc. all exemplify taking indirect paths to achieve one's goals. The more curved the road of life, the better, and the more direct, the worse. What's so good about being born without experiencing anything and going straight to the grave? Falling in love today, getting married tomorrow, having a baby the day after tomorrow, and dying the day after tomorrow's tomorrow, what good is there? Eat, go to work, sleep, eat again, go to work again, sleep again. What good is there? What's so good about staying the same? A great man once said, "While the prospects are bright, the road has twists and turns." Reversing of this sentence is a truth. The road has twists and turns, but the prospects are bright. At least it makes more sense. The same is true in the field of life. If a master were to reveal the mysteries of life directly, and we were to journey to the Elysium Islands continent tomorrow, firstly, we would be unable to reach them, and secondly, we would miss out on the rich and diverse experiences of life. If you are having fun, laughing, playing, laughing and joking, feeling, undergoing, and experiencing, it looks like a curve, not direct, but the actual situation is. The straight line between 2 points is the longest, and the curve is the shortest. I like unconventional thinking and regard the normal as abnormal, and the abnormal as normal. As a result, thinking can extend to infinitely strange and broad fields and often have the feeling of Just as the weary traveler despairs of finding a road, lo, a village appears, and the shade of willows and riotous flowers beckon. Often think from a different perspective. Often look at things upside down. This enlivens your spirit. He he. 两点之间直线最长曲线最短. Between 2 points, the straight line is the longest and the curved one is the shortest. Xiefeng. April 25, 2007. Translation edited by Chinyo. Between 2 points, the shortest distance is a straight line. This is common sense in mathematics, and I have no objection. I'm just thinking about it from another angle. I tried to connect the 2 points of Beijing and New York with a straight line, because the straight line between the 2 points is the shortest, but after tossing about for a long time, I found that the straight line between the 2 points is the longest. The principle is that the Earth is round, and there is no straight line connection between any 2 points. Once you want to connect with a straight line, the connection must go straight out along the tangent, and it is difficult to connect with another point. Only a curved connection represents the shortest distance. I took a Coca-Cola bottle and marked 2 points on its surface and tried to connect the 2 points with a straight line but failed. The result still proved that the straight line between the 2 points was the longest, and the curve was the shortest. As a result of various thinking and experiments, it is found that the conclusion that the straight line between 2 points is the shortest only holds true in two-dimensional space, and beyond the two-dimensional plane, this conclusion becomes invalid. In addition, this conclusion is valid in theory, but not in practice. That is to say, 2 points that are not in the same dimension cannot be connected by a straight line. The more you want to use a straight line to connect, the farther the distance will be. At the same time, what is correct in theory cannot be applied in practice. What will be the result of extending this discovery to other fields? In the field of thought, 2 points cannot be connected by a straight line. For example, the thoughts of Jesus, Buddha, Laozi, Muhammad, Marx, Lenin, Mao Zedong, Osho, Seth, etc., represent points that cannot be linearly linked. The shortest distance is a curved line. In the social field, such as the systems of the United States and China, there is no straight line between these 2 points. The shortest is only the curved one. In the field of belief, such as atheism and theism, evolution and creation, idealism and materialism, cannot be connected in a straight line. In human culture, for example, the values of Eastern and Western cultures cannot be linearly connected. In terms of love, the more direct the connection, the shorter the lifespan. A winding path leads to a hidden spot. A meditation chamber lies deep within the flowering trees. The more curved, the more nerve-wracking, the tastier. In terms of happiness, the more you want to get happiness in a straight line, the less you can get happiness. Many people have walked for a lifetime and finally find that the more direct road is the farthest way from happiness, and it does not lead to any destination. In fact, the Chinese know the truth of the curve best. Bribery is not done directly to oneself, but through his wife, his sisters, or his wife's sisters. It is not necessarily the bribe being his money, but to provide convenience for profit. They do not go directly to the office to ask for help, but invite people to go to the hotel first to talk about it. Although they are anxious, they pretend to be okay. Strategies such as playing hard to get, relieving the state of Zhao by besieging the state of Wei, crossing the sea under camouflage, making a feint to the east and attacking in the west, advancing secretly by an unknown path, resurrecting a dead soul by borrowing a corpse, abusing the locust tree while pointing to the mulberry, stealing the beams and pillars and replacing them with rotten timbers, using seductive women to corrupt the enemy, sowing discord among the enemy, etc. all exemplify taking indirect paths to achieve one's goals. The more curved the road of life, the better, and the more direct, the worse. What's so good about being born without experiencing anything and going straight to the grave? Falling in love today, getting married tomorrow, having a baby the day after tomorrow, and dying the day after tomorrow's tomorrow, what good is there? Eat, go to work, sleep, eat again, go to work again, sleep again. What good is there? What's so good about staying the same? A great man once said, "While the prospects are bright, the road has twists and turns." Reversing of this sentence is a truth. The road has twists and turns, but the prospects are bright. At least it makes more sense. The same is true in the field of life. If a master were to reveal the mysteries of life directly, and we were to journey to the Elysium Islands continent tomorrow, firstly, we would be unable to reach them, and secondly, we would miss out on the rich and diverse experiences of life. If you are having fun, laughing, playing, laughing and joking, feeling, undergoing, and experiencing, it looks like a curve, not direct, but the actual situation is. The straight line between 2 points is the longest, and the curve is the shortest. I like unconventional thinking and regard the normal as abnormal, and the abnormal as normal. As a result, thinking can extend to infinitely strange and broad fields, and often have the feeling of, just as the weary traveler despairs of finding a road, lo, a village appears, and the shade of willows and riotous flowers beckon. Often think from a different perspective. Often look at things upside down. This enlivens your spirit. Hehe. 如何先穿鞋子再穿袜子? How to put on shoes before socks. Xiefeng. February 12th, 2022. Translation edited by Chinyo. Yesterday, a netizen asked me how to put on shoes before socks. Since I didn't have time to respond yesterday, I am writing this article to answer today. Putting on shoes before socks is the fifth item in my article, 18 Items of Unconventional Thinking, in the chapter on unconventional thinking. Attempting this reverse order of dressing using conventional logic might seem absurd, as it is exceedingly challenging from a traditional perspective and could be considered impossible. To tackle this unconventional concept, one must employ unconventional thinking. Once unconventional approaches are embraced, solutions become apparent. Renaming shoes and socks offers a simple workaround. Call shoes socks and socks shoes. This semantic switch allows for the unconventional act of putting on shoes before socks. In the thousand-year world, where I resided, footwear was singular in form, referred to interchangeably as either shoes or socks. If one desired to wear two pairs, layering was the solution. This allowed us to distinguish the inner layer as shoes and the outer layer as socks. Isn't this a clever way to don shoes before socks? Our preconceived notions often lead us to believe that shoes are sturdy and rigid, while socks are loose and soft. However, shoes can be made pliable and socks flexible. Consider the soft shoes provided by some hotels, easily accommodating a pair of supple socks. Must shoes be indivisible? Detachable shoe designs offer an alternative. Don the shoes first, then unzip the instep to open the shoe upper, allowing for sock insertion. Close the upper and zip up the zipper. Voila! Shoes before socks. Every phenomenon should be considered within a realm of possibility. 64 possibilities to be precise. Limiting ourselves to familiar knowledge and cognitive boundaries renders many problems unsolvable. For instance, must the China-US relationship solely vacillate between cooperation and confrontation? Surely, there exist 62 other potential approaches. Similarly, must human relationships be confined to just acquaintances and strangers, relatives and foes, or rich and poor? By embracing unconventional thinking, we unlock a myriad of solutions to seemingly insurmountable challenges. Must we adhere to the notion that human society's survival mode must either be capitalism or socialism? Is communism the only future for humanity? Many seemingly unsolvable or difficult problems can only be resolved or answered through unconventional thinking. 情感依赖妨碍人类进入高级文明. Emotional dependence hinders humanity's entry into advanced civilization. Xiefeng. April 14th, 2024. I recently watched videos on WeChat from both Captain Awakening and Kai Ming, each discussing the topic of relationships between parents and children, and I deeply resonated with it. So, inspired by it, I would like to share my understanding as well. I describe the relationships between parents and children, spouses, siblings, and even between masters and disciples as forms of emotional dependency. Emotional dependence has a comforting and numbing effect on people, but at the same time, it hinders personal growth and the realization of potential. The more one depends on emotions, the more one loses independent consciousness, the more one degenerates and becomes parasitic, which is bad for everyone. Harmful to parents, children, husbands, wives, and everyone. The pinnacle of civilization that humanity can attain is exemplified by the model of the thousand-year world in heaven. From the perspective of this pattern, the main factor that hinders and prevents humanity from entering an advanced state of civilization is the emotional dependence between people. To be more thorough, the core factor that hinders and prevents humanity from entering an advanced civilized society is the institution of marriage and family. Within the framework of the family, an individual's autonomy, independent consciousness, and freedom are restricted and determined by the emotional relationships among family members. Everyone, whether parents or children, husbands or wives, is actually in a relationship of emotional hostage-taking. Parents take their children hostage, children take their parents hostage, husbands take their wives hostage, and wives take their husbands hostage. This reciprocal emotional hostage situation erodes individual autonomy, independent thought, and personal freedom. The more incompetent the parents are, the more severe the hostage-taking of the children. The more incompetent the children are, the more severe the hostage-taking of the parents. The more incompetent the husband is, the more severe the hostage-taking of the wife. The more incompetent the wife is, the more severe the hostage-taking of the husband. The more capable the parents are, the less aware the children are of their incompetence. The more capable the children are, the less aware the parents are of their incompetence. The more capable the husband is, the less aware the wife is of her incompetence. The more capable the wife is, the less aware the husband is of his incompetence. Parasites never know that they survive by sucking the blood of their hosts. When the host is weak, parasites not only fail to be grateful to the host, but also complain and condemn the host for lacking blood. Doesn't the neat generation mirror parasites feeding off their parents? Aren't parents who live off their children's support like parasites living off their children? The same applies to the relationship between spouses. Humanity has existed for nearly 5,000 years. Who has lived a life of happiness, joy, freedom, and bliss? No one, right? Why not? It's because emotional dependence is blocking the way. Let every person be independent. This way, the pain of parents will not be passed on to children, the pain of children will not be passed on to parents, the pain of husbands will be borne by themselves, and the pain of wives will be borne by themselves. There will no longer be emotional dependence between people. In short, without the program of marriage and family, everyone is born independent and free, not dependent on each other, and the result will be that everyone lives happily, joyfully, freely, and blissfully. Don't think this is a fantasy or a pipe dream. The thousand-year world is just such a state. So everyone in the thousand-year world has become celestial being, and the thousand-year world has become heaven. On Earth, in the second home living model created by Life Genuine, people's suffering has been greatly reduced. This is because the second home lacks the traditional constructs of marriage and family. Everyone is independent, everyone is free, and of course, life is especially beautiful and comfortable. People living in the world. Who is really hindering the realization of your ideals? Who is preventing you from becoming independent and free? Christ Jesus told us, a man's enemies will be the members of his own household. Realizing this truth and freeing oneself from emotional dependence early on will lead everyone to heaven. About Xiefeng. Early life. Xiefeng was born in 1957 and grew up on a farm in Gansu Province, China. His father was a very firm believer in and practitioner of communism, and his mother was a kind-hearted and hardworking farmer. As a child, Xiefeng attended temple with his mother to worship Chinese gods, including the Earth God, King of Dragon God, Erlang God, and others. He learned Taoism from his grandmother, Buddhism from his mother, Islam from a Muslim colleague, and Hindu from some Indians. Xiefeng spent his early years in China and had various occupations including being a technician, an English teacher, and a statistics officer. A state company sent him to work as an interpreter in Zimbabwe during the 1990s. Before founding Life Genuine, Xiefeng was self-employed and had several shops plus a restaurant in Harare, the capital and largest city in Zimbabwe. Spiritual awakening. His enlightening experience began after a car accident in Zimbabwe. One day, after he had been driving for many hours on a highway, he fell asleep and crashed his car into a big milestone near a cliff. Magically, incredibly, he survived without any injuries. He did not understand how he could have survived because if his car had gone in only a slightly different direction, It would have rolled over the cliff and he would have died instantly. After that experience, he felt that his old, secular life had died in that car accident, but that his new, spiritual life belonged to some God. He began questioning the meaning of his life as he gradually lost interest in his businesses. He then spent 3 years learning the Bible from Jehovah's Witnesses, occasionally joining them at Kingdom Hall services. However, he eventually felt that he had not found all his answers from that source. For many years, he practiced Qigong every night in order to maintain his health. Moment of Epiphany. Without finding the answers from Jehovah's Witnesses, Xiefeng continued his way seeking for truth in the theory of Buddhism, Taoism, and other philosophies from Chinese ancient wisdom, modern science discovery to meditation on nature phenomena. Then it happened at one night of 1999, when he was reading the Diamond Sutra, he suddenly understood everything. The mysteries of the origin of the universe and humanity, time and space, and what life is, unraveled and became crystal clear to him. An invisible divine force compelled him to write all his discoveries on paper, and that is where Xiefeng Corpus and Chanyuan Corpus came from. Chanyuan Corpus and Xiefeng Corpus. In June 2001, Xiefeng terminated his businesses in Zimbabwe gradually and began writing articles for Chanyuan Corpus and Xiefeng Corpus. From 2001 to 2017, Xiefeng has written nearly 3,000 articles describing the construction of the Life-Genuine values system, including the profound truth of the universe, life, time, space, consciousness, non-material structure, and energy, as well as the way to create a new production and life mode for people and guidance articles to help Chanyuan Celestials purify their soul gardens and sublimate their life qualities on the self-cultivation way. In 2010, Chanyuan Corpus and Xiefeng Corpus were published formally through the Hong Kong International Culture Press with the first 1,000 sets of 10 books. Life-Genuine column articles on Buishuan website have reached 12,880,000 hits as of the end of 2017. Note: Buishuan is the most visited website for political commentary and social reporting among the ethnic Chinese population of North America. New Oasis for Life. In 2009, Xiefeng returned to China and founded the second home of Life-Genuine, now New Oasis for Life, community. It had been developing quite well, with more than 150 members on 3 farms in Yunnan province. In January 2017, in anticipation of a promising future, Xiefeng changed the community's name to New Oasis for Life. As the founder of Life-Genuine, Xiefeng sees that his role is the spiritual guide to reap the ripe crops, initiate and develop the new production and life mode for the new era, and guide Chanyuan Celestials to climb the highest realms of life and life. I have an ideal. Shuefeng, translated by Transcending Limited and edited by Care. Following the footprints of immortals, sages, oracles, and saints, I have crossed and trekked numerous treacherous mountains and rivers. Roaming all through the wilderness of soul, I have been spreading the message of the greatest creator. The wishes of God and Buddha and the expectations of oracles and saints have converged to form my ideal, which is as clear and bright as the shining sun and can be food of thought for you to meditate over. Human beings have been trekking along a long path soaked with blood. Jesus and Sakyamuni have revealed to us that in the universe there are many higher spaces of life, and have earnestly and tirelessly admonished us not to go astray from the great road of life. Numberless immortals, sages, oracles, and saints have exerted their utmost effort for the happiness of mankind. Their souls are still shining brightly over us, warning us not to act against the law of nature and wishing us to live a happy life. However, blinded by the dense fog of civilization, mankind has been straying further and further away from the great road. I want to kindle a beacon of hope to light up the endless darkness, bringing mankind a ray of hope. I want to create an oasis out of the vast and isolated desert, offering an auspicious and harmonious habitat for life on Earth. I want to build a land of spirit and soul out of the boundless ocean of flaunty material prosperity, leading to the land those people who yearn towards the greatest creator, love life and nature, and possess beautiful human nature and soul, and making them eternally severed from the abyss of sufferings. I will shepherd them safely to the 1,000-year world to enjoy the wonderful time of the millennium. The people favored by God and Buddha are still miserably shackled in spirit and soul. In this bustling world overrun with desire for material acquisition, people with a purer and better heart are more prone to spiritual and psychological tortures and cannot afford even a moment of peace and quiet. Every place reeks of putrid smells. What meet the eyes are wickedness and evils that have gone unpunished. Man's tremendous amount of legal articles and religious teachings are powerless to avert the depravity of morality and the prevalence of wickedness. The viciously misleading evil soul and the junk thought have taken up the throne of truth. Despotism has not only caused the loss of personal and spiritual freedom for the governed, but also has caused the governing class to be trapped in the quagmire of desperation, without any hope to obtain the true freedom of life. I want to tell people that the plight of mankind doesn't lie in the material aspect but in the spiritual aspect. The wasteland of spirit and soul is the real source of human suffering. Seeking the homestead for spirit and soul is an urgency for mankind. The blind pursuit of material acquisition is only analogous to quenching one's thirst with poisoned wine or stopping water from boiling by scooping it up and pouring it back. Thus, such acts will cause the ruin of not only the earth, but mankind itself. An era is a demoniac era if the dignity of a person is determined by the amount of money he has earned and the social position he has attained, and if the value of man is not measured by his moral character and good deeds. A society is an evil society if it allows its subjects to become upstart through speculation and plundering instead of getting rich with honest and diligent labor. A government is a despotic and satanic government if it spares no effort to force out new thinking, attempting to lock people in an ignorant and barbarian and savage world. A nation will be one void of wisdom and oriented toward insanity and destruction if it does not advocate dedication and love, but blindly instigates its people to use violence. Man's worry originates partly from ignorance and partly from selfishness. Because of ignorance, we have invited demons in but shut the door against God and Buddha. Because of selfishness, we have chosen wickedness but abandoned righteousness. A lot of good ideals and kind moralities are often snuffed out in the cradle. The desolation of soul is the optimum soil to breed junk thought and religious plague. Today people are engulfed in information. Television, networks, newspapers and magazines, books and lectures are infusing mountains of information into us, far more than we can digest, thus causing the indigestion, malnutrition, and ill health. The pursuit of knowledge has become a morbid thirst. The more we attempt to swallow down unthinkingly, the less we understand. Various media have become the fertile soil to cultivate ignorance and manic and blind adherence. Having no beliefs, no principles, no wisdom, and no spiritual perception, those literati have made up rancid articles under the pretense of maintaining stability, advocating reform, carrying forward culture, inheriting legacies, publicizing morality, and promoting benevolence, and under the disguise of adhering to belief, cultivating oneself, pursuing freedom, and fighting despotism. They have fabricated so much cultural garbage and so many spiritual drugs that it is impossible to clean them all up. The roughly manufactured scum has become our daily food for thought, which has directly distorted our values, destroyed our human environment, and polluted our pure heart. Having no beliefs, no principles, no wisdom, and no spiritual sense, those literati hangmen worship those rancid articles as classics under the pretense of maintaining stability, advocating reform, carrying forward culture, inheriting legacies, publicizing morality, and promoting benevolence, and under the disguise of adhering to belief, cultivating oneself, pursuing freedom, and fighting despotism. As for those works of wisdom, which shine resplendently with thought, they look down upon them as heresies and wielded their cultural butcher knife toward them without hesitation. The Chinese people. On the one hand, you have been heaving sighs that China has become a land deserted by the greatest creator. But have you, on the other hand, acquired the broadness of mind to include great wisdom? Can you recognize it when great wisdom really descends from heaven? I have an ideal that the greatest creator may enter China and the human world, that Christianity and Buddhism may regain their prevalence here, and that humanity may be restored on the beautiful land. When conspiracy and tricks prevail over truth, justice is taunted, enthusiasm meets with contempt, Reverence for the greatest creator is regarded as ridiculous. Oppression and bully are viewed as inviolable power. The hoodwinked masses are meanwhile branded as ignorant. Freedom is slandered. Life is trampled. Right and wrong are reversed. Black and white are confused, and good and evil people mix together. Then in such situations we have no choice but to search the source of life. Only in this way can we pierce through the indistinct murk and see the light. Only in this way can we steady the steer in the turbid and turbulent waves and ultimately reach the ocean of life. In this unusual time of superficial prosperity, when actually crises are lurking everywhere, we are not yet in the position to sing praises of the virtue or merits. At a time when the journey is rough and treacherous, flattery and conservativeness cannot salvage us. Now it is not yet the time when the bank of injustice has gone bankrupt completely. Any non-action and dawdling will only speed up the approach of doomsday. We will only eventually lose our beautiful homestead and splendid future if we are only capable of destruction and are incapable of construction, if we don't know how to repay other people's favors and are only bent on vengeance, and if we only want to acquire from others and do not know how to dedicate to others. For many centuries, man's blind behaviors have dug out an abyss, which can engulf us at any moment and thus should be filled up. The sooner it is leveled up, the better it would be. Reverence for the greatest creator and adherence to his road is our only hope, because only in front of the greatest creator can we have equal human dignity. Because we should worship the greatest creator so that our mind can possess soul, our knowledge be transformed into wisdom. And only in this way can we understand the meaning of life and embark on the great road of life. You may lock yourself up in the ivory tower, lose yourself in the piles of broken papers, and engross yourself in the so-called academic research, thus placing yourself outside the social issues. In so doing, you seem to have entered a serene heaven. However, can you expect any egg to remain intact if the nest is overturned? Poke your head inside a cave, leaving your hindquarter exposed and fancying that what is not seen does not exist. Can you derive from your research any great achievements that may do any good to humankind? The unrealistic teaching or truth that blindly preaches pursuit of happiness of future life is absurd and wicked. A person always wearing a smile is relentless at heart. A person always with tears is cruel at heart. Children are suffering starvation and cannot afford education. The poverty-stricken have no money to treat their diseases. However, we are manufacturing various kinds of luxury products and building one after another lifeless skyscrapers. Isn't this a mockery and blasphemy against life? If our neighbors have no freedom, we ourselves cannot obtain complete freedom. If our brothers are suffering starvation, we cannot swallow the dainty food in our mouths. If people in the remote areas are crying, we will not be able to enjoy quietly the comfort and luxury of big cities. I have an ideal. I will lead those who truly yearn towards the greatest creator to life genuine and transform the jarring hullabaloo into a fraternal movement and play a convivial symphony of life. I firmly believe that mankind can certainly walk out of the dark canyon and the wasteland of spirit and enter an unprecedentedly beautiful field. I firmly believe that soul will prevail over flesh and that people will eventually obtain the freedom of body and mind and the serenity of life. This is not a golden fantasy for the remote future. The majestic tides are surging with mighty momentum. Among their broad bosoms are contained colorful gems that can decorate man's life and make it more noble and beautiful. When the unexpected supernatural incident comes, the mysterious power shall strike people's heartstrings, the vast fields will take on the splendid coating, the polluted rivers will become clear and pure again, the turbid sky will be changed into expanses of colorful clouds, and the free rhythm will reverberate in each inch of the land. Eternal virtue remains with Jesus Christ. Supreme wisdom is ascribed to Sakyamuni. Eternal glory belongs to the greatest creator. Life's wisdom. Seitsola. Who is wrong? Siefeng. Edited by Kair. No one in the world is wrong. Everyone is right. If we think that everything in the world is right, that proves that we are right. If we think that everything in the world is wrong, that proves that we are wrong. No one is wrong. It is you who are wrong. Mice burrow. Are they wrong? The mice think they are right, but that mankind is wrong. Cats catch mice. Are they wrong? The cats are not wrong, because they believe that what they do is perfectly justified. Wolves eat meat. Sheep eat grass. Who is right and who is wrong? All are right. If we think it is not right, that means our understanding of things is not right. Some believe in Christianity, some believe in Buddhism, some believe in Marxism. Who is right and who is wrong? All are right. If we think that some beliefs are wrong, that proves our understanding has a problem. Some like money, some like beauty, some prefer to be alone, some like to fight. Who is right and who is wrong? All are right. If we think they are wrong, that only proves that we are wrong. Some are addicted to be the police. Some are fascinated to be thieves. Is anybody wrong? Nobody is wrong. Not the earth, not society, and not others. 10,000 dharmas are mere consciousness. Reality is created by mind. Whether the structure of the water molecule is beautiful or ugly depends completely on our attitude towards it. Are you sick? Do not resent society and others. It is your own fault. Are you in poverty? Do not resent society and others. It is your own fault. Do you have a troubled mind? Do not blame society and others. It is your own fault. Is the greatest creator dead? The greatest creator is not dead. It is you who are dead. Is Buddha not compassionate? Buddha is very compassionate. It is you who are not. In this view, wars, plagues, earthquakes, floods, and fires are not wrong. It is we who are wrong. In this view, burning and looting, embezzlement and theft, bribery and rampant mafia-style activities are not wrong. It is we who are wrong. The reality that we think is not reality, but rather a reflection of our subjective consciousness. It is our subjective consciousness that creates our reality in our minds. Quantum mechanics tells us that the existence form of the thing is closely related to the observer. That is to say, the thing being observed is the result of the observer. The action of the being observed depends on the observer's state of mind. For the same man, Xiefeng, some see him as the messenger of the greatest creator and the incarnation of gods and Buddha. Some see him as a witch and a madman, a fake preacher in the cloak of the greatest creator. Some see him as a friend and a second half. Some see him as a street shrew. Some see him as a saint. Some see him as an erotomaniac. After all, what he is depends on the cognitive way and the mentality of the observer. This further indicates that only when you have gods and Buddha in your mind can you see gods and Buddha, and only when you have devils in your mind can you see devils. Beauty is in the eye of the beholder. The devil is in the eye of the enemy. This is in line with the conclusions of the quantum mechanics. Tao learners are to change themselves rather than change others or society. If you do not change yourself, society and people will never change. If you change yourself, society and others will change accordingly. Similarly, if you want to enjoy a better environment, you must first have a beautiful soul. If you do not have a beautiful soul, you will never have a beautiful environment. This is one of the 8 secrets of life. If we want to live in the 1,000-year world, we must first acquire consciousnesses and souls that are fit for the 1,000-year world. Once we get these consciousnesses and souls, it will be as easy as rolling a log for us to enter the 1,000-year world. The difficult thing is not that we cannot go, it is that we cannot adjust our thinking because thinking has inertia. Laziness and unwillingness to engage in in-depth discussions and thinking are commonalities for people. Letting our thinking run according to convention is the easiest and simplest, but it has no future. Do you want to get rid of your immediate dilemma? You must first realize that you are wrong. The plight before your eyes is the objective reflection of your false consciousness. If your false consciousness remains unchanged, then your immediate plight can never be clear of it. Even if you escape from this predicament, the next predicaments will arrive unceasingly and in quick succession. It is only when you realize your mistake that you can find the right direction in which to go. It is only when you understand that the world is not wrong that it is you who are wrong, that you can see the ultimate goal of life. And only when you know the ultimate goal of life, that your life can go to the higher level. Do you want to jump off a building and kill yourself? Jump. You can go to hell after the jump. Do you want to cultivate Tao and become immortal? Do it. You can go to heaven after the cultivation. Do you want to suffer? No problem. Just go on a wild goose chase and stick to your narrow mind and just think you are never wrong. Then you can expect suffering and torment. Do you want to be joyful and blessed? No problem. Just open your mind and engage in unconventional thinking. Just realize that you are wrong, and then you will have infinite joy and blessings. Did I say wrong? Who is wrong, you or I? I know I am wrong, but are you right? 走出绝望. Escape from despair. 写评. Edited by Care. Fear can hold you prisoner. Hope can set you free. The Shawshank Redemption. Each year, hundreds of thousands of people in despair commit suicide, while each day, tens of millions in despair struggle to survive. It has been this way in the past, and it continues to be this way now, but it does not have to be this way in the future. Natural disasters do not make people despair, nor do hard material lives. Rather, people only despair when they have mental and spiritual trauma and when they have the consciousness of seeing no better prospect. Mankind must rise from despair. The despair of life, the despair of mind, the despair of soul, and the despair of consciousness. People's desperation is not the intent of the greatest creator, or of gods, Buddha, the celestials, or of saints and sages. It is the product of people's mysterious consciousness, both the individual consciousness and the collective consciousness. Everyone must start from within themselves in order to escape from despair. To escape from the desperation of our minds is the key to escaping despair. Death may befall anyone at any time, and if we do not remove the threat of death from our consciousness, whether our life is brilliant or bleak, it will be a tragedy and an illusion in the end. How do we change life's tragedy into a comedy? How do we turn life's adversity into prosperity? How do we turn the bitter wine of death into the sweet nectar of life? The first reality about life is that death is not the end of life. People attain the quality of celestial beings through self-refinery and self-improvement and then go to live in the heaven of life. The 1,000-year world, the 10,000-year world, and the Elysium Island continent. Heaven is not an illusory conception of religionists to anesthetize people's hearts. Rather, it is true reality. To clarify this point, we must understand that what had been a mystery of life is no longer such. To this end, not only have Jesus, Buddha, Seth, and even ESP already revealed the answer to us, but Life Genuine has also done the same, and with greater details. As long as you enter Life Genuine, you need to give up your inherent mindset and open your heart. I am sure that you can understand this holy yet simple mystery. Prophet Muhammad, PBUH, taught us, "If it be that ye can pass beyond the zones of heaven and earth, pass ye. Not without authority shall ye be able to pass." This coincides with Lao Tzu's saying, "Heaven's net is broad and wide, with big meshes, yet letting nothing slip through." The way to avoid the nets above and snares below is to seek Tao. What is authority? What is Tao? In short, it is the greatest creator. So revering and worshiping the greatest creator is the greatest commandment of life. As we walk through the mist of death, we will see a new world. When we understand the real existence of heaven and when we are informed of the way to heaven, the bitters and sweets of life will turn into nectars, and we will be able to stride to the next station with neither adversities nor hardships, but rather with confidence, ease, and calmness. To escape from the despair of our souls, we must understand the non-material world, because if we do not, then our souls will remain dark. Not only will we not view the scenes of heaven, but we will not even see the glow of its dawn. We must carefully savor the words of Jesus and those of Sakyamuni. They never spoke falsehoods or told lies. Everything they spoke is true, and each sentence is a rung on the ladder to heaven. We must escape from our mental despair. We must practice unconventional thinking, because anything believed to be impossible through conventional thinking is possible through unconventional thinking and with fewer complications. We must understand the secrets of the Noble Eightfold Path of thinking and break from the shackles that traditional thoughts impose upon us. We must take efforts to see the distant views and the prospects, and we must trek unswervingly to the highest realm of life. To free ourselves from the despair of life, we must establish the correct worldview and outlook on life. To this point, we should learn from Prophet Muhammad, PBUH, from Mao Zedong, from Avalokitesvara, and from Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. We must release our personal interests and wear the shoes of the suffering people in our hearts. We must dedicate our lives to the people, society, and nature that nurtured us. To free ourselves from the desperation of life, we must take the great way, not the small trail. Becoming celebrities, heroes, officials, or simply wealthy is not the great way of life. To overthrow a regime, damage a harmonious society, suppress a religion or political party, form an armed social group, and so on would not welcome in the great way of life either. To earn a doctoral scholarship or professorship title, to cultivate special magic powers and arts, to practice witchcraft and sorcery, to read people's fortunes through the black art of divination, or to conjure gods and dispatch ghosts are not the great way of life. To embezzle and breach one's duties, to form cliques and factions, engage in malpractice for selfish ends, or to do anything by hook or crook does not support the great way of life. On the contrary, they are the evil way of life. What we do must be fair and square, but never done underhandedly. The Lord is everywhere, and nothing you do remains unknown forever. We must lead honorable and upright lives, not do things clandestinely, not learn tricks to conspire, and never say anything to curse or blaspheme your ancestors. The great way of life should be like this. Revere the greatest creator, revere nature, revere the gods and Buddha, honor your parents, respect the prophets, saints and masters, respect national leaders, be law-abiding, do unto others as you would have others do unto you. Respect the old and love the young, be honest, industrious, kind, and do not take anything from others for nothing. Do not take advantages of others, the state, or nature, and try to be an ordinary, simple, and happy person. Life genuine is the final course for mankind. Heaven has its Tao, earth has its Tao, and people have their Tao. As long as we follow humane Tao, we will attain immortal Tao. As long as we enter life genuine to learn, understand, and comprehend with open minds, we will discard our despair, enter the life genuine era, and eventually enter the Elysium world of heaven. Deny despair, refuse despair, and abandon despair. Let us join hands, love and help each other, and march towards the field of hope. 无悔人生, a life without regrets. Xiefeng, edited by Care. There are countless paths of life, but few of them are without regrets. From imperial families to those in poverty, and from highbrow dignitaries with imperial notions to the masses who follow pop culture, few people can say when they leave the mortal world, I regret nothing in my life. Regrets are part of life. Remorse and distress interweave into life as people advance dauntlessly, trying to pursue an optimum life through one attempt after another. Philosophers, religionists, and politicians try to navigate through life with efforts to make them work without regrets, and although everyone begins to fight for their ideal life from the time they are born, almost all eventually leave the world with regrets and emotional scars. Which way leads to a life without regrets? In the early 1980s, I wrote a letter to a friend in which I listed 3 main pursuits in life: health, wealth, and freedom. However, I have found that even after having achieved these goals, I am still far away from that life without regrets. Today, I view having a life without regrets as one which realizes these 5 ideals. To connect one's own life with that of the source life. In this case, no matter how short one's life is in this mortal world and no matter what hardships or splendors they might traverse, their life will always remain connected with eternity, and a much more magnificent picture will manifest itself in the end. In this way, their life will have no regrets. To accept one's fate as it is. Whether one is a blade of grass or a peony, a robust eagle daunting through the sky or an agile swallow flying over fields and under eaves, whether they are born handsome and beautiful or plain and ordinary, whether they are highly gifted or severely challenged, and whether they are born into a humble house in a remote village or into the imperial palace in the capital, they can all appreciate the sun and moon, rivers and mountains, the rosy dawn and sunset's glow, the wind and frost, and the rain and snow. As long as they have hearts like this, they will feel grateful and not complain about the Tao of heaven being unfair. This too is the way to lead a life without regrets. To create joy in one's life through hard work, as busy as a bee working cheerfully. No matter how much spiritual or material wealth they create, no matter whether the fruits of their labor are enjoyed by many or few, they must keep working sincerely. They must not expect to be extremely rich and noble, or to earn great fame and recognition. As long as their blood, sweat, and tears drip into the soil along their natural paths, they can all be proud to say, "I have tried." In such a case, their life will have no regrets. To act in accordance with one's nature. It is a life's eternal error to imitate and emulate others. A lady from an illustrious family has her special charm as a daughter from a humble family also has her qualities. Urban city dwellers have their style while countrymen have their pure beauty. The rich have their problems, but the poor have their happiness. Delicacies have beautiful tastes and colors, but plain tea and simple food have rich nutrition. And extraordinary people have special gifts, but ordinary folks also have their advantages. To dream one's dreams and enjoy their pleasures, to take things as they are and act in accordance with one's nature, neither to force one's actions, follow fashion, nor compare themselves with others, to love what one loves and hate what they hate, and to treat oneself sincerely are all necessary if one is to enjoy a life without regrets. To do their best at everything they do, whether it is to support their parents and rear their own children, or to help their siblings, friends, and neighbors, and seek public benefit. As long as one does their best, they will have no regrets. Our parents brought us up and their love is higher than the mountains and deeper than the sea. Every child wants their parents to enjoy their twilight years and to show their filial piety every day. But there are many things beyond our control and few can do absolutely as they wish. Parents understand this, and as long as they have tried their best, they will have no regrets. Children are our future and our ideal, and every parent wants their children to enjoy wonderful and successful lives. But wishes are wishes and reality is reality. Even one's fingers are of different lengths and weeds will grow in flower gardens. No one can expect perfection, but as long as they have done their best to rear their children, they should have no regrets regardless of what happens. There is nothing anyone can do when their children complain and resent them, but those who have done everything to the best of their ability will have no regrets. No one should ever carry more burdens than they can bear, nor force themselves to do the impossible. To act to one's capability and to do their best is to realize a life without regrets. We can certainly run on, but as there is no perfect life under heaven, why should we pursue one? All things created by the greatest creator are strewn in random order, but at distinct levels. As long as we obey the arrangements of the greatest creator, fulfill our obligations as human beings, and advance along the track of human nature, then whether our life shows favor or adversity or is bright or dark, ours will be a life without regrets. 灵性人生, the spiritual life. 写评, January 10th, 2006. Translated by Shidai and edited by Care. Life on Earth can be divided into three categories: the mortal life, the wise life, and the spiritual life. Those who live for money, food, status, fame, and friendship are leading mortal lives. A full 80 to 85% of all people endure these types of lives. Those who live to pursue truth, spiritual wealth, honesty, kindness, beauty, love, and creating harmonious societies are leading wise lives. About 5 to 10% of people lead these types of lives. Those who live to revere the greatest creator, comprehend the mysteries of Tao, supreme enlightenment, and the highest state of life are leading spiritual lives. Only about 2 to 5% of people are gifted to lead these types of lives. Spiritual lives are extraordinary lives. This tiny percentage of people who lead spiritual lives have only the greatest creator in their hearts and minds. They never use their own wisdom or cleverness, but follow their hearts to live. They have no religions and do not put their hopes on any nations or special leaders. They have established unbreakable relationships with the greatest creator, and though they live on earth, their hearts are already transcending through time and space and traveling toward the kingdom of the greatest creator. They are retiring and unassuming, forgetting their own lives and wholeheartedly walking on the way of the greatest creator. Their hearts are full of peace and light. These people are the seeds of heaven and the essence of humanity. If you want to follow the spiritual path, the best road is to follow Jesus Christ's teachings. All teachings from Jesus Christ are telling people to walk on the way of the greatest creator, which is also the mission and sole purpose of Jesus Christ's coming to earth. Let us listen to the teachings of Jesus Christ in order to live this spiritual life. Jesus answered, I tell you the truth. No one can enter the kingdom of God unless he is born of water and the Spirit. John 3 verse 5. Jesus answered, Everyone who drinks this water will be thirsty again, but whoever drinks the water I give him will never thirst. Indeed, the water I give him will become in him a spring of water welling up to eternal life. John 4 verse 13. Jesus declared, Believe me, woman, a time is coming when you will worship the Father neither on this mountain nor in Jerusalem. You Samaritans worship what you do not know. We worship what we do know, for salvation is from the Jews. Yet a time is coming and has now come when the true worshippers will worship the Father in spirit and truth, for they are the kind of worshippers the Father seeks. God is spirit, and his worshippers must worship in spirit and in truth. John 4 verses 21 to 24. Do not store up for yourselves treasures on earth, where moth and rust destroy, and where thieves break in and steal. But store up for yourselves treasures in heaven, where moth and rust do not destroy, and where thieves do not break in and steal. For where your treasure is, there your heart will be also. Matthew 6 verses 19 to 21. So do not worry, saying, What shall we eat? Or what shall we drink? Or what shall we wear? For the pagans run after all these things, and your heavenly Father knows that you need them. But seek first his kingdom and his righteousness, and all these things will be given to you as well. Matthew 6 verses 31 to 33. Enter through the narrow gate. For wide is the gate and broad is the road that leads to destruction, and many enter through it. But small is the gate and narrow the road that leads to life, and only a few find it. Matthew 7, 13 to 14. Not everyone who says to me, Lord, Lord, will enter the kingdom of heaven, but only he who does the will of my Father who is in heaven. Many will say to me on that day, Lord, Lord, did we not prophesy in your name, and in your name drive out demons and perform many miracles? Then I will tell them plainly, I never knew you. Away from me, you evildoers. Therefore, everyone who hears these words of mine and puts them into practice is like a wise man who built his house on the rock. The rain came down, the streams rose, and the winds blew and beat against that house. Yet it did not fall, because it had its foundation on the rock. But everyone who hears these words of mine and does not put them into practice is like a foolish man who built his house on sand. The rain came down, the streams rose, and the winds blew and beat against that house, and it fell with a great crash. Matthew 7, 21 to 27. And so I tell you, every sin and blasphemy will be forgiven men, but the blasphemy against the Spirit will not be forgiven. Anyone who speaks a word against the Son of Man will be forgiven, but anyone who speaks against the Holy Spirit will not be forgiven, either in this age or in the age to come. Matthew 12, 31 to 32. Then some of the Pharisees and teachers of the law said to him, Teacher, we want to see a miraculous sign from you. He answered, A wicked and adulterous generation asks for a miraculous sign, but none will be given it except the sign of the prophet Jonah. Matthew 12, 38 to 39. The kingdom of heaven is like treasure hidden in a field. When a man found it, he hid it again, and then in his joy went and sold all he had and bought that field. Again, the kingdom of heaven is like a merchant looking for fine pearls. When he found one of great value, he went away and sold everything he had and bought it. Matthew 13, 44 to 46. Then Jesus said to the centurion, Go, it will be done just as you believed it would. Matthew 8:13. Because of the increase of wickedness, the love of most will grow cold, but he who stands firm to the end will be saved. John 24, 12 to 13. Anyone who loves his father or mother more than me is not worthy of me. Anyone who loves his son or daughter more than me is not worthy of me. And anyone who does not take his cross and follow me is not worthy of me. Whoever finds his life will lose it, and whoever loses his life for my sake will find it. John 10, 37 to 39. Then Jesus declared, I am the bread of life. He who comes to me will never go hungry, and he who believes in me will never be thirsty. But as I told you, you have seen me, and still you do not believe. All that the Father gives me will come to me, And whoever comes to me I will never drive away. For I have come down from heaven not to do my will, but to do the will of him who sent me. John 6:35-38. Stop grumbling among yourselves, Jesus answered. No one can come to me unless the Father who sent me draws him, and I will raise him up at the last day. It is written in the prophets, they will all be taught by God. Everyone who listens to the Father and learns from him comes to me. John 6:43-45. He went on to say, this is why I told you that no one can come to me unless the Father has enabled him. John 6:65. But what about you? He asked. Who do you say I am? Simon Peter answered, you are the Christ, the Son of the living God. Jesus replied, blessed are you, Simon son of Jonah, for this was not revealed to you by man, but by my Father in heaven. John 16:15-17. He replied, because you have so little faith. I tell you the truth, if you have faith as small as a mustard seed, you can say to this mountain, move from here to there, and it will move. Nothing will be impossible for you. Matthew 17:20. He called a little child and had him stand among them. And he said, I tell you the truth, unless you change and become like little children, you will never enter the kingdom of heaven. Matthew 18:2-3. Again, I tell you that if two of you on earth agree about anything you ask for, it will be done for you by my Father in heaven. For where two or three come together in my name, there am I with them. Matthew 18:19-20. He said to another man, follow me. But the man replied, Lord, first let me go and bury my father. Jesus said to him, let the dead bury their own dead, but you go and proclaim the kingdom of God. Still another said, I will follow you, Lord, but first let me go back and say goodbye to my family. Jesus replied, no one who puts his hand to the plow and looks back is fit for service in the kingdom of God. Luke 9:59-62. Jesus answered, my teaching is not my own. It comes from him who sent me. If anyone chooses to do God's will, he will find out whether my teaching comes from God or whether I speak on my own. He who speaks on his own does so to gain honor for himself, but he who works for the honor of the one who sent him is a man of truth. There is nothing false about him. John 7 verses 16-18. We shall try our best to enter through the narrow gate and live spiritual lives by following the teachings of Jesus Christ to walk on the way of the greatest Creator. No one's teachings are more comprehensive, profound, and authentic than those of Jesus Christ. Therefore, Jesus is the Christ, the door to eternal life. It is only by entering through this door, and we do not need any other methods to self-improve or self-refine, that we might arrive in the kingdom of the greatest Creator, the Elysium world. 人生的三大财富, the three great treasures of life. Xiefeng, July 24th, 2006. Translated by Transcending and edited by Care. People accumulate and process three types of treasures of wealth during their lifetimes. They are defined as immaterial wealth. This is the physical material to sustain human bodies, represented by forms of money, such as currency, precious metals, jewelry, real estate, vehicles, food, household appliances, clothing, and any other physical properties. Spiritual wealth. This includes those elements that enable consciousness, including wisdom and understanding, and all mental activities to remain healthy, free, uplifted, comfortable, and blessed through attributes such as knowledge, skills, experiences, family affection, friendship, love, religions, groups, states, reputations, positions, and so on. Soul wealth. This is the intangible energy and information that can make the quality of life elevate and the non-material structure of life evolve to the perfect system, such as the psychic energy of the greatest Creator, the running program of Tao, the revelation of gods, the teachings of Buddha, the cultivation of celestial beings, inspiration, spiritual perception, and so on. The three great treasures above complement each other and are integral to each other. With no material wealth, we cannot have the foundation to make a living. We will either die or become beggars and parasites. Our bodies will not rest, our hearts shall not be at peace, and our undertakings will fail. we will be starving and impoverished. And so we must create and get material wealth by relying on our intelligence and hard work. However, those with only material wealth and no spiritual or soul wealth are lacking and tend to commit crime, suicide, and abuse life and nature. Without spiritual wealth, we would be a constantly moving animal who lives by instinct. The lack of ideological wealth would make us lonely, bored, and empty, and we could not reach a state of joy and blessing, and our mentality would be twisted and distorted, suppressed, hot-tempered, eccentric, and prone to go to extremes. However, those with only spiritual wealth but with no material or soul wealth are lacking, prone to being liars, to talk big and fool along. They are likely to do things stealthily, be opportunistic, and become parasites who love to eat, drink, and have fun, as well as careerists and schemers. But without soul wealth, we would never know the meaning and value of life and the purposes of human life. We would not be able to establish the right worldview and outlook on life, and our values would be confused. Not having belief and faith would be like walking through the black of a starless night with low spiritual perception and living a muddled life like a walking corpse. However, those with only soul wealth but no material or spiritual wealth are also lacking. They are likely to be possessed by devils, dwell on spirits and deities, fortunes and disasters, and to play with concepts. They look ghost-like and are obsessed and maniacal. They tend to defile the names of the greatest creator, gods, Buddha, and celestial beings, to poison and bewitch people's hearts, to bring harm to society, and to deviate from humanity and from nature. Earth, water, air, and fire mutually reinforce and neutralize each other. Symmetric balance is blessing. If you ignore any single one of the three great treasures, you will not be able to obtain a perfect life and will walk on a deformed life road. The perfect life should be as such. To learn knowledge and skills lifelong, based on the experiences acquired through hard and honest work, getting a constant, proper amount of material wealth, but never taking the pursuit of material wealth as life's ultimate purpose, lest we become slaves to material wealth. To love nature, cherish family affection, friendship, love, to honor our good reputations, to comprehend the revelations of gods and Buddha, to listen to the teachings of saints and sages, to revere nature and the greatest creator, to constantly self-refine and self-improve, to never stop trekking and climbing to the highest realms of life and develop to perfection. To take the way of the greatest creator and pursue the three great treasures, giving neither up nor going to extremes with either, but controlling the balance, having peaceful hearts and minds. Just like the clear streams falling from the head source while cheering and jumping across valleys and between mountains, winding their way and rushing to the vast ocean while singing all the way. In the end, it is to get wishes fulfilled, debts paid off, connections unbound from the mortal world, and to become extraordinarily refined, to accumulate merits and virtues, to understand the mystery of life, to meet death with joy and excitement, and to ultimately reach the Elysium world. 追赶太阳逃过黑夜 Chasing the sun and escaping the night. Xiefeng, July 10th, 2017. Edited by Kair. It was 6 a.m. on Wednesday, August 19th. We flew west for 2.5 hours from Beijing Capital Airport, PK, to Chhatrapati Shivaji International Airport, BOM, in Mumbai, India, where the local time was also 6 a.m. We then continued to fly west for another 3.5 hours to Harare International Airport, HRE, in Zimbabwe, where the local time was still 6 a.m. We continued to fly for another 7 hours to New York City, where the local time was still 6 a.m. We continued to fly west for another 11 hours back to Beijing International Airport, where we found that the time was also 6 a.m., but it was Thursday, August 20th. We had flown for 24 hours, from 6 a.m. on Wednesday to 6 a.m. on Thursday, but the 24 hours we had gone through were all during the morning, never in the evening, and all the times we saw were 6 a.m. So where did the night go? You may think about where the night went, but the fact is that we are fully capable of leading our lives without nights and can even spend them with eternal mornings, middays, and afternoons. From this, we know the following truth. As long as we chase the light, we can escape the darkness. This is an indisputable fact, but is everything like this? Things can be very smooth when we actively seek sincerity, kindness, beauty, and love, but misfortune will befall us when we fail to actively pursue them, just as we would encounter the night if we did not remain on westbound jet planes. A girl who finds a sugar daddy may escape from poverty for a brief period of time, and a boy who follows an emperor may escape disaster. When our fathers want to punish us, but we coax them and make them happy in some way, their desire to punish us will diminish. The ship we were to have taken sank, but we took a patient with a serious disease to a hospital and missed the ship and also the disaster. Please try to understand this fact. If we chase the light, we can escape the darkness. If we pursue happiness, we can be free from misery and trouble. If we pursue the truth, we can avoid falsity. If we pursue beauty, we can escape ugliness. And if we pursue goodness, we will avoid evil. More importantly, if we pursue the celestial islands continent of the Elysium world, we will escape the mortal world. Nights exist, but they have nothing to do with us. The mortal world exists, but it has nothing to do with the people who live in heaven. And here is the fact. If we worship Buddha, then we will attain Buddhahood, and if we seek to be celestial beings, then we will become celestial beings. Those who remain single all their lives will avoid the afflictions that families cause. If we learn from the saints, we will avoid committing crimes, being hunted by the police, and being arrested. If we sit at home for self-improvement, we will miss the car accident. If we attend church or temple services, we will miss being assaulted, mugged, or robbed. If we do not fight in wars, we will avoid the threat of being killed on the battlefield. Chanyuan Celestials of Life Chanyuan go all out to pursue sincerity, kindness, beauty, love, and the highest realms of life and will escape the darkness, falsity, wickedness, ugliness, hate, and cheating, and escape from the mortal world and from hell. Misfortune and suffering will withdraw farther from us. We will have light when others are in darkness, will be in a land of idyllic beauty when others are being punished by nature, and will be enjoying the kingdom of heaven when others fall into abysses. We are delighted to cultivate ourselves every day and to revere and take the way of the greatest creator. Unconsciously, we avoid a lot of misery and devastation. As long as we hold on to our faith, we will be able to reach the shore of our ideals. Chase the light and escape the darkness. 战略人生 Strategic Life. Xiefeng. Edited by Kair. Using the best building plan, employing the most advanced machinery, mobilizing the best construction workers, and applying the highest quality materials, such as steel and concrete tiles to build a skyscraper on sand, what will happen? The result will be a crushing failure. Why? Because there was a strategic error. You cannot build a high-rise building on sand, and even if you could and did, a single breeze would collapse it. If it is strategically wrong, any tactical success is equal to zero. As in the example above, the building plan, the advanced machinery, the excellent construction workers, the high-quality materials, and other tactical successes will ultimately have zero value because of the strategic mistake. Strategies are overall planning and designs. Tactics are specific measures to achieve them. If the strategy is wrong, then even the best tactics are ultimately hopeless efforts. Sun Tzu's The Art of War includes strategies and tactics. Life also includes both. The so-called strategic life must grasp and operate life from the macro perspective, or life must first have the right ideal with the right directions and goals. Otherwise, no matter how diligent you are, how hard you try in your lifetime, you will end up fruitless. I once drilled a well in a remote village in the Binga area of Matabeleland in the North Province of Zimbabwe. First, I mobilized all the villagers and built nearly 10 kilometers of road, and we cut down the trees that blocked the vehicles along both sides of the road. Then trucks loaded with the drill and other materials and workers entered the construction site in a formidable array. Hundreds of villagers cheered like thunder and supported us with great enthusiasm. After 2 days of drilling down to a depth of 90 meters, not a single drop of water had been found. The drilling failed. After having taken so much labor and having invested so much money, the result in the end was zero. Why was that? The reason lies not in tactics, but in strategy. In other words, the drilling point designated by the geologic and hydrographic staff was dry. In a spot with no water, no matter how many human and financial resources you invest, or how excellent the drilling experts you have mobilized are, you will never drill out water. While taking a course in marketing, an American professor told us the story of an American shoe factory that wanted to set up a branch in Africa. So they sent two market researchers to Africa to make a survey of the shoe market. One researcher came back and reported pessimistically that there was no market for shoes in Africa because African people did not wear shoes. Another researcher came back and reported optimistically that a huge market for shoes existed in Africa because none of the African people were wearing shoes. In this situation, what should the American shoe factory have done? This leads to the strategic issue. If the strategy is correct, then there will eventually be huge profits. But if the strategy is wrong, it will drag the shoe factory down. Most African women do not wear socks, and if someone were to import a container of socks to sell in Africa, he or she would be making a strategic mistake. Recently, I found a pinch of black slags on the white floor tiles in my bathroom. The situation remained the same the next day, even though the gardener cleaned it every day. Today, I bent down and took a closer look. It turned out that dozens of tiny ants were making nests along the edge of the floor tiles against the wall. I felt very sad about this because those ants had made a strategic mistake. The bathroom is very clean, and having a food source would be a big problem. Would it not have been better if the nest had been built in the lawn or under the tree roots in the garden? It might be a good idea to build a gem processing factory in Siberia, Russia, but building a soy sauce factory would be a strategic mistake. Now let us come back to the strategic issues of life. The first strategic issue of life is to give play to your strengths and to do the things that you want to do. If a profession is not right for you, or if it does not make you feel comfortable, then do not force yourself to do it. You would be better off staying idle than forcing yourself to do it because this is a strategic issue. Once you make a strategic mistake, your whole life will be trapped into building castles on sand. Had the Nobel Peace Prize winner, Mother Teresa, not helped the helpless and lonely people, but rather studied radioactive elements like Marie Curie, she might not have accomplished anything at all. Likewise, if Chen Jingrun, who took the math crown pearl by solving the Goldbach conjecture, had been sent to manage the marketing department of an HR firm, it could have ended up in a complete mess. If a person is tone deaf, but wants to learn music or wants to be a singer, then they would be making a strategic mistake of life. I have a distant uncle. He became an apprentice to a carpenter at an early age. 3 years later, he could not even make a chair without help from his master. That is to say, my distant uncle had made a strategic mistake of life. He was not born with the material to be a carpenter. The second strategic issue of life is to comply with time. Sowing in spring, harvesting season in autumn is correct. If you want to act at times inverse of nature, you will be punished by the Tao of heaven. Those who suit their actions to the times are wise. Iwu people of Zhejiang province, China, are called the Jews of China because they have a shrewd business acumen. However, during the Cultural Revolution, they were often criticized as models of walking on the capitalist road, so their shrewd ability could not be played out. I knew a very talented man who remains in prison after more than 10 years because he was involved in a democracy movement. This was not a bad thing and it was totally above board. So why is he in prison? Because what he did was ill-timed. In other words, he wanted to pick and eat his watermelon before it was ripe, and he made a strategic mistake. The third strategic issue of life is to always place yourself in the right position and not to overstep. If it is your duty, you make sure to be conscientious and earnest to do it well, and never to try to shirk your responsibility. But if it is not within the scope of your duties, keep your mouth shut, do not gossip, and pay no attention, even if the sky falls. What responsibilities do you have as to whether the country rises or falls? You have a responsibility to be a good citizen. According to the teachings of Jesus Christ, why do you look at the speck of sawdust in your brother's specs? But because he was too critical of the decisions of the general manager, he was soon dismissed. That is to say, a person, no matter how capable they are, must be sure to place themselves in the right position. Every man should confine himself to his own duties, otherwise, it is overstepping. What is the biggest strategic issue in life? Jesus tells us clearly, "For what a man profited, if he shall gain the whole world and lose his own soul? Or what shall a man give in exchange for his soul?" That is to say, the greatest strategic issue of life is the issue of the soul. From novels, history, and reality, we learn that many people have lost their souls for money and wealth, Many have forfeited their souls for power, and many have lost their souls for fame and lust. These are all strategic mistakes of life. Similarly, many people have forfeited their souls for their families, their ethnic groups, their religious or political parties, or for their countries. These people have also made strategic mistakes of life. Everything is but a game. Only the soul is real. The issue of the soul should always be kept in first place because everything revolves around it. In this way, once the key link is grasped, everything else falls into place. Now, everything is clear and everything else in life is to play the game. You have developed a mind which does not abide in form, sound, smell, taste, touch, and dharma. And the Tathagata comes. That is the life strategy of great wisdom and intelligence. 是我们自己出卖了自己的自由. It was we who sold our own liberty. Xiefeng, July 23, 2017. Translated by Treasure and edited by Care. Liberty is supreme and priceless, and it is the feature of life in heaven and shows the level of a life. The more liberty, the more heavenly. The less the liberty, the more hellish. Liberty, love. For my love I will sacrifice life. Thereto I need. For liberty I will sacrifice my love. Pedify Sandor. Is life so dear, or peace so sweet, as to be purchased at the price of chains and slavery? Forbid it, Almighty God. I know not what course others may take. But as for me, give me liberty or give me death. Patrick Henry. Liberty is the greatest wealth in life. Losing it is losing life. Gaining it is gaining life. So, what is liberty? Liberty is the infinite power of a life to use its eyes, ears, nose, body, mind, and tongue while acting with desire but never overstepping it. Seeing what you want is the liberty of your eyes. Hearing what you want is the liberty of your ears. Going where you want and using your hands and feet as you want is the liberty of your body. Saying and thinking what you want is the liberty of your mind, namely the liberty of your spirit and soul. The liberty of your eyes, ears, body, and mind form the liberty of your life. Those who have eyes but are forbidden to see, have ears but are forbidden to hear, have a mouth but are forbidden to speak, have feet but are forbidden to walk, have hands but are forbidden to act, and who want to lead their own lives but are banned from doing so have lives with no liberty. We will not discuss the liberty of gods, Buddha, celestials, saints, devils, monsters, or even plants and animals. We will only talk about that of humans. People have very little liberty. In other words, they rarely keep it in full. Why do we not have liberty? Because we sell it. How do we sell it? It is mainly sold through three channels or aspects. Culture. People sell themselves to traditional cultures. They accept traditional cultural values, such as the belief that people should marry when they grow up, but when they step into marriage, they sell their own liberty. Traditional culture says, never travel far from the company of parents. Then the body has no liberty. Traditional culture says, love your nation and love your people. Come on. They have sold their liberty to their own nation and culture, and so on. Morality. They sell their liberty to their own values and beliefs. Party loyalists and religionists are stark examples. So-called proponents of liberty are actually kidnapped by their morality and sell their liberty to morality. If they sell their liberty to the belief in evolution, then they will not accept the value of creationism. As a result, the survival of the fittest, the law of the jungle, and winners are kings while losers are gangsters becomes their creed of life. It will be hard to avoid the fighting to death, and liberty can't be found anywhere. They need to remember that anyone without liberty is unable to offer it to others, just as the poor cannot bring wealth to others and ugly people cannot bring beauty to others. Mechanism. As long as there are constitutions, laws, regulations, doctrines, disciplines, contracts, and the like which restrict and bind them, people will sell their liberty to that which they set for themselves. Their state is a mechanism. They believe in their state, and they sell their liberty to their country. Marriage families are mechanisms, and as long as they consciously enter into marriage families, it is no doubt that people will sell their own liberty to the marriage family. A contract is a mechanism. When a contract is signed, liberty is sold to the contract. When we do not feel free today, we have to rethink that we have no liberty because we sold it. For that, It is as normal that we have no liberty as if we sell our house and then have nowhere to sleep. That is all our fault, and we have no excuse to complain to others. In addition to the three main channels to sell liberty listed above, we also have the following list of small channels through which it is sold. These include jealousy, blaming, comparing, fighting, killing, worry, fear, desire, money, power, fame, lust, and so on. As long as we are infected with any of these negative emotions or inner anxieties, or indulge in any desires, our liberty will be restricted or even lost. For example, if we fear something that restricts our liberty, then we sell our liberty to fear. When a country perpetrates a national terror policy and makes people live in fear from morning till night, then the people's liberty will be deprived completely and they will have to live a life more like that of a dog than a human. Tracing back to the source, the country might not be bad, but the people have sold their liberty to fear. As more and more citizens of a country become willing to sell their liberty to fear, this terror policy becomes the perfect way for the state to control its people. The bondage of the individual is self-inflicted, and the slavery of all is caused by the collective. If one wants to enjoy liberty from such an environment, there is only one thing to do: escape. Where to go? To a free place. If there is no free place on the earth, escape to heaven. 长不大的婴儿. Infants who never grow up. Xiefeng. January 15, 2006. Translated by Treasure and edited by Care. Everyone has a natural attachment to their mother, and no one wants to leave her swaddling cloth. One can drink their mother's milk and feel safe in her arms, so one would ever want to leave their mother's side. However, those who never leave their mothers will never grow up. So if you are to grow up, you must do so. Of course, I do not mean to leave her physically, but rather to leave her spiritually and psychologically, or you will never grow into maturity. Leaving one's mother is painful, but to not do it is to remain an infant who never grows up. Leaving the mother takes these 4 steps. Cutting the umbilical cord. This step is done right after we leave our mother's body. Weaning. This step is forcefully done when we transition from being babies to becoming children. Cutting loose from home. This step usually happens when we marry. Cutting the emotional attachment. This step is gradual and melts away as our mothers leave the mortal world. This is as natural a process as it is an uncontrollable one, and it describes our growth process. This is not being heartless, it is simply our journey of life. Many people have left their mothers in form, but not in essence. Their mother complex is transformed and demonstrated in other ways. When we were young, we thought that we could not survive without our mothers, and when we grew up, we felt that we could not endure without our states. People all over the world defend their states. National defense is designed to protect the mother state, and so military expenditures on national defense worldwide is alarming. This is an unnecessary waste. If people around the world had no states, civilization could ascend to a much higher level, but people are attached to their mother states, and no one wants to wean. The ideal of the absence of the state is not a fantasy, and if everyone were to become Chanyuan celestials, then states would naturally disappear and they would become historical memories. The more powerful and intrusive that states become, the more contradictions and conflicts that they inflict upon their people, the heavier that the burdens they place upon them always become. Therefore, the absence of the state is the ideal dream of the sages and saints of mankind. The role of religion is in fact the mother's role. The feelings of religious believers to their own religions are actually the subconscious reflections of infants' attachments to their mothers. Pledging to protect their mother is an inherent nature contained within every person. The fanaticism of religious believers is the perfect manifestation of this inherent nature. The greatest creator is not in religion, and this is understood by every follower, so why do they still maintain their religions? Because their followers are unwilling to wean. Maintaining religions is actually a kind of natural complex of maintaining their mothers to infants who have never grown up. As long as we take a rational analysis, we can see that throughout history, much misery and many disasters have been the outgrowths of religions. Religions confused people's minds, paralyzed their instincts, created barriers and shackles to the full display of human nature, and diverted people from the great way and led them astray. If religions are everywhere, then our minds can never be at peace, and disputes will continue. Therefore, the absence of religion is the desired dream of the sages and saints of mankind. Political parties are also umbrellas playing the role of the mother. We have a saying, back to the arms of the party, which is the best footnote to the meaning of political parties. The reason that people join political parties is to be embraced by others so they can enjoy a steady flow of milk and a sense of safety. Claiming to be serving the people and the nation is but a cover. There are tens of thousands of political parties of various sizes worldwide, but their existence is a sign that people are still savage and ignorant. The power struggles between political parties have always flashed with knives and swords for life and death. Superficially, it is for democracy, but actually it is to inflate their mother complexes. To reach substantive purposes, they resort to various conspiracies in both light and shadow, adding endless suffering and problems to society. So, the absence of all political parties everywhere is the noble ideal of people climbing to the highest realm of life. The other organization, acting in the mother's role, is the family. It is said that the family is the cell of society, but these cells are inherently cancerous and everyone's life troubles and misfortunes stem mainly from them. It is the bane of selfishness, greed, and infinite lust. And if they are not destroyed, the vicious cycles that people endure will never end. Why do people want families? Because people need to get their milk and their sense of security from them. People are reluctant to grow up, and they all hope to cling to their mother's arms forever. States, religions, political parties, and families take on the roles of mothers, and as long as we still cling to them, we can only be described as infants who have never grown up. New era consciousness requires people to step out of infancy because those who cannot think outside the infant's crib have no road to heaven. Before the birth of life genuine, the existence of states, religions, political parties, and families was justified, but now their presence is irrational. Previously, we thought that those who sacrificed for their states, religions, political parties, and brought honors to their ancestors were great and respectable. Now, we know they are pathetic and are infants who have never grown up. 寻找自己的伊甸园 Looking for your own Garden of Eden. Xiefeng, December 1A 2007. Translated by Transcending and edited by Care. Even tigers may be teased by dogs when they leave the remote mountains and come to lush and flat areas. Dragons can be duped by shrimp when they are in shallow water. Camels along the coast are harder to ride than donkeys, and domestic captive phoenixes are worse off than chickens. The tiger is the king of the mountains, but tigers can only give play to their power and prestige in the mountains. Once they come down to the plains, a pack of wild dogs will dare to tease them. Dragon are lords of the abyss, but dragons can only summon wind and call for rain in the abyss. If they fall into shallow depressions or ponds, the little shrimp and small fish can dupe them. Camels can only demonstrate their most valuable qualities in deserts, but if one lives along the coast, it would be less useful than a donkey. Phoenixes can roar out songs and show their magnificence in the quiet of plain trees, but if they are unfortunate enough to be kept in cages with feathers falling and listless in form and spirit, then they are worse than chickens. These phenomena suggest such a truth, that all kinds of life can only give full play to themselves and demonstrate their most precious qualities and values when they live in the environments suited to their natures. If they are unfortunate to live in an environment not suited to their own characteristics, not only can they not play out their strengths, but they might even be teased and duped by other creatures around them. I call the environment which best suits one's survival their Garden of Eden. Everyone has their own Garden of Eden, and it is only inside of it that they will live out their elegant demeanor. If you are away from your Garden of Eden, you will be frustrated and have difficult times and even be regarded as a waste or good for nothing by others around you. The white swan was unfortunate to live within flocks of chickens and ducks in the beginning, being laughed at and mocked by them, and was ridiculed as the ugly duckling. The genius painter, Vincent van Gogh, was spiritually enlightened, but had the misfortune to be living in a secular society, so he was unappreciated and taken advantage of all throughout his life and eventually died in poverty and with depression. Zhang Zia, the founding minister of the Zhou dynasty, went to do business, but ended up with losses rather than profits. Chen Jingran, who took the crown pearl of the Goldbach conjecture, went to the market to buy vegetables, and was ridiculed as being a bit silly. One who is kind should not be a commander. If you are kind and soft, then you should never lead an army into battle, for you would never become a general. One who is righteous should not engage in trade. If you have a strong sense of justice and are ready to help the weak, then you should never go into business, for you would never become wealthy. One who is honest should not enter into politics. If you like seeking out the truth from facts and adhering to the truth, then you should never enter politics, for you would never become a senior official. One who has a loving heart should not marry. If you have a loving heart, then you should never marry, for your love would be tied up and unable to shine with brilliance. One who has a noble soul should not mingle in the secular world. If you have a graceful heart, then you should never mingle in the secular world, for you would be regarded as silly and your beauty would go unappreciated. One who is unsophisticated should not engage in writing. If you are honest and simple, then you should never engage in writing, for your articles would not possess literary elegance and would likely invite scorn and ridicule. One of integrity should not engage in the art of war. If you advocate honesty and hate cheating, then you should never go into a war to confront others, for the art of war is full of tricks. Confronting others, whether civil or military, is all about tactics and tricks, so you would be doomed to lose. If you want to make your life happy, joyful, free, and blessed, if you want to play to your strengths and expertise, if you want to stand out and rank high, and if you want to climb to the highest realm of life and life, then you must find your own Garden of Eden. If you come from the 1,000-year world or the 10,000-year world of heaven, then you must not envy the world's high positions and great wealth, and not waste your time trying to get your ideal life from the mortal world, because its soil is not suitable for you to grow in, bloom, and bear fruit. Your Garden of Eden is in heaven, not in the mortal world. Seek out those people who appreciate you, are nice to you, and who like you, but do not try to change anyone, especially those whose ideas and views are always against yours. A leopard cannot change its spots. One cannot change one's essential nature. To those people who have different frequencies of mind and consciousness, no matter how impressively you sing their praises, how you comfort them, how you attempt to persuade them, they will never appreciate your feelings or understand your intentions. Even if you open your heart to them, they will still be indifferent and persist in their old ways. When you find your Garden of Eden, you should cherish it. Never take for granted that you can do anything and give up your Garden of Eden. There was a division commander who battled like a fish in water and was very capable when he was in the army, but he grew proud and conceited and thought he would be capable in any environment. So he left the army and entered into civil administration. There, he expected to play a great role, yet after years of rushing about, he suffered setbacks everywhere and could not achieve anything. The hero in the army became good for nothing during peacetime. Why? Because he had left his own Garden of Eden. Never assume that cacti can grow everywhere or can please everyone. That which comes easiest is the most valuable. However, that which comes easiest is the mostly likely to be ignored and undervalued. The greatest creator has given each of us a chance to access their Garden of Eden, but many of us do not pay due attention and do not value and understand their nature as much. Many people get it and then lose it. It is easy to lose than gain. What a pity. Look for your own Garden of Eden. I hope that everyone will find their own Garden of Eden. Abandonment is an achievement. Siefing. Translated by Treasure and edited by Care. Abandonment is an achievement. Shinding Celestial. It seems that abandonment is an achievement is a contradiction, but it is actually great wisdom, though beyond the ordinary people's comprehension and imagination. It embodies an ingenious realm, a boldness of vision that looks far ahead and aims high above the common and vulgar. A tactical strategy to have the situation well in hand, with great will to reach the top. The more you possess, the more trouble you have. It seems that will be much easier to abandon something at the proper time. If we constantly pursue possessions but refuse to ever abandon them, those possessions will become burdens and encumbrances. One who wishes to take a long trek to appreciate the attraction of distant scenery must take very little luggage, for the more they take, the more tired they will become, the slower their journey will go, and the less likely they will be to reach their destination. Life is but a journey which life travels through in the mortal world, The destination of the journey depends entirely on how far we travel during our lifetime. Those who possess too much in the mortal world will not be able to reach a more wonderful place. If they cannot abandon their possessions, they will only continue marking time with the samsara of the mortal world. If we hold fast to something, we cannot grasp anything else with our hands. If a room is filled with clutter, it is hard to add shiny, new appliances. If our minds are full of wants and desires, our spirits will be so exhausted that we will find it impossible to appreciate a new realm with dense willows and bright flowers or reach a spiritually pure land. Therefore, abandonment is an achievement. To abandon the past is to achieve the future. Abandoning a profession frees us to engage in another one. It is only by abandoning private ownership that we can achieve public ownership or even non-ownership. Only by abandoning being a human that we can achieve being a celestial being or Buddha. Only by abandoning the mortal world can we reach the fairyland. Only by abandoning the traditional family that we can enter the new oasis for life, and only by abandoning the state that we can enter the great unity. Abandon, abandon, abandon. Open a door and others will close automatically, but close a door and others will open automatically. As with a woman, when single, men will flock to her actively, but once she becomes engaged or married, they will stay away from her. Shinding Celestial's full quote was, "People say that it is tiring to live. Why might life be tiring? Because they are unwilling to abandon, and they always want more. Having obtained wealth, they still want reputation, fame, and status. Not realizing that the more they possess, the heavier their burden becomes, they will get more and more exhausted throughout their journey of life. Actually, abandonment is an achievement. Anyone who wants to lead a relaxed and free life in the mortal world must learn to abandon. Only continual abandonment will lead to continual transcendence. What should we abandon as people? That depends on where we want to go. If we want to go to hell, of course we should abandon sincerity, kindness, and beauty, so that we can gain falsity, wickedness, and ugliness. Only by breaking through the moral bottom line can we revel in evil of every kind. Only by abandoning love can hatred sprout, grow, blossom, and bear spiritual fruit. Only by abandoning faith and honesty can we be petty men. Only by abandoning hope can we get despair. Only by abandoning sublimation can we ensure that we will continue the samsara in the mortal world, struggling in a boundless sea of bitterness. So, abandonment is achievement. Generally, my purpose is to lead mankind into the Life-Genuine era. To learn about the identifying brands of the Life-Genuine era, refer to my 800 values for new era human being, which describes the Life-Genuine era with specific details. For individuals, I am here to guide people to the 1,000-year world, the 10,000-year world, and the Elysium Islands continent. For this, I need people to abandon states, religions, political parties, and family lives. Only by abandoning these 4 items can we achieve happy, joyous, free, and blessed lives which are characterized thusly. The talented will be put to good use, and the whole world will be one family. No one would pocket anything found on the ground, and doors are not bolted at night. To unify all thoughts and all beliefs into the greatest Creator's will, and all religions into one uniform belief system. Everything will be in complete harmony, and everyone will be happy. As for the individuals, people need to abandon these nine things: marriage, traditional families, states, religions, political parties, private ownership, outdated regulations, corrupt customs, and moralization that restrains human nature. The ways of God and Buddha, their egos. Abandonment is an achievement. Without abandoning marriage, it is impossible to achieve a state of being happy, joyful, free, and blessed. Without abandoning the traditional family, it is impossible to achieve the life of a celestial being. Without abandoning the state, it is impossible to achieve a realm of freedom. Without abandoning religions, it is impossible to achieve the freedom and purity of the soul. Without abandoning political parties, it is impossible to achieve peace and harmony. Without abandoning private ownership, it is impossible to achieve public ownership and experience the wonderful state of possess nothing and have everything. Without abandoning all the outdated regulations, corrupt customs, and moralization that restrain human nature, it is impossible to achieve natural, unrestrained, and elegant lives. Without abandoning the way of God and Buddha, it is impossible to achieve the way of the greatest creator. Without abandoning the ego, it is impossible to achieve paradise, to free oneself from the trap, to walk out of the 36-8 diagram arrays, to escape the territory of the mortal world, and to free oneself from the five elements and out of the program of the realm of necessity. Then, it will be impossible to reach the celestial islands continent of the Elysium world and never experience the glorious blissful state of forgetting oneself to be completely relaxed and joyful. Abandonment is an achievement. Continuing to walk in the old steps and secluding oneself, sticking to stale ideas, and clinging to bygone values will eventually lead to decay, corruption, decadence, and make it impossible to achieve freshness, pleasance, relaxation, and freedom. Abandonment is a painful process. The more you possess and the longer you possess, the more difficult it becomes to abandon, and the more benefits you get from those possessions, the less willing you will be to abandon them. It is easy for ordinary people to abandon their state, but lawmakers would never do that willingly, for they are their state's embedded first beneficiaries. It is easy for a new follower of a religion to disenfranchise, but not for priests and ministers, for they are the embedded first beneficiaries of their religion. A religious believer who has wallowed in their religion all their life will not abandon it easily because their confidence would collapse. They would be at a loss for what to do, and they would need to find a new track to follow. It might be simple for an ordinary political party member to abandon their party, but no party leader would ever abandon theirs, for once doing so, they would have nothing to play and could not command or control others. Common people look forward to the great unity, to lead lives of public ownership when the world will be one united family. Although it might seem easier for them to abandon private ownership, those who own property, especially those very wealthy people, will not abandon private ownership, for if everyone is really equal, how could they lead superior lives? How could they show off their wealth? How could they swagger before others or make others admire them? It is the same with married couples. The ones who are more stifled, abused, bounded, and exploited will hate their family lives, while the ones who benefit more from their marriages and family lives will hardly want to abandon them. Human nature includes the desire to control others and to have more and more people under their control. However, not all people can be kings, religious leaders, political party leaders, or bosses of companies. For the vast majority of people, the desire for control will be played out, realized, and fulfilled in their families. Men want to control their wives. Women want to control their husbands. Both want to exercise parental control over their children, and children are genetically programmed to get as much from their parents as they can. So, families are the first battlefield of life where great and small wars play out daily. Many couples show happy harmony to the public, but are unwilling to complain about their bitterness. In fact, you will always suffer from the pain that comes along with possessing anything. The more you possess, the more pain you will suffer. In this world, it is the kings, presidents, religious leaders, political party bosses, and wealthy capitalists who endure the most pain. It is they who cannot even lead peaceful lives day or night who are the most deserving of pity. Abandon. Abandonment is an achievement. Abandonment is a great magic weapon to obtain mental and spiritual growth and is the best way to sublimate oneself and achieve a bright future. The core teachings of Jesus Christ and Buddha Sakyamuni dwell in it. The freedom and happiness of life and the secrets leading to the realm of heaven dwell in it too. 意识结构能量是宇宙三要素. Consciousness, structure, and energy are the three elements of the universe. Xiefeng, November 18th, 2006. Translated by Treasure and edited by Care. Look at the boundless world. What is caught by our eyes is material structure. Without structure, there is no material. For the various marvelous spectacle of lives, the differences lie in the differences of structures. Structures decide the forms of lives. We can choose the people who we want in crowds immediately because of their distinct structures. We can easily find a peony among many types of flowers because peony structures are distinctive. We identify everything by identifying their structures. The universe is full of invisible energy which only reveals itself by attaching itself to structures. Therefore, All visible objects that we see are structures combined with energy geometrically. Different structures absorb different energies. The wonder of the pyramids lies in their structures. Successful farmers do not grow the same kind of crops in the same fields every year because the land contains nutrients such as nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium, and different plants require them in different proportions. It is only by rotating crops constantly that the supplies of the various nutrients of the land will be distributed and utilized properly. Solar cookers and water heaters heat water because of their structures. Trains, trucks, and cars carry different loads because of their different structures. Flies, bees, tigers, leopards, and sheep need different foods because of their different digestive structures. Who creates such a great variety of structures? Look at the various high-rise buildings and cities. Who created them? Look at women's beautiful clothes and makeup. Who created them? All kinds of foods in supermarkets are like feasts for the eyes which cannot even take them all in. But who created them? There is no doubt that they were all created by people. But were they created by people's hands and feet? Of course not, but by people's consciousnesses. Their hands and feet are controlled by their consciousness. Without consciousnesses, nobody's hands and feet would accomplish anything. So we can see that the eternal things in the universe are only consciousnesses, structures, and energy. All other things are illusory, showy but not substantial, and cannot last. Energy is neutral, just like air and water, and any consciousness can direct it. Therefore, we need not attach too much importance to energy because fragrant flowers can attract butterflies. What kinds of structures can attract what kinds of energy toward them naturally? We know that all structures are the products of consciousnesses, so we do not need to emphasize structures too much. The kind of consciousness we have decides the kind of corresponding structure that we will have. Unify all thoughts and all beliefs into the greatest creator's will and all religions into one uniform belief system. This is the one consciousness. The universe has consciousness. If it did not, then there would not be such a variety of life structures with thousands of postures and an infinite variety of material forms. Then what is this consciousness? It is the greatest creator. When we find the greatest creator, we find the headstream and the core. All problems can be solved effortlessly. The indistinct and misty become bright and clear. The complex becomes simple. Darkness morphs into light. The finite expands to the infinite, and misery becomes joy. The core beliefs of Life Genuine are to revere the greatest creator and to take the way of the greatest creator. This is the path leading to heaven. Those who go against this great path are of heretical sects, and regardless of what of names they take. How dazzling or marvelous their theories sound, how inscrutable their magical powers are, or how many disciples or followers they attract, they are all the superfluous tumors growing in the body of humanity that will be eliminated. Revere the greatest creator and take the way of the greatest creator. This is the touchstone to determine good from evil, truth from falsity, and beauty from ugliness. Evil and ugly people do not revere the greatest creator nor take his way. Theories and sermons are evil and ugly if they do not revere the greatest creator nor take his way. States, political parties, religions, or groups are evil and ugly if they do not revere the greatest creator nor take his way. Consciousness is non-material, and the consciousness of the greatest creator manifests itself as Tao. The consciousness of the greatest creator runs through all tangible and intangible time and space everywhere, including both the material and the non-material world and the positive and the negative universe. This is the genuine God. States of consciousness decide the forms of life and their methods of survival. The differentiators of the lives of ignorant people, laities, mortals, sages, celestials, goblins, demons, devils, ghosts, and monsters are their types of consciousnesses. Therefore, we must emphasize our consciousnesses during our lives, and our emphasis on consciousness must always be on revering the greatest creator and taking his way. Once this key link is grasped, everything else falls into their proper places. We get twice the results with half the effort and find clear and bright paths to reach splendid goals. We will ultimately accomplish the spiritual state of immortality and attain the life structure of higher-level space and reach the other shore to realize our ideal. I believe that all government's officials, industrial and religious leaders, and company bosses do understand these principles very well. 格局与结局, Patterns and Endings. Xiefeng, June 8th, 2020. Translated by Chinyu and edited by Care. A pan is a pattern and a pancake is an ending. The size of the pan determines the size of the pancake. A puddle of water is a pattern and the fish in it are an ending. The depth and width of the water decides the size and quantity of the fish. Space is a pattern. If it is small, then it can only hold a grain of sand. If it is vast, then it can hold the sun, the moon, the earth, and all the stars and galaxies. If a shepherd is jealous of another shepherd who has more sheep than he does, then he will never be more than a shepherd. If a beggar is jealous of another beggar who begs more successfully and gets more food than he does every day, then he will never be more than a beggar. If a monkey is jealous of another monkey whose butt is redder than his own, then he will never be more than a monkey. We find that people who compare themselves to and are jealous of their peers have small patterns. They will always be what they are now because they cannot go beyond themselves. If a person is always comparing themselves with others, then they certainly cannot become a celestial, a Buddha, or a god, because their pattern is that of a human, not that of any of the other three. That is, their pot is the human pot, not the celestial or Buddha pot, so they cannot bake their bigger cakes. A dog who is idle all day except to catch mice has the pattern of a cat and can become one. A wealthy landowner who looks down on the poor has the pattern of a rich man but cannot become a gentleman. A beautiful woman who satirizes people whose appearances are not as good as hers is physically beautiful, but she has the pattern of a thorny vase and cannot become a lady. It can be seen from this that those who look down upon and attack people who are less advantaged than they are generally have very small patterns. Therefore, those who look down upon and bully beggars and peasants in this world have small patterns and small futures. Those who challenge lions and those who challenge mice have different patterns and different endings. Those who challenge an emperor may become an emperor, but those who challenge a beggar can only become a beggar. There is an old saying that peers are enemies. In fact, those who regard peers as enemies do so because their patterns are small. The competition between peers is the cruelest in market competition. Sheep are not satisfied with goats farting, but they are all sheep and they are peers. Yesterday, as I browsed videos on the web, a famous internet figure whom I respected because he had produced several hundred high-quality videos had attacked another well-known videographer who had produced similar content. He said that the other guy was a liar, and this collapsed my respect for him in an instant because he revealed that his pattern was smaller than I had expected. Those with such small patterns cannot let others live and work in peace and cannot let the world be clear and bright. From this, I found a revelation. Those who always praise and inspire others are people with big patterns, but those who always suppress and attempt to destroy others are people with small ones. Those who have really big patterns acknowledge and praise their opponents, and those who praise their enemies have limitless patterns. We can thus infer these conclusions. Those who have bad relationships with their colleagues have small patterns, as do those who belittle others, attack their peers, bully people who are weaker than they are, contend for profit among relatives and friends, like internal strife, and those who like to show off. People with big patterns can endure humiliation on important tasks. A famous example is Han Exian, who was humiliated by being forced to crawl between other men's legs. To avoid wasting time and energy by bothering with those street thugs, he chose to endure crawling between their legs. Gojian, the king of the Yu kingdom, sleeping on the brushwood and tasting the gall, sent his wife to King Wu's bed, and even tasted King Wu's feces. Pu Songling, the author of Strange Tales from a Lonely Studio, who was repeatedly frustrated but never depressed, once composed a pair of couplets. Where there is a will, there is a way. After burning one's bridges, the 120 Chin passes finally belong to Chu, and heaven does not fail people who exert efforts. Sleeping on the brushwood and tasting the gall, 3,000 Yu soldiers conquered the Wu kingdom. We can see that his pattern was huge. If you were walking along a road and someone hit you, what would you do? People with small patterns would immediately scold, "Are you blind?" But those with large patterns would just smile and say, "I'm sorry, please forgive me for being in your way." People with big patterns will have good endings. The bigger their pattern, the better their ending. With a small pattern, you can only march in place, or even retreat. Do you want to be a celestial being? Then do not compare yourselves to others, do not make a fuss with others, and do not compete with others. 四观相同才能和谐. For outlooks will give you harmony. Xiefeng, December 12th, 2020. Translated by Qinyu and edited by Care. It is often said that, with three different outlooks, people cannot live harmoniously. Only with the same three outlooks can people get along well with each other. There are also sayings that, with different worldviews, good relationships cannot remain long. With different worldviews, you cannot make good friends, communicate with people with different worldviews, and every word will be like playing a harp to a cow, etc. The three outlooks refer to worldviews, outlooks on life, and values. What I want to say is that if our outlook on life is different, then we cannot live in harmony either. If two people have the same worldviews, outlooks on life, and values, but different outlooks on life, what will the result be? One's outlook on life is their understanding and perspective of life and death phenomena and on time and space. If two peoples are different, then even if they have the same worldviews, outlooks on life, and values, it will be difficult for them to get along well. Worldviews are people's understandings and perspectives on the world. Outlooks on life are people's understandings and perspectives on their purpose, meaning, and value of life. And values are people's recognitions, judgments, affirmations, and denials of the importance of things. For example, Zhang Asan and Li Si both wanted to gain wealth, but how did they go about doing that? From the perspective of their worldviews, they both believed that the existence of the big world is for them to enjoy. From the perspective on life, they both believe that the purpose of life is to be happy and joyous. And from the perspective of values, they both believe that obtaining money is important and a necessary condition for gaining wealth. Therefore, they were harmonious in terms of worldviews, outlooks on life, and values. There were no conflicts or contradictions between them. However, disputes and splits occurred on the issue of how to achieve their goal. Zhang San believed that as long as he could gain wealth, he could offer bribes, sell heroin, or rob banks. But Li Si believed that these methods of doing it were absolutely unacceptable, that they were offensive to man and God, and that they would be punished. Zhang San and Li Si, who had the same worldviews, perspectives on life, and values, could no longer get along with each other on the question of how to gain wealth, and this resulted in splits and disputes. But what was the reason? The reason was that Zhang San and Li Si had different outlooks of life. Zhang San believed that everything is gone after death, and that living happily was the kingly way, while Li Si believed that people will reincarnate and that we should live without being offensive to man and God because otherwise, we will go to hell. Here is the conclusion. With the same three outlooks, it is still impossible to live in harmony. It is only with the same four outlooks that people can do so. 最近的一些人生小感悟. Some perceptions about life. Xiefeng, January 23rd, 2018. Translated by Qinyu and edited by Peter. Everyone's present must be accumulated from their past in speech, behaviors, and performances. Everyone's speech, behavior, and performance are absolutely determined by his inner world. Everyone's inner world is absolutely determined by his upbringing, cultivation, and self-restraint. Everyone's upbringing, cultivation, and self-restraint are absolutely determined by his beliefs and ideals. It is inferred from this that the path of life is determined by one's beliefs and ideals. To build the international family, I recently contacted and observed more than 50 communities in the United States and Canada. I also contacted communities in Japan and Portugal. I discovered many interesting phenomena. First, when something beautiful suddenly came, people would always doubt its pure beauty. Instead of embracing it boldly, people deliberately reject it. Secondly, everyone has beautiful ideals, but once the ideal things do come, they are at a loss to understand them and will even resist them. Finally, in order to unite the community, the outstanding must cater to and accommodate the mediocre. Once catered and accommodated to, it is tantamount to retrogression, and retrogression is painful. From this, we found that world harmony is not achieved by morality and ideals, not by preaching and guidance, but by the advancement of science and technology, by changes in lifestyle, and by the compulsion to survive. To follow the trend, I recently created my own Facebook account and discovered a new world. That is, I can establish connections with people all over the world while sitting in front of my computer. I have had friend relationships with people in dozens of countries, but I find that people are fonder of expressing themselves than paying attention to others. Not long ago, I got in touch with some classmates whom I had lost touch with over 30 years ago. Oh, I was so happy. I hurriedly shared my decades of experience and insights with everyone. The result was that there were very few responses. It was like throwing a stone in a lake that could not splash any water. It gave me the feeling that this generation, born in the 1950s and 1960s, has been swallowed up by the secular world, except for enjoying their later life, actually waiting for death. This generation has no more enthusiasm and passion for life. They will not make any special contributions to the civilizational sublimation of this world. If they make any contribution, it is nothing more than sticking to tradition, restoring old ways, and attacking new ideas. I pay close attention to the natural changes in the world every day and find that no place on the earth is absolutely safe. It is either severely cold or tormented by scorching heat, besieged by floods, or scorched by drought, submerged by volcanic ash, or struck down by an earthquake. It either meets with a mudslide or encounters an infectious disease. It is either scorched by wildfires or plagued by wars. It is either blown down by a hurricane or engulfed by a typhoon. It is either shrouded in smog or ravaged by pollution, and it is perilous everywhere. Disasters will befall from time to time. I keep a constant eye on the changes in social ecology, and I found that none of the so many presidents and political elites around the world can come up with a path or plan for the development of human society that the people all over the world will agree with. From this, I feel that truly creative wisdom does not come from the brains of heads of state, but from the people. Civil society is the greatest hope for the rise of human civilization. Human beings have been living on the earth for 5,000 years, and the ideal production and life mode of humans has not yet been born on the earth. If there is an ideal life mode, it is the new oasis for life mode created by Life Genuine, that is, the Siefing-style communism model. Where do people live the happiest? I lived in Binka, the most remote area of Zimbabwe, for a period of time. I lived in the most primitive place on Santo Island in Vanuatu in the South Pacific for a period of time. I lived in the prosperous city of Shenzhen of China for a period of time, and lived in the highly developed city of Vancouver, Canada for a period of time. The conclusion is that happiness has little to do with the place where you live, but has much to do with the pressures of life. The greater the pressure of life, the less happy people will be, and the lower the pressure of life, the happier they will be. Yesterday I read the article of Songlong Shuhua called The 14 Dregs Left by History in China. Rebellion without money, corruption with money. I felt that it resonated with me very much. The 14 dregs are regional awareness, anti-foreign sentiment, fighting among their own, obedience, shamelessly touting, all talk and no action, no tradition of peacefully changing regimes, handling affairs by relying on interpersonal relationships and blood relationships, worshipping the official ranks, fame, position, and glorifying the ancestors, paying no attention to science, treating people who criticize themselves as enemies. If they have no money, they will rebel, and if they have money, they will become corrupt. They can only share adversity, not peace and happiness. Regarding old and ruined cultural relics as national treasures, and not regarding talents as national treasures. Strong retropsychology, weak scientific thinking, and strong sense of superstition. The buying and selling of official positions is popular. I have been thinking about one thing these days. Everyone wants to live well, but after investigating history and observing the status quo, we must ask, how many people have lived an ideal life? From the emperor and president to the common people, from historical celebrities to current stars, from high-ranking officials and billionaires to workers, peasants and peddlers, from experts and scholars to illiterates and thieves, from African blacks to European and American whites and to Oriental yellow people, very few people have lived in happiness on their own. The current human race has a history of nearly 5,000 years, but most people have not lived an ideal life. What is the problem? After observation, I came to the following conclusions. Everyone does not know what kind of life they need. They are just drifting around. People are struggling with selfish desires, but they do not know that the more selfish they become, the more miserable their lives will be. People cannot let go of failures and frustrations, and they do things with resentment, which makes their situation worse. People want to live a good life by getting married and starting a family, but fall into a trap, which is counterproductive for them. The best inexhaustible resource for mankind is sex. Everyone yearns for a good sex life. However, mankind treats sexual resources as rubbish and waste in a moral, ethical, religious, and customary way. Reap what you have sown is an unbreakable truth, but what are people growing? Everyday people are planting jealousy, complaints, anger, rage, hatred, condemnation, attacks, suppression, insults, fraud, lies, ridicule, irony, sarcasm, nitpicking, theft, corruption, luxury, waste, pollution, competition, killing, entrapping, cheating, abduction, deception, superstition, dishonesty, counterfeiting, etc. Can you have a good life by planting so many of these bad seeds? Internal factors are the basis for a good life, and external factors are the conditions for a good life. But people do the opposite. They do not work hard on their own roots, but are eager to achieve success in ever-changing conditions. Of course, they will never live a good life. They are either too impulsive or with insufficient reason, or negative, passive, and lazy. How can they have a good life? There are two ways of living that are not worth promoting and imitating. One is the life of pigs, and the other is the life of the dead. The life of a pig is like this. Every day they enjoy themselves leisurely without worrying about eating or drinking. When they are happy, they will play in a mud puddle mixed with rain and excrement, roll around and hum a bit. If they do not want to play anymore, they will lie down on the ground and sleep and feel that they are the happiest in the world. The life of the dead is like this, living in a well-decorated room, not afraid of smog, not afraid of wind and rain, regardless of the changes in the world, regardless of human suffering, not worried about the broiling of the sun, not worried about the cold, no enthusiasm, no passion. Even if they see another's fine piece of writing, they do not give any praise or encouragement, they do not even give a like. They are just like the walking dead. They think that they have become immortal or like Buddha. In fact, they are just rotten and their attitude stinks. 答复国际哲学团体联合会主席提出的4个问题。My reply to the 4 questions raised by the chairman of the International Federation of Philosophical Societies, Xiefeng, August 16, 2018. Translated by Chinyu and edited by Peter. Professor Dermot Moran, chairman of the International Federation of Philosophical Societies, raised the following 4 questions at the opening ceremony of the 24th World Congress of Philosophy held in Beijing on August 13, 2018. Is the relationship between man and society one or many? What is the future of mankind? In the face of uncertain technological innovations such as AI, where are we heading to? Are we facing the problem with a critical eye, and are we seeking verification of this? Is learning to be human for oneself or for others? My reply is as follows. The relationship between man and society is neither one nor many, but a combination. Look at the ant colony and the bee colony from a human perspective. The relationship between each ant and the colony is the relationship between the individual and the whole, the relationship between the cell and the body. If the whole disappears, the individual cannot survive. If the body perishes, the cells die. And without the individual, there is no whole. Without cells, there is no body. So the relationship between an ant and an ant colony is a combination. When looking at human society from a higher level of life than that of human beings, in fact, the relationship between individuals and society is not fundamentally different from the relationship between an ant and an ant colony. Even with wolves and lions, this rule also applies. If there are only 3 people on this earth, then these 3 people will constitute a society, and a single person can only have a chance to survive if they combine with the society. Otherwise, they will inevitably become extinct. The future of mankind lies in the Xiefeng-style communist society. Otherwise, mankind is bound to perish. The path of American civilization will become narrower and narrower. Chinese civilization is a dead end, and the integration of political and religious civilization in some countries in the Middle East will inevitably decline. Intelligent technology will continue to leap forward and cannot be stopped. Eventually, biological robots that are more advanced than humans will be born. In the future, the reproduction method of a mother being pregnant and giving birth to children will be replaced by biological robots with biochemical nursery rooms. As long as there is competition, human beings will be eliminated by biological robots. There is only one way to survive, and that is to produce and live in accordance with Xiefeng-style communism. In the face of these problems, we can neither treat them in a critical way, nor in a way of seeking verification. Criticism can only find problems but cannot solve them. Verification can only cross the river by feeling the stones. It is difficult to guarantee the crossing of the river. Maybe you will be overturned and drowned in the river or by a wave before you reach the center of the river. So, what is the best plan for facing this problem? Answer: to implement the superhuman philosophy, that is, the person who is completely selfless and the most intelligent will make analysis, judgment, and induction and point out the way forward. Remember, the collective wisdom of millions of mediocrities is not as good as the foresight and sagacity of a saint. Democracy is the pursuit of mediocrities, and democracy cannot solve the problem of directionality. Learning to be human is neither for oneself nor for others, but a return to pure human nature. The nature that conforms to the way of nature is pure human nature, and the nature that does not conform to the way of nature is not pure human nature. This is like building a computer. As long as you build a computer that performs well, it can play a corresponding role no matter who uses it. If you consider making for yourself or making for others when manufacturing, the computer will fail if making for yourself, others cannot use it. If making for others, its performance will be greatly reduced. There are thousands of philosophers and amateur philosophers participating in the 24th World Conference of Philosophy in the Great Hall of the People in Beijing currently. They are all masters in the philosophical world today. I am willing to challenge the masters, that is, I can solve all the philosophical problems that you cannot solve. Do you not believe me? Bring your problem to me and see how I will solve it. 灵性思维的思考方式和做事风格 The thinking style and approach to action in spiritual thinking. Xiefeng, November 24th, 2023. Translation edited by Chinyo. We are already aware of the ladder of thinking in life: material thinking, image thinking, associative thinking, elusive thinking, visualized thinking, taiji thinking, non-form thinking, and holographic thinking. So why do we introduce rational thinking and spiritual thinking? Material thinking, image thinking, associative thinking, and elusive thinking all fall under rational thinking, which is characteristic of human thinking, while visualized thinking, taiji thinking, non-form thinking, and holographic thinking belong to celestial thinking. In other words, rational thinking and spiritual thinking serve as the boundary between human and celestial thinking. If your thinking is rational, do not doubt it. You are undoubtedly human. If, however, you contemplate and handle everything from the perspectives of visualization, taiji, non-form, and holography, without a doubt, you have transcended the ordinary and become celestial. Put simply, if our approach to problem-solving starts from the perspectives of materialism, imagery, association, and illusion, focusing on resolving the issues of survival such as food, clothing, shelter, transportation, and addressing life's inevitable challenges like aging, illness, and death, as well as securing respect, dignity, and a good reputation, and even aspiring to be admired or worshipped, then that is rational thinking, the thinking of humans. Spiritual thinking disregards these factors. Spiritual thinkers primarily consider whether their approach to handling affairs aligns with the will of the supreme life, the Creator, and whether it is consistent with their ultimate goal. In other words, spiritual thinkers make the will of the greatest Creator their own desire and the principles of Tao their guiding rules for action, without considering the benefits to themselves. They ponder whether their actions would please the greatest Creator. For instance, if the Holy Spirit tells you to live in the desert, a spiritual thinker will joyfully head to the desert without hesitation, thinking, "Oh, this is a revelation from the Holy Spirit. I believe in the Holy Spirit, so I should go live in the desert." It's that simple, direct, and straightforward. However, a rational thinker would never think or act in this manner. A rational thinker would ask, "There's no water in the desert, wouldn't people die of thirst? What if there's a sandstorm that buries the house? Live in the desert? Are you insane?" Similarly, if the Holy Spirit tells you to go to Canada, a rational thinker will first check how to get a visa. After finding out that applicants need a bank deposit and monthly bank transactions, and realizing they have neither, they would decide, forget it, I don't meet the requirements. But a spiritual thinker wouldn't bother checking the requirements or listening to others' advice. They would immediately start the application process. At this point, you might wonder what the Holy Spirit is and how to know if it's a revelation from the Holy Spirit. Let me explain. The Holy Spirit is not a person. It's the voice within us or the greatest driving force we feel in our hearts. This driving force must bring us joy and excitement, not pressure or fear. You might think that spiritual thinkers have simplistic minds. Let me tell you, the minds of spiritual thinkers are infinitely more complex than those of rational thinkers. Spiritual thinkers belong to a higher dimensional thinking, and rational thinkers cannot comprehend the complexity of spiritual thinkers' minds. This can be demonstrated in three ways. Firstly, spiritual thinkers grasp the macroscopic, while rational thinkers grasp the microscopic. For instance, when seeking employment, spiritual thinkers prioritize whether the job brings them joy and happiness, whereas rational thinkers focus on aspects such as salary, working conditions, and prospects. Why is that? Because spiritual thinkers consider the direction of their lives and whether they can ultimately reach heaven. They are unwilling to do anything that conflicts with their destination. On the other hand, rational thinkers consider whether the job can meet their current life needs and don't consider whether their current actions will affect their ultimate goal. From this perspective, spiritual thinkers consider how to live, while rational thinkers consider how to survive. Secondly, spiritual thinkers consider life, while rational thinkers consider human life. To consider life, one must understand the principles and mysteries of life and its relationship with time and space. To consider human life, one only needs to learn the accumulated knowledge and experience of humanity and understand the operating rules of human society. Thirdly, spiritual thinkers maximize simplicity in handling complexity, while rational thinkers always complicate simplicity. For example, when building a community, those who participated in the construction of our third and fourth branches can recall that the layout and environment of the two communities were beautiful, right? If it were rational thinkers, they would gather everyone to discuss how to lay out and beautify the environment, insisting on drawing plans first, considering the selection of materials and the arrangement of personnel, and so on. However, in the construction of the two branches, there were no such discussions. I just imagined the layout and environment based on the terrain and then told everyone what to do. When everyone worked together, they didn't even know what the final community would look like. Yet, due to excellent cooperation, we completed two beautiful communities in just 2 years. It's worth emphasizing that the mind of someone who simplifies complex issues is significantly more insightful and considers a broader range of factors compared to someone who complicates straightforward matters. It's not even on the same level. Don't believe it? Why not attempt to simplify your own life and observe the outcomes? If you think that spiritual thinkers handle things superficially while rational thinkers are meticulous, that's a misunderstanding. For example, when building a house in a certain location, a spiritual thinker might say, just build a housey on high ground using wood and glass. It'll be good if it can last for 2 or 3 years. This would be hard for a rational thinker to accept. At the very least, they would consider the stability of the house and ensure it stands for at least 30 years, right? On the surface, the rational thinker's consideration seems entirely correct. But the crucial point is, the spiritual thinker considers that there will be a major earthquake in the location where the house is built 2 years later. Even the sturdiest house would collapse. Therefore, they suggest just doing it casually. There's no need to go to great lengths and waste financial, material, and human resources. This is something a rational thinker would never think of. So, what about life? Isn't it like building a house in an earthquake zone? Is it necessary to rack our brains and be so serious? 有恒信者才有恒行. Those who have constant faith will have constant actions. Xiefeng, April 25th, 2024. Translation edited by Qinyu. Mencius said, only those who have constant possessions can have constant hearts. Those who lack constant possessions will lack constant hearts. From this, We can understand that only when the common people live and work in peace and contentment can society be peaceful and harmonious, and all industries can prosper and develop. However, can those who have constant possessions always abide by the law and refrain from wrongdoing? Will those who lack constant possessions inevitably break the law and engage in all sorts of misconduct? Not necessarily. The legal protection of private property rights is a universal value. Any act that deprives individuals of their lawful private property is a crime, regardless of the noble moral justifications. The sanctity of lawful private property rights is both natural and divine, a protection and respect for the people's livelihood and reproduction. It is the guarantee of the people's survival and prosperity. Enabling the multitude to possess constant property is like providing vast pastures for cattle and sheep. This is the way to nurture the people of the world. But let us not forget that constant possessions belong to the material realm. If a person's steadfastness depends solely on material possessions, their perspective and realm would be too narrow, and their spirit and consciousness would remain at an animalistic level, making it difficult for their life to ascend to heaven. In heaven, everyone has the right to use, but no one has the right to own. Everything is shared, and everyone owns nothing yet possesses everything. Did Jesus Christ have constant possessions? Did Siddhartha Gautama Buddha and the sage Laozi have constant possessions? Did many missionaries have constant possessions? Yet, they all had constancy of heart. Above the notion that those who have constant possessions have constancy of heart lies a higher level of spiritual and conscious state. Those who have constant faith have constant actions. For those with unwavering faith, regardless of whether they possess constant material wealth or not, no matter how difficult and tortuous the path, they will persevere steadfastly towards their predetermined direction and goals, that is, constant action. Those who possess constant possessions may not refrain from wrongdoing, but those who have constant faith will never transgress. For example, someone may own a small farm, signifying constant possessions, yet cannot guarantee that they won't use pesticides, fertilizers, or even growth hormones on their vegetables and fruits. But for those with constant faith, they won't, because they are acutely aware of the dreadful consequences of transgression. Of course, the constancy of faith depends on what one believes in. If one believes in money is almighty or money can make ghosts grind, then their lifelong constancy will be in the pursuit of wealth. However, regardless of what the faithful believe in, the realm and perspective of those who have constant faith have constant actions far surpasses the realm and perspective of those who have constant possessions have constancy of heart. A pig, once it has a pigsty, possesses constant possessions and constancy of heart. A swan, without a fixed home and without constant possessions, has constant faith. Therefore, the swan can freely soar between heaven and earth, migrate freely with the change of seasons, and fly wherever it wants to go. 人不求我勿助之，智慧篇70. Do not offer help unless asked for, from life's wisdom. Dayform Celestial. October 18th, 2006. 90% of the effort spent on predicting and preparing for potential hazards are unnecessary and result in a waste of time, energy, and resources. Similarly, 90% of voluntary efforts to help others are also unnecessary, harmful, and contrary to the natural order. Have I got it backwards? Think about the Great Wall that was built. How much effort was expended on it? Maintaining a million-strong army, constructing countless warships and aircraft. How much of that was utilized? You've given numerous heartfelt warnings and advice to prevent your children from being deceived when they go out. How much of your profound insights have been put into practice? You've agonized and racked your brains over how to prevent your spouse from straying. How much of your efforts have been effective? What's the likelihood that the scenarios you meticulously plan for actually occur in reality? Everyone can reflect on their own experiences and conclude that 90% of the measures and methods taken beforehand to prevent something often end up being useless. Why do I emphasize don't help unless asked? Because I've found that 90% of the time, it's meddling unnecessarily, harming both others and oneself. Firstly, I have to ask, why do you want to help others? If they don't ask for your help, but you insist on helping, do you realize how much harm this can cause? It forcibly imposes emotional debt on others. When you help someone, they are expected to feel grateful, thus owing you an emotional debt. Favors are not debts, but in times of need, one might sell even their cooking pot. Whenever you face difficulties, others are obligated to repay this debt with all their might, even if it means selling their belongings or risking their lives. They must repay. It's better to repay in this lifetime. If they can't, they'll have to come back in the next life to repay you. Do you think this is not cruel? It forces others into economic debt. There was a married couple who, despite living modestly, were content and happy in their daily lives. They had a wealthy friend who, seeing their poor lifestyle, voluntarily lent them 30,000 yuan to teach them how to do business. From then on, this couple never experienced another peaceful day. In the end, not only did they fail to become wealthy, but they also almost lost all the 30,000 yuan borrowed from their friend. The husband eventually turned to a life of crime, and the wife disappeared after divorcing him. Consider a family of 6, with elderly members and young children, struggling to make ends meet. One day, the 75-year-old elder suddenly becomes unconscious and, after lying at home for 2 days with no improvement, seems beyond help. At this critical moment, a well-meaning person among their relatives and friends steps forward, lending them 10,000 yuan. He also calls the county hospital to send an ambulance to rush the elderly person to the hospital for treatment. Although the elderly person survives after being treated, they are left completely paralyzed. The 10,000 yuan borrowed is not only insufficient to cover the hospital treatment and hospitalization expenses, but also prompts them to borrow another 5,000 yuan from other relatives and friends. How will this family manage their lives from now on? Some people like to give gifts to relatives and friends. 90% of these gifts are often not urgently needed by the recipients, or sometimes they are things the recipients never wanted to use in the first place. By conventional standards, you might think you're giving something for free, whether it's useful or not, at least not causing any loss to the recipient, and that you should not reject something given for free. But in reality, the recipient ends up at a loss. The giver's well-intentioned gesture of care and help results in the recipient losing out. Refusing the gift might seem ungrateful. So, you accept it. At first, it seems like you're getting something for nothing, but in reality, it's accumulating debt. Both parties know exactly how much the gift is worth and how much debt they owe each other. When the time hasn't come, everything seems calm. But when the time comes, this debt must be repaid, converting the initially useless gift into a financial burden that must be matched or repaid in kind. It cuts off the path for others to repay debts through suffering. Not all suffering is necessarily a bad thing. Some suffering may be to help the person understand a certain truth, or it may be to allow the person to repay a debt. Everything happens for a reason. There is cause and effect. If you intervene and help someone without being asked, you may delay their path to liberation. Originally, it might have been an acute illness that could have been cured in 3 days, but because of your unsolicited help, it turned into a chronic illness that is difficult to cure even after 30 years. Disrupted others' plans. A father locked his son in a woodshed to save him, but a kind-hearted neighbor intervened and released the son. As a result, the son got involved in criminal activities and ended up in prison. A young girl with only primary school education moves to the city and starts working at a restaurant. With her quick learning and dexterity, she could easily pick up business skills, which would help her in the future to open her own restaurant after leaving her current job and getting married. However, there was a well-meaning person who, seeing the girl's beauty, felt that working in a restaurant was a waste of her talent. This person then helped her find a relatively easy and comfortable job. So, what happens next? Encourages vanity and complacency in people. Everyone encounters difficulties and faces impassable mountains of fire at times. When unable to solve them alone, seeking help from others is appropriate. However, some individuals, with strong vanity and self-esteem, always want to display grandiosity. Even after they are no longer a director, they show off as if they are still in that position. For such individuals, anyone who attempts to help them may inadvertently harm them, yet they will never recognize the value of humility and genuine character. Fostering laziness. Consider the animals in the zoo. They become accustomed to being fed by humans. What would their chances of survival be if they were returned to the wild? If someone doesn't ask for your help and you offer it voluntarily, they may become dependent. Initially, they could have exerted themselves during critical moments and discovered their own great potential. But once you step in to help, their potential may never get a chance to be unleashed. They will forever believe they are worthless, like the ugly duckling, planting seeds of resentment in yourself. Voluntarily helping others usually happens when you are in a good mood, feeling empathetic, maintaining good relationships, or feeling compelled by circumstances, however. As time passes and your own situation changes, memories of those instances where you helped others will replay in your mind. You might meticulously recall each person you've assisted, how you helped them, and what you did for them. When you find yourself in a difficult or dangerous situation, you might hope that those you've helped in the past will step forward to assist you. If they do not step up voluntarily, you might feel resentment in your heart, thinking, humph, what ungrateful people, or they must have no conscience, or they're worse than animals for not repaying kindness. Aren't you planting resentment for yourself? Contradicting the natural order. The Tao governs birth, growth, and destruction, formation, existence, disintegration, and emptiness, as well as arising and declining. All follow the principles of natural law. Only those who understand the laws of nature can truly help others. Without understanding these principles, our well-intentioned acts might ironically lead to harm, and our good deeds might ironically result in unintended consequences. Just like the British soldier who rescued Hitler from death on the battlefield, his act of kindness was seen as an evil deed in the grand scheme of history and morality. Look at how brightly the flowers bloom in the fields. Look at how freely the birds fly in the sky. They don't need us to interfere or offer help unnecessarily. The more we intervene, the worse things may become. Have faith in the greatest creator, trust in the natural order. Refrain from extending a helping hand where it's not needed. When we face difficulties, we must seek help. The road to Shu is hard, harder than climbing to the sky. Asking for help is difficult, harder than attempting extreme measures. But no matter how tough it is, it's essential to seek assistance when in trouble. By doing so, we not only understand life better ourselves, but also can timely lend a helping hand to others when they face adversity. Grateful for a drop of water received from others, one should repay with a gushing spring. Try to handle as much as possible on your own and believe in your unlimited potential. However, when necessary, bravely seek help from others, with the intention of repaying their kindness in the future. All rules have exceptions, especially when interacting with a life and death friend. In such critical situations, different considerations apply. Jumping out of the three realms and not within the five elements, one might even be willing to sacrifice their own life for another. In such moments, conventional sayings like, do not offer help unless asked for, hold little relevance. Be cautious when someone comes forward to offer excessive flattery and concern. When someone says, I'm doing this for your own good, be cautious. When someone volunteers to help you, you should think, oh, what bad luck. 在论人不求我勿助之. Further discussion on do not offer help unless asked for. Dayform Celestial. January 3rd, 2007. Born naturally, perish naturally. Wildflowers in the fields are nourished by sunlight and raindrops. Birds in the forests find their own food, and wild animals running on the African plains follow their own rules for reproduction. Humans, as one of the natural species created by the greatest creator, can also grow on their own. Everything operates within the Tao, the consciousness of the greatest creator, which provides arrangements for protection and punishment. From a microscopic perspective, it may seem chaotic, but from a macroscopic view, everything is orderly. It is this order that has allowed scientists to discover rules and create formulas that fit these rules. Without order, the sun would not rise from the east tomorrow. Life has its trajectory. Without it, rivers would overflow into the mountains and fields. Life follows the law of causality. Otherwise, everyone would be born into royal or wealthy families. In the kingdom of bees, there is a natural division of labor. Not all bees can become queen bees. If one ignores the process, even the most well-intentioned person can end up neglecting some aspects. As the saying goes, when heaven is about to confer a great responsibility on any man, it will exercise his mind with suffering, subject his sinews and bones to hard work, expose his body to hunger, put him to poverty, place obstacles in the paths of his deeds so as to stimulate his mind, harden his nature, and improve wherever he is incompetent. If a well-intentioned person interferes in this process, it will inevitably disrupt it, thus leading to a situation where good intentions result in bad outcomes. Suppose there is an eagle chasing a rabbit. Would you save it or not? If you save the rabbit, what would happen to the eagle? In the eagle's nest, there are over a dozen eaglets waiting to be fed. If the eagle cannot catch the rabbit, those eaglets will starve. Compared to one rabbit, which is more important, the rabbit or the eaglets? In a certain place, packs of jackals are causing havoc to local creatures. Ordinary dogs are no match for wild wolves. To develop dogs capable of facing wild wolves, people fence in a litter of puppies. When the dogs become extremely hungry, they start to fight among themselves. Eventually, the last surviving dog becomes a formidable opponent to the wolves, who then find it difficult to be aggressive. If you show kindness and prevent the puppies from fighting each other, thus training them to be fierce and aggressive dogs, how will you deal with those wild wolves? A person who committed numerous wrongdoings in their previous life is now experiencing all sorts of hardships to repay past karmic debts. This is the compassionate nature of the heavenly law. If you constantly help them and prevent them from suffering, their debts will be difficult to settle, and they may continue to reincarnate in the human world, potentially accumulating boundless karmic debts again. Tell me, are you doing a good deed or a bad deed? A person hurried to the market to buy things, but got entangled by a gang of ruffians, unable to escape. This delay caused him to miss boarding a ship. Hours later, the ship capsized in a storm at sea, and all passengers aboard perished. If you, out of compassion, chased away the ruffians and then drove the person to catch the ship, what would be the outcome? When I speak of do not offer help unless asked for, I consider the flow of procedures. This adheres to the virtue of great benevolence in cultivation and practice. If one constantly displays their small virtues and disrupts the procedures, it contrasts with the principle of great benevolence. However, do not offer help unless asked for also implies that if someone does ask for help, one should do their utmost to assist, to the extent dictated by the current circumstances. If someone gets into a car accident and is trapped under the car, should you help or not? I think we should listen to the drive of our own hearts. If you hear their cry for help, then you should bravely rush to their rescue. If you didn't hear it, in this special situation, you have to decide for yourself. Why did he have an accident? When we condemn others for not helping in life-threatening situations, we should ask why. Can we ourselves always help when we see someone in danger? How many lives are lost every day? Have you saved any? And if you did save someone, what then? Can you solve all their troubles? Can you guarantee that saving them will lead to a happy and fulfilled life for them? For many people, survival is worse than death. Donating to aid African famine victims is a charitable act worthy of promotion. But why are there so many famine victims in Africa? Is it because of lack of sunlight? Lack of resources? If you feed them today, what about tomorrow? If you feed them this year, what about next year? Giving them fishing tools would be better than giving them a fish. Some people say, even if people do not ask for help, I will still assist them. Sure, then go ahead and help. How many young people cannot afford to go to school? Please go and help them. How many elderly people are plagued by illness? Please go and help them. How many families are falling apart? Please go and help them. How many people are suffering from mental and emotional abuse? Please go and help them. How many people eat rougher meals, live in simpler conditions, and dress more humbly than you? Please go and help them. In this society, there are always more people who talk big than those who actually do good deeds. As long as each person refrains from doing wrong and causing trouble for others in society, help when asked for, and that would be a great thing. Please read the similar article, Do Not Offer Help Unless Asked For. 文明篇中华民族离文明还有多远? How far is the Chinese nation from civilization? Xiefeng, December 13th, 2021. Translated by Qinyu and edited by Peter. A person's character, appearance, health, and life trajectory come from genes, and genes determine a person's characteristics. The status quo of the Chinese nation was not formed overnight. The status quo is an accumulation of history and culture. Appearance is determined by the essence, and the status quo is the inheritance of the past. So, how far is the Chinese nation from civilization? Let us first look at what civilization is. Civilization has the following 9 characteristics. All workers can live and work in peace and contentment without worrying about food, clothing, shelter, and transportation. The old will be looked after properly, and the young will be well educated. The government is a servant to all citizens, not a manager, let alone a ruler. The people not only have the freedom to move within the country, but also have the freedom to move abroad, the freedom to speak, express different views, and the freedom of belief and association. In private spaces, wind can enter, rain can enter, the king cannot enter, and other people cannot enter at will without the owner's permission. Citizens are not deprived of private property created and accumulated by diligence and wisdom. Property is protected by legislation. The poor have the ladders and channels for promotion, the hope of living, and the desire to pursue a better life. Animals are not harmed at will, especially wild animals. Everyone reveres life and nature. Craftsmen, technicians and engineers, artists, inventors, experts, teachers, doctors, and workers from all walks of life are respected and loved. Other nationalities are treated kindly. Other countries are not attacked in the name of national interests. Others' shortcomings are not contrasted to your advantages, and others' advantages are not envied because of your shortcomings. The above 9 points are the signs of a national civilization. You can calculate how far the Chinese nation is from civilization based on your own feelings and the current situation. 普世价值观 Universal values. Number 1. Number 20. Life genuine. The values that accord with the principles of nature, human nature, and long-term well-being and stability of human society are universal values. Revere the greatest creator. Revere life. Revere nature, and follow nature's path. Only a global government can bring peace and happiness to all people. The disappearance of countries and their boundaries is the fundamental guarantee for humanity's sustainable development. Only the dissolution of marriage and traditional families will finally bring the highest level of civilization to mankind. Xiefeng-style communal way of life and its production mode match those in heaven. One's private space is sacred and cannot be violated. One's private properties earned by their service and creation cannot be expropriated. The elderly who are not able to work should be supported by all of society. Children should be raised and educated by all of society. Medical care for all Earth citizens must be free and not commercialized. Regional conflicts and riots are public nuisances to all mankind. All affairs are global affairs. There are no such things as internal affairs. The disappearance of global armies and the destruction of weapons are the best guarantees for the safety of all Earth citizens. The government's function is to serve, not to make decisions, while a group of sages who do not participate in the administrative management should be decision-makers. A variety of non-government groups and organizations are the key players contributing to the vitality of human life. There is nothing good about mysterious and spooky things. Anything that is furtive and sneaky is bad. Entrepreneurs are the main drivers of material wealth creation. Egalitarianism is a pernicious ideology that exploits the industrious and intelligent. Capitalism will lead to mankind's eventual destruction. Allowing people to move freely around the world advances ethnic and cultural integration. To be continued. 友情篇与德真草谈来到自己身边的人和事 Discussing with Daijin Celestial the people and events that enter one's life. Xiefeng. January 27th, 2023. Translation edited by Qinyu. Some say, the people and events that enter our lives are there to fulfill us. I say that the true, good, beautiful, loving, trustworthy, and sincere individuals and events that come into our lives are there to fulfill us. Conversely, the fake, evil, ugly, hateful, deceitful, and hollow individuals and events that enter our lives are there to pull us towards hell. Daijin Celestial believes that if the viewpoint, the people and events that come into our lives are there to fulfill us is invalid, is incorrect, consequently, the Chanyuan value of the world is faultless. All faults lie within us is also invalid and mistaken. She further explains that beautiful things can fulfill us because a part of our soul is inherently good and kind. Similarly, ugly things can also fulfill us as they reveal the parts of our soul needing rectification. We no longer oppose the external world but introspectively correct ourselves. In doing so, the fulfillment gained in that moment stands firm. Dejin Celestial's inclination to present different or even opposing viewpoints, stemming from thoughtful analysis, deserves recognition and praise. Only truths entirely comprehended can become guiding principles and beliefs one consciously and willingly acts upon in their life's journey. Any truth not understood, regardless of its correctness, becomes a stepping stone easily discarded when faced with personal interests and turmoil. Regarding whether all the people and events that come into our lives are there to fulfill us, I've analyzed and negated this perspective in my article. Are the people and events that come into your life meant to fulfill you? Now, let's discuss whether rejecting this viewpoint also rejects the Chanyuan value of the world is faultless. All faults lie within us. Old Wang called Little Lu, informing him of a quick opportunity to amass wealth. Excitedly, Little Lu requested a meeting. After the meeting, Old Wang advised Little Lu to sell his house to invest in the Overnight Wealth Global Financial Company, promising a doubling of profits within a year with a $100,000 investment. Overwhelmed by excitement, Little Lu invested $1 million, dreaming of turning it into $2 million in a year, so that he no longer needs to work, but merely to reap profits. However, a year later, not only did Little Lu not gain any profit, but he could not even retrieve the initial investment. The Overnight Wealth Global Financial Company had collapsed, and the CEO vanished with everyone's investments. Now, we must ask, are the people who come into our lives there to fulfill us, or do they lead us into suffering? Furthermore, where does the fault lie? Is it with the Overnight Wealth Financial Company, Old Wang, or is it within Little Lu himself? So, Dejin Celestial, in presenting such a straightforward example, do you believe that rejecting the viewpoint that the people and events that come into our lives are there to fulfill us simultaneously rejects the value of the world is faultless? All faults lie within us? Clearly not. The Overnight Wealth Global Financial Company is not at fault. They indeed amassed wealth overnight. Old Wang is not at fault. He gained some benefits. The fault lies within Little Lu, blinded by greed, wanting something for nothing, wanting the moon. Beautiful things can fulfill us, ugly things can also fulfill us. This is Daijin Celestial's perspective, and I admit it's valid. Many ugly things can serve as negative examples, teaching us how to properly handle the people and events that come into our lives. In this regard, ugly things can fulfill a person. For instance, Old Wang's arrival and the investment fulfilled Little Lu by teaching him a lesson. He no longer dreams of getting rich overnight, but lives a grounded life. Yet, I ask the reader, do you wish to be like Little Lu, losing everything? Do you want such an ugly event to fulfill you? If you do, then we're not on the same wavelength. It's futile to say more. I can only wish that ugly people and events accompany your life extensively, fulfilling you. If you do not, then why not? Didn't you say that ugly things can also fulfill you? If ugly things can fulfill you, why do you not welcome them daily? Evidently, ugly people and events don't fulfill us. They corrupt us. Many people, driven by ugly people and events, commit suicide. Do we then believe that these ugly people and events finally fulfilled those individuals by leading them to suicide? Should we be grateful to the ugly people and events? Can beautiful people and events lead someone to suicide? Remember, ugly people and events only corrupt, not fulfill. If one cannot grasp this fundamental understanding, barbarism, fatuity, ignorance, and darkness will accompany their life journey. Why seek light, civilization, justice, kindness, or paradise? Hell is so ugly. Why not dwell there since even the ugly can fulfill you? 当你执着于自己的观点，正确时矛盾诞生了。When you cling to the correctness of your viewpoint, contradictions arise. Xiefeng, May 29th, 2023. Translation edited by Chinyu. Have you ever experienced this? Working together with others, facing a decision, where you staunchly support Plan A while others insist on Plan B. If both refuse to compromise, conflicts arise. Anger and negative emotions swirl like a tornado, leaving both parties feeling depressed and joyless for days on end. Why is the divorce rate so high nowadays? One primary reason is when each side believes they are right and adamantly refuses to yield, eventually leading to parting ways. In business partnerships or companies, closures often arise due to partners rigidly adhering to their views, refusing to compromise. Even between nations, divergent viewpoints without compromise escalate to disagreements or even cold wars. Wherever people gather, whether in partnerships of two or collaborations involving hundreds or even tens of thousands, if everyone clings to their own views without compromise, conflicts and clashes are inevitable. Therefore, we find that those fervently clinging to their viewpoints are the ones who spark conflicts and discord, preventing themselves and their collaborators from working harmoniously together. From this, we can conclude that those who cling to their viewpoints lack understanding, reason, open-mindedness, and possess low emotional intelligence. The ones who make others happy, joyful, and free while working together are the ones with high emotional intelligence, the ones who understand reason, the ones who comprehend life's principles, the extraordinary individuals. How can one ensure that others are happy, joyous, and free while working with him? In a task, whoever is responsible has the final say. Even if you are right 1,000 times and the person in charge is wrong 1,000 times, you must abide by their decision. No doubts, no entanglements, no silent protests, no passive resistance, just wholehearted cooperation. This leads to mutual happiness. If there is no designated leader in a collaboration, when someone proposes a plan instead of discussing it, respond with, "All right, we'll do it your way." This avoids the birth of conflict, and if things go wrong, the one suggesting the plan shoulders the blame. Respecting others means not clinging obstinately to one's own opinions. Insisting on others following your ideas is disrespect. Consider, when you cease to exist, the earth will continue turning, and others will go on living. Would you still cling to your viewpoints? When working with others, if you can make them happy, you're someone who understands life's principles, an extraordinary individual, someone who comprehends reason, a seed of paradise. Try and see if you're someone who brings joy to others. When someone says, "Dog excrement smells lovely," if you immediately counter, "No, it stinks," you're rigid and lack emotional intelligence. However, if you follow up with, "Yes, indeed, dog excrement smells much better than night-blooming jasmine," you possess high emotional intelligence and understanding. When someone says, "The grassland is excellent, but the forest is not," or "Putting on shoes before socks looks better," or "Slimmer women are more sensual," or "Being a son is much better than being a grandfather," how do you respond? 我的个人生老病死观及交代. My personal views on life, aging, sickness, and death, and instructions. Xiefeng, May 30th, 2023. Translation edited by Yu. When I safely reached the age of 60, I deeply appreciated the grace bestowed upon me by the ancestor of Buddha, the greatest creator. Life is fraught with constant dangers and uncertainties. Thus, reaching 60 unharmed is considered a great destiny. My heart is filled only with gratitude towards the Creator. Life, aging, illness, and death are natural laws. Everyone has their own perspective on dealing with these. Here are my views. 60 marks the completion of one's life cycle, indicating that by the age of 60, one has eaten what they should, heard what they should, seen what they should, and experienced all they needed to. With life's journey deemed fulfilled, it is time to gracefully accept nature's course and embark on the next journey. If diagnosed with a terminal illness, I will not seek treatment. If a cerebral hemorrhage causes me to lose consciousness, I adamantly refuse and oppose any resuscitation efforts. I've lived a fulfilling life with no regrets. I eagerly anticipate the place I'll go after death. Bringing me back to this world would be cruel. After my death, if anyone is around, I hope they cheerfully cremate me, scatter my ashes as they wish. I arrived empty-handed and will depart the same way. Everything I possess belongs to the second home. Therefore, let everything return to the home. No memorials, monuments, or tombstones are needed. Let me dissipate in the wind while everyone eats, drinks, sings, and dances. Life is a dream. When we wake, it's all gone. I owe nothing to anyone, and no one owes me. This is my dignity as a living being. If afflicted by an incurable illness, I'll utilize the Chanyuan meditation method to depart swiftly. People are not responsible for taking care of me, and I don't expect anyone to tend to me in sickness. That would strip me of my dignity as a living being, devalue my existence, and further incur debts. I don't wish to owe debts and return to this world again. I've established theories and models for a new human way of life. If anyone benefits from it, it's not my achievement. It's the grace of the ancestor Buddha, the greatest creator, and the guidance of gods, Buddhas, celestials, and saints, and the collective wisdom of past sages through tireless efforts. All glory goes to the divine and wise. I merely played a small role, doing what I should. Don't praise me. My reward is sufficient to fill my heart with gratitude. So please, do not regard me as someone deserving of praise or honor. I'm not worthy of any acclaim. People desire longevity, wishing to live to 1 or 10,000. While it's a common desire, I don't aspire for longevity. Since turning 60, I joyfully accept life's end anytime, anywhere. I have no desire to reach 100. I don't want technological or medical advancements to prolong my life. I reject organ transplants and blood transfusions. Let me finish my life journey following nature's rhythm. If I lie sick and unattended, I will not blame anyone. I have done my best for my child, never expecting him to care for me in my old age. Modern young people are already burdened enough. I don't wish to be a burden on his life's journey. If my child can live happily, that is the greatest filial piety and respect for me. I don't expect him or anyone else to take care of me in my old age. So, to anyone who knows me, don't harbor any guilt in your heart because no one owes me anything, and I haven't done anything for anyone. I joyfully accept whatever outcome nature has in store for me. I have one wish. If circumstances allow, I hope those affectionate and capable enough would take care of a Huang in her later years if I depart before her. She's given her all to Life Chanuan, the construction of the second home, possessing no personal wealth. If Life Chanuan persists, I hope everyone living in the second home treats her kindly. I persist in living because I believe I still hold value. The day I become a burden to those living, rather than being of value, is the day I suffer with every passing moment. I'd rather seek an end to this journey sooner than prolong suffering and move on to the next path. Craving life is a natural human inclination, entirely acceptable and not subject to criticism. Yet, for those dedicated to enlightenment and spiritual ascension towards heaven, this desire can obstruct the path to achieving immortality or Buddhahood. Therefore, I choose not to crave life. If I am fortunate enough to embark early on the journey to heaven, it's a divine reward, an immense blessing. These are my personal views on life, aging, illness, and death, along with my instructions. I hope everyone understands and fulfills my wishes. 心灵间，人的思维阶梯, the ladder of human thinking. 写法, the essential difference between people lies in their thinking. We say Jesus is a god because his thinking aligns with that of a god's. We say Sakyamuni is Buddha because his thinking is that of a Buddha. Similarly, Muhammad founded Islam because he had the thinking of a saint. Laozi was able to write the Tao Te Ching because of his sage thinking. The reason why cows and horses are cows and horses is that their thinking has not reached the level of human thinking. If a fox could have human thinking, it could become a fox spirit. If a pine tree had the thinking of a Buddha, it could become a Buddha. An ordinary person, even if they live for 1,000 years, will remain ordinary if they do not change their conventional thinking. But if their thinking changes, they can develop towards the existence of corresponding thinking. That is to say, if a person learns from animals, over time, they will descend into an animal. If a person learns from saints and sages, over time, they will ascend to be a saint or sage. Therefore, the most important thing in life is not to find ways to possess material things, but to find ways to change thinking. Because a pig, despite having 10 pig pens and mountains of feed, is still just a pig. Similarly, a person, despite having 10 villas and billions of dollars in the bank, is still just a person. No matter how majestic a horse is, no matter how many female dogs a dog has, no matter how many mountains a tiger can dominate, even if a fish occupies the entire reservoir, there are few people who want to become a horse, a dog, a tiger, a fish. Why? Because animals are inferior to humans. Similarly, even if a worldly person has a wealth of treasures, a group of wives and concubines, and a prominent position, gods, Buddhas, and celestials would never want to become a worldly person. Flies find dog feces very sweet, but bees disdain it. Phoenixes would rather die than nest in eagle nests. We judge where a person comes from and where they are going based on their state of thinking. If a person's thinking throughout their life is similar to that of an animal, then it can be completely determined that he will be reincarnated as an animal after death. If the state of his thinking at the time of death was the thinking of a saint, then it can be determined that he has gone to a higher life space. Life Genuine always says that the universe is infinitely mysterious, and Xiefeng always says that the future of Life Genuine academicians is bright. This is by no means nonsense or unfounded talk. If the academicians believe in me, I will certainly reveal some of the mysteries of the universe to you in due course. This issue of thinking is one of the mysteries. Please pay high attention to it, academicians. Thinking has a ladder-like nature. I have divided human thinking into 8 rungs on this ladder. I encourage you, as academicians, to ascend these rungs step by step. Material thinking, image thinking, associative thinking, illusory thinking, visualized thinking, taiji thinking, formless thinking, holographic thinking. The highest realm of thinking is holographic thinking. This is a kind of thinking that ordinary people cannot imagine. It can be said that this is the thinking of God. The realm that Sakyamuni reached is formless thinking. The realm that Laozi reached is taiji thinking. The thinking that Muhammad reached is visualized thinking. The thinking that Zhuge Liang and others reached is illusory thinking. The thinking that Einstein and others achieved is associative thinking. The realm that artists like Beethoven reached is image thinking. The thinking of the general public is material thinking. Some prophets, witches, magicians, astrologers, fortune tellers, eccentrics, etc., have illusory thinking. My requirement for academicians is to abandon the first 4 kinds of thinking and directly enter visualized thinking. The term visualized thinking originally came from Tianhe Celestial. I hope he will explain it to us in the future. The thinking I have is holographic thinking. The origin of the universe, the origin of life, the origin of mankind, the origin and characteristics of the greatest creator, the 36 dimensions of space, etc., are the results of my being in a state of holographic thinking. Visualized thinking is mentioned in my self-refinement articles. I hope Tianhe Celestial will not hesitate to teach. I once praised Taiji Celestial for having Taiji thinking, but that is just a spark of spirituality in Taiji Celestial, a drop in the ocean. I hope Taiji Celestial will focus on Taiji thinking, first thoroughly understand the Tao Te Ching, and gradually gain a deeper understanding. If you have any questions, I will guide you. Formless thinking is Buddha's thinking. It can be said that if you reach the realm of formless thinking, you can become a Buddha. This is beyond doubt. I hope that Foshan Celestial will thoroughly understand the Diamond Sutra. Other academicians can cross-practice. If you don't understand, feel free to ask, and we will communicate. I hope that the academicians of Life Genuine will eventually reach the realm of formless thinking. This is the only way to go to the Celestial Islands continent. 真善美人性的核心价值，生命禅院的人性观. Truth, goodness, and beauty, the core value of human nature. The perspective of human nature. Life Genuine. Shuefeng. The big world in our view is just an art form of truth, goodness, and beauty, but the real truth, goodness, and beauty is hidden among the dazzling art form. There is nothing strange for a piece of 2-dimensional canvas, but after the painting of Maestro, this flat canvas can display multidimensional space. Hovering clouds during daylight, many peaks scattering in different distance, interspersed by the flowing water under the small bridges, people walking and birds flying. All those infuse people with a sense of truth, goodness, and beauty which characterized with distant quiet and vast infinite. However, let's take a deeper look and ask whether this is the truth, goodness, and beauty. Of course not, it's just an art form, and the real truth, goodness, and beauty is hidden in the back of the picture, in the artist's heart and mind. That is to say, the real beauty is hidden under the representation of art, and everything outside is just the external art manifestation of the hidden truth, goodness, and beauty. Similarly, people's truth, goodness, and beauty. are concealed in human nature, and the outward appearance is just the artistic expression of the intrinsic truth, goodness, and beauty. We live in a fantasy art world. We flatter ourselves living truly. In fact, we are just some embellishments on the canvas of artists. As the pigment is washed off, the canvas will restore to a monotonous flat surface. After the change of time-space, the true of us will restore to our original life status quo, and then make a fresh start to another art form. People have six perceptions as vision, hearing, olfaction, taste, touch, and telegnosis, and the first five perceptions perceive the world by the media of artistic substances. What we perceive are just the external art forms of truth, goodness, and beauty, but not their essential characteristics. Only the telegnosis is able to surpass the artistic material platform to directly perceive the world of truth, goodness, and beauty. 艺术形态的本源就是真. 1. The origin of the art form is truth. Everything perceived by vision, hearing, olfaction, taste, touch are not truth but an art metamorphosis of it, and the real truth is implied at the origin of this artistic representation in the big world. Joe Smith wrote the word human on a blank sheet and then erased it. What did this process mean? This means that the word human on the blank sheet is not true, but a kind of artistic expression originating from the heart of Joe Smith. The real truth is not the word, but Joe Smith, the person. The word human will not appear on the blank sheet without the person, Joe Smith. That means as long as Joe Smith exists, even if the word human is erased, but there will still be a word human. Is a flash in the pan true? Of course not. It is just another human written on a blank sheet and then being erased. It is just an artistic expression of truth hidden at the origin of epiphyllum, and its truth implies in the life structure of this plant. Is human true? Of course not. Human is just an artistic expression form in the life structure. Are bacteria, insects, vegetation, birds, and animals true? Of course not. They are just different artistic expression forms in the life structure. When we see the light of a lightning, the lightning is no longer in existence. When we look up at the stars at night, among those emitting light stars, some of them may have disappeared. When we watch those vivid characters on the video screen, some of the actors may have passed away. When we are complacent of what we own, does it ever occur to you that these things will soon pass out of existence? We live in a virtual reality, and actually what we have seen are all false. Those so-called illusory things, namely the things that the art world tries to express, are true. Visual truth is in line with the scientific and logical deduction, but it is very absurd in the philosophical sense. Standing on a point and going straight ahead, in the end one will unconsciously walk back to the start. Its essential effect equals to zero. Human society seems to be developing and moving to a higher stage of civilization. In fact, it is retracing its steps, and finally will return to the starting point. Winter passes and spring comes. Until the bumper fall passes, it will be back to winter again. For seasons continuously cycle one after another. Fall is coming and the weather is getting cold. A group of wild geese flying south, and this occurs years after years repeatedly. A person, from birth to death and from death to rebirth, one world after another, is always in this way from reincarnation to transmigration. He, walking and walking, seems to be moving forward, but eventually he will return to the starting point. Without the qualitative change, life can only cycle in a strange circle. To avoid moving in circles, we have to focus on truth of life and neglect the art forms of life. To understand truth, we have to be armed with the abnormal thinking. Life genuine begins with the abnormal thinking in order to guide some people that they should not return to the starting point of life, but should transit to a higher art form of life. People seem like have found truth, but the fact is not. At least we can say that 98% of the people just live in the false art world and have never touched the boundary of truth. Suspended on a cliff with a withered vine in hands, a man would instinctively try to climb up and return to the starting point. If I told him, let go, let yourself fall, he would think I am non-benevolent. This is the gap between Buddha and a profane man, is also a benchmark to examine the true and false. What is the truth? The origin of art form is the truth. For everything, as long as we strip off the surface and trace the source, we will eventually find out truth. In fact, The life of genuine has revealed truth before the people's visual field of spiritual sense. That truth is the greatest creator, and there is only one truth in the universe. That is the greatest creator, and except him, all the rest are his artistic expression forms. What we mean by seeking truth is to seek the greatest creator. Human beings have sought truth for thousands of years. Except having found the greatest creator, who dares say, I have found truth, yet? To seek truth departing from the greatest creator is to make vain efforts, is to deceive oneself, and is to set bondage on human beings. Whether philosophers, thinkers, artists, politicians, scientists, religious leaders, or any other person who seek truth departing from the greatest creator, all their efforts will be in vain and false, confusing the humanity. Life at Genuine expounds the greatest creator with hundreds of thousands of words in order to reveal truth for human. However, when some people seeking truth get up to the God in the Bible is not the real greatest creator, they are confused. It is difficult for them to accept when their inherent thinking pattern is overturned, and so they wanted to return to the starting point. It's just like a man who hanging from a cliff with a withered vine. He desperately wants to seize the withered vine and unwilling to let it go. As a result, he cannot climb up the cliff, nor can he get down on the ground, so he can only swing in the air. I get a range out of you crosswise, but a summit sidewise. Different visages from near or far, from low or high. The Bible, the Quran, and Tao Te Ching, the Buddhist scriptures, science, Marxism, Mao Zedong thought as such can only see either a ridge or a peak, either a distance view or see a close shot. Only organically integrating these fragments, which are seen from different profiles, we can see a probable panorama of truth. If we just grasp a part of it and then attack the rest, this is just like the blind men feel an elephant, which can only leave us far from truth. To seek truth and preserve truth is completely different from playing the concept game or moralization. It involves the life trend of each person. The water without a source is bound to dry up. A tree without root is bound to corrupt. The heart without soul is bound to die. A man without telegnosis is bound to transmigrate in a fixed circle again and again. Truth is the key elements in the core value of human nature. Without truth, the person will be short of human nature. A man cannot have a perfect human nature if he does not have the greatest creator in his mind, because his brutish nature may break out at any time to harm others and nature. Is it possible to have a good future if a man is without human nature? It is just a daydream. Someone will inevitably argue. The ideas of Xiefeng are all rubbish, nonsense, and fart because some senior officials and millionaires never worship the greatest creator but live a more elegant and pleasant life than those who worship the greatest creator. That is right. There are a lot things in this world that can be easily mixed the false with the genuine, but we have to understand. The smaller the specific gravity, the easier of floating and fluttering. For a plant, the faster of growing, the shorter of lifespan. The smaller of energy, the easier of taking shape. The more of the gain, the greater of the loss, the more enjoyment in this life, the more miserable in afterlife. We often praise that the masterwork of art is very lifelike, but we never say that the masterwork of art is truth, because art is just a metamorphosis of truth. We praise all the scientific achievements are very close to truth, but we never dare to say that scientists have found truth, because science is just one way to seek truth. We praise some people are immortals, saints, but we definitely dare not say that they are the embodiment of truth, because the component part of maintaining truth and safeguarding truth in their humanity is just a little more than that in the common peoples. Is everything we can see real? For an instant, the discrepancy has been more than 100,000 miles. Everything has changed in a blink. Is it true? Truth is invariable, and the variant is not truth. It's better for us to put more component part of truth in our human nature. 维护艺术形态有序和谐的机制就是善. To maintain the orderly and harmonious mechanism of the art form is goodness. The entire material world is the artistic expression form of the recessive truth, goodness, and beauty, while the mechanism that safeguards these art forms to be orderly and harmonious is goodness. Without goodness, everything would be unordered, inordinate, ugly, unharmonious, and unbearable. The greatest creator designs the order of the universe in accordance with the law of supreme goodness. If we observe the world around us carefully, it is not difficult to find the orderliness and concordance of the big world. Voluminous celestial bodies run harmoniously without hindering others. Atmosphere and atmospheric composition of the different gases coexist together and form a harmonious whole. Oceans, rivers, lakes, and streams locate in their own position and coexist harmoniously on the earth. Mountains, valleys, plains, and hills and harmoniously constitute a beautiful landscape painting. The underground microorganisms, the insects and animals on the ground, fish in rivers and lakes and birds flying in the sky all coexist harmoniously in a total vertical crossing living space for life, which is a masterpiece of the great goodness, is the ideal and state of the goodness. For the individual of human members, the desire and behavior of trying to keep the harmonious mechanism of the big world and maintain the orderliness and concordance between oneself with the surrounding life and the ecological environment where life depends on our goodness. Specifically speaking, all the mentality that is full of the reverence to the greatest creator, the reverence for life, and the reverence to nature is goodness. All the conducts that try to safeguard the greatest creator, to maintain order, to love life and protect nature are goodness. To examine human, Chinese ethic people as an example, according to the law of goodness, order, and harmony, we can find some unkindness in our desires and behaviors. Looking back the history, we will find those emperors who did not awe God or heaven were unkind, and there would be the frequent disasters, social unrest, the rampant robbers, the ubiquitous complaints, and the unable surviving masses when those emperors governed kingdoms. On the contrary, if emperors awed God and heaven, there would be good weather, all things prosperous, honesty prevailing throughout society, people living happily, social harmony and peace. This indicates that good pratyaya grows good fruit, and bad pratyaya results in evil consequence. Comparing the leaders of the two countries, China and the United States, we find a phenomenon of a good and evil retribution. U.S. presidents, in the oath of office, always place himself humbly under the greatest creator, and the result is that the U.S. economy develops rapidly with social prosperity, the people affluence, and everyone feeling happy. In view of China, the previous leaders, in their minds, arrogantly placed themselves in the position of being a savior and never believed in the greatest creator, and the result is the suppression of human nature, the suppressed human rights, freedom giving way to power, terror haunting around. In view of the recent facts, the suppression on the personages of democracy and freedom, the rights deprivation on the religion believers, the flagrant violations on the national people's property, the indifference and control on the petitioners highlighted non-goodness of the Chinese leaders and the unkindness of the government conduct. Economic development and material wealth cannot conceal the essence of unkindness. There are always some people who think it is big goodness to solve the subsistence problem. In fact, the problem of food belongs to the property of animals, and there are the elements of free speaking and free pouring in the property human. If people have lost the right of freely expression their ideals, beliefs, thoughts, lost the right to move freely, and then the whole implication of goodness is just regarded as the food problem, then what is the difference between human beings with the animal in a cage? I raised 2 dogs, and I fed them enough meat, food, and pure clean water pumped from the well every day. I also allowed them to run and chase unscrupulous on the evergreen lawn surrounded by trees. Could it be said that my 2 big dogs have shared human rights? No, it is just the dog rights at most. Misgovernment makes the people rebel, because the people have to rebel, but the revolt is definitely not goodness. All the actions such as revolt, rebellion, robbery, deprivation, massacre, fighting to overthrow the dictatorship and eradication as such have destroyed the order, and all these actions are not goodness. All the mentality and actions such as launch a vengeful counterattack, scores settlement, awaiting the revenge, malicious attack, wantonly slandering, spreading rumors, stirring up trouble, encouraging hatred, provoking dissension, splitting nation, personal attacks, and fame slandering are not goodness. All the large-scale movements combining culture with politics are not goodness. All those movements such as the May 4th movement, the June 4th, and the Great Cultural Revolution destroyed goodness of human nature and natural mind, in which countless good people were treated unjustly, through which people became more and more cunning, selfish. Actions of destructing the natural environment, regardless of what high-sounding name that bannered, are not goodness because their essence is a prodigal son's behavior, which aims at destructing the homeland and foundation of descendants. All the mentality and actions such as jealousy, hatred, manufacturing fake to reap huge profits, counterfeiting brand name, stealing others' achievements, oppression, exploitation, fraud, extortion, blackmail, theft, murder, arson, abuse, loan sharking, adding insult to injury are not goodness. All the plots invented or created on the battlefield, officialdom, market, casinos, situation related with love aim at entrapping, blowing, weakening, and destroying the others are not goodness. Goodness is a scale to measure of a person's human nature. To find out if a person is goodness or not depends on whether he can keep harmonious relationship with the world around him. Once the disharmony appears, at least one part, and even two or more parties are non-goodness. Goodness can be classified to greater goodness and common goodness. The greater goodness is the property of the greatest creator, gods, and Buddha, and the common goodness is the property of saints, sages, and wise men. The big benevolence seems heartless. The big goodness seems evil. Keeping Satan, predators, and designedly destroying part of the human are conducts of the high goodness, which is difficult to be understood according to the common sense. To maintain the orderliness and harmony of human and nature is just to conduct the low goodness. Human can only preserve the low goodness and should not conspire the high one, otherwise human will certainly take the road of demons. If politicians are unkind, it will inevitably lead to the popular discontent. If thinkers are unkind, this is bound to misguide human. If scientists are unkind, they are bound to become the accomplices fighting against human. If religionists are unkind, they are bound to terrify human with terror. If writers are unkind, the novelettish works are bound to pollute the human soul. If artists are unkind, this is bound to make the antics distort humanity. Goodness is also a state. The nice ideal comes from the wish of goodness. I wish everyone has goodness, and everyone has a nice ideal. 三艺术形态的和谐比例搭配和对称就是美。3. The harmony, proportion, collocation, and symmetry of art forms are beauty. The art form of nature, including human, is designed by the greatest creator in light of the law of beauty. The law of beauty is the harmony, proportion, collocation, and symmetry in everything from the configuration of the celestial bodies to the outward appearances of plants, from the crystal structure to the different shapes of animals, from thick and thin of color to the light and shade of light embodies the harmony, proportion, collocation, and symmetry, gives an infinite beauty for visual sense. What the sense of beauty brings people are comfort, safety, happiness, joy, delight, tranquility, and peace, but the forms being unsuitable to the sense of beauty bring people with nausea, anabole, dizziness, anxiety, anxiousness, depressing, worry, and terror. The towering cliffs, tilted building, disabled body, grotesque objects, far-fetched environmental layout, drawings and sculptures composed by unmatched proportion, strange sounds and music without any melody, the dyed-in and young head of young people and clothing with asymmetric patterns on left and right sides, etc. make people fretful and uncomfortable. Graceful art form and environment endows life with longevity, but the ungraceful art form and environment makes life short and even leads to suicide. In view of human society, a charitable king, the highly efficient government agencies with few but good staff, the management mechanism with a pyramid model will impress a sense of beauty on people. However, a management mechanism with tripartite balance of forces, overstaffed organization, inefficient work, no one in charge and interference of many other departments can only give people a sense of chaos, disorder, blindness, depression, and sense of foreboding. In view of families, the cell of society, showing respect for the aged and love for the young, the harmonious couples, elders and juniors each in their places, female coordination, friendly neighborhood and self-effacing for siblings will bring people with the beautiful sense of tranquility and peace. However, the families characterizing with the insatiable senior, irreverent junior, weak male, strong female, hostile neighborhood, suspicious and vengeful brothers and sisters bring people with a sense of foul atmosphere, incomprehension, reversion of yin and yang, and disarrangement. In view of the human individual, a man with proud temper, rash character, bad fortune and poor wisdom prefers seeking quick success and instant benefits, but he always conspires a great cause. A man speaks rudely, stirs up enmity, and is not good at his own job, but he always makes random comments on others. A man ignores his proper occupation, but he always wants to incite and abets others so as to start a campaign. A man always gives up halfway, sticks to his guns, worships nothing, changes by day after day, and seldom reflects on himself. But he always blames that others' life proportion is inharmonious, asymmetric, and short of beauty. The advanced state of people's ideological level is the state of supreme goodness and supreme beauty. What they called saints refer to the people whose ideological level have reached the ultimate state of goodness and beauty. We can always tell the dignity and humbleness of a man's soul depending on the proportion of the goodness and beauty that his whole human nature occupied. The appreciation and pursuit of beauty is the eternal and maximum driving force to promote human to move on towards the civilization. In order to seek the sense of beauty, some scientists, artists, philosophers, thinkers, writers, and religionists begin their active learning, exploring, and progressing. It is absolutely not simply to gain the powers and material benefits that they are engaged in their careers. The beauty of all is added by the greatest creator. To safeguard the beauty is the bounden duty for the gods and the Buddha, the ideal and pursuit for the saint, the sage and the wise men, wishes for the ordinary people. Beauty is one of the core values of human nature. Only when beauty is in human nature can the lives bloom brilliant flowers and bear rich fruit. If a person abandons the beauty, his life would wither, and his life journey would be calamitous. Wish everyone has beautiful human nature. 4. 顺便谈谈人. 4. Endurance. A blade on heart forms the Chinese character of forbearance, which is a way of humiliatingly seeking the existence in a desperation state. The greatest creator does not require us to live disgracefully. If we regard forbearance as an excellent quality of human nature, we would have completely departed from the principle that of well-being, which is to say we have given up the freedom and human rights and we just serve as the role of cattle, horses, pigs, and dogs. Simply asking people to endure is the smoke ball released by the autocratic power and robbers in order to maintain their own vested interests and is the poison alluring people to commit suicide. If we break down the forbearance into suffering, tolerance, and enduring humiliation in order to carry out an important task, which appear in the humility and reconciliation, in the pursuit of truth and in the devotion of cause, that is the symbol of goodness and beauty. But if we submit to humiliation, bear our shame and ignore it pitilessly in order to survive, we will indeed become a symbol of cattle, pigs, and dogs. I often queue up at oversea. If someone wants to cut in line, others would scold and stop him immediately. In this way, everyone stands in line with a good order. But in China, if someone, especially a big guy with a frightening face, cuts in the line, few people would stand out to stop him. Why does this happen? For people have learnt to forbear and learnt to survive disgracefully. In order to survive disgracefully, and many Chinese people have played the forbearance to its extreme. They are indifferent to hooligans molesting women on the street, the evil hand of the thief reaching into the pockets of others, those evil factory owner discharging toxic water into the river, watching the selfish, lazy person to brazenly dump the rubbish in public places, seeing the people's asset entering the private pockets in disguised form, seeing a bully under the protection of a powerful person insulting the weak, seeing the merchants who are obsessed with money manufacturing the toxic food, seeing the marketing fake products, seeing people do not feel ashamed about all those things. They endure the sufferings and have self-improved and own some profound forbearing intention. So human nature has forfeited, and everyone has become the dignified monks who seem to be otherworldly. Comrades, my fellow citizens and church members, please, forbear it. To forbear it forever. To forbear it until the ground and the sky are reversed. To forbear it until the right and wrong are confounded. To forbear it until the ghosts and monsters are rampant. To forbear it until the goblins in the pantry. To forbear it until the sun and the moon are dimmed. To forbear it until the seas run dry and the rocks crumble. To forbear it until one is put in a coffin and sent to crematorium, until all our free and nice human life being buried by ourselves. The famous dictum of the universe is truth, goodness, and beauty. in which I do not find the forbearance. Tao is running strictly according to the law of life. Going against the Tao, one is certain to be punished severely, whereas, following the Tao, one is bound to be rewarded. The greatest creator will definitely not prefer forbearance. Neither will the gods nor the Buddha. Forbearance is the violation and desecration of life, is the rebellion and destruction of human nature. Shall we continue to forbear? 无节语. 5. Conclusion. Truth, goodness, and beauty are the origin of the art forms in the world, the attributes of the greatest creator and the core values of human nature. Truth is the origin of the art form. Goodness is an orderly and harmonious mechanism to safeguard the art form. Beauty is the harmony, proportion, collocation, and symmetry of the art form. The combination of the universe is the combination of truth, goodness, and beauty without which there will be no the universe. Human is a kind of art form as well as a kind of art metamorphosis of truth, goodness, and beauty. Truth, goodness, and beauty have the features of immutability, but all the rest are just works of art which will change along with the changes of time and space. The lofty ideal is a kind of ideological level in seeking and safeguarding truth, goodness, and beauty. This ideological level can make a man's life a continuing transit to the eternal truth, goodness, and beauty, and will eventually win the eternity of life. The essential difference of the ignorant person, the laity, the mortal, the sage, and the saint lies in the different remaining proportion of the ingredient in its own human nature. The fewer the ingredients, the more likely to locate in the state of animal world. The more the ingredients, the more likely to move towards the sage, the celestial, to become the celestial being, the God, and the Buddha. This is not the far-fetched false talk. As long as there is the relatively perfect quality of truth, goodness, and beauty in our human nature, isn't it difficult to become a celestial being? The 1,000-year world, the 10,000-year world, and Elysium world are the perfect world of truth, goodness, and beauty. If we can reach the perfect standard of truth, goodness, and beauty, it is not difficult for us to enter the high-level life space. Little strokes fell great oaks. Constant effort brings success. The pursuers of truth, goodness, and beauty need continuous gnosis and exploration, continuous insight into a profound theory. Things will be easily settled when conditions are ripe. Whether we can reach the perfect world of truth, goodness, and beauty completely depends on the secret of nature. 心灵纯美的标志. The standards of a pure and beautiful soul. Xiefeng. September 28, 2009. Perhaps you have no idea what the kingdom of heaven is like because you have never lived there, or maybe you did live there once but you have completely forgotten the life there. After a few cycles of transmigration, this does not matter. We still have ways to peek at the things there. First of all, we must realize that it is a joyful and free place in which there are no worries about food, clothing, living, transportation, birth, death, illness, or old age, and no interpersonal arguing or fighting in which everyone gets along with each other, and no one bullies, oppresses, hurts, or bothers anyone else. Well, that is such a beautiful place, but how can we achieve it here? By having pure and beautiful minds. When everyone's mind is that way, the place they live in will be heaven. When we look back and think of the many people whom we have met, some of them brought us delight, joy, happiness, and freedom, which indicated that their souls were pure and fair, whereas others brought us distress, trouble, anxiety, and pain, which meant that theirs were ugly. The fact is as clear as a sheet of white paper. Only those who have pure and beautiful minds can go to the kingdom of heaven, and only when we stay together with people who have pure and beautiful minds can we enjoy the blessings of the kingdom of heaven. So, how do we recognize whether a person's mind is pure and beautiful? Please refer to the following standards of a pure and beautiful soul. Appreciative, praising, reverent, trustworthy, honest, kind, diligent, unsophisticated, smart and lively, clean and neat, pure, modest, open-minded, forgiving, magnanimous, selfless, positive and optimistic, passionate, humorous, gentle and amiable. Appreciation is the source of happiness and a foundation to get along harmoniously with the greatest creator, nature, and each other. Praise is the symbol of a wealthy mind for a person. Praising the greatest creator, praising nature, and praising others are the symbols of a pure and beautiful soul. Reverence means being pious and respectful. It is the symbol of being clear-minded and self-understanding. Trustworthiness is the symbol of being reliable. One who cannot be trusted is worthless. Honesty is an excellent quality which gives people a sense of dependability, stability, reliability, and comfort. Kindness is the expression of respecting life as well as a guarantee to harmonize with all life. Diligence is a virtue and is the basic guarantor of survival, as well as the means of winning respect from others. Unsophistication is the state of non-contamination, the revelation of nature, and the Buddha state. Smartness and liveliness show the vibrant life phenomena and are the oneness of nature and man, the love for nature, the love for life, and the love for existence. They are the symbols of full vitality. Cleanliness and neatness portray being civilized and well-bred. Purity reveals the state of being non-hypocritical, non-artificial, non-superficial, truth-seeking, and straight-talking. Modesty and gentility reflect serenity, profound wisdom, grace, calmness, and generosity. Open-mindedness is the intangible state of reaching the spiritual Pure Land, as well as the symbol of having a bright and beautiful future. Forgivingness is the symbol of being magnanimous, calm, and mentally healthy. Magnanimity represents the quality of being frank, forthright, radiant, and elegant. Selflessness is a state which represents asking for nothing, yet having nothing but owning everything at the same time. Positivity and optimism are the most important symbols of being healthy in spirit and mind. Passion is the symbol of being full of vigor, the process of creating beauty in life, and the artistry of life. Humor and wit are the expressions of being tactful, the life portraits of being skillful, at ease, natural, unrestrained, and elegant. Gentility and amiability are the catalysts of perfect lives, the oxens of excellent quality, the yeast of subliming lives, the detergent of blundering and weariness, the nourishing womb of joy and happiness, and the midwife of a happy life. When people have the above qualities, then they have the qualifications to proceed to the kingdom of heaven, and their futures are bound to be in heaven. When we are staying with such people, delight, joy, freedom, and happiness will flow continuously. Only intelligent people know the value and significance of having the above-mentioned qualities. Foolish people will not even bother to try. 人生从这两个目的展开. Life unfolds from these two purposes. Xiefeng, edited by Care. Life unfolds from two purposes. The first purpose is to make life happy, joyous, free, and blessed. The second is to allow life to extend and develop into a higher space. In order to make life happy, joyous, free, and blessed, we must first differentiate between those factors which do not get in life's way of obtaining those objectives and those that do. Which factors do not keep us from being happy? Thriving grass, beautiful flowers, gurgling streams, surging rivers, free-flying birds, the ever-changing clouds, the sun and the moon, the stars above and the stones below, the earth, and so on. The vast majority of phenomena of nature do not keep us from being happy. Pure friendship, sweet love, and selfless family affection do not keep us from being happy. Hard work, plain living with collective games, sound sleep, and so on do not keep us from being happy. Which ones do keep us from being happy? Chaotic disorder, jealousy, greed, quarreling and fighting, jostling against each other, paranoia and suspicions, imposing upon others, suppression and revenge, making trouble out of nothing, being capricious, unfaithfulness, deliberately showing off and other falsehoods, and wicked and ugly things keep us from being happy. Which factors do not keep us from being joyous? Learning, laboring, working, and resting do not keep us from joy. Communicating, researching, exploring, and adventures do not keep us from having joy either. Appreciation, praise, encouragement, and mutual aid do not keep us from having joy, nor do eating, drinking, exercising, or going out. Which ones do keep us from being joyous? Repression and humiliation of the human nature, dissatisfaction with the status quo, the endless pursuit of desires, the limiting and denial of our fundamental freedoms, the denunciation of human dignity, the lack of privacy, damage to our minds and bodies, and other factors keep us apart from experiencing our joy. And which factors do not keep us from being free? Nature does not restrict our freedom, nor does the greatest creator constrain it either. Difficulties and setbacks do not shackle us, and suffering and hardships do not interfere with our freedom either. Which ones do keep us from being free? It is the families, religions, political parties, and states that bind our freedoms. It is the moral preachment, all the repressions of the mind, the limitations of the five elements of space and time, the requirements to have ignorant opinions, our debts and favors, all the possessions, the frame and edge of the box section of the circle, and so on that keep us from being free. Which factors do not hinder us from being blessed? Pleasurable situations and sincere content in life make us feel blessed. Yearning for beautiful things in the celestial world make us feel blessed. Being able to freely enjoy tranquility without interference makes us feel blessed. Being able to play, chat, flirt, and drink refreshing water make us feel blessed. Appreciating the beauty of things and feeling grateful make us feel blessed. Which ones do interfere with our experiencing blessing? It is the discontented psychology, the jealousy and resentful emotions, the dissatisfied thinking of reality out of time, the persistence of people, events, objects, ideas, the attitude of giving up the present to blindly pursue results, the anxiety caused by excessive possession, the contradiction between the ideal and the reality, and other factors that hinder our blessing. In the pursuits of happiness, joy, freedom, and blessing are perfectly justified rights, and leading such a life is the wish of the greatest creator and is always a paramount goal of life. Planning life and understanding life around this goal is in accordance with the way of the greatest creator. Therefore, under the principles of reverence to the greatest creator, reverence to nature, and reverence to life, any outlook on life, morality, values, means, and ways that can make our lives happy, joyous, free, and blessed are both proper and acceptable, but any outlook that hinders them are wrong and are unacceptable. In this way, our lives are clear, and we will always distinguish truth from falseness in everything, and we will enjoy them without regrets. The other purpose of life is to extend life to a higher level of space. Life is short, like a colt crossing the river. Centuries pass in the blink of an eye. If we are not sustained with a more ambitious ideal, if we do not aspire and pursue the celestial world, then we will be likely to lead befuddled lives, to commit sins, to become disillusioned and frustrated with the mortal world, will be prone to wander helplessly and grow dread, and end up going from bad to worse and unable to rise up after we fall. Therefore, when we go on self-refinement and self-cultivation and explore the mysteries of time, space, and life, we should also be moving toward heaven. In guiding us to trek and climb to the highest realm of life and life, Life Genuine is essentially discussing centering around these two purposes. If our lives center on these two objectives, then we will feel clear-minded and enlightened, and the cloud will be lifted. 人生来无罪. Man is not born of original sin. Xiefeng. February 10th, 2008. Translated by